Perfect Superstar Chapter 556 to Chapter 641. When Xianxia came out of the cinema with the two girls, it was already 11 o'clock at night. A Chinese ghost story was 90 minutes long, and it would take 3 hours to watch it again. Plus the interval in between, it was naturally very late after watching the second scene. Jia Hui began to worry. Oh, it's so late. My family must be worried. Nihui didn't care. What are you afraid of? They haven't called yet. It's not too late now. Xianxia said considerately, I'll send you home now. We'll take a taxi. When they came, the three of them took the subway. It was cheap, but it was definitely not as convenient as a taxi. Xianxia finally became courageous at night. He knew that he must not be stingy to please girls. He used the holidays to make money. Wasn't it for this moment? Jia Hui hesitated. That's too expensive. At night, Xianxia treated her and Nihui to 2 episodes of A Chinese Ghost Story. He even bought a lot of snacks to stuff into Nihui's mouth. There were definitely at least 300 to 400 yuan. Xianxia, like her, was obviously not a child of a rich family. Taxis in Xianxia were not cheap. Before she finished speaking, her sister Nihui pulled her and ran forward. Don't be long-winded. We'll take a taxi. Jia Hui was dragged away by Nihui, and Xianxia hurriedly followed behind them. But when he passed by the peripheral product store at the entrance of the cinema, his footsteps involuntarily slowed down. The small shop near the movie theater was doing well. There were a lot of people crowded inside, most of them couples. And the place where they gathered was a large promotional poster of A Chinese Ghost Story. Obviously, everyone was buying the peripheral products of A Chinese Ghost Story. Xianxia was a little surprised. He didn't notice it when he first came. He didn't expect that this ghost movie would have peripheral products for sale. Generally speaking, the peripheral products sold in Xiangyang cinemas were basically from Hollywood blockbusters, especially comic book heroes. Ah, look at this Ning Kaichen doll. It's so cute. I want to buy it. Boss, I want this set of figurines. I like Xianxia. This sword is so handsome. How much is it? I want Xiaoqian. The voices of the customers in the store made Xianxia's footsteps to the door become hesitant. Just as he walked to the door, he stopped, touched his pocket, and showed a struggling look on his face. After a while, Xianxia clenched his teeth, turned around, and rushed toward the store. When he ran out of the cinema, the 2 girls had been waiting outside for 4 or 5 minutes. Jia Hui was not angry or dissatisfied, but Nihui shouted, Did you fall into a latrine pit? We've been waiting for such a long time that even our family has called us. They thought that Xianxia had gone to the toilet. Xianxia did not dare to provoke Nihui. He quickly walked up to Jia Hui and handed her the items he had just bought. Hui, this is for you. What he gave Jia Hui was a limited edition doll set of A Chinese Ghost Story. There were a total of 4 dolls in the set, namely Ning Kaichen, Nie Xiaoqian, Xianxia, and Granny Traiant. This set of dolls was very exquisitely made. The clothes, accessories, and hair were all custom-made according to the stills. The characters were lifelike, and there was even a hint of cuteness in them. They looked very beautiful in the wooden box. Of course, the precondition for beauty was the price. A set cost 388 yuan without any discount. Xianxia grabbed the last set. Ah! Jia Hui did not expect that Xianxia had just gone to buy a movie doll for her. She was stunned. She blushed again and quickly waved her hand. This is too expensive. I can't take it. Nihui's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, she grabbed it and said, Sister, if you don't want it, it's mine. Jia Hui was embarrassed and anxious. Nihui. She actually liked this set of dolls very much, but she did not want Xianxia to spend so much money. She was very conflicted. Xianxia scratched his head and said, Let's go. Xianxia stopped a taxi on the side of the road and sent the 2 sisters downstairs. Goodbye, Hui. Jia Hui, who had not spoken along the way, nodded and pulled Nihui up the stairs. Xianxia watched the 2 figures disappear at the top of the stairs, feeling lost. He stood quietly in the same place for a moment, then turned around and was ready to leave. His own house was nearby, so he let the taxi go first just now to avoid spending more money. The date at night cost a lot of money that Xianxia had saved from working. But he did not feel the slightest bit of heartache. Xianxia. Xianxia had just taken a few steps when he suddenly heard a familiar call behind him. He turned his head in shock and saw that Jia Hui, who had just gone upstairs, had run down again and ran to him. "Thank you." After saying thank you, Jia Hui tiptoed and kissed Xianxia's face like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Then, she ran away like a frightened rabbit and disappeared back up the stairs in the blink of an eye. Xianxia seemed to have been petrified. After a long time, he was awakened by the cold wind blowing through the long street. He raised his head in disbelief and touched the place on his face where Jia Hui had kissed. He giggled. Booking 2 tickets for A Chinese Ghost Story was undoubtedly the most correct and luckiest thing he had done. On February 21st, A Chinese Ghost Story was officially released in various cinemas in Xianxia and earned 3.28 million yuan on the first day with 18.75% screening. The box office of The Painted Skin on that day was 5.9 million, nearly twice that of A Chinese Ghost Story. Judging from the box office data, The Painted Skin, which had been released for a week, had completely crushed A Chinese Ghost Story. The latter seemed to be unable to pose a threat to the former's market position at all. However, many people in the industry learned a piece of news at the same time, a piece of news that surprised them. That was, the peripheral products of A Chinese Ghost Story had sold 2.65 million yuan on the same day. With the box office, it was 5.93 million yuan, surpassing The Painted Skin by 30,000 yuan. The Painted Skin also had peripheral products, but they were very few. There were only a few sets of posters, and the sales were negligible. This was inconceivable, after all, when people found out that Luchan Studio had spent money to order a large number of A Chinese Ghost Story peripherals. Many people in the industry talked about it as a joke. They felt that Luchan did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Movie peripherals were the patent of Hollywood blockbusters. A China-Hong Kong co-production with a mere investment of 20 to 30 million actually produced a large number of peripherals. That was equivalent to throwing money into the water and waiting to be left in the warehouse to collect dust. However, the reality was not as these people had imagined. A Chinese Ghost Story actually exceeded 2 million yuan on the first day. If there was nothing fishy about it, then that meant that this movie had great potential. Movie peripherals refer to products developed according to the characters, scenes, props, logos, etc., including toys, clothing, accessories, audio and video, books, daily necessities, etc., mainly relying on the popularity and influence brought by the movie's release. In Hollywood, movie peripherals have long formed a huge and mature industry. Many movies may only earn back the cost at the box office, but relying on the sales of peripherals, they still make a lot of money. According to the 2016 statistics of the Motion Picture Association of America, peripherals contributed more than 30% to the Hollywood film industry. 2/3 of the income of many movies came from the sales of peripherals. This was undoubtedly an extremely tempting big cake. However, it was very difficult to eat the cake. China and Xianxia had also started the development of movie peripherals very early, but the results were completely unsatisfactory. 2 years ago, Baodalong Pictures, a big shot in the Xianxia film industry, invested 170 million to shoot the Hong Kong adaptation of Superhero, with the intention of replicating the Hollywood model, making a big fist in the field of peripherals, and creating a big IP of Hong Kong comic heroes. It could be said to be ambitious. However, this Hong Kong blockbuster, with a total investment of more than 200 million plus the publicity costs, only earned 68 million in Hong Kong in the end. Including the domestic box office, it barely reached 300 million, a huge loss. At that time, Baodalong Pictures also spent 12 million on the peripherals of Superhero, ordering a large number of puppet figurines, prop models, accessories, daily necessities, etc. In the end, the total sales in Xianxia and the mainland was only 5.1 million. It should be known that the profit of movie peripherals was very high. The cost of a set of puppet figurines was 100, and the sales price was at least 300 or 400. Compared with the investment cost of 12 million, the 5.1 1 million sales was a huge loss. Superhero also borrowed the fame of the original comic to sell some peripherals, otherwise the loss would be even greater. In the end, Baodalong Pictures was forced to destroy a large number of backlog of finished products, becoming a joke in the industry. In fact, if it wasn't for Baodalong Pictures' overconfidence that led to a wrong prediction, the 1 million peripheral sales would still be possible, because most of the mainland and Xianxia movies did not have any peripherals, and what they had were just cheap posters and the like. The example of Superhero also made people in the industry flinch from peripheral products. They watched Hollywood blockbusters eat meat, and it became the most common phenomenon to be envious but not to do anything. Therefore, when everyone learned that A Chinese Ghost Story had sold 2.65 million yuan on the first day of its release, their first feeling was disbelief. They could not believe it at all. A Chinese Ghost Story was not a drama adapted from a popular manga, so it lacked a fan base. Although everyone was familiar with strange tales from a Chinese studio, this was a supernatural film, so it was not suitable for the genre. However, it was even more impossible to falsify the sales. First of all, Luchin Studio and Jiayong Pictures did not have the ability to make the cinemas in Hong Kong cooperate with them to fabricate the sales figures. Second, it was completely unnecessary. This was because the sales of peripherals were not about buying ticket sales. Wouldn't spending money on their own peripherals be idiots? Therefore, when the news was confirmed to be true, everyone's second reaction was disbelief. It was unbelievable, but regardless of whether they believed it or not, the industry professionals' evaluation of A Chinese Ghost Story suddenly increased by a large margin. This movie was trending to be very popular. It was very simple. If the audience didn't like the movie to a certain extent, why would they be willing to spend money to buy peripheral products that were more expensive than the movie tickets? It had sold 2.65 million yuan on the first day. How much could it sell in the 4-week release period? If Hong Kong could sell so much, how much could it sell in mainland China, which was Lu Chen's home ground? No one could make an accurate estimate. It was embarrassing to say more or less. Everyone had to admire Lu Chen. To sell so many peripherals, he had to first lay out so many goods and stock up. Lu Chen dared to spend money on peripherals that were regarded as forbidden areas by countless of his peers. Whether it was courage or confidence, they were undoubtedly very strong. And he had a high chance of winning the bet. This made more people turn their attention to A Chinese Ghost Story. Those in the industry who had been watching coldly from the sidelines or disdainful of the film had changed their minds. Many people even got someone to book tickets for A Chinese Ghost Story. No matter how much the advertisements in newspapers and websites were exaggerated, it was better to see it with one's own eyes. There are not many people I, Zhou Yi, truly admire in my life. Seeing Lu Chen, Zhou Yi said with great emotion, "Young Master Lu, you are definitely one of them." As soon as he got the first day box office and peripheral sales data of A Chinese Ghost Story, the behind-the-scenes boss of Jiayong Pictures could not sit still and personally went to the studio to look for Lu Chen. Zhou Yi was not a boring person, and in fact, Jiayong Pictures was not the most important business under his name. However, this heavy sales data made him unable to remain calm. More than 2 million in sales of peripheral products, thanks to policy factors. After the movies made by Hong Kong film companies were released in Hong Kong, they received a much higher share than their counterparts in the mainland, almost 50%. In other words, with a box office of 1 million yuan, the film company could get 500,000 yuan or more. This was one of the important reasons why so many film companies could survive even though the local market of Hong Kong was small. However, a 50% or 60% share of the box office was nothing compared to the profits of peripheral products. As a rather successful businessman, Zhou Yi was well versed in the ways of this. What made Zhou Yi feel ashamed was that when Lu Chen decided to invest a large amount of money in customizing the peripheral products of A Chinese Ghost Story, he was against it. He could learn from the mistakes of Superhero. However, Lu Chen was stubborn and would rather invest all of his money than give up. In the end, Zhou Yi reluctantly agreed to Lu Chen's peripheral development plan out of consideration for maintaining the relationship between the two parties. He still had a knot in his heart. Now that he thought about it, if he had missed it at that time, he would probably regret it till his intestines turned green. "Boss Zhou, you flatter me." Lu Chen smiled and invited Zhou Yi to sit down for a chat. He asked his assistant, Li Zhan, to pour tea for the guests. Even if Zhou did not come, he was prepared to talk to him. Zhou said solemnly, "First of all, I came here to apologize to young Master Liu. As a partner, Jiayang Pictures has not done its best in the past. Please forgive me." As he spoke, he actually stood up and bowed to Lu Chen to apologize. Lu Chen quickly stood up and said, "Boss Zhou, you're too kind. There's no need to do this. There's really no need." Speaking of which, in the early days of cooperation, especially when faced with the threat from the Jiang family, Jiayang Pictures' indecisive performance made Lu Chen very dissatisfied. However, it was still very good later on. Without the strong support and cooperation of Jiayang Pictures, a Chinese ghost story would not have been released so smoothly. Lu Chen still clearly remembered Chen Wenxiang's evaluation of Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi was a real businessman. A real businessman knew how to judge the situation. When faced with a choice, he would always choose the one that was most beneficial to him. If he needed to put down his pride, he would never put on airs. A real businessman could not be a real friend. Lu Chen would not treat Zhou Yi as a friend, but as a business partner, it would be fine. So after the two sides reached a consensus, he got down to business. "The number of screenings for our new film is too low. I hope Boss Zhou can put more effort in this area." The number of screenings for A Chinese Ghost Story on the first day was less than 20%. It was not too bad, but it did not meet Lu Chen's expectations. It was the task of Jiayang Pictures to communicate with the cinemas in Hong Kong. Lu Chen Studio had just established itself in Hong Kong. It needed to expand its channels in all aspects. It lacked connections and resources in the industry, so it needed a partner like Jiayang Pictures. Zhou Yi smiled and said, "Don't worry, young Master Liu. I believe that no cinema can ignore our results. I have already sent someone to discuss with Wanli and Diqing. I believe it will not be a problem to increase the number of screenings." Wanli and Diqing were the two major cinema chains in Hong Kong. They jointly owned more than 60% of the cinemas in Hong Kong and played an important role in Hong Kong's film industry. The famous Oriental Hollywood Theatre was a big cinema under Wanli Cinema. Zhou Yi said confidently, "Our number of screenings is not high now, mainly because The Painted Skin bought a share of the box office. But if Hagwon and Star Art can buy a week's box office, they can't buy a month's." Buying the box office was an unspoken rule in the industry. The rich and powerful often played it, but there must be a limit. The scale of Hong Kong's film market was small. Spending a few million could occupy a considerable share of screenings. But unless one was extremely willful, no one would throw money desperately into the water. In order to support The Painted Skin, Hagwon and Star Art bought the box office for 4 days in a row. In Zhou Yi's view, they were basically close to their limit. On the other hand, if this kind of cheating exceeded the limit, it would also attract public anger in the industry. If it went too far, no one would be willing to play. Therefore, Zhou Yi was very certain that the high box office earnings of The Painted Skin would not last long. Once its true colors were revealed, it would be the day of A Chinese Ghost Story's strong counterattack. The cinema chains were not fools. They knew very well what was going on, so it was reasonable for them to increase the number of screenings for A Chinese Ghost Story in advance. Most importantly, the surprising peripheral sales of A Chinese Ghost Story were undoubtedly equivalent to stimulants. It was enough to stimulate the sensitive nerves of the cinema chains and make them make a wise choice. The truth was not unexpected. On February 22, the number of screenings for A Chinese Ghost Story in Hong Kong increased to 22.67%. Many of the screenings were added on that day, and the box office exceeded the 4 million mark. The box office sales continued to rise amidst the exclamations of the industry, reaching 3.58 million. At the same time, Painted Skin, which had been holding on for a few days, finally showed its true signs of decline. On the 22nd, the box office earnings were only 3.1 million, completely behind A Chinese Ghost Story. This was more or less out of the expectations of the industry. Everyone had thought that in order to suppress A Chinese Ghost Story, The Painted Skin would continue to buy the box office for a few more days. They did not expect it to admit defeat so quickly. Then, insider news came out. It was said that because the real box office results were too bad, there was a serious disagreement between Huaguan Pictures and Star Art Entertainment. Not to mention continuing to buy the box office, even publicity was facing problems. In just 2 days, a Chinese ghost story had completed a beautiful counterattack and was showing signs of soaring. On the internet, a large number of netizens' comments about a Chinese ghost story emerged, including many articles by film critics. Wang Dong was one of them. As an independent film critic, Wang Dong had a habit of writing film reviews. He would not publish his own film reviews before the official release of the movie, even if he had watched the premiere in advance. A Chinese ghost story was no exception. After Wang Dong was invited to attend the premiere of a Chinese ghost story, he wrote a film review article, but it was not until 2 days after the official release of the movie that he published it on his blog. When I first watched A Chinese Ghost Story, I thought that it was a fantasy ghost movie similar to Painted Skin. I even mocked the filmmakers of today for not having any creativity. They changed the story into strange tales from a Chinese studio, added some celebrities' faces and special effects, and then brought it to the table to fool the audience. It was really boring. However, after watching the movie, I realized that although they were both based on strange tales from a Chinese studio, A Chinese Ghost Story and Painted Skin were works of completely different levels. The two could not be compared at all. A Chinese Ghost Story is so much better than Painted Skin. Dressed in a coarse green robe, a shabby little hat, and a pair of worn cloth shoes, this was the image that the protagonist, Ning Kaichen, gave to everyone. Life was full of misfortunes. He had a youthful talent, but there was no place for him to use it. As a result, he was ridiculed by the peddlers who sold paintings as having high taste but low status. But even so, he did not lose the loveliness that was in his bones. He was naive, pedantic, but also affectionate, positive, and optimistic. He was born at the wrong time, but he did not feel depressed at all. As for Xianxia, she was a ghost who died in a foreign land. She was a female ghost who lived in a barren mountain and specialized in sucking the essence of young men. But this was not her intention. Every time she hurt a passerby, her heart would be tortured by endless self-blame and grief. She was beautiful and kind. Although she was forced by the despotic power of the tree fairy, and although all the demons and ghosts around her were bloodthirsty, she still held on to her conscience alone. She was unique in that dirty and dark world. The meeting of the male and female protagonists was an accident, but it was also fate. A poignant love story connected the whole movie. Even if the ending was not perfect, it was still very touching. The plot of the whole movie was compact, the story was exciting, and the soundtrack and theme song were first class. There was another character in the movie that left a deep impression, and that was Xianxia. He was a little crazy and a little drunk. He was heroic and slayed demons. His laughter and curses were almost humorous, showing us the profound skills of an experienced actor. I dare to say that A Chinese Ghost Story will become a classic among ghost movies. Wang Dong's long review blog post was more than 2,000 words long. It was the longest film review he had ever written. It could be said that it was full of praises. The whole post was full of praises, making people wonder if he had received some benefits from the film producer. However, anyone who had seen A Chinese Ghost Story would not have such doubts. In today's era of material desires, Wang Dong was undoubtedly a rather unusual existence. He wrote articles and film reviews and only spoke according to his own wishes instead of being driven by profits. Such people were rare, so Wang Dong was respected by many people. He had his own influence in the Hong Kong literary and film circles. His blog articles and reposts had always been very high. Wang Dong had written a lot of film review articles, mainly focusing on the movies produced in Xinjiang. Due to the fact that Xinjiang's movies had gone from prosperity to decline in the past 10 years, he criticized more and praised less, leaving a strict impression on others. Therefore, when Wang Dong's long film review article praising A Chinese Ghost Story was released, it inevitably caused a small sensation both inside and outside the circle. Even those who did not usually watch movies were interested in this film. Was it really that good? Some people were amazed, some were curious, and some were skeptical. However, on Hong Kong blogs, there were many people who supported Wang Dong's views. They were all Hong Kong netizens who had watched the film. A Chinese Ghost Story is a good film. I strongly recommend it. It's been a long time since I've seen such a sincere ghost film. The characters and plot are first class. At least 9 points. The special effects are also good. Although there are not many scenes, it's very exciting. I like Xianxia very much. I took my girlfriend to watch it tonight. The 70 yuan was well spent. Then, when she came out, she saw the peripherals and insisted on buying a set. She spent another few hundred yuan. Her wallet is crying. Compared to a Chinese ghost story, The Painted Skin is simply trash. In the era of the internet, everyone was a netizen. Freedom of speech had reached an unprecedented level. Anyone could speak freely and express their opinions after registering an account on a blog forum. The same was true for film reviews. In the past, ordinary people could only watch film critics express their opinions on newspapers or television. Now, they could participate in it themselves. Everyone could be a film critic. Although the comments of ordinary netizens could not compare to Wang Dong's film review article in terms of content and depth of thought, their feelings were the most intuitive and real, and their influence was more extensive. The praise for a Chinese ghost story spread from Hong Kong blogs to Hong Kong forums, especially in the film and television section, where it became a hot topic. Unlike the fake reviewers who were paid to post, the commenters of a Chinese ghost story were mostly experienced IDs. Their posts were more meaningful and credible. It was very rare to see such a one-sided wave of praise in the Hong Kong forum film and television section. Even if there were critics of a Chinese ghost story, most of them would use the words, "The flaws do not obscure the brilliance." They felt that the movie's flaws could not cover up its strengths, and that it was worth recommending. Many people believed that this was one of the best Hong Kong films in the past decade. The story, background, special effects, and soundtrack all had strong local characteristics. These praises and recommendations from the internet affected many ordinary netizens. Naturally, it played a good role in promoting the box office of a Chinese ghost story. The power of reputation was powerful. On the 23rd of February, the box office of a Chinese ghost story reached 5.77 million yuan, rising for 2 consecutive days. Furthermore, the number of online ticket bookings increased greatly. On the 24th, most of the primetime tickets in the cinemas were fully booked. Under such circumstances, coupled with the full public relations of Jiayang Pictures, by the 24th, the number of screenings of a Chinese ghost story soared to 35%, showing a blowout trend. The market was very sensitive, and the market was very realistic. Whether it was a large cinema chain or a small or medium-sized cinema, they were naturally willing to leave their precious audience seats to those popular films, regardless of what kind of film it was. Not only did a Chinese ghost story have excellent box office sales, but it also had a good reputation. It was also a Hong Kong co-production, and the peripheral products were also very popular. In the eyes of the cinemas, it was like a hen that laid golden eggs. In the past, the shops in the cinemas sold Hollywood blockbusters. Although they sold very well, the cost of these peripherals was very high, and the profit left for the cinemas and cinemas was low. In contrast, the peripheral products of a Chinese ghost story gave the cinemas a much higher share. No one would say that money was too hot. Therefore, there was no need for Luchin Studio to communicate with Jiayang Pictures. Many cinemas took the initiative to place the peripheral products of a Chinese ghost story in the most conspicuous position, and also put up large advertisements so that the audience would not ignore it. On the 24th of February, the box office of a Chinese ghost story continued to rise with the increase in the number of screenings, reaching 7.24 million, completely crushing other films that were released at the same time, including a Hollywood blockbuster that had been released for 3 weeks. A Chinese ghost story was popular, and it was going to be very popular. Even those who had prejudices could only remain silent and could not criticize it. This film did not even buy a single yuan in the box office. As for The Painted Skin, which had a vigorous publicity campaign and had bought a lot of box office tickets, under a lot of bad reviews, the box office fell below 1 million on the 23rd, and only 580,000 on the 24th. It was simply terrible. Moreover, the screening rate of The Painted Skin had dropped to less than 10%. Anyone with a discerning eye knew that the producers of The Painted Skin, Huaguan Pictures and Star Art Entertainment, had already given up. They had invested too much in the early stages of the film, and the high box office that came from the high cost was just a flash in the pan. If they continued to hold on, it would be equivalent to throwing money into a bottomless pit. Therefore, as long as the leaders of the two companies were not too stupid, they should make a wise decision. The painted skin had already suffered a huge loss in the Hong Kong market, and there was no way to turn it around. Moving to the mainland market was the only choice. According to the judgment of the industry, the painted skin was very likely to be removed from the Xianxia cinema chain in advance. In late February 2017, the fiasco of the painted skin, which had invested more than 100 million yuan, became one of the reasons why a Chinese ghost story soared to the sky, sweeping the market unstoppably. On Monday, the 27th of February, the official blog of A Chinese Ghost Story in Hong Kong announced that the film had accumulated a box office of 45 million in 6 days, becoming the well-deserved box office champion. It had also greatly broken the previous record set by The Painted Skin. In addition to the extremely beautiful box office, A Chinese Ghost Story also sold another 24 million yuan of peripheral products. The former was fine, but the latter was simply blinding the eyes of the people in the industry. This kind of peripheral sales was completely not inferior to many Hollywood blockbusters. How much was the investment for A Chinese Ghost Story? It was only 30 million yuan. After a week of screening, it would almost recover its cost. After that, it would all be profitable, and there was an even larger mainland market. Therefore, many Xianxia film companies were envious and planned to follow the trend to make a profit. Uncle Ma. As Ma Rongzhen walked down the stairs, a middle-aged man who happened to pass by greeted him warmly. "Where are you going? Have you had dinner?" Ma Rongzhen nodded and said, "There's a party tonight. I'm going now." "It must be in a high-end hotel." The middle-aged man said in an exaggerated tone, "You are a big star now. You won't be staying here for long, right? You will definitely stay in a hotel every day in the future. Grandma will be blessed." Ma Rongzhen smiled faintly and did not respond to the man's words. The man was his neighbor, and they did not have much contact. At most, they would just nod at each other, and Ma Rongzhen knew that this man secretly despised him, the old him. Ever since Ma Rongzhen's A Chinese Ghost Story was released in Hong Kong and sold well at the box office, as the actor of Xianxia, an important character in the film, his fame and popularity had suddenly increased. There were interviews from reporters, people who called him to make movies, and people who wanted to be his agent. Ma Rongzhen's rented house in Tianshui suddenly became crowded, and then the neighbors, whether they knew him or not, greeted him warmly with a smile. There were many neighbors who knew Ma Rongzhen in the past, but few of them were so friendly and enthusiastic. Usually, when people talked about him, they said that his wife cheated on him, his career was ruined, and he could only be laughed at. Now that he had turned over a new leaf, everything had become different. The fickleness of human nature and the fickleness of the world were nothing more than this. After experiencing prosperity, vanity, and wandering, Ma Rongzhen had long been indifferent, and he did not let it get to his head. After a few polite words, he turned around and was ready to leave. Tonight, Luchin Studio and Jiayong Pictures would hold a celebration party at the Shangri-La Hotel to celebrate the box office of A Chinese Ghost Story breaking 50 million, and Ma Rongzhen would definitely attend. Just then, a black Mercedes-Benz steadily stopped beside him. Ma Rongzhen could not help but be surprised. Tianshui, where he rented, was the civilian area of Hong Kong. The urban construction and environment could not be compared with the prosperous commercial area at all. There were privately built houses everywhere, and the narrow streets were filled with sewage and garbage. A luxury Mercedes-Benz worth millions appearing here was like winning the lottery. The next moment, the window of the back seat of the Mercedes-Benz rolled down, and a fat head popped out. "Brother Ma." Ma Rongzhen was stunned. She took a closer look and recognized the man. Boss Gao? Ma Rongzhen had been in the industry for decades. Back then, he had also been famous. He knew many people in and out of the industry. Although he did not have much contact with them after he died, he did not lose his memory. This Gao Hongda was the boss of Kaohsiung Pictures, which had now been renamed as Kaohsiung Entertainment. He was quite a figure in the film and television entertainment industry, and his character was smooth and shrewd. Ma Rongzhen had acted in a movie produced by Gaoxing Pictures in the past, and the box office was not bad. Because of that, he became friends with Gao Hongda. However, when he was down and out, he wanted to ask Gao Hongda for help, but he was rejected by the other party. Now that she saw Gao Hongda again, Ma Rongzhen couldn't help but recall her past and became a little absent-minded. Gao Hongda opened the car door and got out. He patted Ma Rongzhen's shoulder with a smile and said in the tone of an old friend, "We haven't seen each other for more than 10 years, right? I can't believe you still remember me." Ma Rongzhen was awakened by Gao Hongda's pat. She smiled faintly and said, "It has been 10 years. He was really very emotional in his heart. If it was a narrow-minded person who had experienced the same experience as Ma Rongzhen, he would definitely not have a good face to Gao Hongda. Maybe he would have ridiculed a few words to vent the resentment of being rejected. But Ma Rongzhen had no prejudice against Gao Hongda. At that time, there were many people who rejected him, and most of the reason was because of him. Time was also fate, and he couldn't blame others. Of course, Ma Rongzhen wouldn't treat Gao Hongda as a friend. He was just curious about the other party's intention. "Boss Gao, what can I do for you?" Gao Hongda said, "Are you going to Shangri-La to participate in the victory party tonight? I can give you a ride on the way. How about we have a chat?" "On the way?" Ma Rongzhen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he didn't refuse. "Then I'll have to trouble you, Boss Gao." In fact, he had already guessed Gao Hongda's intention. The two got in the car together. The Mercedes-Benz started again and slowly drove out of the narrow alley. The middle-aged neighbor looked at the luxury car in the distance with great envy and spat on the ground. Who would have thought that Ma Rongzhen, who was so miserable that he couldn't afford to eat meat, had turned his life around? In the car, Gao Hongda looked out through the window and said, "Brother Ma, you've been wronged all these years. Now you've finally seen the light. Why do you still live here?" Ma Rongzhen smiled and didn't say anything. Seeing that Ma Rongzhen didn't fall for the trap, Gao Hongda said straightforwardly, "Brother Ma, Luchin Studio doesn't pay you well, does it? I have a movie that's about to start shooting. How about you help me? We can talk about the pay." Sure enough, it was as expected. Ma Rongzhen wasn't surprised at all. Gao Hongda wasn't the first to ask him to shoot a movie. The popularity of A Chinese Ghost Story made him, an old salted fish, completely change his life, and all kinds of invitations came one after another. After thinking about it, Ma Rongzhen said sincerely, "Boss Gao, I can't answer you for the time being. Why don't we make an appointment to talk about it?" This was Ma Rongzhen's tactfulness and sophistication. He didn't care about the grudges of the past, and he wouldn't sell himself out with a few words. It was best to let the agent talk about the pay and other things. A brilliant agent could guarantee the interests of the artists to the greatest extent. Although Ma Rongzhen didn't have an agent now, with his current reputation, it wasn't difficult to find a reliable one. Another reason why Ma Rongzhen didn't want to agree rashly was that he didn't know if Luchin needed him. If Luchin had a new movie for him to shoot, he would be willing to do it even if he didn't have a penny. It was because he was used to the fickleness of the world that he understood how difficult it was to help in times of need. Gao Hongda also didn't expect to settle Ma Rongzhen with a few words. However, since the latter didn't refuse on the spot, it meant that there was a possibility of cooperation. It was just a matter of how much the price was. As long as it was worth the price, Boss Gao wasn't afraid of spending money. He smiled and agreed, "No problem." The two of them chatted and laughed, talking about interesting anecdotes in the circle, as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. The Mercedes-Benz drove out of the alley and entered the main road, then immediately merged into the rolling traffic. Hong Kong was shrouded in the night, and the lights were blurred. Under the same night sky, some people were happy, while others were sad. Although it was already past 7 o'clock in the evening, there were still many employees working overtime in the Xianxia branch of Huaguan Pictures in Shanghuan. The office area was shrouded in an invisible, depressing atmosphere. Everyone was cautious, and even the strength of their typing became much softer, as if hitting the key points would bring disaster. This kind of low pressure lasted in the company for a few days. However, a week ago, the situation was completely different. The box office of Painted Skin, produced by Huaguan Pictures and Star Art Entertainment, crushed its competitors. It could be said that it was incomparably glorious, and they held a celebration party early. At that time, the atmosphere in the office was very relaxed, and everyone was full of energy. The common goal was to make the box office of Painted Skin break the 100 million mark in Hong Kong, and then pursue the victory to the mainland. But who would have thought that in just a few days, the situation would take a turn for the worse? The box office of Painted Skin dropped so much that it made people vomit blood, and the market reputation was terrible. Not to mention breaking 100 million, even breaking 50 million was already an extravagant hope. Such a situation of ups and downs really made people at a loss. Many employees even became confused because of this. They didn't know how long they could work in this job. Would Huaguan Pictures, which had suffered a crushing defeat, withdraw from Hong Kong? In fact, the same question was being asked to Xianxia, the head of Huaguan Pictures. Huaguan Pictures was one of the first mainland film companies to enter Hong Kong after the new film policy was introduced in Hong Kong. At that time, Xianxia was ambitious, and together with Star Art Entertainment, they set up a project to shoot Painted Skin in the shortest time possible, intending to cut the biggest piece of this extremely tempting cake. Painted Skin invested more than 100 million, and Xianxia's goal was to win 1 billion in the global box office, which was the first shot of Huaguan Pictures south to Hong Kong. But the first step of his ambitious plan was hit hard. On the surface, the box office of Painted Skin was already quite good, and it once broke the weekly box office record of Hong Kong-produced, co-produced, films in Hong Kong. But outsiders might not know, but Xianxia himself knew very well that behind the box office of Painted Skin, there was a huge investment in advertising and a lot of marketing expenses. Calculating the cost, Hong Kong's box office share was not enough to make up for the investment in advertising and marketing, not to mention the cost of shooting and production. It was a total loss. Huaguan Pictures was a big company, and they could afford to lose tens of millions of yuan. However, their partner, Star Art Entertainment, couldn't take it. The two parties had serious disagreements on the follow-up publicity of the movie, and they almost broke up. Xianxia recalled how mean and stingy the general manager of Star Art Entertainment had been during their last meeting. He was so angry that he wanted to smash the ashtray on the table into the general manager's face. It was a fatal blow. When Xianxia first came to Xiangyang, he met a master at a gathering of his friends. The master told him that recently there was an evil spirit in his life, and if he offended it, he would definitely hide it. At that time, Xianxia dismissed it with a laugh. Only now did he realize that this master was truly capable. His Shah was undoubtedly Lu Chen. When he thought of Lu Chen again, Xianxia gnashed his teeth in hatred. This brat who had suddenly popped out of nowhere had not only snatched away the beautiful woman he had once pursued, but had also become a stumbling block in the development of Huaguan Pictures. He had caused him to suffer a huge setback. However, Xianxia could not do anything to Lu Chen. Lu Chen had the support of the Li family, and Xianxia could not afford to offend him. His plot failed, and he fought head-on, and the result was that he was utterly defeated. Lu Chen was simply his nemesis. Sitting in the office, Xianxia became more and more annoyed the more he thought about it. He could not help but pull off his tie to let his breathing become smoother. Then, he habitually held the mouse and opened the Hong Kong news website. As soon as he opened the website, a news pop-up window instantly popped up. A Chinese ghost stories box office broke 500 million, and stars gathered at Shangri-La Hotel to celebrate. F***ck. Xianxia finally lost control of his emotions. He grabbed the mouse and smashed it against the wall. Bang! Accompanied by a crisp sound, the expensive Bluetooth mouse broke into pieces on the spot, and died. The secretary sitting in the outer room across the wall was shocked. She secretly turned her head to look at the closed office door, and her heart was extremely conflicted. Should she go in and ask? Recently, the boss's temper was getting worse, and she was worried that she would become a tool to vent his anger. Xianxia, who had smashed the mouse, finally calmed down a little. He pressed the internal contact button on the phone and asked the secretary to find him a new mouse. He gritted his teeth and secretly swore. Lu Chen, I'll let you be happy this time, we'll see. Unlike in Hong Kong, Huaguan Pictures' home ground was still in China, and the Painted Skin had not lost yet. Xianxia's resentment was so strong that even Lu Chen, who was in the banquet hall of Shangri-La Hotel, felt a chill. What's wrong? Chen Fei, who was beside Lu Chen, saw him shiver and asked with concern, did you catch a cold? Lu Chen rubbed his nose and smiled, no, I suddenly felt a little cold. Still cold? Chen Fei looked around and said with a smile, it's already lively enough tonight. A Chinese ghost story had been released for 7 days, and the box office had exceeded 50 million yuan. It was a matter of course to hold a celebration party. This time, under the strong request of Jiayang Pictures, it was especially grand. In Hong Kong, it was a tradition to hold a celebration party for a movie's success. It was also a kind of publicity, or more accurately, a means of showing off. Therefore, the organizers had to invite all kinds of media and guests from all walks of life to come. In this world, there were very few people who would offer timely help, but there were countless people who would add flowers to the brocade. Lu Chen Studio and Jiayang Pictures sent out invitations. Those who received the invitation, unless they really could not come, would attend in person or send someone to attend. Lu Chen's friends in the Xianxia entertainment circle all came to support. Lu Gangxing could not attend because he was performing in the mainland, but he specially called to congratulate Lu Chen. Therefore, there were many guests in the large banquet hall of Shangri-La Hotel, and well-dressed gentlemen and ladies gathered in groups, making it a real place for fame and fortune. And as the protagonists of this celebration banquet, Lu Chen and Chen Fei undoubtedly got too much attention. The two were the focus of attention wherever they were. There were countless people who came over to chat with each other whether they knew each other or not. Lu Chen actually did not like this kind of social interaction very much, but if Lu Chen Studio wanted to develop and grow in Hong Kong, it was very necessary to expand the network of people in the circle. This was probably the so-called in the pugilistic world, people can't help themselves. Of course, many people would envy this kind of can't help themselves, which they pursued but could not get. The lively and noisy celebration did not end until 11 p.m., and hundreds of bottles of champagne had been opened. The bustling atmosphere dispersed, but the crew members of A Chinese Ghost Story stayed behind. That was because there was still one last procedure that had not been completed, and that was to give out red packets. Lu Chen and Chen Fei were together. The latter carried a heavy bag and then sent red packets that had already been sealed to every crew member, including the director, assistant director, stage manager, cameraman, lighting technician, art designer. Of course, the most important actors were also there. When the filming of A Chinese Ghost Story encountered difficulties, the crew members were in turmoil. Some members chose to leave because they were afraid of trouble, but most people still persisted. Lu Chen promised them that after A Chinese Ghost Story was released, he would give 10% of the Hong Kong box office to all the crew members to thank them for their unrelenting support and hard work. Although there was still a long time before A Chinese Ghost Story would be released in Hong Kong, Lu Chen had a good reason to use this celebration to distribute a portion of the rewards to everyone in advance. Thank you, young Master Lu. Thank you, boss. Thank you, lady boss. The crew members who received the red packets were all beaming with joy. All of them could not wait to open the envelopes, and the banquet hall was filled with an extremely happy atmosphere. Ma Rongzhen also received his own reward. When he took on the role of Xianxia, he was extremely down and out. He was acting as a group actor in the Lion Rock Film City and almost did not even have enough to eat, so he basically did not have any requirements for remuneration. Now that he had taken on this role with a distinct personality, Ma Rongzhen could be said to have really turned over a new leaf. Other people took the initiative to approach him and offered him remuneration that was dozens of times higher than what he had received at that time. Since the release of A Chinese Ghost Story, apart from Lu Chen and Chen Fei, only 2 people had become famous. One was Nian Mingzhu, who played Nie Xiaoqian, and the other was Ma Rongzhen. After many children were taken by their families to watch A Chinese Ghost Story, Xianxia was the only one who left the deepest impression on them. When they went home and played with their peers, it became very cool for them to wave the Dharma artifacts they had bought and shout, "Heaven and earth are infinite, and the universe is infinite." In the shops around the cinema, Xianxia's doll was selling like hotcakes. The sword and talismans that accompanied it were also selling like hotcakes. Therefore, it went without saying that he received the biggest red packet that night. After seeing the amount on the check, Ma Rongzhen's feelings were really indescribable. His hand holding the check was trembling slightly. It wasn't that Ma Rongzhen had never seen money before. When he was in the limelight, his personal salary was as high as a few million. This check wasn't considered much. Now, Ma Rongzhen was renting a shabby house in Tianshui. The monthly rent of 1,000 yuan was enough for him to make ends meet. This check was enough for him to move to Kowloon, new territories, and settle down. He no longer needed to worry about making a living. Compared to the salary given to him at the beginning, Lu Chen was really too generous. Ma Rongzhen had been in the industry for decades and had been in the industry for decades. He had seen countless bosses, but there were really few like Lu Chen who kept his promise. While admiring him, he found an opportunity to talk to Lu Chen in private. "Young Master Lu, I want to ask, when will the sequel of A Chinese Ghost Story be filmed? A movie that sold so well must be filmed for a sequel." Ma Rongzhen was extremely grateful to Lu Chen for his appreciation. Therefore, no matter how high the price others offered to poach him, his first choice was still Lu Chen's studio. Lu Chen understood what Ma Rongzhen meant and replied with a smile, "The sequel will be filmed in at least a few months. Uncle Ma, if someone offers you a high price, you should accept it if you can. Don't worry about us first." Also, after a pause, Lu Chen continued, "I'm going to transfer the copyright of the sequel to Jiayang Pictures, so you can find an agent to discuss the specific contract with them. I believe that Boss Zhou won't let you suffer a loss." For Lu Chen, it was enough to make one a Chinese ghost story. If he wanted to make a new movie, there were too many scripts and themes to choose from. There was no need to rely on his past. However, it was very suitable to sell it to his partner, Jiayang Pictures. The latter would also shoot it with all his heart as if he had found a treasure. Ma Rongzhen was a little disappointed. He really wanted to repay Lu Chen and wanted to sign under Lu Chen's studio. He didn't expect that Lu Chen didn't have any intention of doing so, nor did he ask for repayment. He gave him the greatest freedom. This made him feel both touched and pressure he owed too much. Ma Rongzhen could only say, "Then young Master Lu, if you need me in the future, just let me know. I'll be there at any time. I really can't think of anything else to repay your kindness." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Uncle Ma, you're too kind. If you need me, I won't be polite." N. Ma Rongzhen nodded her head heavily. After giving out the red packet, the celebration was officially over. The song ended and the people dispersed. "It's really not easy for Uncle Ma." Chen Feier followed Lu Chen to send Ma Rongzhen off. Looking at the departing figure, she said with emotion, "I hope he can polish his eyes and find a reliable agent." It was common for star artists to be cheated by their agents, but it was rare for them to be cheated to the extent of Ma Rongzhen's original agent. Although the other party eventually suffered retribution, Ma Rongzhen was also unable to recover from the setback and wasted more than 10 years. "He probably wants to sign with you, right?" In response to Chen Feier's speculation, Lu Chen nodded and said, "He should have such an idea. Unfortunately, his image has been fixed, and he will only play a supporting role in the future." Lu Chen knew very well that for Ma Rongzhen, Xianxia was undoubtedly the peak of his acting career, and there was no possibility of surpassing it in the future. In the future, it would be difficult for him to get rid of the impression that this character left on the audience. Although Lu Chen recommended Ma Rongzhen to sign under Jiayang Pictures, this was his best choice. "Lu Chen," while the two were talking, a pleasant voice came from behind. Lu Chen turned around and saw Nye Mingzhu walking towards him with her assistant. She stopped in front of Lu Chen and asked, "Are you and Sister Fei going back to the capital?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "Yes." Hong Kong was the starting point of his film career, but it was definitely not the end. The capital was where his foundation was. The most important thing was that A Chinese Ghost Story had basically obtained the quota for the new film support policy. Therefore, it was time to return to the mainland to launch a new publicity plan. Nye Mingzhu turned her face and asked, "If I also go to the capital, will you welcome me?" Lu Chen and Chen Feier looked at each other and smiled. They replied in unison, "Welcome." Hong Kong's new film support policy, which was also known as the Hong Kong Film Revitalization Support Plan, was released in 2016. The core of this policy was to create 100 excellent Hong Kong films and recreate the prosperity of the film and television industry. The Hong Kong government had set a special budget for this and reached a cooperation agreement with the relevant domestic departments to recommend 20 Hong Kong films, including Sino-Hong Kong co-productions, to be released in the mainland every year. This was the so-called Green Channel for Hong Kong films. According to the agreement reached between the two parties, the recommended Hong Kong films could enjoy a basic guarantee in addition to enjoying the box office share and preferential tax policies. At present, the domestic film market had become the second largest box office producer in the world, second only to the United States. The competition was naturally extremely fierce, and the pattern of competition had long been established. Unless a newcomer had a strong background and financial resources, it was undoubtedly a fool's dream to squeeze in and get a share of the pie. The domestic film industry occupied by the big shots made it difficult for small and medium-sized film and television institutions to survive. If they did not want to become the former subordinates and be willing to be exploited, they could only take the new media channel and make the so-called online movies and dramas. Hong Kong's new film support policy was equivalent to prying open a crack in the big market that had been divided up. Therefore, when the news had just spread, many film and television institutions ran to Hong Kong to seek opportunities, including some powerful large film companies. They had joined hands with their local counterparts in Hong Kong to make new films. In the end, 178 Hong Kong films, co-productions, applied to the Hong Kong government's designated review agency, the Hong Kong Film Association, for a quota. Among them, 120 passed the preliminary review. 120 films competed for 20 spots, and the ratio was 6:1. The competition could be said to be cruel, but no matter how cruel it was, as the best box office performance and the best reputation in Hong Kong at the beginning of 2017, A Chinese Ghost Story had already firmly locked in a spot. Even if the final list had not been officially released, there was basically no objection in the industry. The reason was simple. If A Chinese Ghost Story was not qualified, which film was more qualified? If the Hong Kong Film Association really blocked A Chinese Ghost Story at the door, the so-called new policy would be a joke. Of course, Lu Chen would not be complacent because of this. He had done all the work that needed to be done, and then he would focus his work back on China. Getting the quota did not mean that everything was fine. There was still a lot of work to be done for A Chinese Ghost Story to be released in the country. For example, the most crucial aspect was the cinema chain. The time and slot of the screening were all important factors that affected the box office, as well as publicity and marketing. For example, according to the agreement, Hong Kong films that were screened in the major cinemas in the country through the Green Channel had to ensure a 10% shooting rate in the first week, but there was no specific date or time period specified, so there were many tricks that could be played. Some unscrupulous cinemas would even steal the box office. Therefore, after the celebration party, Lu Chen entrusted the work of Hong Kong studio to Wan Shaoquan and Chen Wenqiang, and he flew back to China with Chen Feier to preside over the overall situation. The domestic market was the main battlefield for A Chinese Ghost Story. However, on the flight on March 1, the two of them did not directly return to Beijing. Instead, they first flew to Hangzhou. "I've been looking forward to it, and you two are finally here." It was Tian who picked up the plane at Hangzhou International Airport. As soon as she saw Lu Chen and Chen Feier coming out of the VIP passage, the former beautiful host of Zhidong TV station complained, "You two, don't you want to be friends anymore?" Chen Feier was amused by her resentful look. He hugged Tian and said with a smile, "Aren't we here now? I'll take good care of you tonight." "Damn it." Tian pinched Chen Feier with a red face and secretly glanced at Lu Chen next to her. The two hadn't seen each other for a while, and when they met, they seemed to have endless things to talk about. Lu Chen carried big and small bags and said with a wry smile, "Two beauties, can we go back and talk?" It was Tian who drove the car back. They first went back to her home in Hangzhou and settled down. After lunch, they went to Tian's media company together. The full name of Tian's media company was Star Factory Media Company, Limited. The name Star Factory was given by Lu Chen. In fact, the establishment of this media company was also his suggestion. In addition, Star Factory had Lu Chen and Chen Feier's share investment. This company was co-founded by the three of them. It was just that Lu Chen and Chen Feier had no time to manage the business. They only invested in the early stage of the company's startup, registered, selected sites, recruited employees, prepared projects, and so on. Tian was completely busy alone. The first project of Star Factory was called The Voice of China. It was in May of last year that Tian had the idea to quit and start a business. Lu Chen also provided her with the idea of The Voice of China in May, but Star Factory Media was not officially established until July. Then Tian began to recruit people to set up a project team. Because it was her first time starting a business, and she had the investment of two friends, Lu Chen and Xianxia, she walked very steadily step by step, and could even be said to be cautious, so it was not until now that she entered the actual operating state of the project. For such a long period, Star Factory led by Tian was of course well prepared. Not only did they set up a team with rich talent show experience, but they also reached a cooperation agreement with Zhejiang Satellite TV. The Voice of China was planned and produced by Star Factory Media and was scheduled to be broadcast in prime time on Zhejiang Satellite TV. What the two sides signed was not the usual buyout agreement, but a rare advertising share based on ratings. On the way to the company, Tian briefly introduced the situation in the past 6 months to the two shareholders. Although she complained about how hard it was, how difficult it was to start a business alone, and how she wanted to give up several times when she encountered difficulties, it could be seen that she really wanted to break out of a new world of her own and enjoyed it. Now that everything is ready, we only need one thing. The full set of planning documents for The Voice of China had long been completed, the program team was fully staffed, the cooperation agreement was signed, and official production could start at any time. It could be said that everything was ready. There was only one problem, and that was that the list of the 4 judges had not been confirmed. This problem was neither big nor small. In fact, as early as 2 months ago, Tian had communicated with Lu Chen and Xianxia, but it had not really been decided. When it came to this issue, Tian, who was already burning with anxiety, turned into a domineering CEO. Neither of you can run away. You must help, otherwise don't blame me for falling out. Also, you have to help me invite 2 more big names in the circle. They must be at the level of a heavenly king or queen. Since the popularity of reality talent shows, there have been a lot of talent shows conducted by various domestic TV stations in recent years. Some have been a great success, while others have had little impact. The situation can be described as ice and fire. In addition to the production level and creative concept of the show itself, the guest judges and mentors are also important factors that have a direct impact on the ratings. The more famous they are, the more they can pull up the ratings. The creativity of The Voice of China is good enough, and there is no problem with the production and broadcasting. The choice of mentors has become one of the keys to the success or failure of the show, so Tian attaches great importance to it. Xianxia wondered, didn't I ask you to contact Big Brother Tan? The Big Brother Tan that Xianxia mentioned is, of course, Tan Hong. With Tan Hong's status in the circle, he is absolutely qualified. Tian was discouraged. I went to Beijing to see Teacher Tan, but Teacher Tan doesn't want to participate in variety shows anymore. Originally, Tan Hong didn't like to participate in variety shows. The last time he served as a judge of Singing China, it was entirely because of human relations. Now that he is basically retired, it is normal for Tian to be rejected. Oh, then, Xianxia was also in a dilemma. It's true that she has a wide network in the circle, but she can't casually invite a real big shot to come over. If her schedule is not full, can she be called a big shot? She complained to Tian, why didn't you say so earlier? Tian has a reason, I don't want to trouble a busy person like you every time. This time I really have no choice. She is a strong person. When she encounters difficulties, she first thinks of solving the problem by herself, rather than asking for help from others. It's just that this trouble is a bit big. Tian's family background is not bad, and she also has her own connections in the circle. But to invite a big shot to join her company's talent show, she really doesn't have enough weight. After hitting a few walls, Tian reluctantly gave up and could only turn to Xianxia for help. Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, let me try. Xianxia asked curiously, who are you looking for? Lu Chen replied, Big Brother Lu Gangsheng. Ah. With a scream, the BMW that was driving shook violently and almost crashed into the guardrail next to it. Caught off guard, Lu Chen and Chen Feier broke out in cold sweat. Tian, who was driving, hurriedly stabilized the steering wheel and hurriedly asked, "Is it really Lu Gangxing?" Letting out a long breath, Lu Chen raged, "Drive properly. Are you trying to kill me?" If there had been a car accident just now, the headlines tomorrow would have been about him and Chen Feier. It was better to save the headlines if possible. Whoever wanted it could take it. Tian stuck out her tongue, slowed down the car, and said guiltily, "Who told you to suddenly reveal such a big news?" "I'm a fan of Lu Gangxing. If I can really invite him, if they could invite Lu Gangxing to be a judge, they would not have to worry about the viewership ratings of The Voice of China." That was because this Xianxia superstar had never appeared in any talent show in the country. At that time, it would definitely cause a sensation. "Don't even think about it." Lu Chen rudely interrupted her sweet dreams. "Big Brother Hong Kong definitely won't be able to come. I want to ask him to help me ask around and see if we can invite a Xianxia senior to participate." Of the 4 mentors of China's Voice, he and Chen Feier already had 2 seats each. It would undoubtedly be more appropriate to invite another Xianxia singer. Xianxia's pop music was irreplaceable in the Chinese music industry. Oh, Tian shut her mouth, feeling a little wronged. Chen Feier could not bear to see this and pushed Lu Chen, who did not know how to be gentle with the fairer sex. "Then you should contact Big Brother Hong Kong." Lu Chen nodded and took out his phone to call Lu Gangxing. He contacted the other party's private number, which could only be reached by the number in his address book. After a while, the call connected and Lu Gangxing's unique voice came through the phone. "Lu Chen?" "Hello, Big Brother Hong Kong." Lu Chen hurriedly greeted him, exchanged a few words with the Heavenly King superstar, and then explained his purpose of coming. Tian was a little resentful after being scolded by Lu Chen just now, but when she heard that Lu Chen was talking to Lu Gangxing, she could not help but prick up her ears, looking like she was itching to hear it. Lu Chen and Lu Gangxing chatted for a few minutes before ending the conversation. Chen Feier asked, "What did he say?" This was also the question that Tian was most concerned about. Lu Gangxing could not hope for too much, but it would be great to be able to invite a big shot from Xianxia's pop music industry. Lu Chen said, "Big Brother Hong Kong is willing to help and asked me to wait for news. It should be very soon." Chen Feier smiled and said, "That's good." If Lu Gangxing came forward, basically no one in Xianxia's entertainment industry would refuse to give him face, unless they really had no time or schedule to come to the mainland to participate in the program. This superstar was also a warm-hearted person. After agreeing to help, he was very efficient. Tian's car had just been parked in the parking lot downstairs of her company when she called Lu Chen's cell phone. "Well, thank you, Brother Sheng, thank you so much." After ending the call again, Lu Chen's expression was a little strange. Chen Feier asked with concern, "What's wrong? Is there any trouble?" Lu Chen shook his head and said, "Big Brother Hong Kong helped us invite a mentor." Tian finally couldn't help asking, "Who is it?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "Guess?" Chen Feier rolled his eyes at him and said angrily, "How can we guess? Hong Kong's pop music once had an extremely glorious period. At that time, a large number of excellent singers emerged, and there were at least dozens of them who were well known to the mainland fans." Lu Chen did not keep them in suspense and directly revealed the answer, "It's Sister Shifang." "Ah." This time, Chen Feier and Tian exclaimed together. Fortunately, they were not driving. Chen Feier was surprised, while Tian was pleasantly surprised. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect that Lu Gangxing would actually invite Shifang. Shifang's status in Xianxia's pop music scene was no less than Lu Gangxing's. She was also a queen-level figure in the music industry that mainland fans were familiar with. She had once held 2 concert tours in the mainland and had a great influence. Although Shifang temporarily left the music industry due to illness a few years ago, her reputation and popularity were still there, and she still had a large number of fans who liked her. If China's Voice could invite this person as a mentor, they could save millions in publicity fees. Tian was overjoyed. "That's really great. I have to revise the publicity plan." Lu Chen plus Chen Feier plus Shifang, it was not as simple as 1 + 1 + 1 is equal to 3. Quantitative change led to qualitative change. However, there was still a question. Who should we invite as the last mentor? Tian blinked her eyes. Her anticipation for Lu Chen directly exploded. He could always create miracles. Who will be the last mentor? Big eyes blinked. Tian's innocent and expectant look made Lu Chen speechless. Wasn't it enough to invite a real big shot? Xianxia grinned. Lu Chen had a feeling that he had dug a hole and fell into it, so he simply helped her to the end. I'll make another call. In fact, he had already thought of another big name in the music industry. Brother Liao Jia, long time no see. How have you been recently? This big name in the music industry was Liao Jia, a real veteran who had played rock and roll, and also a senior in the industry. Lu Chen and Liao Jia had a good relationship. When they were in Beijing, the latter often called Lu Chen to invite him to drink. But friendship was friendship, and Lu Chen was not completely sure that he could invite this old guy with a strong personality, because Liao Jia was disdainful of the popular entertainment variety shows in China. Who told him to give Tian an idea to open a company and invest in it? Liao Jia was very dissatisfied. Brother Lu Chen, if you have something to say, just say it. Do we need to play this game? Lu Chen said with a smile, then I'll say it directly. I have a friend who is going to make a singing reality show. For mentors are still missing one, so I'm looking for you. F***ck. Liao Jia scolded and asked, who are the other three? When Lu Chen heard that there was hope, he quickly replied, me, Fei and Shifeng. Shifeng? Across the phone, Lu Chen could also feel Liao Jia's surprise. Shifeng from Hong Kong? Yes, said Lu Chen. Brother Lu Gangxing introduced me. F***ck. Liao Jia scolded again, you're getting bigger and bigger now. Lu Chen asked, Brother Liao Jia, can you come? Liao Jia said, count me in. By the way, who is your friend? Lu Chen explained, her name is Tian. She used to be a host at Zhidong TV station. She resigned to open a new company. F***ck. Liao Jia cursed, I know, isn't it the beauty you saved last time? Did I become your mistress? Brat, you're pretty capable. You actually dared to hide it from Fei. His voice was so loud that Xianxia and Tian, who were also in the elevator, could hear him clearly. Tian was so embarrassed that she couldn't even lift her head. Xianxia couldn't stand it anymore. He grabbed Lu Chen's phone and shouted into the phone, Liao Jia, what nonsense are you talking about? This company is owned by the three of us. She instantly transformed into a boss queen and harshly scolded Liao Jia. When the elevator reached the top floor and the door opened, Xianxia returned the phone to Lu Chen. Hello? Liao Jia was still there, but he seemed to have suffered quite a blow. His voice was much softer. Got it. Get someone to contact my manager to set up a schedule. Also, there's something else. He seemed to be a little embarrassed to say it. Lu Chen stood at the door of the elevator and said with a smile, Brother Liao, if you have something to say, just say it. Do we need to play this game? F***ck. Liao Jia's scolding was out of breath, but he still said, are you and Fei going to shoot a TV series this year? I want a role. The two TV series Autumn in My Heart and Full House of Romance, starring Lu Chen and Xianxia, won extremely high ratings in China and South Korea, and became the new benchmark of domestic TV series. Among them, Autumn in My Heart was currently popular in Hong Kong, Taiwan, Australia and several Southeast Asian countries, and became the #1 in the ratings. The overseas copyright of Full House of Romance therefore became popular and was fought over by many TV stations. With the success of these two TV series, Lu Chen's studio became a shining star in the film and television circle. When Lu Chen intended to shoot the third TV series this year, You from the Star, the search for partners was simply like a school of carps crossing the river, breaking the threshold of the studio. As for those who wanted to show their faces in the new TV series, there were even more people. Autumn in My Heart and Full House of Romance made many newcomers popular. Many people in and out of the circle came to him in a roundabout way, which made Lu Shi, who was in charge of the capital, very worried. There were too many monks and not enough porridge. There are too many monks and not enough porridge. The script of You from the Star has been written by Lu Chen. The roles in it are limited, and it is impossible to meet everyone's requirements. Unless it is a request that cannot be refused, they will all be declined. But since Liao Jia asked, Lu Chen must give him face. No problem, as long as brother Liao Jia wants it, I can add a role for you. Lu Chen thought that Liao Jia wanted to play it himself, so it was easy to let him play a guest role. It was nothing more than a few changes. It's not me, Liao Jia was a little embarrassed. It's a girl. She graduated from Chinese opera several years ago. Her acting skills are not a problem, he explained a few words, which made Lu Chen understand something. Brother Liao, is this sister-in-law? Ahem, ahem, ahem. Liao Jia coughed hard a few times and said, don't make wild guesses. Tell me if it's okay or not. Lu Chen said with a smile, of course it's okay. Let her agent contact our studio. The role is easy to discuss. Unexpectedly, this rock and roll veteran had also come to Spring. Graduated from Chinese opera a few years ago. Wasn't that young grass? Lu Chen's smile was very ambiguous, which made Xianxia vigilant. What sister-in-law? What are you playing with Liao Jia? She had always been upset about Liao Jia taking Lu Chen out to drink. She didn't have a good impression of this guy. Lu Chen quickly explained a few words, and then said to Tian, this time everyone is here. There's no problem, right? Tian had already returned to normal. She said with a smile, there's no problem at all. She took Xianxia's hand and said, Sister Fei, even your boyfriend is more capable than you now. Tian sincerely admired Lu Chen. Along the way, in just a short 10 to 20 minutes, Lu Chen had used 2 phone calls to invite 2 powerful big shots. Moreover, one of them was even a Xianxia heavenly queen. With that, the 4 great mentors of China's voice were formed. There were 2 men and 2 women. There were senior big shots in the industry and rising stars in the music industry. There were also representatives from China and Xianxia. Fame, status, popularity, and strength were all there. It was enough to show disdain for their peers. Tian had solved a big problem and was naturally overjoyed. She couldn't help but crack a joke with Xianxia. However, Xianxia really felt that way. If it was said that when she first met Lu Chen, the latter was still a fledgling that wanted to spread its wings. Now, he was already a soaring eagle, a small sapling was growing into a towering tree that could shelter her from the wind and rain. Right at that moment, Tian pushed open the glass door in front of her and said with a sweet smile, welcome to our company, 2 major shareholders. On the adjacent light gray wall, the metal logo of Star Factory shone brightly under the spotlight. Let's welcome the 2 directors together. Hangzhou, Rongjing Building, Shihu District, C3901. In a spacious and tidy office area, dozens of employees of Star Factory Media Company, Limited gathered together. Under the leadership of the chairman and general manager, Miss Tian, they welcomed the 2 big-name directors to the company with warm applause. Some of the employees present were veterans who had joined half a year ago, and some were newcomers who had just joined. Everyone knew that there were 3 partners in this new media company. In addition to Tian, the former host of Zhejiang satellite TV station, there were 2 other popular star artists in the domestic entertainment industry, Lu Chen and Xianxia. Some employees joined Star Factory precisely because of the 2. It was just that they usually saw Lu Chen and Xianxia on TV and the internet, but they had never seen the 2 directors in the company in reality. Although it was unlikely that Tian would fabricate the board members, it was inevitable that people would have doubts after a long time. Moreover, Star Factory's first project had been prepared for such a long time, and it had not officially started production. Although everyone's salary was paid on time every month, some employees still felt uneasy. Compared to salary, they were more concerned about the company's future development and prospects, but now, with the appearance of Lu Chen and Xianxia, all the doubts in these employees' hearts disappeared in an instant, and their originally worried hearts were completely at ease. As for the new employees, their faces were flushed with excitement, and they clapped their hands to welcome the 2 star directors. If it were not for the company's rules, everyone would have surrounded them to ask for autographs and photos. Tian saw that the atmosphere in the office was just right, so she struck while the iron was hot and said, in addition to inviting the 2 directors over for an inspection today, I have good news to announce to everyone. The applause suddenly disappeared, and everyone's eyes were focused on her. Our variety project, the reality talent show The Voice of China, is about to start production, and we have invited 4 big-name people to serve as mentors, 2 of whom are right in front of you. Clap clap clap, the applause that had just subsided sounded again. Although everyone had expected it, hearing the good news still made them feel extremely excited. Tian continued, the other 2 mentors, one is the domestic rock star, teacher Liao Jia, and the other is the queen of Xianxia, teacher Shifeng. Wow, although the fact that Lu Chen and Chen Fei had become the mentors of China's The Voice made everyone very excited, it was not too surprising. That was because the 2 of them were the directors of Star Factory, so they had to make good use of their powerful resources. As for the other 2 mentors, it was a pleasant surprise, a big one at that. Everyone knew that Liao Jia was a famous rock and roll veteran in the domestic music industry. He was the spiritual idol of many people. Even if there were no good new works in recent years, he still had countless fans. Shifeng, the Queen of Hong Kong, was well known. A few years ago, she temporarily retired from the music industry due to illness. But now, if she came to the mainland to open a concert, it was guaranteed that there would be a lot of people coming to support her no matter how high the ticket price was. Most importantly, these 2 big shots seemed to be participating in a talent show for the first time as mentors and judges, which was undoubtedly an excellent selling point in terms of publicity. In that case, the viewership ratings of China's Voice were nothing to worry about. When the news was released, there would definitely be a sea of singers coming to sign up for the show. Everyone was excited just thinking about it and could only express their inner excitement by clapping desperately. Morale reached its peak. Seeing that the encouragement was almost done, Tian smiled and waved her hand and said, well, it's enough for everyone to know about this news. Don't spread it around. When the company officially makes the announcement, everyone can work with peace of mind. The employees agreed and returned to their positions, but it was obvious that they could not return to work all at once. Tian accompanied Lu Chen and Chen Fei to inspect the various departments of the company one by one. The office building rented by Star Factory, Rongjing Building, was located in the CBD of Shihu District. It was located in the bustling area of the main urban area of Hangzhou. It was very close to the West Lake Scenic Area and the surrounding transportation was extremely convenient. Of course, the rent was very expensive. Tian chose to open a company here for a reason. It was because Zhidong TV station was next to it, and there were a large number of film and television industry-related organizations around it, so they could enjoy the benefits of the cluster. Tian's boldness was also very big. The office building was rented on the highest floor of Rongjing Building, with an area of more than 400 square meters. The company had marketing, public relations, publicity, design, production, and other departments. At present, the number of employees was more than 50, and the scale was no less than some of the veteran peers. Of course, the larger the scale, the greater the expenses. Although Star Factory had also taken on some outsourced projects since its establishment, the real self-produced project had not yet started. At present, it was in a state of sitting idle. Therefore, Tian was trying her best to pull the 2 directors, Lu Chen and Chen Fei over and officially finalize the project of The Voice of China. If you guys don't come, I'm really going to jump down from here. In the chairman's office, Tian complained to Chen Fei do you 2 know that I haven't been sleeping well in recent months? I've lost a few pounds. My mom told me not to run this company anymore and to disband it earlier. Chen Fei held her in his arms and said with a smile, aren't we here now? It's been hard on you. Don't tire yourself out too much. Hire a professional manager to share the work. Tian explained, it's not easy to poach professional managers in this field. I've already hired a headhunter company to look for one. After The Voice of China is broadcasted, I believe it will be much easier. The current situation of domestic variety shows was that on one hand, there were all kinds of talent shows and entertainment shows emerging one after another. On the other hand, there was a lack of professional talents. When Tian founded Star Factory, it took a lot of effort to poach a group of people. It was all thanks to the 2 directors' reputable names. Otherwise, if she were to rely on herself, others might not have taken a liking to her. The composition of Star Factory Media's shares was very simple. Tian, as the chairman and legal representative, owned 40% of the shares. Lu Chen and Chen Fei each owned 30%. The company's registered capital and actual investment were both 10 million. Although it had only been established for slightly more than half a year and was still considered a newcomer in the industry, Star Factory Media's starting point could be said to be very high. That was because the two directors were sufficiently famous. In fact, for Lu Chen and Chen Fei, their investment was more out of consideration for friendship. It was to support Tian's independent venture, and not because they wanted to make a lot of money. However, for Tian, this company was the focus of her life and career. After staying in Hangzhou for 2 days, Lu Chen and Chen Fei returned to Beijing on March 4. On the day of returning to Beijing, Lu Chen updated his blog, "I'm back." It was a short blog post with 4 simple words, but it caused a great sensation in his fan circle, and it also attracted a lot of replies and ridicule. "Boss, you're finally back. Sprinkle flowers and celebrate? When will you shoot a new TV series? I'm looking forward to it. Big Lu Chen, when will your movie be released in China? I want to see it. Don't run around when you're back. Update your blog more. I want to listen to new songs." Since Lu Chen went to Hong Kong to expand his career and shoot movies, his interaction with domestic fans has been a lot less. In addition, he doesn't like to participate in commercial performances or announcements, so it's inevitable to distance himself from his fans. For example, the live broadcast of Whale TV has basically stopped during this period of time. In fact, everyone knows that Lu Chen is working hard to make movies in Hong Kong. The official V of the studio will often release news, such as the highlights of his movies, stills, etc., but there is always a layer of separation and it feels relatively distant. Therefore, the die-hard fans are naturally quite resentful. Now that Lu Chen has finally returned, everyone can't help but pour out their grievances. Lu Chen also knew that he had neglected his fans during this period, so he communicated with his fans on his blog, while expressing his apology, while answering everyone's questions. To be continued. In order to communicate better, he simply logged into Whale TV at the same time and started a live broadcast. Lu Chen has a set of live broadcast equipment at home in Beijing, but he rarely uses it, only 2 or 3 times. This is great. Countless fans immediately poured into the live broadcast room. In just 10 minutes, the number of online users has soared to more than 300,000, and it is increasing at an alarming rate. Through live video chat, it is more convenient and direct to answer fans' questions, and it can also shorten the distance between each other. The 4th is Saturday, and the evening is the peak time for netizens to go online. The number of online users quickly exceeded the million mark. At the beginning of the live stream, the interaction was quite normal. Then, it was unknown who started it, but the messy and disorderly bullet screen quickly became orderly and consistent. The whole screen was filled with "Sing a song. Sing a song. Sing a song." What followed was the rain of fish balls, which made the live broadcast extremely lively. Although Lu Chen was no longer short of live broadcast rewards, these fish balls represented the enthusiasm and sincerity of the fans. Although he had long been accustomed to similar scenes, he still felt warm and moved. These adorable fans were the greatest wealth that he had. After thinking about it, Lu Chen said to the microphone, "Well, since everyone is asking for it, I will sing a song for everyone. How about a new song?" All of a sudden, the bullet screen in the live streaming channel changed to a unanimous good. Lu Chen laughed and said, "Then I'll say it on my blog first." He tapped on the keyboard and posted a new blog post on his blog, saying that he would sing a new song in the live streaming room to express his apology to his fans. As of today, the number of Lu Chen fans on Wave's blog is 29.37 million, close to the 30 million mark. The number of his blog fans is the same as Chen Fei, and the value is very high. Although some of them were increased through the recommendation activities of Wave's blog, the number of real fans is extremely considerable. Therefore, once this blog post was released, it immediately brought a lot of traffic to Whale TV. Many fans who originally didn't watch the live broadcast also downloaded the client or app of Whale TV. The effect of this blog post alone is completely worthy of the endorsement fee that Whale TV gave to Lu Chen. The number of online users in the live streaming room is off the charts. Lu Chen brought his most cherished guitar, the one given by Lu Shui. Holding this guitar, facing the camera and microphone, Lu Chen felt as if he had returned to the early summer of 2015, when he first came into contact with live streaming. Fate is so wonderful. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen plucked the strings and played the prelude. He said into the microphone, "The name of this song is called Long Time No See, friends, long time no see." It's been a long time since he sang like this. I came here, your city, through the road you came from. Imagining the days without me. How lonely you are, take you, give you a photo. It was a street he was familiar with. Just without your picture, we can't go back to that day. The original barrage of comments in the live streaming room became quiet in the blink of an eye, because everyone was listening carefully, for fear of missing any precious notes. In less than 2 years since his debut, Lu Chen's popularity is enough to make some big shots in the circle envious. Some of his fans are accumulated through the 2 TV series Autumn in My Heart and Full House of Romance, but the number of fans is undoubtedly more. As a fan of Lu Chen, there is no doubt that they are happy. Because Lu Chen is a rare young singer in the entertainment industry, and he is also a high-production type. His albums are all from his own hands, as if there are endless inspirations, bringing continuous pleasure and surprises to his fans. Tian, that's right. For example, tonight, they heard Lu Chen's new song for the first time. It's still so outstanding. Will you suddenly appear in the coffee shop on the corner? I will wear a smiling face, waving greetings, sitting and chatting with you. How I want to meet you, look at your recent changes, no longer talking about the past, just chatting, saying something to you, just saying something, long time no see. This song Long Time No See is a love song. The lyrics tell a very ordinary love story. However, Lu Chen plays and sings it to millions of fans online, which has a different meaning. Tian, long time no see, his playing is very simple, without any fancy skills. His singing is low and gentle, and the melody is like flowing water, slowly entangled. It is straightforward and not complicated, but the feelings are deep and restrained, and it goes straight to the depths of people's hearts. Listening to this song, it seems that people are experiencing the story in the song, returning to a familiar city and seeing familiar people again. The feelings that come from the heart can't be suppressed. There are a lot of things to say, but only one sentence rushed to the mouth, long time no see. Long time no see, this is a good song suitable for savoring in the middle of the night. When Lu Chen finished playing and singing, there was a rare silence in the live streaming room. Then only after a moment, countless barrage of comments and gifts came like a storm, instantly occupying the entire screen. This is Lu Chen, this is the Lu Chen that fans love, the talented Lu Chen, long time no see lyrics, Shirley/composer, Xianxia. After the song Long Time No See was sung, the anchor room immediately boiled up. Lu Chen did not disappoint everyone. His works were always so excellent. In the current pop music world where covers, imitations, and saliva were everywhere, he was undoubtedly a real clean stream. The number of online viewers in the Whale TV anchor room had exceeded 2 million. The simplest way for fans to express their love here was to give gifts. The rich and powerful fans donated a mighty and domineering aircraft carrier, while the ordinary fans contributed the fish balls that they usually obtained from signing in and completing missions. The gifts were light, but the sentiment was heavy, and when added together, it was a terrifying number. These amazing gifts once again proved that on the Whale TV platform, Lu Chen's popularity was unparalleled. Thank you. Lu Chen bowed and thanked, "Thank you everyone for your support." And the response of the fans was, "Sing one more song." The screen was full of messages again. Lu Chen was very straightforward, "Okay, then I'll sing one more song." The second song was also a new song, but it was the Mandarin version of the theme song of A Chinese Ghost Story. At present, A Chinese Ghost Story was still in Xianxia, and the cumulative box office had exceeded 80 million. It was very likely to reach the goal of 100 million before it was stopped. The movie was very popular in Xianxia, and both the ordinary audience and the industry had a very good reputation. The soundtrack and song in the movie had also received countless praise. Among them, the theme song A Chinese Ghost Story was called the best work in Hong Kong in the past decade. Some people asserted that this year's Best Original Movie Song of the Xianxia Film Awards was A Chinese Ghost Story. This song was very popular in Hong Kong at the moment, bringing great popularity and prestige to Lu Chen. And now he was singing the Mandarin version of A Chinese Ghost Story. The tune of the Mandarin version and the Cantonese version were exactly the same, but the lyrics were slightly changed. It was equally classic and outstanding. A Chinese Ghost Story would definitely be released in China. Although the schedule was not set, the publicity could not be lagged behind. This kind of publicity was not only effective enough, but also did not need to spend a single cent and could even make money. Some of the fans in the broadcasting room had already heard this song, so they directly shouted it out in the bullet screen. However, this was definitely the first time they had heard the Mandarin version, so they felt that it was exceptionally fresh. After The Boundless Road Flows With You was finished, the bullet screen was flooded with gifts again. The fans were not satisfied and continued to shout. Tonight, Lu Chen was very easy to talk to. He readily accepted the advice and continued to sing a few of his past works. One song after another, the fans were never satisfied. Lu Chen sang a total of 7 songs before he ended the live broadcast. During the 2-hour live broadcast, the highest number of viewers exceeded 3 million, and Lu Chen received more than 1 million in tips. One live broadcast earned 1 million yuan in tips. The income was amazing, but this was also the long-accumulated enthusiasm of the fans. If Lu Chen played live broadcasts every day, it would definitely not be so good. Tired? As soon as Lu Chen turned off his computer, Chen Feier walked in with a blue and white porcelain bowl. Eat it while it's hot. She cooked a bowl of eggs and syrup for Lu Chen. Just now, when Lu Chen was live broadcasting, Chen Feier did not appear. In addition to privacy reasons, the main reason was that she did not want to cause unnecessary harm to the single dogs. Lu Chen was surprised. Where did the eggs come from? He had not lived in this house for a long time. Although he hired someone to clean it regularly, the refrigerator must be empty. Chen Feier explained, I asked my assistant to buy groceries from the supermarket. I can't eat out every day, right? Lu Chen smiled and said, then I want to taste your cooking. The hot eggs and syrup were fragrant and sweet in his mouth, but most importantly, there was a taste of happiness in it. The next day, when Lu Chen woke up from his sleep and looked at his girlfriend in his arms, the feeling of happiness was even stronger, and it also made an idea in his heart stronger. Lu Chen bowed his head and kissed Chen Feier's red face. Chen Feier's closed eyes moved and then slowly opened. She turned her head in a daze and asked sleepily, what time is it? Lu Chen smiled and said, it's still early. You can sleep a little longer. Chen Feier couldn't sleep. She twisted in Lu Chen's arms and murmured, I'm not going to sleep. I'll make breakfast for you. Lu Chen said, don't worry. I have something to discuss with you. Chen Feier was completely awake. What's the matter? Lu Chen hugged her and said, when we come back this time, let's merge our 2 studios. If star artists wanted to establish a foothold in the entertainment circle, they would either sign a contract with an entertainment media agency or open their own independent studios. Lu Chen and Chen Feier both had their own studios. The operation of the 2 studios was very good. Although Lu Chen's studio had not been established for a long time, its profit last year was more than 100 million yuan. Its outstanding performance was enough to make anyone in the industry envious. Needless to say, Chen Feier Studio's position in the circle for more than 10 years was as stable as Mount Tai. In terms of strength and scale, it was even above Lu Chen's studio. As the saying goes, cooperation is mutually beneficial. If the 2 studios could be united, it would undoubtedly be a strong combination, but there was also a problem here, which was related to Lu Chen and Chen Feier. It should be known that many couples had their own careers. Lu Chen and Chen Feier were only boyfriend and girlfriend at present. If the 2 studios merged, if there was a love affair in the future, then the trouble would be really big. Therefore, after careful consideration, Lu Chen proposed such an idea to Chen Feier. Because he had confidence in love and confidence in the 2 of them. Chen Feier was silent. Lu Chen, who didn't get a response, couldn't help scratching his head and said, if you don't like it. Before he finished his words, he was blocked by Chen Feier mouth to mouth. After a passionate and lingering kiss, Chen Feier stroked Lu Chen's chest and gasped, in fact, I've been waiting for you to say this for a long time. Let's merge our 2 studios. Lu Chen said with a smile, then let's upgrade it to a company. Let's go to discuss it with my sister today. If the two studios merged, the scale would be very considerable. The structure of the studio was obviously not enough. It was inevitable to upgrade to a company, and it was also for long-term development considerations. Xianxia nodded and had no objection. Ring ring at this time, the phone on the bedside suddenly rang. Lu Chen quickly reached out and picked up the phone. Hello? Are you up? If you are up, then come to the studio quickly. The voice of his sister, Lu Shi, came from the phone. There are a lot of things waiting for you. Lu Chen quickly said, got it, I also have something to tell you. In the capital, New Era Art Park, Lu Chen Studio. In the general manager's office, Lu Chen and Xianxia met Lu Shi. After more than a year of honing, Lu Shi was now in charge of the most potential star studio in China. She was shrewd and powerful inside and outside, just like the image of an elite in the industry. When she saw Lu Chen again, she said snappily, young Master Lu, you're finally back. If I didn't tell you, would you have stayed in Xianxia and had so much fun that you forgot home and home? Earlier, Lu Shi urged Lu Chen many times to come back to the capital as soon as possible, because there were many important matters in the studio that needed Lu Chen to finalize by himself. As the general manager, she couldn't overstep her authority. Although Lu Chen gave Lu Shi full authority, when it came to the studio and Lu Chen's own major interests, his sister had never been ambiguous. According to her words, arbitrary power made people arrogant, and she didn't want to be unable to be brother and sister in the end. For his sister's complaint, Xianxia just smiled and didn't help Lu Chen at all. Lu Chen could only admit his mistake obediently, I was wrong. In front of Lu Shi, he was always the younger brother who needed to be worried about by his family. But now her younger brother had grown up. In front of Xianxia, she also had to save face for Lu Chen. It's good that you know. Then tell me, what do you want to tell me? Lu Chen and Xianxia looked at each other and held hands as if they had a tacit understanding. Lu Shi was shocked, are you going to get married? It was no wonder that her sister misunderstood. When the two of them looked like this, anyone would have the same idea. Xianxia blushed. Lu Chen hurriedly explained, no, Fei and I have discussed it and decided to merge our two studios to form a new media company. To be honest, this surprised Lu Shi more than the two's decision to get married. Merge to form a new company? Yes, Xianxia said, we've thought about the name. Let's call it Xianxia Media. Sister, please be the general manager. My studio will be merged with Lu Chen's. Lu Shi fell silent. The merger of the two studios was undoubtedly a big deal, but it was also a good thing. A strong alliance would integrate the resources and funds of both parties, and it would not be a problem to create a powerful new company. The future would also be more promising. But, are you two trying to tire me to death? Lu Shi rubbed her temples with a headache and said, you made such a big decision without saying a word. I don't care if I can cope with it or not. I'm so busy here with Lu Chen. Lu Chen ran over to give his sister a massage and said, I know you can do it. Isn't there a manager from Fei's side coming together? If it doesn't work, we'll hire a few more people. You can take care of the big things. Lu Shi reached out and patted him, but her tone softened. I still want to fall in love. Lu Chen was speechless. Lu Shi was 27 years old this year. She had a boyfriend when she was in college, but they soon broke up. After graduation, she worked hard to pay off her family's debt. Later, she was pulled to the capital by Lu Chen to help. Lu Chen's studio has been in a state of continuous expansion since its establishment. Lucy manages the studio and also serves as Lu Chen's agent. She doesn't know how busy she is usually, so she has no time to find a boyfriend to fall in love. A woman's youth passed quickly. In a few years, she would become a leftover woman. Speaking of it, Lu Chen had delayed her in the past 2 years. If she was in charge of a new company, Lu Chen felt guilty. But it's meaningless to fall in love. Perhaps feeling her brother's mood, Lu Shi smiled and said, I like my current job very much. We women should have our own career. It doesn't matter whether we have a man or not. Besides, if it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would still be working 3 jobs and have endless debts. After a pause, she continued, so since you have decided, I will definitely support you. The more Lu Shi said like this, the more Lu Chen felt guilty. Sister, Lucy held his hand and said, we are a family. I just hope that you and Feier can be happy. It's best to get married early and have a grandson for me. Otherwise, Lu Shui will go to college and she will be bored. Chen Feier blushed again, and Lucy could only giggle. Okay, I won't joke with you. Lucy waved her hand and said, that's it. I'll talk about your matter. Although he went to Hong Kong some time ago, Lu Chen's real career focus was still in the country, in the capital. When he was busy with the shooting and publicity of A Chinese Ghost Story in Hong Kong, he basically couldn't take care of the studio in the capital, which naturally brought great work pressure to Lu Shi. For example, Lu Chen invested in 2 companies in Hangzhou. Tian's media company was fine. She was very capable, and she had connections in the circle. In addition to sending a financial supervisor to supervise the studio, there was basically no need for Lu Shi to worry about it. But the Happy Network that Lu Chen invested in was completely different. The original intention of the establishment of the Happy Network was actually to help Gao He and Wang Xiaoling, but he also regarded the Happy Network as an expansion of his own career. Not only did he provide ideas, but he also invested a lot of money. In this new startup company that focused on mobile games, Lu Chen spent 4.5 million yuan, accounting for 80% of the shares, but as the absolute controlling shareholder, he had no time and energy to run it. But Gao He and Wang Xiaoling were both college students who had just graduated. It was not a problem for them to work hard. If they really started a company, they would encounter more problems and troubles. In the end, these problems and troubles still fell on Lu Shi. Since the establishment of the Happy Network, Lu Shi has been to Hangzhou 5 or 6 times. Although she also sent people here, she couldn't completely ignore it. After all, this was also Lu Chen's career. In addition, as Lu Chen's popularity and fame grew higher and higher, more and more people came to his door to seek cooperation, investment, and even self-recommendation. Just dealing with these visitors was enough to make Lucy overwhelmed. Tian, that's right. In particular, some people and units had very powerful backgrounds and could not be easily offended, which was even more troublesome. Fortunately, Lu Chen had a good relationship with the Li family, and Lu Shi also knew Li Mushi. With this solid and thick shield, she also withstood a lot of storms from the outside world. Otherwise, it would be really difficult for her to survive alone. From this point of view, Lu Shi fully supported the merger of the 2 studios. When the strength and scale increased to a certain extent, they would have a greater right to speak in the circle, and ordinary people could be directly ignored. In general, during the absence of Lu Chen, Lu Shi really had a hard time. Speaking of the people who have come to her door recently, Lucy really has a lot to say, because basically it's Lu Chen's fault. One of them made her sister particularly speechless. Around the Spring Festival, reporters from many media came to the studio one after another. They didn't come to interview Lu Chen, but to inquire about the news of Remembering the Present and the Past. Remembering the Present and the Past was the pseudonym used by Lu Chen to publish The Smiling, Proud Wanderer. The Smiling, Proud Wanderer was first published on Waves and had a certain influence. But because it couldn't sign a contract with the website, it was only spread by readers in a small circle. But in November last year, Shanghai Publishing House officially published The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, with a total of 5 volumes and 1 million words. According to the publishing contract signed by both parties, the first printing of the hardcover edition was 100,000 copies, and the first printing of the paperback edition was 200,000 copies. The total number of the first printing reached 1.5 million copies. For the private Shanghai Publishing House, publishing The Smiling, Proud Wanderer with such a high standard was also a big risk for them. If the signing party was not Lu Chen Studio who owned the copyright, they would not have dared to be so bold. At that time, Lu Chen Studio also made a recommendation for this series of books. As a result, this novel with the theme of new modern wuxia caused a great response in the market. Through the tireless marketing and promotion of Shanghai Publishing House and the praise of readers, it had become a bestseller at the end of last year. Wuxia novels were not a new thing. As early as the Qing dynasty, there was a classical masterpiece, 3 Heroes and 5 Gallants, and its earlier origin could be traced back to the biography of Ranger and Assassin in the Han dynasty. In the modern Republic of China, people were liberated from the shackles of feudalism, and various schools of thought poured into China. The newspaper industry and the publishing industry were unprecedentedly prosperous. Wuxia novels also rose suddenly, and they were deeply loved by people with their unique chivalrous spirit. Wuxia cases and short fight storytelling were very popular at that time. In the 1970s and 1980s, a group of wuxia novelists emerged in Hong Kong and Taiwan. They inherited and developed on the basis of the previous wuxia novels, and gave birth to such famous contemporary wuxia novels as Legend of the Mad Swordsman and Sword in the Sky, and so on. Therefore, there were also wuxia movies and TV series. But in the 1990s, wuxia novels and wuxia movies declined, but they were not cut off. Nowadays, online novels were very popular, and many fantasy and fantasy stories also contained the shadow of wuxia novels. The Smiling, Proud Wanderer was undoubtedly a very special work. Its story was far more exciting than the traditional wuxia novels. The plot was full of ups and downs, which was more suitable for modern people. It was not as bizarre as the online fantasy novels, which gave people a refreshing feeling. Some critics gave The Smiling, Proud Wanderer the Swordsman the title of the pioneer of the new school of wuxia, asserting that there would be more books of the same genre appearing in the market. As of today, the first edition of The Smiling, Proud Wanderer had been sold out, no matter if it was the hardcover edition or the paperback edition. Shanghai Publishing House had printed an additional 300,000 copies of the second edition, and the third edition was also planned. The Smiling, Proud Wanderer had stirred up a new wuxia trend in the book market. Shanghai Publishing House naturally made a lot of money, and its reputation was so good, so it naturally attracted a lot of media attention. After reading The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, many readers wanted to know the identity of the author and whether he was writing a new book. The related blogs and forums were in full swing. Therefore, many media got the news and wanted to dig out the story behind this best-selling wuxia novel. As a result, the reporters first ran into a wall in Shanghai Publishing House. In fact, Shanghai Publishing House was also very curious about the author. They once wanted to invite the author to do a book signing activity, but they were politely declined by Luchan Studio. Remember Now and Ancient signed all the copyrights and agency rights to Luchan Studio. He was very mysterious. He didn't even have a blog, and no information about him could be found on the internet. Therefore, the reporters had to go to Luchan's studio to find out the truth. Of course, Lucy knew about it, but she couldn't sell Luchan's secret. She had to refuse them with the reason that the author himself didn't want to contact the media. Look at what you have done. Speaking of this, the elder sister was full of resentment. Obviously, she had been harassed by the media. Playing mysterious, Luchan smiled and said, "Isn't it good? Playing mysterious is actually a very good marketing method." No one was omniscient and omnipotent. Luchan not only made original music, but also wrote TV and movie scripts, and also acted in and even directed, which gave people the feeling that he was omnipotent. Fame was enough for him. He didn't need to add the title of wuxia novelist to show off. Therefore, Remember Now and Ancient was destined to be mysterious all the time. It would not be fun to uncover the mystery now. And The Smiling, Proud Wanderer was the beginning of Luchan's great wuxia IP. It won such a great success in the publishing market, which also made him full of confidence. I will finish writing and publish the second book within this year. The movie and TV version of The Smiling, Proud Wanderer can also be put on the agenda. Of course, it will be after the release of a Chinese ghost story and the completion of the shooting of View from the Star. Luchan calculated. Not considering other projects, his work schedule was basically full this year. From this point of view, it was time and necessary for his and Xianxia studios to merge. Lucy also admired Luchan. Then continue to play if you like. At 8:00 that night, Luchan Studio and Xianxia Studios' official Vows on Waves blog released a photo at the same time. The content of the photo was very simple, just one hand holding the other hand, and the background was blurred. And the title of the new blog was 3 words, Together. The fans of the official vows of the two studios were far less than the personal blogs of Luchan and Xianxia, but such a fanciful title and accompanying photo were released at the same time, and immediately caused a huge sensation in their fan circle. Big news, big event, the comments on Waves blog were crazy. Wow. My Chen and my Fei are registered to be married? This is the pace of making the headlines. Congratulations to my Chen and my Fei. Although I want to express my congratulations, my heart is sour, and I feel like crying. Together, together. 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 Finally, they are really together. Congratulations. Most of the fans thought that the two were going to take the last step, and their love had been cultivated to fruition. There were also a small number of fans who were sour and sad, and their feelings were very complicated. However, they all guessed wrong. The photos and blog titles released by Luchan Studio and Xianxia Studio at the same time not only misled countless fans, but also many of their friends in the circle sent congratulatory messages to express their congratulations. This time it was really big. When the two studios saw that things were developing in an uncontrollable direction, they quickly released the real news. After serious consideration by Luchan and Xianxia themselves, in order to better expand their careers, the two studios will merge in the near future and form a new media company. They were actually together like this, and it wasn't what everyone thought it would be. Therefore, the fans, who were alarmed by the false alarm, immediately complained. So it's a studio merger. I thought my Chen and my Fei were going to get married. It's a waste of my feelings and hurt my heart. Compensation, you must compensate for the emotional damage. I was so scared. Haha, city people really know how to play. That's still worth congratulating. The studio merger is just the first step for the two of them to be together. Everyone, rest in peace. I knew it. There must be something fishy. In addition to the official V of the two studios, countless fans ran to the personal blogs of Lu Chen and Xianxia to continue to complain, shouting for compensation for the emotional damage and for the treatment of being thrown dog food. Lu Chen admitted to the punishment and said that he would select 2,888 fans from the ID in the comment area and give them a Chinese ghost story peripheral gifts and the original soundtrack album worth more than 1 million, as well as a cinema top-up card. He also showed the photos of these movie peripheral products on his blog. Since the release of A Chinese Ghost Story in Xianxia, in addition to the box office sales, it had also created an amazing record, that was, the sales record of the peripheral products of Hong Kong films. In the past, this market was basically occupied by Hollywood blockbusters, and Hong Kong films could not even get a share of the soup. However, A Chinese Ghost Story had sold more than 38 million peripheral products so far, shocking the industry. At that time, Lu Chen had also completed the design and production of the peripheral products of A Chinese Ghost Story in advance. He had commissioned a large factory on the side of the deep sea. Whether it was the doll figurines or daily souvenirs, the quality was absolutely high. In particular, the figurines of Ning Kaichen, Nie Xiaoqian, Yan Qixia, and Granny Traiant were divided into several versions. Among them, the imitation version and the cube version sold very well, and the stores around several big cinemas were all sold out. The photos posted by Lu Chen were all taken by professional photographers in the studio. They were beautiful and attractive. Although A Chinese Ghost Story had not yet been released in China, it was enough to arouse the interest of fans. This was great. The comment area of Lu Chen's blog was filled in the blink of an eye. Everyone said that as long as they could be selected, they would forgive Lu Chen's hurtful behavior. A small storm was eliminated. Although Lu Chen had paid a price of 1 million yuan, it was nothing compared to the publicity effect of this comeback. As the saying goes, good things come in pairs. On the second day after the two studios announced the merger to form a new company, good news came from Xianxia. A Chinese Ghost Story had passed the review of the Xianxia Film Association and obtained a precious mainland screening pass. At the same time, it could also enjoy a 1-year preferential support policy from the Xianxia government. This was actually expected. With the outstanding box office and reputation of A Chinese Ghost Story, if the Xianxia Film Association stopped this movie, it would definitely not be the former who would lose face. It was worth mentioning that The Painted Skin was also on the list. This was not surprising. Both Huaguan Pictures and Star Art Entertainment were powerful companies with strong connections in the industry. Although The Painted Skin had lost to A Chinese Ghost Story, compared to other Hong Kong films of the same period, its advantage was still quite obvious. Huaguan Pictures had spent so much money on The Painted Skin. The money lost in Xianxia must be recovered in the mainland. It was believed that there would be another fierce battle in the country between the adapted screenwriters of the same novel. However, as long as Huiguan Pictures was not stupid, they would definitely not fight head-on with a Chinese ghost story for the box office. Therefore, when Lu Chen received the news, he did not take his original opponent seriously. He asked the studio to send the original film to the SARFT for review, and on the other hand, he contacted the cinema chains through his partners. Although Hong Kong films that went through the Green Channel, Sino-Hong Kong co-production, had a guaranteed first week of screening, it was definitely a big mistake to rely on the policy of the higher-ups to lie down and sleep peacefully. The cinema chains in the country were divided into three. The three major cinema chains controlled more than 65% of the market share, especially in large and medium-sized cities. Their market share was even higher, and their words were naturally extremely powerful. In addition to building cinemas and expanding channels, the three major cinema chains also controlled or invested in film companies upstream. Therefore, in terms of screening, the three major cinema chains must first take care of the films produced by their own or related companies, then the imported Hollywood blockbusters, and finally the other films. It could be imagined how many would be left in the end, but the competition was extremely fierce, and it was impossible to get in without some background and strength. It was said that at most 1/3 of the films shot in the country could enter the cinema chains. The rest were either in small cities or rural markets to earn some capital, or to make a living on the internet. This was the most fundamental reason why Lu Chen chose to start his own film career in Xianxia. Movies were different from TV series. The market structure had long been fixed, and he had no ability to break it unless he joined a big company. How could Lu Chen, who was used to being independent, be willing? Of course, with the help of Xianxia's film support policy, he took a shortcut. He still had to build a good relationship with the three major cinema chains, and he needed to give up a part of his interests in exchange for support and screening. In general, if a film wanted to sell well, quality, publicity, and cinema chains were indispensable, while a Chinese ghost story was waiting for the SARFT to review and communicate with the cinema chains, the merger of the two studios had undoubtedly become the current top priority. Lu Chen and Chen Feier had already talked about it. In order to speed up the process and reduce trouble, the latter studio would be merged into Lu Chen Studio, and then Lu Chen Studio would upgrade and register a new company. The headquarters of the new company, Chen Fei Media, would still be located in the place Lu Chen Studio currently rented, which was in the New Era Art Park. There was no need to move and start anew. There was no obstacle in registering a new company, and it could be completed in a week at most. However, the first problem faced by the merger of the two studios was that the site in the New Era Art Park might not be enough. Lu Chen Studio moved once after its establishment. It moved from the original office building to the New Era Art Park and subleased part of the building of Yu Jizhong Studio, which had an area of about 1,000 square meters. For a new company, an area of 1,000 square meters was definitely too large. Even if it could accommodate hundreds of employees, there would be no problem. At present, the total number of employees of the two studios added up was less than 100. However, Chen Fei Media was not an ordinary company. First of all, Lu Chen Studio had a recording studio, which had been invested several million yuan. A large part of the upper floor had already been separated. Together with the office area, leisure area, and department offices, there was not much spare space to use. The new company would develop music, film, and television in an all-round way. In addition to the existing recording studio, it would build an independent studio and separate several major departments. With the expansion of the company, the staff would also be further increased. In this way, the area of 1,000 square meters was really not enough. From the perspective of taking precautions, it was even more cramped. The reason was that Lu Chen's career was developing too fast. Of course, rice had to be eaten one bite at a time. Although the problem existed, it was not impossible to solve. The merger of the two studios first began, and it entered the fast lane in a short period of time. Brother Lu Chen. There were always surprises in life, such as this beautiful girl who appeared in front of him in Lu Chen's studio. Sister Xianxia. Lu Chen was very surprised. He did not expect that Xianxia would come with the staff of Chen Feier's studio today. Xianxia was Mongolian and had just turned 15 this year. Last year, when Chen Feier was filming on the Mongolian prairie, Lu Chen went to visit him and met this little girl. They also formed a special relationship. At that time, Lu Chen wrote a song Beautiful Prairie My Home and taught it to Xianxia. As a result, it was filmed by Chen Feier and posted on his blog, causing a great response. Chen Feier and Lu Chen's fans all liked this Mongolian girl very much. With the popularity of the song My Home on the Beautiful Grassland in China, she became an internet celebrity. After becoming famous, Xianxia attracted a lot of media to interview her. There were even some who wanted to sign a contract with her or become her manager. Whether they had good intentions or good intentions, they all brought her a lot of trouble. Under such circumstances, Chen Feier took the initiative to sign Xianxia. She did not want to make much money through Xianxia, but to make up for her unintentional actions. After that, Xianxia came to the capital and settled down under the care of Chen Feier. She went to school and started a completely different life. This was the first time Lu Chen and Xianxia had seen each other since they parted ways on the plains. After half a year, the little girl had grown up a lot. She was a slender and elegant young girl. Even her dressing had changed. There was a trace of unique grassland charm in her youthful beauty. Chen Feier regarded Xianxia as his sister. Although she had signed a contract, he did not let her enter the circle too early. He let her spend most of her time studying, so there was not much change in her temperament. Lu Xi was also there, so Lu Chen introduced her to his sister. Lu Xi also liked this beautiful Mongolian girl very much. She held her hand and asked all sorts of questions, as if they were sisters. When Xianxia was signed by Chen Feier's studio, Lu Xi, who got the news, called Lu Chen to complain, saying that he let go of a good seedling. Now that the two studios had merged, and Xianxia had come along, the result was undoubtedly satisfactory. Xianxia's mouth was very sweet. With a few words, she coaxed Lu Xi to smile. She took her hand and asked Lu Chen, "You signed Sister Xianxia. You can't keep her hidden, right? You should also release an album for her." Xianxia hid behind Lu Xi and smiled. It was obvious that she was looking forward to it. Lu Chen said with a smile, "Then I'll discuss it with Feier and find a suitable opportunity." Lu Xi was just about to speak when Xianxia knocked on the door and walked in. "Manager, Teacher Yu Jizhong is here and wants to see you." Yu Jizhong, Lu Chen and Lu Xi suddenly looked at each other, not knowing why this neighbor had taken the initiative to visit. When Lu Chen's studio rented most of the site from Yu Jizhong's studio, the artist was actually not very happy. Although it was close at hand, he had never visited them. Now that he was here, Lu Xi definitely had to come out to receive him. Lu Chen also wanted to see him. Lu Xi said to Xianxia, "Sister Xianxia, you play here first. I'll let Xianxia accompany you. I have something to do with Lu Chen." Xianxia nodded obediently and secretly glanced at Lu Chen. When coming out of the office, Lu Xi lowered her voice and said to Lu Chen, "Be careful." Lu Chen was shocked. "What's wrong?" Lu Xi sneered. "Don't think that I can't tell. Is Xianxia interested in you? She's a teenage girl and doesn't know anything. You have to be careful and don't cause any trouble." Lu Chen smiled bitterly. "Sister, it was certain that Xianxia had a good impression of him, but this kind of good impression should be the hazy feelings of a young girl who just had her first awakening of love." Lu Chen only treated her as a sister, just like Mu Xiaoqiu. His heart had already been filled by one person. Lu Xi interrupted, "Well, you don't have to explain to me. Anyway, you know what you're doing." Lu Chen nodded helplessly. In the customer reception room, he and Lu Xi met Yu Jizhong. The artist still had a slovenly appearance, and his messy beard was his most distinctive personal symbol. Lu Chen didn't dare to slight him. "Hello, Teacher Yu. Long time no see." Lu Xi also greeted him politely. Yu Jizhong's character is still good, at least he doesn't have the strange temper of an artist. He smiled and said a few polite words to Lu Chen, and then asked straightforwardly, "Have you heard that your studio is going to expand into a company?" Lu Chen and Lu Xi looked at each other, and the latter replied tentatively, "Yes, Teacher Yu, then I'll be straight to the point." Yu Jizhong waved his hand and said, "I'm going to move the studio to the art village in Tongzhou in the near future. Do you want to rent the house here? If you do, then I'll sublease it all to you." This was simply a pillow sent to them when they wanted to doze off. Lu Chen and Lu Shi had never thought of renting the half of Yu Jizhong's studio, but the other party took the initiative to come to them. In this way, the first problem after the merger of the two studios was solved. The New Era Art Center was established in 2001, located between Haidian Park and Beijing University, covering an area of nearly 700 mu. It is one of the key construction projects of Beijing's art and culture. As a well-known and internationally renowned artist, Yu Jizhong was one of the first people to move his studio to the New Era Park, so at that time, he occupied a whole building with an area of 1,800 square meters. At the beginning of last year, Lu Chen, through his relationship with Lin Jijia, the music director of Flying Stone Records, rented 1,000 square meters of area from the artist as the new site of the studio, and invested a huge amount of money to build a first-class recording studio in China. Now, Yu Jizhong sublet the remaining 800 square meters of area to Lu Chen, which just solved the problem faced by Lu Chen's new company expansion. Although it was not a timely help, it was better than icing on the cake. Moreover, the price he offered was very fair. He didn't think of taking the opportunity to extort Lu Chen, and even promised to help Lu Chen sign a new long-term contract with the management committee of the art center. All the buildings in the art park belong to the state and are not allowed to be sold or transferred. Only by signing a long-term contract can the interests of the operator be guaranteed. Therefore, it is not easy to re-sign the contract if there is no relationship like Lu Chen Studio, which accepts the sublease midway. Out of gratitude to Yu Jizhong, Lu Chen and Lu Shi invited the artist to have lunch together at noon. Yu Jizhong readily agreed. During the meal, Yu Jizhong drank a few glasses of wine and was slightly drunk. Suddenly, he said to Lu Chen, "Xiao Lu, don't you think it's a coincidence that you are going to set up a new company here, and I come to give you the site?" Lu Chen and Lu Shi couldn't help looking at each other. Lu Shi tentatively replied, "Yes, Teacher Yu, we also feel very strange. It's really a coincidence, and thank you very much." Yu Jizhong pointed to the plate with his chopsticks and said with a smile, "That's because someone spoke for you. He also helped me get a house in the art village. Otherwise, I might not have moved away in the next year or two." "Someone spoke?" Lu Chen asked in surprise. "Teacher Yu, can you tell me who this helper is?" Yu Jizhong smiled and shook his head. "He didn't let me say, anyway, you just know." And, after a pause, he continued, "In addition, I also appreciate you very much. There are too few young people like you in the entertainment industry. You are talented but not arrogant. You use it to pursue your career and life progress, and you have a heart for charity." Lu Chen was ashamed and modest. "Teacher Yu, you praise me too much." Yu Jizhong shook his head and said, "It's not a compliment. I know a little about the entertainment industry. There are 2 students in the entertainment industry, but they are not as good as you. The charity fund that you set up to treat leukemia patients is very good. I've heard people talk about it several times. The Chen Fei Charity Foundation, jointly established by Lu Chen and Chen Fei, has been in operation for nearly a year. So far, it has helped more than 300 leukemia patients from poor families, most of whom were children. Some of the patients have basically recovered after bone marrow transplantation, which has won a good reputation for the foundation. Most importantly, unlike most private charity funds, although Chen Fei Charity Foundation has a license to solicit donations from the general public, it never persuades donations under any pretext. In addition to the donations from Lu Chen, Chen Fei and their friends in the circle, at most, they raise money for specific objects through the online crowdfunding, and achieve the purpose of earmarking funds and transparency of accounts. In addition, the daily operating expenses of the foundation are all from the fund account set up by the two, so that donations from others can be 100% implemented, which is much better than those public-private charity funds with messy accounts. All of these made the fans of Lu Chen and Chen Fei full of pride when talking about it. As a well-known public figure, social reputation is very important. Yu Jizhong, of course, gave up his studio completely because someone spoke, but also because of his good impression and appreciation for Lu Chen. This meal was enjoyed by both the guests and the host. After returning, Yu Jizhong signed a sublease contract with Lu Shi and promised to move out within 3 days. At this point, this unique building with a large area of glass and steel frame, with an indoor area of 1,800 square meters, was no longer divided into 2, and became the headquarters of the soon-to-be-established Xianxia Media Company, Limited. I'm going to build an indoor studio here. After getting the architectural drawings copied from the management committee, Lu Chen gathered all the important members, including Xianxia Studio, and held a preparatory meeting for the new company. The focus of the meeting was his vision for the future of the new company. Lu Chen pointed to the drawings displayed on the projection screen and said in high spirits, "Build it according to international first-class standards, and set up a special effects production team." International first-class plus special effects production team. Many people present were shocked by Lu Chen's proposal. Although the area of the indoor studio designated by Lu Chen was only about 400 square meters, but according to the international first-class standards, the investment cost was definitely in the tens of millions. High-end equipment basically had to be imported, the price was very expensive, and it was normal to spend hundreds of millions. The special effects production team was even more expensive. Most film and television production companies outsourced special effects to specialized companies instead of raising their own team. But Lu Chen had his own ideas. He had this idea as early as when he was filming a Chinese ghost story. At that time, the special effects company found for a Chinese ghost story was not the top in Hong Kong. It was not that they were reluctant to spend money, but that the top companies were already full of business. Fortunately, there were not many special effects in this movie. Even so, it still involved a lot of energy for Lu Chen, and he spent a lot of money, but the final effect was not particularly satisfactory. This feeling of being controlled made Lu Chen very uncomfortable. Unlike other film and television companies, Lu Chen had a powerful and unparalleled trump card, which was the treasure house of memories from the dream world, which was a source of endless wealth. With this trump card in hand, he was not afraid that the TV movies he invested in would lose money. He could completely afford the huge expenses of building his own studio and special effects production team. Lu Chen's ambition was not only to let this team serve him, but also to promote the overall standard of domestic special effects production, so that the audience would not criticize the domestic blockbusters as 50 cents. His ambition was a little big, but in the future, when his peers saw the films and TV series produced by Xianxia Media, with excellent production, how could they be indifferent? Although the new company had not been officially established, Lu Chen had already set his eyes on the future. Lu Chen's confidence and ambition first brought a lot of impact to the senior management of Xianxia Studio. Several managers and supervisors disapproved of this. They had no objection to the merger of the two studios to form a new company, but in the process of the merger, Xianxia Studio, which was more powerful, would be merged into Lu Chen Studio, so they had some ideas in their hearts. It's just that they have ideas. Since Xianxia has made a decision, everyone can only obey. But this did not mean that they were convinced by the young Lu Chen. Now Lu Chen had thrown out such a big company construction plan, which was an amazing investment of tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of international first-class special effects production team. A supervisor couldn't help but say, "Mr. Lu, the company has just been set up and operated. Should we be cautious, stabilize the foundation first, and then slowly do it step by step?" In the supervisor's view, Lu Chen was a little too arrogant and confident. Young entrepreneurs usually make such mistakes. Although Lu Chen's past achievements are dazzling, whether in the entertainment industry or in the business circle, there are many examples of smooth sailing and complacency, leading to decision-making mistakes later. Learn from the mistakes of the past. You can't become fat in one go. You just learn to walk and you want to run. How could it be so easy? Indoor studios were not so bad. There were big ways to do it, small ways to do it, and the cost and investment were controllable. However, the talents and high-end equipment needed by a special effects production team were simply bottomless pits. If they aimed for the international first-class level, it would be a cosmic black hole that devoured funds. Why was the investment of Hollywood blockbusters so amazing? In addition to the remuneration of star actors, the main thing was the cost of special effects production. The special effects production cost of some blockbusters even accounted for more than 70% of the total budget. It was too difficult to catch up in China. Although many domestic blockbusters claimed to have special effects produced by Hollywood teams, and a lot of money was indeed invested, compared with real Hollywood blockbusters, there was a big gap. Some films lost money because they spent too much money on special effects and couldn't achieve the effect that the audience was satisfied with. This was the result of outsourcing special effects production. In contrast, youth and idol films that did not need special effects made a lot of money in the market. Therefore, he disapproved of Lu Chen's idea. However, Lu Chen was very determined. Although an excellent special effects team was hard to come by, as long as he was willing to spend money and sincerity to recruit talents, and was willing to invest in equipment and technology, as long as he persevered, the initial expenditure would be great, but the returns would be tempting. At this time, Xianxia said, "I support Lu Chen's decision." She expressed her firm support for Lu Chen, so the others naturally had nothing to say. When Lu Chen saw that the managers and directors were not convinced, he smiled and said, "I'm here to announce a piece of good news. The box office of A Chinese Ghost Story produced by our studio has exceeded 90 million yuan in Xianxia. It won't be a problem to exceed 100 million yuan before it's released." A Chinese Ghost Story was officially released in Hong Kong on the 21st of last month to today, March 8. In less than 3 weeks, the total box office had reached 91.08 million. There were still more than 10 days before it's released, so breaking 100 million yuan was 100% achievable. The people attending the meeting were the management personnel of the two studios. Most of them had been in the industry before. They knew very well what it meant for Hong Kong's box office to exceed 100 million yuan. That was the level of a Hollywood blockbuster. Lu Chen was undoubtedly using this news to show or prove his strength. And that was not all. In addition, the sales of the peripheral products of A Chinese Ghost Story have also exceeded 40 million yuan, and I can tell you that the total cost of A Chinese Ghost Story from production to publicity did not exceed 37 million yuan. There was nothing more intuitive than data. If Lu Chen only said that A Chinese Ghost Story had made a lot of money at the box office, no one would feel much. There were many films that made money. It was completely different to compare it with detailed and accurate data. The producers of Hong Kong's box office share was more than that of the mainland, usually between 50% to 60%. Even if A Chinese Ghost Story had a 50% share, the total box office of 100 million yuan would be 50 million yuan. The profit of the peripheral products was even higher. Even if it was calculated at 50%, 40 million yuan would be 20 million yuan, the two added up to 70 million yuan. The cost was 37 million yuan, and the profit was 33 million yuan. It did not sound like a lot. These days, a movie that sold well at the box office would be embarrassed to go out and greet people if it did not earn hundreds of millions. However, this was only the profit realized by A Chinese Ghost Story in Hong Kong. This movie was about to be released in the mainland, and every share of the box office would be a net profit. Even if the share in the domestic market was relatively low, it would still be a shocking number, unless it failed. Would A Chinese Ghost Story fail in the mainland? This possibility was really very small. If the quality of the film was not good, how could it conquer the picky Hong Kong audience? In addition, with the platform of Hong Kong, A Chinese Ghost Story could easily be exported to Treasure Island, Australia, and many countries in Southeast Asia. It was even possible to land in Japan and South Korea. Lu Chen and Xianxia were very famous in South Korea. Because of all these, everyone suddenly realized that spending hundreds of millions to build a world-class studio and special effects production team was not a big problem for the new company that was about to be established. Of course, they could be willful with money. As for the benefits of having a high-end studio and special effects team, there was no need to say more. The managers and supervisors of Xianxia's studio were not fools. They understood after thinking for a while. Their attitude toward Lu Chen suddenly changed greatly. There was less contempt and disapproval, and more admiration and respect. This industry had always been based on strength. Profit was the best way to prove one's strength. Lu Chen had enough strength to realize his ambition. After convincing everyone, Lu Chen took advantage of the victory. Let's put the company's planning and construction aside for now. The first important thing after the establishment of the new company is the promotion of A Chinese Ghost Story. My expectations for the domestic box office of A Chinese Ghost Story, no less than 500 million. If it was any other young man who wanted to make a domestic box office of 500 million for his first movie, everyone would definitely scoff at him and laugh at his arrogance. But facing Lu Chen, no one had any doubts now. They even felt that this expected goal was not high at all. If it was calculated according to the 500 million domestic box office, then the profit that A Chinese Ghost Story would bring to Qinfei Media would be 200 million, not including the sales of peripheral products. On March 13, Qinfei Media completed its registration in Beijing, and the two studios officially merged into a new company. The registered capital of Beijing Qinfei Media Company, Limited is 10 million yuan. The legal representative is Lu Chen, Qinfei is the chairman, and Lu Shi is the general manager. The three hold 45%, 45%, and 10% of the shares respectively. The company is headquartered in Building C17 of the New Era Arts Center in Beijing. At the same time, the official V of the two studios and Waves blog was cancelled, and the official V of Qinfei Media was launched at the same time. On the same day, the number of followers exceeded the 1 million mark. The establishment of Qinfei Media caused a lot of repercussions in the circle, and even made many big shots in the industry vigilant. Qinfei Studio was established very early, and Luchen Studio was relatively new. The two studios had one thing in common, that was, they basically only served themselves and never signed other artists. The only exception was Jijintana, but Qinfei signed this Mongolian girl for another reason, which was completely different from ordinary artists. Now that Qinfei Media was established, the two studios joined forces and upgraded to a real company, and the scope of business covered pop music, TV series, and movies. The business strategy was bound to change dramatically. Looking at Lu Chen's development trajectory in the past 2 years, people couldn't help but feel shocked. Lu Chen first changed domestic pop music, stirring up the music industry with amazing talent and exuberant creative ability, making 2016 his pop year. While sweeping the pop music world, Lu Chen crossed over into the film and television industry. A self-written and self-acted Autumn in My Heart and A Full House of Romance both created a ratings miracle, and won the ratings champion in South Korea. The results were as dazzling as the sun, and no one could ignore them. However, after great success in the TV series, Lu Chen was still not satisfied. He went to Hong Kong to set up a new studio and filmed his first movie, A Chinese Ghost Story. This movie, based on strange tales from a Chinese studio, only invested 30 million yuan, but it beat the blockbuster Painted Skin, which invested more than 100 million yuan in the box office war. At present, the cumulative box office has exceeded 100 million yuan, and even the peripherals have been sold for tens of millions. What made people speechless was that Lu Chen took care of the director, male lead, screenwriter, and soundtrack of A Chinese Ghost Story. The movie would soon be released in China. With all these, he teamed up with Qinfei. How could it not make people in the industry feel like wolves are coming? Of course, many people wanted to cooperate with Qinfei Media, especially those who had worked with the two studios in the past. They sent their congratulations and blessings on their blogs. Especially those who had worked with the two studios before. Qinfei Media, Fei, and Media. The 100 Minutes of Chinese Fei Qinfei Media. And Media. The domestic film censorship system was unique in the world, and the scope of control was also very large. Many domestic films were shot down during the script review stage, and even slightly sensitive content was not allowed. That was not the worst part. If the script was rejected, they would just have to go back and rewrite it, which would only waste some printing fees and brain cells. At most, it would take a little more time. The worst part was that after the movie was painstakingly shot and submitted for review, they would only receive the word failed in the end. Chen is Chen Wei Fei. You are Chen, Fei Chen, are it is like you is standing. Chen in the end, you can only wait for a cold answer and some vague comments. If you don't know the people behind the door, you can't even get a real opinion on the changes. This was the despair of a filmmaker who posted on his personal blog after his film was rejected. Also, it was not easy to pass the review. In the end, a large part of the plot and scenes in the film were cut. As a result, the audience was often confused when watching the film. They were clearly fighting in the room, but they suddenly came out and sat in the car. Those who did not know the truth often scolded the director for making no sense and editing. However, the director was really wronged. Because the bloody and violent scenes were cut, it was not only domestic films. Even imported Hollywood blockbusters could not escape this big scissors. As a result, many audiences went home to search for the original version on the internet after watching the film in the cinema. The waters here were too deep. If one were to really talk about it, it wouldn't be a problem to compile a thick ancient book. Later, there were too many opinions. Even the Americans tried to pressure them through various channels. Since 2010, the film censorship system of the State Administration of Radio, Film and Television had been reformed. In general, the speed of the review had been accelerated and the intensity of editing had been reduced. Even so, A Chinese Ghost Story still had 2 so-called erotic scenes cut. In fact, this was already within Lu Chen's expectations. It would be strange if the censors of the State Administration of Radio, Film and Television did not cut it. These 9 minutes of content had basically no impact on the plot. It was already very satisfactory to get such a result. The large-scale publicity of A Chinese Ghost Story could finally be fully carried out in the country. Lu Chen had set a budget of up to 30 million yuan for the domestic publicity of this movie, although it was a glorious achievement to have a box office of more than 100 million yuan in Xianxia. A film with a box office of more than 100 million yuan in the country was nothing at all. Especially after 2010, the box office records were constantly being broken. 300 million, 500 million, 1 billion, 5 billion, 2 billion, breaking the record was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. Although many films that broke the record had the phenomenon of the box office being flooded, there was no doubt that the popularity of the domestic film market was undeniable. The box office champion of the past was nothing today. The explosion of the market brought about amazing benefits, and amazing benefits brought about fierce competition. At this time, the role of publicity and marketing was big. It was indispensable. If a new film did not promote or hype and relied solely on word of mouth to win the audience, there were examples, but it was definitely a rare existence. There was a lot of chance and luck involved. Cinema chains wouldn't even give a lot of screenings for obscure movies. Precious resources shouldn't be wasted on nameless people. This was the reality, the rule of the industry. The publicity budget that Lu Chen had set for A Chinese Ghost Story was actually not considered high. This was because before A Chinese Ghost Story, the domestic publicity for The Painted Skin had already been carried out vigorously. Huaguan Pictures was obviously unwilling to fail in Xianjiang and had bet on the domestic market. And the opponent that A Chinese Ghost Story faced was not only The Painted Skin. On March 20th, Battle of Vulcan will be released, and on April 9th, Legend of the Holy Land will be released. In the conference room of Qinfei Media, a closed-door meeting of the company's executives was being held. Wan Xiaoquan spoke into the microphone with a serious expression. These 2 Hollywood special effects blockbusters are our biggest opponents. Unless we delay A Chinese Ghost Story to be released in May, we can't avoid them. Wan Xiaoquan returned to the capital from Hong Kong 3 days ago. The day before he returned, A Chinese Ghost Story, which had exhausted its box office potential, ended perfectly in the major cinemas in Hong Kong. The cumulative box office earnings were 105 million yuan, ranking in the top 20 in Hong Kong's history. If Hollywood blockbusters were excluded, A Chinese Ghost Story was ranked 7th among the Hong Kong and Sino-Hong Kong co-productions, and this did not include the 42 million plus peripheral sales. As the actual director of the movie, Wan Xiaoquan's contribution could not be ignored. In addition to the generous rewards, he also received half a month of long-term leave. However, Wan Xiaoquan did not choose to go on a vacation. Instead, he immediately returned to China to help Lu Chen with the publicity for A Chinese Ghost Story in China. He had quite a lot of experience in this regard. Others might not understand, but Wan Xiaoquan's name was not on A Chinese Ghost Story. Not only was he not disappointed or resentful, but he also racked his brains to come up with ideas for Qinfei Media. It was a little unbelievable. However, Wan Xiaoquan's gratitude to Lu Chen had always been buried in his heart. He was not very good at expressing his feelings, so he used his actions to repay Lu Chen's kindness. Lu Chen had helped Wan Xiaoquan when he was at his lowest and gave him precious trust. He allowed him to make a comeback in Hong Kong and gave him a work that was destined to become a classic. It really did not matter if it had a name or not. What mattered was that if his name was in the subtitles of the movie, it would not pass the review of the SARFT. Moreover, Wan Xiaoquan sincerely admired Lu Chen. The script of A Chinese Ghost Story was written by Lu Chen, and many of the scenes were drawn by Lu Chen. Coupled with the excellent soundtrack, it would not be a problem for another director. With all these reasons, Wan Xiaoquan needed to prove his ability even more. How could he have the leisure to go on a vacation? Recently, A Chinese Ghost Story had been released in China, but the situation was not optimistic. Showdown on Vulcan was a sci-fi blockbuster that Superstar Pictures had invested $170 million in. It had already earned $270 million in the box office in America, and it was aggressively moving to China. The publicity was even more fanfare. The CEO of Superstar Pictures, Douglas, was extremely confident that he would be able to obtain over 1 billion yuan in the domestic box office. In comparison, Lion Pictures' fantasy blockbuster Legend of the Holy Land had a weaker reputation, but the investment for this movie was not much worse than Battle of Vulcan. It had reached $150 million and was about to be released in the United States. If A Chinese Ghost Story were to be released at this time, it would have to face the attacks of two Hollywood blockbusters. It would undoubtedly be quite difficult to achieve Lu Chen's goal of 500 million box office. However, it would be even worse if it was delayed until May. At present, there were already pirated versions of A Chinese Ghost Story on the internet. However, they were all CAM and TS versions, which were the so-called gun versions and quasi-gun versions. The quality was very poor and was not enough to threaten the box office. Now, the country still attached great importance to the copyright protection of domestically produced films, including Hong Kong films. If a high-definition version was released during the screening period, it would definitely be severely attacked. After it was taken off the schedule, the impact would be much smaller. As the impact of the CAM and TS versions was very small, the producers turned a blind eye to it. It was fine if A Chinese Ghost Story was released recently, but if it was delayed for too long, it would be very difficult to control the high-definition version. At that time, the impact on the box office would be even greater. A Chinese Ghost Story will not be delayed, Lu Chen said decisively. Even if it's May, there will still be Hollywood blockbusters competing. We can't avoid it. We might as well fight with them. It doesn't matter even if we lose. What's more, we might not lose. The cost of A Chinese Ghost Story had long been recovered, and the extra profits were more than enough to be used for domestic publicity. No matter how much they earned in the box office, it was still a profit. If they were still afraid of competition, then they might as well not make a movie. Many domestic filmmakers had a phobia of beauty. The box office failure of a film was often blamed on the Hollywood blockbusters competing at the same time. They lamented that they were inferior in terms of technical strength and complained about the country's openness to the film market. As a result, the protection month for domestic films in July and August became a hot commodity. All the film companies were sharpening their heads to drill into it, fighting for a slot. In recent years, domestic films had relied on youth films, idol films, and big IP films to recover some of their decline. The situation had finally improved a lot. A Chinese Ghost Story was not related to these three genres, but Lu Chen was not afraid of Hollywood blockbusters. This was because he had never thought of making a profit in the domestic film market. His goal was long-term. Building a high-standard indoor studio and setting up a special effects production team were all around this goal. Lu Chen's confidence and courage to face the challenge infected everyone present. Wan Xiaoquan smiled and said, "Then we have to increase our publicity efforts and formulate a targeted publicity strategy. Boss, you and the lady boss should show off your love on the blog more. The effect will definitely be good and it will save money." Everyone could not help but laugh. They did not expect Wan Xiaoquan, who had always been serious, to also joke. Lu Chen smiled bitterly. "I will try my best." Although Wan Xiaoquan was joking, what he said was very reasonable. As far as the movie A Chinese Ghost Story was concerned, the tens of millions of fans of Lu Chen and Shen Fei were undoubtedly the biggest ticket bank. The two of them increased their interaction on the blog and revealed some small information. It was all side publicity for A Chinese Ghost Story. The meeting ended after 2 hours. It was worth mentioning that The Painted Skin, which had already been released, was not included in the discussion. Because no one regarded The Painted Skin a loser, as an opponent, there was naturally no value in discussing it. The head of Huaguan Pictures, Xianxia, would probably vomit 3 mouthfuls of blood if he knew about it. After the meeting, Lu Chen had just returned to his office when Lu Shi's assistant, Xianxia, came over. His sister had something important to talk to him about. Lu Chen felt a little strange, so he immediately rushed to Lu Shi's general manager's office. "What's wrong?" Lu Shi did not answer directly. Instead, she turned the computer screen on the table 180 degrees for him to see. The web page opened on the screen was the entertainment section of a large domestic website. The bold and black title on it was very eye-catching, causing Lu Chen's eyelids to twitch. The Golden Luan Awards nominations are leaked. The popular drama Full of Romance is not on the list. The Golden Luan Awards was one of the 2 major domestic TV awards. In terms of scale and influence, in the past decade, the Golden Luan Awards had surpassed the older Yulan Awards to become the #1 domestic TV awards. Unlike the Yulan Awards, which was heavily influenced by the government, the Golden Luan Awards were the only national TV awards that were approved by the relevant government departments and voted on by the audience. To a large extent, they represented the direction and trends of the TV industry in the past year. As last year's #1 urban TV series, it was inconceivable that Full House of Romance would not be nominated for the Golden Luan Awards. This made Lu Chen, who didn't pay much attention to the Golden Luan Awards, angry and confused. He carefully read through the entertainment news. The content of the news was very long. First, it mentioned that the biennial Golden Luan Awards would be announced at the end of the month, but the name of last year's popular TV series, Full House of Romance, was not on the list. Based on this insider information, the reporters analyzed and guessed that the reason why Full House of Romance had not been nominated for the Golden Luan Awards was the same as why Autumn in My Heart had only received 2 nominations for the Yulan Awards last year. The basic purpose of the 2 major TV awards was that domestic TV series should follow the direction of positive energy. They needed to promote social justice, promote the values of the new era, and increase national confidence and cohesion. They should not judge the quality and value of a work based on the ratings. It wasn't just Autumn and Full House of Romance. Other urban TV series, idol dramas, comedies, and so on, which had good ratings, did not have much success in the 2 awards. In the end, the reporter expressed his regret that Full House of Romance did not get nominated for the Golden Luan Awards. He hoped that the final results would change so that romantic idol dramas could also get on the stage. The article had only been published for a little over an hour, but there were already over 5,000 comments. "What's the Golden Luan Awards? Never heard of it." This comment received over 1,000 likes and was at the top of the list. "I've been represented again." 789 likes and was at the 2nd place. It's understandable that the Yulan Awards didn't talk about the ratings. After all, it's a government award. If the Golden Luan Awards followed suit, then what's the point of having the audience vote? Why not just decide on the award? Haha, the person above makes it sound like the Golden Luan Awards isn't decided. It doesn't matter if it wins or not. It's enough as long as the ratings are high. What's the point? There are so many jealous people. I think this is the right way. Holy sh*t, last time it was the Yulan Awards, and this time it's the Golden Luan Awards. Lu Chen is really being suppressed. It's hard to say if it's suppression, but it's true that it's boring. I don't care, I don't pay attention. Among these comments, most of them were dissatisfied with the Golden Luan Awards. There were also some who felt that it was unfair for Full of Romance. There were also a few who were probably Lu Chen's fans who were so indignant that they directly scolded the awards. Lu Chen didn't finish reading the long comment section. After a few minutes, he closed the web page. He asked Lu Shi, "What do you think?" Lu Shi shook her head and said, "I haven't heard anything yet, so I can't confirm the authenticity of the news. Actually, even if it's true, it doesn't matter. We don't need this award." When Lu Shi first saw this news, she also felt very angry. It was a clear rule that urban idol dramas didn't have any competition in the 2 awards. It was normal for them to not be liked by the judges, but it didn't even get a nomination. That was really too much. Full of Romance's ratings in 2016 could be said to be superior to its peers, and it even won first place in the ratings in Korea. The Golden Swan Awards committee ignored the results of this drama. Weren't they afraid of being scolded? But then again, among the domestic pop music, television drama, and movie awards, the Yulan Awards and the Golden Swan Awards had the least influence. In the past, the two awards had a lot of dirty secrets, such as predetermined awards, voting fraud, and so on. There had always been a lot of controversy in the industry. It might not be a bad thing for Full of Romance not to get involved in this mess. In addition, whether this news was true or not still needed to be verified, so there was no need to get angry over it. His sister was afraid that Lucien would be depressed and angry, so she comforted him a few more words. Lucien smiled and said, "If there's nothing, then there's nothing. We have enough things to do, there's no need to, *ring ring ring*. Before he finished speaking, the phone on his desk rang. Lucy gestured to Lu Chen and then picked up the phone. "Hello, Chenfei Media." "Well, yes, what's the matter?" "I haven't heard of this matter yet. I don't know the situation, so I can't comment. I'm really sorry, it's not convenient for us to accept interviews for the time being. Thank you, goodbye." After talking for a while, Lucy put down the phone and said, "It's a reporter from Entertainment Express. It's about the Golden Swan Awards. He wanted to interview you, but I refused." Lucien nodded. At first, he was also very angry, but after reading the online report, his mood calmed down. Whether or not Full of Romance could get a nomination for the Golden Swan Awards in the end, it would not affect the status of this TV series in the industry. Not to mention anything else, Xianxia Satellite TV and ATV had offered a very high price for this TV series. They would not care about the Golden Swan Awards or the Yulan Awards. In the end, it was the results that spoke. Whether it was being suppressed or being ignored, maintaining a normal mind could go further in the film and television industry. It was also right not to accept interviews from reporters. Those reporters who wanted to see the world in chaos hoped that the two sides would fight because of this and make up news like Lucien bombards the Golden Swan Awards to attract attention. It was too stupid to expect them to report fairly and impartially. Entertainment reporters were best at taking things out of context and even fabricating news, and they were very willing to go to court. It was so disgusting that it could disgust you to death. *ring ring*. The phone on the desk rang again. Not only that, but two of Lucy's mobile phones rang at the same time. For a time, the general manager's office was constantly ringing, and it became extremely noisy. There was no doubt that those entertainment reporters must have called after getting the news. Lucy was probably annoyed. Seeing this, Lucien smiled and said, "Go on with your work." "I'm going back to work. I haven't finished the script." After saying that, he hurriedly slipped away, leaving his sister in the office overwhelmed and battered. Returning to his office, Lucien asked his assistant to bring him a cup of coffee. Although the script of View from the Star had been completed, there were still many contents that needed to be revised and corrected. He quickly put the matter of the Golden Swan Awards behind him. However, things were not that simple. View from the Star is the third urban drama that Lucien is preparing to shoot this year, and it is also the last of his romantic trilogy. After shooting, he will fully turn to his own martial arts IP drama. The male and female protagonists of this TV series are still played by him and Chenfei, which is a perfect stage achievement. It is precisely because of this that Lucien attaches more importance to this TV series than Autumn in My Heart and Full House of Romance. The budget is double that of Full House of Romance, mainly because of the increased investment in special effects. View from the Star has a certain science fiction color. The male protagonist is an alien with superpower and a long life. This special romantic drama is definitely very fresh in terms of genre. Lucien dug out View from the Star from the memory of the dream world, and also wanted to create a ratings miracle again. But even with the memory wealth of a world, Lucien will never lie down and make money. When he was in Hong Kong, he began to write the script of View from the Star, and made a lot of modifications on the basis of the original work, especially some bug settings and plots that made the audience criticize. Big plentiful story and characters. The same approach, he has been successful with Full House of Romance, and View from the Star is certainly no exception, and will do better. Lucien is preparing to shoot 30 episodes of this TV series, adding a new storyline, and increasing the number of characters in the play, which is loyal to the original work and more than the original work. It's just that in this way, Lu Chen's workload of writing the script has increased big, and he likes to master the whole story by himself, so he never hires a team to write for him like other big-name screenwriters. At this point, Lu Chen has no idea about money and fame. What he really pursues is a breakthrough in his career, so that he can maintain a steady stream of forward momentum. Therefore, the script of You from the Star has been written for 2 months, and has not been finalized yet. There are still many details that need to be perfected. However, there is an endless stream of people seeking cooperation, and they are about to break the threshold. Among them, the most active are Zhejiang Satellite TV and Beijing Television. The 2 satellite TV stations have tasted the sweetness of full of romance, and they have made a lot of money from advertising income. They are determined to win You from the Star. Of the nearly 30 satellite TV stations in the country, more than a dozen had contacted the original Lu Chen studio. The rest were not uninterested, but they knew that their strength was limited, so they did not participate in the competition. Apart from Zhejiang Satellite TV and Beijing Television, the most active and richest one is undoubtedly Shanghai Satellite TV. The price offered by Shanghai Satellite TV was higher than that of Zhejiang Satellite TV and Beijing Television, so far, Lu Chen has not officially finalized the partner of You from the Star. However, this did not affect the writing of the script. Thud. Thud, a soft knock on the door woke Lu Chen up from his creative state. At this time, he realized that the sky outside the floor-to-ceiling window was getting dark. He didn't know when the lights in the room had been turned on. "You're still writing?" It was Lu Shi who knocked on the door. She exclaimed in surprise, "You've been sitting in front of the computer for 4 to 5 hours. So long." Lu Chen saved the document, stood up and moved his muscles and bones. Sure enough, he found that his hands and feet were a little sore after sitting for too long. Lu Shi smiled and said, "You must be hungry, right? Let's go to dinner. Someone will pay the bill tonight." "Ah?" Lu Chen was curious, "Who is it?" Lu Shi blinked, "Guess?" Lu Chen rubbed his nose and said with a wry smile, "How can I guess? Is Feier back?" After the establishment of Chen Fei Media, as the lady boss, Chen Feier was busier than Lu Chen. A few days ago, she went to Huhai to shoot a commercial, and it was almost time for her to come back. As for the others, Lu Chen really couldn't think of them. It's not that he's bragging, but in the circle of Beijing, there are not thousands of people who want to invite him to dinner. It's not a problem to casually pick a few hundred, and they will not be unknown people. You only think of your wife. Lu Shi rolled her eyes and took the initiative to reveal the mystery. "You don't need to guess blindly. The person who is treating is called Wang Jinping." Wang Jinping? Lu Chen couldn't help but frown. This name is a little familiar. Lu Shi reminded, "He is the general manager of Hongwen Agency." Lu Chen's memory suddenly recovered, and he knew what kind of person Wang Jinping was. In Beijing's entertainment circle, Wang Jinping was really a character. His reputation in the media was not big, and could even be said to be very small. His name rarely appeared in entertainment gossip news, as if he was an inconspicuous small character. But people who know Wang Jinping well will not regard him as an ordinary person. The first time Lu Chen heard of Wang Jinping was when he was chatting with Sister Li over dinner. At that time, Sister Li mentioned that there was such a person who was slick and smart, had a wide network in the circle, and was very popular. Although Wang Jinping opened a management company, he was actually a high-level broker. He mainly acted as a middleman for investors and producers, and he was doing very well in both sides. For example, if a rich coal boss suddenly wanted to shoot a movie or TV series and wanted to use his mistress, but he did not know anything about the industry, then he found the right person to look for Wang Jinping. As long as he had money, Wang Jinping could quickly pull together a decent production team in Beijing, hire a second or third-rate director to direct, and spend 2 to 3 months to come up with a dozen episodes of TV series or movie, and then use his connections to broadcast it on television stations and cinemas. If necessary, he could also help hire a group of online promoters and media reporters to hype and promote, and a new celebrity in the entertainment circle would gradually rise. Wang Jinping's connections were very wild. Not only did he have private connections, but he also had connections with government agencies. He had connections with all sorts of people, but he was rarely exposed in the public eye. People who were not in the industry rarely knew of his existence. Such a shrewd person suddenly treating Lu Chen to a meal made him vigilant. Do you know what's going on? Lu Shi shook her head. I just don't know, so I went to take a look. He said it was a good thing over the phone, hee. His sister's lips curled into a mocking smile. A night owl would come to the house for no reason. Lu Chen was not afraid of Wang Jinping, but since Lu Shi had agreed, he also wanted to see what the other party was up to. Then let's go. Lu Chen picked up the coat on the chair, put it on, and said with a smile, it feels like we are going to a hangmen banquet. His sister laughed. No circle could be pure and flawless. Just as there was light and there was darkness, there was also a gray area between light and darkness. Wang Jinping was a person who wandered in the gray area. He played big but kept a low profile. He had a high reputation in the circle and had a wide network of contacts accumulated over the years, so he couldn't be taken lightly. Wang Jinping also had a nickname in the circle, Jack of all trades. This nickname was very vivid. It was because of this that Lu Shi agreed to his invitation. Otherwise, she wouldn't need to pay attention to a broker. In this circle, it was okay to offend a gentleman, but offending a villain would cause a lot of trouble. The place where Wang Jinping invited the banquet was at Thousand Sakura Restaurant, which was a top Japanese restaurant in Beijing. The per capita consumption was at least 3,000 or 4,000, and many celebrities frequented it. When Lu Chen and Lu Shi arrived at Thousand Sakura Restaurant, Wang Jinping was already waiting there. Wang Jinping was about 40 years old. He was neither tall nor short, and looked ordinary. His eyes and eyebrows were quite narrow. He was wearing a dark gray suit and looked like an old white-collar worker. Mr. Lu Chen, I'm honored that you accepted my invitation. In the private room, Wang Jinping took the initiative to extend his hands to Lu Chen and said with a smile, I'm Wang Jinping. Lu Chen shook hands with him and said with a smile, hello, CEO Wang. Wang Jinping exchanged a few more polite words with Lu Shi, even more respectful than Lu Chen. In terms of attitude, this entertainment industry broker was impeccable. He was not overly flattering, but gave people a warm feeling like a spring breeze, as if they were old friends who had not seen each other for a long time. The atmosphere was very comfortable. After sitting down, Wang Jinping first invited Lu Chen and Lu Shi to order, and then ordered a few more dishes. Mr. Lu Chen, how about some sake? Lu Chen smiled and said, CEO Wang, you can have some if you like, but I'm afraid I can only drink 1 or 2 glasses. Wang Jinping understood. Drinking alcohol hurts the throat, but the alcohol content of sake isn't high, so we'll just drink a little. Singers did not drink or drank less mainly to protect their voices, especially if they drank alcohol before singing. Their vocal cords would swell with blood. Singing at this time was especially harmful and might even cause permanent damage. However, it was fine to occasionally drink beer, yellow wine, red wine, and other low-alcohol drinks. Wang Jinping was an insider, so he naturally understood the logic behind it. He ordered a bottle of Kikuzuna Masamune, which did not have a high alcohol content. Thousand Sakura cuisine was very famous, and the price was also very expensive. As for whether it was worth the money, it was a matter of opinion. However, if one wanted to eat their fill here, it would not be an easy task. Lu Chen tasted a few sushi and felt that it was pretty good. While enjoying the Japanese food, Wang Jinping was also secretly observing Lu Chen. The first time he heard of Lu Chen's name was more than a year ago. At that time, Lu Chen had made a name for himself in the pop music world and showed outstanding creative talent. At that time, Wang Jinping had the idea of signing Lu Chen to his company. The main business of Wang Jinping's agency was to connect investors, but he also paid attention to discovering potential newcomers. After cultivating, packaging, and hyping them up, he would transfer them to others and earn quick money. Unfortunately, at that time, Lu Chen did not consider signing with any agency at all and directly opened his own studio. Wang Jinping, who had missed the opportunity, did not care. There were too many newcomers emerging in the circle every year, and there were many good-looking and talented people everywhere. There was no need to regret missing one. However, the speed of Lu Chen's rise in the circle was simply astonishing. His works not only swept the music world, but also crossed over to the film and television industry. The first TV series he wrote and acted in created a miracle in the ratings. Now, although Lu Chen could not be compared to the top big shots in terms of experience and foundation, there were really not many people who could compare to him in the limelight in the past 2 years. In the process, Wang Jinping had been an outsider until this time, when someone came to ask him to connect them. Young people nowadays are really amazing, Wang Jinping thought to himself as he quietly downed a cup of sake. After 3 rounds of drinking and eating until he was half full, Wang Jinping consulted Lu Chen and Lu Shi, then asked the waiter to remove the plates and replaced them with oolong tea. It was time to get down to business. After being in the circle for so long, Wang Jinping's eloquence was undoubtedly strong, but he did not know why. In the face of the siblings in front of him, he was not very confident that he could persuade them. So after thinking for a moment, Wang Jinping decisively abandoned his original line of thought and asked tentatively, Mr. Lu Chen, about the rumors about the Golden Luan Award nomination, do you know about it? Lu Chen and Lu Shi looked at each other, and Lu Chen nodded and said, yes, President Wan, do you have any inside information? As he said that, he could not help but laugh. Wang Jinping's heart sank because Lu Chen's reaction was completely beyond his expectations. In his opinion, an artist like Lu Chen who became famous at a young age was most likely a proud and arrogant person. Encountering such an obvious suppression, he would definitely be angry in his heart, or at least not comfortable. When he mentioned this matter now, Lu Chen could be angry, dissatisfied, indifferent, or deliberately not show his emotions. But this relaxed attitude made Wang Jinping feel that his confidence had taken another blow. Wang Jinping's eyes were very sharp. He could see that Lu Chen really did not care and was not pretending to be generous. When did the Golden Luan Award become so unattractive? In the circle, who knew how many actors and artists were racking their brains to get a nomination to raise their status? There were many who looked to Wang Jinping for public relations. The top bigwigs might not care, but Lu Chen, Wang Jinping's mind raced, and he said with a smile, there's not much inside information, but as far as I know, the news on the internet may not be true. The official nomination hasn't come out yet, so everything can change. He was actually very obviously hinting at Lu Chen, but Lu Chen did not seem to understand, nor did he ask curiously. Wang Jinping cursed inwardly, and could only continue speaking. In my opinion, Full House of Romance is a very outstanding TV series, and it should do well at the Golden Luan Awards. After saying that, Wang Jinping stared closely at Lu Chen, trying to see something from the latter's eyes. However, Lu Chen's eyes were deep and indifferent, like an unseen pool of still water. There was not the slightest emotional fluctuation in his heart, as if Wang Jinping was talking about someone else's matter, and it had nothing to do with him. For the first time in his life, Wang Jinping, who was experienced, felt a sense of helplessness. Wang Jinping had once seen Lu Chen's eyes in a real veteran actor. They were as deep as a black hole. They had seen through the vicissitudes of the world, and returned to simplicity. How could they appear in a young man's eyes, under such a gaze? Wang Jinping felt that all his probing, calculations, and conspiracies were not presentable at all. If he said it, he would only be humiliating himself. There was nothing else he could do but lose face. For a moment, the shrewd broker of the entertainment industry was at a loss for words. Lu Chen suddenly smiled and said, "Thank you for your compliment, President Wan. You can say what you want to say." Wang Jinping suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had been relieved of a heavy burden. But the next moment, his old face couldn't help but turn red. Lu Chen had taken the initiative in the conversation. Ahem, fortunately, Wang Jinping was thick-skinned enough. He quickly coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment and said, "Here's the thing. There is a very powerful and top domestic unit who wants to cooperate with you to shoot you from the star. Of course, the conditions are very good." You from the star? Lu Chen didn't feel strange. Recently, there were too many people eyeing his TV series. Several major satellite TV stations were competing very fiercely, and the conditions they offered were higher than the other. There were also many domestic film and television companies who wanted to get a piece of the pie. Lu Chen's first 2 TV series made a large number of unknown newcomers popular. It was not an exaggeration to say that his TV series were a star-making machine. Which artist with a little ambition didn't want to get involved? Wang Jinping was a broker of the entertainment industry. It was natural for him to be asked to talk about cooperation with Lu Chen. Lu Chen was curious about the unit mentioned by the other party. Can you tell me which unit it is? The word unit was a little interesting. Wang Jinping hesitated for a moment, but still revealed the mystery. Shonan TV. Shonan TV. This answer was really beyond the expectations of Lu Chen and Lu Shi, so much so that his sister couldn't help but widen her eyes. Shonan TV was Lu Chen's old enemy. The enmity between the two sides can even be traced back to when Lu Chen first entered the entertainment industry. He participated in Shonan TV's Super Singer and was brushed. He switched to Singing China and jumped through the Dragon Gate, which also made Shonan TV ridiculed for having eyes but not seeing and having too many dark secrets. Later, there were even more competitions. For example, Lu Chen's Autumn in My Heart defeated the popular TV series of Shonan TV. Shonan TV also secretly made trouble for Lu Chen. However, ever since Full of Romance was broadcasted, the two sides had basically not met again. Shonan TV could not gain any advantage from Lu Chen, and it was impossible for them to publicly fall out with him. Did they still want to save face for the satellite TV station? As for Lu Chen, he would not take the initiative to provoke the other party. But he really didn't expect that Shonan TV had also taken a fancy to you from the start and released the message of cooperation to him through Wang Jinping in a roundabout way. In fact, strictly speaking, there was no deep hatred between Lu Chen and Shonan TV. The several collisions were either caused by someone or by coincidence, far from being irreconcilable. There are no eternal friends or enemies in the world, there are eternal interests. From the perspective of interests, Lu Chen's choice to cooperate with Shonan TV is better than Beijing Television or Zhejiang Satellite TV. Because among so many satellite TV stations in China, Shonan TV is well-deserved number one. Its influence is big than that of its competitors, and it can't compete with CCTV. Cooperation with such a platform will undoubtedly have a great promotion effect on Lu Chen's career. For example, if he wants to promote a Chinese ghost story and promote it through Shonan TV, the effect will definitely be very good. The most important thing is that now Shonan TV has taken the initiative to find Lu Chen. Even though they are wearing a fig leaf, it is still very rare, because with Shonan TV's status in the circle, there are really not many star artists who can make them bow their heads. Lu Shi looked at Lu Chen with an inquiring look, and her sister was also shocked and hesitant. Wang Jinping felt that he had regained some initiative. He said with a smile, "Why don't I talk about the specific conditions first?" He thought to himself that the name of Shonan TV was really powerful. However, Lu Chen only hesitated for a moment, but did not answer his question. Instead, he asked, "Golden Phoenix Award?" Wang Jinping's smile instantly froze on his face. He knew that Lu Chen's question was a question. He was questioning whether Shonan TV was using the Golden Phoenix Award as a condition for the cooperation between the two parties. In other words, Lu Chen thought that the reason why Full of Romance did not get nominated for the Golden Phoenix Award was because Shonan TV was deliberately obstructing them, leaving some leeway to negotiate the conditions. Wang Jinping suddenly realized that Lu Chen is a very proud person, but his pride is hidden deep in his bones, and he will not easily show it. He gives people the impression that he is quite modest. But it is precisely such a person who will never be threatened. That's right, it's a threat. Lu Chen thought that Shonan TV is using the Golden Phoenix Award to threaten him. This is very bad. What's worse is that if Lu Chen had such a thought, it would not be too unjust. Shonan TV. The rumor on the internet is related to Shonan TV, or to be more precise, it's related to someone in Shonan TV. Wang Jinping, who is as cunning as he is stuck again. Because he knows very well that sophistry is useless against Lu Chen. This young man is far more shrewd than his peers. Lying will only put him in a more passive situation. To be honest, Wang Jinping has never been so tired when negotiating with the elites inside and outside of the entertainment industry. Lu Shi's gaze was cold as she looked at the embarrassed Wang Jinping. Lu Chen did not rely on others' help or support to get where he is today, but his own hard work and strength. Shonan TV actually wants to use a mere Golden Phoenix Award to pressure Lu Chen. What a joke. As a result, her impression of Wang Jinping is also very bad. After a while, Wang Jinping sighed and said, "Mr. Lu Chen, please don't misunderstand. My client sincerely wants to cooperate with you, and the conditions are guaranteed to be satisfactory." He still did not give up, thinking that he can persuade Lu Chen at the end. In short, he is not willing to give up just like this. Lu Chen picked up the teacup and took a sip, then suddenly smiled. CEO Wan, let's not beat around the bush. I will not cooperate with Shonan TV. There is no need. As for the Golden Phoenix Award, his face showed a mocking expression. Believe me, not being nominated is not a disgrace to me. At this moment, Lu Chen's strong confidence made Wan Jinping speechless. The frustration of failure shrouded the senior broker. In the elegantly decorated private room, the fragrance of tea was lingering in the air, and the faint sound of the zither penetrated the wall, as if it was from another world. Wan Jinping's mood was very bad. He had been in the entertainment circle for more than a decade and had seen all kinds of storms and waves. He didn't expect that he would be snubbed by a young man today. What made Wan Jinping feel most depressed was that from beginning to end, it was Lu Chen who had the right to speak, so that his words were useless. This meal was a waste. Wan Jinping could only admit his failure. He put away his depressed mood and said with a forced smile, if that's the case, then it's really a pity. In fact, the conditions offered by Shonan TV to cooperate with Lu Chen were really very generous. As the overlord of the local satellite TV stations in China, Shonan TV's strong ratings and strong capital made them invincible in the entertainment circle. But there were always exceptions. Lu Chen didn't care about Shonan TV at all, and he didn't lack money and fame. As the saying goes, a cliff is 1,000 feet high without any desire. Wan Jinping's failure was really not his fault. But in his line of work, offending people for other people's business was the most stupid thing to do. Wan Jinping didn't have any opinion of Lu Chen because of this, and he wouldn't fall out with him. After adjusting his mood, Wan Jinping raised his teacup and said, Mr. Lu Chen, Chief Lu, we can't do business, but we'll still be friends. I hope there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Lu Shi nodded and raised her cup. If it wasn't necessary, she didn't want to offend this jack of all trades. Not to mention that the other party's identity wasn't good or bad, just like how bacteria must exist in the human body, the entertainment circle also couldn't lack such people. It was naturally the best to end this peacefully. Lu Chen didn't immediately raise his cup. He looked at Wan Jinping thoughtfully and said, Chief Wan, actually, if you want to cooperate, you don't have to wait for the future. Wan Jinping was stunned. He put down his teacup and asked, Mr. Lu Chen, what do you mean? Lu Chen smiled and said, you also know that I am preparing to shoot the third TV series, You from the Star. At present, the investors and partners of this TV series have not been finalized. I wonder if President Wan is interested in getting involved. Are you interested? Yes. It was simply too much. Wan Jinping had never thought that Lu Chen would reject Shonan TV without hesitation. He didn't even want to listen to the conditions. Instead, he threw a sweet and tempting cake to Wan Jinping. He wanted to swallow it on the spot. Even if the cake was covered with poisonous fillings, he would eat it first. One was Autumn in My Heart and the other was Full House of Romance. It could be said that 2 TV series in 2 years had put Lu Chen and Chen Fei on the altar. Even if many people in the circle said that they were not favored by the Yulan Awards and the Golden Luan Awards, no one could deny the success of the 2 TV series. In the beginning, those who cooperated with Lu Chen, whether it was an artist, a TV station, or a film company, all made a lot of money. Lu Chen's excellent quality of not eating alone made him have an excellent reputation in the circle. So when Lu Chen decided to shoot the third TV series, You from the Star, there were many people who looked for Wan Jinping as a matchmaker. Of course, the most powerful one was Shonan TV. Wan Jinping knew very well that as long as You from the Star was not shot randomly, it was bound to be a hit. The possibility of the ratings being a flop was very small. Countless people in the circle were watching it with red eyes. He knew that he had no friendship with Lu Chen. Originally, he wanted to use the power of Shonan TV to build a relationship with Lu Chen. After being rejected, he gave up, but the result was so unexpected. Fortunately, Wan Jinping was very shrewd and did not lose his composure on the spot. However, his expression also changed. Mr. Lu Chen, you are not joking with me, are you? Lu Chen couldn't help laughing. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. He said unhurriedly, I never joke when it comes to business. I can give you 5% of the limited equity shares. It doesn't matter whether you invest in your own company or pull strings for other companies. We can sign a formal contract. Wang Jinping, who had been a little hot-headed just now, quickly calmed down and weighed the pros and cons in his mind. If it had been someone else who said that he would be given 5% of the shares and limited equity investment, Wang Jinping would most likely have scoffed at it. Did Master Wang lack such little things? However, you from the Star was too tempting. Those who participated in the investment cooperation were bound to be big shots in the industry. To be honest, Lu Chen was really giving him face by giving him this opportunity. 5% of the limited equity shares seemed small, but in fact, it showed Lu Chen's sincerity, because Wang Jinping believed that even Lu Chen himself could not keep too many shares. The most important thing was that with this name in hand, if it was done well, the benefits that Wang Jinping could bring to Wang Jinping would undoubtedly be extremely rich. For example, recommending a newcomer to the crew, even if it was not a very important role, as long as appropriate publicity was done, it would be too easy to make the newcomer popular. Wang Jinping was well aware of this. How many newcomers or semi-new artists in and out of the circle wanted to be popular? Thousands, therefore, although he knew that this was most likely a bait thrown by Lu Chen, Wang Jinping still wanted to take the bait. He couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Lu Chen, then what do you want?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "I just want to make friends with Boss Wan and leave a favor. Maybe I will ask Boss Wan for help in the future." More friends meant more paths, and friends could also be divided into many kinds. Wang Jinping's expression changed. After a while, he sighed and said, "I feel like I'm getting old." He knew that he couldn't resist this temptation, but thinking that he might offend Shonan TV because of this, his heart was extremely tangled, and he felt like pulling chestnuts out of the fire. Lu Chen smiled and said nothing. This was an open and aboveboard plot. Whether Wang Jinping agreed or not, there was no loss for him. For the TV series You from the Star, Lu Chen was only going to retain 40% to 50% of the shares for Chinfei Media, and the rest would be given to various partners. A mere 5% of the limited equity shares for Wang Jinping was nothing at all. If Wang Jinping was smart enough, he would not do it himself. It was the best choice to help others. He still had to accept Lu Chen's favor. And the initiative was always firmly in the hands of Lu Chen. After hesitating again and again, Wang Jinping finally gritted his teeth and said, "Thank you, Mr. Lu Chen." Such an opportunity was also rare for him. If he missed it, he would really miss it. Lu Chen nodded and said, "Well, you can contact Boss Lu for the details." Since he had made a decision, Wang Jinping no longer hesitated. He picked up his teacup again and said, "Happy cooperation." Lu Chen and Lu Shi looked at each other and smiled, also picking up their teacups. Happy cooperation. Back in the car, Lu Shi stared at Lu Chen. At first, Lu Chen didn't notice it, but soon he was scared by his sister's strange eyes. "What's wrong?" Lu Shi stretched out her finger and pointed at his forehead, saying, "I'm wondering if you are my younger brother." Lu Chen broke into a sweat. "If I'm not your younger brother, who else can I be?" Lu Shi said very seriously, "Your body is a shell, but I suspect that there is a 1,000-year-old ghost hidden inside." Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Sister, when did you start reading online novels?" Lu Shi said, "You have given me too many surprises in the past 2 years. I can't believe everything now." She felt it from the bottom of her heart. In the past 2 years, Lu Chen rose rapidly in the entertainment circle like a comet, lighting up the sky that belonged to him. From pop music to film and television, the amazing talent he showed not only stunned people inside and outside the circle, but also made his sister, who was the most familiar with him, feel incredible. And tonight, in the competition between Lu Chen and Wang Jinping, he played this old fox in the palm of his hand. He paid a small price to win over a powerful ally, which really opened Lu Shi's eyes. If it were her, she would never have performed better. It was just that this was not the playful and willful younger brother she was familiar with. Lu Shi also knew that Lu Chen had changed a lot in the past 2 years. Maybe he had really matured after experiencing hardships. But she always had a feeling that she was still in a dream. Sometimes she was afraid that after waking up from the dream, everything would no longer exist, and everything would be the same as before. Lu Chen held his sister's hand and said, "I am still the same person. I have never changed." It was just that in his mind, there was an additional memory of the world. Lu Shi felt Lu Chen's sincerity. She smiled, and the atmosphere in the car became very warm. Time passed quickly, and so did their footsteps. The sister and brother hadn't had a heart-to-heart talk for a long time. Ding-ling-ling. Unfortunately, the phone suddenly rang and broke the tacit warmth. Lu Shi took out her phone from her bag and answered, "Hello." "Yes, I've already eaten. I'm going home with Lu Chen." "Ah? It's quite late now." "Then, all right then." After saying a few words, she hung up the phone. Lu Chen asked curiously, "Who was that?" Lu Shi hesitated for a moment and replied, "It's Musher. She asked me to do yoga and spa in the evening." Lu Chen suddenly had a bad feeling. "Sis, does Li Mushi often ask you out?" "You know she." Lu Shi blushed and said, "I know, but she doesn't have that kind of feeling for me. We are very good friends now." "I don't have any friends in the capital," so, Lu Chen was speechless. Although they were brother and sister, he couldn't interfere in his sister's private life. "Then you should pay attention to yourself." Lu Shi glared at him and said, "Pay attention to what? Musher is not a tiger. Can she eat me?" "Brother Zhang, you can just drop me off at the intersection ahead." Xianxia, who was a part-time driver, agreed and turned the steering wheel to pull over. Lu Shi patted Lu Chen on the shoulder and said, "Don't think about it. I'll get off here. It's very close to the clubhouse. You should rest early. Let's talk about it tomorrow." What else could Lu Chen say? He could only agree with a wry smile. He really wanted to call Li Mushi and warn her not to have any thoughts about Lu Shi, but he didn't know how to say it. He could only be confused. When he returned home, Lu Chen was still very depressed. However, his depression only lasted until he opened the door and disappeared in an instant. "When did you come back?" The pretty girl standing behind the door, who else could it be but Chen Fei-er? During this time, Chen Fei-er was not in the capital. Her daily schedule was full. Today she was in Shanghai, and tomorrow she might fly to the deep sea. This was the result of rejecting many notices and advertisements. Relying on the two popular TV series Autumn in My Heart and Full of Romance, Chen Fei-er was definitely one of the most expensive female stars in the entertainment industry. Few could match her popularity. Although she was in love with Lu Chen, and the money she had earned could not be spent in several lifetimes, she had never considered staying at home and being a little woman in love. For her, her career was the most important source of youth and vitality. In this respect alone, Chen Fei-er worked harder than Lu Chen. Perhaps it was because of this that she felt a little sorry for Lu Chen and wanted to find an opportunity to make up for it. Chen Fei-er threw herself into his arms and said with a sweet smile, "I just came back. I have a little surprise for you." Before she could finish her words, Lu Chen's mouth covered hers. The two had known and loved each other for a long time. Usually, they did not spend much time together, but their feelings for each other did not weaken because of this. Instead, as time passed, their feelings became stronger. With a beautiful woman in his arms, Lu Chen immediately put his sister's matter to the back of his mind and fell into an intoxicated gentleness. It was a charming night. 2 days later, on the evening of March 19, the Golden Luan Awards Committee announced the nominations for all 39 categories of the 2017 Golden Luan Awards on its official website. Among them, the 2016 TV ratings champion Full of Romance was nominated for Best Screenplay, Best Music, and Best Editing. It did not win any heavyweight awards such as Best Director, Best Actor or Actress, Most Popular Actor or Actress, etc. This was different from the news that was circulating on the internet a few days ago. Full of Romance did not win anything at the Golden Luan Awards. Lu Chen did not feel that it was strange because, as he said to Wang Jinping, if Full of Romance really did not win a single nomination, he would definitely not be the one who would be embarrassed. The 3 small and medium awards were the Golden Luan Awards Committee's fig leaf. "I think we will win an award, and it will most likely be Best Music," Lu Chen said to Lu Shi and Chen Fei-er, "so, just send a representative." "I think Xianxia will do." Xianxia was Lu Chen's former colleague who worked at KFC. Now, she was the assistant to the general manager of Chen Fei Media. Lu Shi hesitated. "Isn't that a bad idea? That would be too disrespectful to the Golden Luan Awards." Lu Chen smiled and said, then send 2 more representatives. 3 nominations for 3 people. That's just right. The other party had already thrown a slap at him, and he still had to put his face forward. If he offended them, so be it. Lu Chen did not rely on the awards to make a living, and he knew very well who was making things difficult for him. The serious thing was that a Chinese ghost story was about to be released in the country, and the promotion had just reached the most important stage. How could he still have the mood to fight with others? If there are any interviews, reject them all. No comment. In the 27th Golden Luan Awards, out of the 39 nominations, the biggest winner was the long-running TV series Great Song Dynasty. This 85-episode historical drama had been broadcasted on CCTV last year. Its ratings were quite good, and the Golden Luan Awards liked it. As a result, it received 12 nominations, including Best Director, Best Long Drama, Best Actor, Best Screenplay. After Great Song Dynasty was Battle in the Sand City. It was a 37-episode military drama produced by Shonan TV and the United Nations. It received a total of 9 nominations. In comparison, Full House of Romance's 3 nominations for Best Screenplay, Best Music, and Best Editing were pitifully weak. Be it Great Song Dynasty or Battle in the Sand City, their ratings and influence could not be compared to Full House of Romance. It was just that both dramas were shrouded in the light of main themes. This was a little ridiculous. The Golden Luan Awards was different from the Yulan Awards. The latter was a legitimate government award, judged by expert judges. It was normal to promote the main themes. The Golden Luan Awards, on the other hand, was voted on by the audience. In the end, the nominees were not the ones that the audience liked the most. That made people want to complain. As a result, when the nominations were announced, the official blog of the Golden Luan Awards, Waves, was instantly swallowed up by the flood of people. Most of them were angry for Full House of Romance. Please explain the criteria for the nominations. Why did Full House of Romance only get a few small nominations? Just change the name of the Golden Luan Awards to the Blackbird Awards. They're all black. Are you guys kidding me? My great Lu Chen can't even get a nomination for Most Popular Actor? Hee, do you guys know what the ratings for Full House of Romance were last year? Let me give you a friendly reminder. Full House of Romance won the ratings in Korea. Boycott the Bullshasters Tea Awards. What people complained about the most was that Full House of Romance had no Most Popular Actor or Actress. It was fine if they didn't get any nominations for Best Director and Best Long Drama. These 2 awards should be decided by the audience. Yet, Lu Chen and Chen Feier couldn't even get a nomination. It was an insult to everyone's intelligence. The judges of the Golden Luan Awards knew very well that once they nominated Full of Romance, there would be no suspense at all unless they cheated during the vote counting process. So, they might as well just erase it. There were many intelligent netizens, and they could easily see through the Golden Luan Awards judging committee's intentions. For a moment, the blog was flooded with scolding, and public opinion was turbulent. However, hoping that online public opinion could influence the Golden Luan Awards judging committee would be a big mistake. Since they dared to bring out this nomination, they weren't afraid of being scolded at all. The Golden Luan Awards had been scolded for many years. The official V's face was bulletproof. No matter how much saliva and bricks flew in the comments section, it remained unmoved. Then, it quickly deleted a large number of posts and banned them. In the end, it simply closed the comments section. This kind of roguish performance of a dead pig not afraid of boiling water made angry netizens helpless. Many fans of Lu Chen and Chen Feier could only flock to their blogs to pour out their dissatisfaction and express their support for their idols. Many fans thought that Lu Chen and Chen Feier would feel a sense of loss. After all, the biennial Golden Luan Awards was still very influential in the domestic television industry. The honor of being a TV Empress and TV Empress was quite tempting. However, they didn't know that whether it was Lu Chen or Chen Feier, they had long lost interest in the Golden Luan Awards. The 2 had no intention of getting involved in this war of words. They didn't express their stance at all, and they even refused to be interviewed by the media. At present, the focus of Chinfei Media's work was the domestic promotion of the movie A Chinese Ghost Story and the preparation of the TV series You from the Star. They didn't have the time or energy to meddle in the muddy waters of the Golden Swan Awards. For the two of them, it didn't matter whether Full House of Romance was nominated or won an award. In any case, whoever wanted to play could play. On March 20th, the sci-fi blockbuster Showdown on Vulcan, which was shot by Superstar Pictures with a US $170 million investment, was released in all three major cinemas in China at the same time. The number of screenings was 38.76%, and the box office was $127 million. Nowadays, the domestic film market was extremely popular. Since 2010, as many as 30 to 40 movies had a box office of more than $100 million on the first day. Among them, Hollywood blockbusters firmly occupied half of the market. The results were extremely impressive. Movies that were popular in North America often had a high box office in China. After years of painstaking management of the domestic market, Hollywood had long accumulated a wealth of experience on how to promote in China. They were very clear about what to rely on to impress the domestic film audience. Most importantly, Hollywood's big film companies had a very close relationship with the three major cinemas in China. Therefore, whenever a blockbuster was introduced, it would receive a very high number of screenings, which pushed up the box office. Therefore, it was normal for Showdown on Vulcan to earn a box office of $127 million on the first day. In the next half-month, it would also form a strong pressure on other movies that were released at the same time. On April 9th, another Hollywood blockbuster, Legend of the Holy Land, would be released in China. This could not help but make people sweat for the domestic films that were released during this period. Although the box office of domestic films was not bad at the moment, relying on youth idol films and popular IP blockbusters to defend their territory, the situation was definitely not optimistic if they were attacked by two powerful Hollywood blockbusters at the same time. Lu Chen's A Chinese Ghost Story was stuck in the middle. Although the timing could not be said to be too bad, it still made the industry worried. The voices of pessimism were endless, and it was generally believed that it was impossible to replicate the success in Xianxia. When A Chinese Ghost Story was released in Xianxia, its main competitor was The Painted Skin. It had not collided with Hollywood blockbusters, and there was a natural disadvantage in terms of investment and publicity. It was worth mentioning that The Painted Skin had already been released on March 14th. In the week of the 20th, it only earned 32 million yuan at the box office. On the 20th, it fell to 2 million yuan. It was very likely that it would repeat the same mistakes in Xianxia, and it was very likely that it would be cancelled in advance. The Painted Skin was a Sino-Hong Kong co-production, and it could enjoy the support policy of Xianxia's new films. There was a basic guarantee of screenings in cinemas, but it was only limited to the first week. Cinemas were very realistic. The seats in cinemas were such precious resources that they would definitely not leave them for those films that were not popular with the audience. The winner takes all was the rule here. The Painted Skin was obviously not the winner. In fact, this movie had already worked very hard in the domestic publicity. Huaguan Pictures was also a big company in the industry, but the reputation of this movie was too bad. It barely passed the score on several movie websites. Therefore, when measuring the opponents, Xinfei Media did not include The Painted Skin at all. The Showdown on Vulcan and Legend of the Holy Land were the real opponents. On March 21st, the box office of The Decisive Battle of Vulcan exceeded 200 million in 2 days. According to this trend, the total box office of this Hollywood blockbuster was basically no problem to exceed 1 billion, and it was normal to reach 1.2 billion or 300 million, but it would be quite difficult to go higher, such as 1.5 billion. After 2 days of screening, the reputation of The Decisive Battle of Vulcan on the internet showed a two-tier trend. Those who liked the film thought that the special effects of the film were excellent, the plot was exciting, and the climax was continuous from the beginning to the end, which was completely worth the price of the ticket. The evaluation of the audience who didn't like The Decisive Battle of Vulcan was a typical popcorn Hollywood blockbuster. Except for the special effects and battle scenes, everything else was not worth mentioning. The story was full of loopholes, and it was nothing more than giving people a strong feeling of excitement. Everyone had seen many similar blockbusters, and there was not much novelty. Not to mention those positive comments, these negative comments alone actually reflected a problem faced by Hollywood movies in China, that is, the serious situation of homogenization of imported blockbusters. They were too focused on special effects and ignored the plot and characterization. It was like a delicious dish served to the audience, sprinkled with MSG. Young people were relatively more fond of it, and they were also the main audience of such Hollywood blockbusters. Of course, there was no shortage of real high-quality works in Hollywood movies, but it was difficult for that kind of artistic film to be introduced into China, and the box office after it was introduced was often very poor, and it was not liked by cinemas. It was precisely because of this, coupled with the state's protection policy for domestic films, that Hollywood blockbusters had a huge impact on the domestic film market, and domestic films could also occupy a place in the past decade. However, the youth idol films and popular IP movies that domestic relied on as the main market were also facing a serious problem of homogenization, which made the domestic film market more and more popular, and the future was also uncertain. Liu Qin led Xinfei Media and wanted to seize territory in this huge market. Strength, connections, luck, and opportunities were indispensable. As a newcomer to the film industry, he was not favored by many people in the industry. At 8 o'clock on March 26, one of the largest portals in China, the variety entertainment program Weekly Movie Talk of EasyNet Video was broadcast on time, which involved Liu Chen and a Chinese ghost story. With the further opening of the domestic film market, the number of Hollywood blockbusters entering the domestic market will continue to increase. The Domestic Film Protection Month will eventually be cancelled. In recent years, Japanese and Korean movies have suddenly emerged as a new force. Many excellent works have been introduced into the country, forming an encirclement around domestic movies. Therefore, the situation is very grim, and there is a possibility that the market share will be further reduced. The guest sitting in the live broadcast room said with fervor and assurance, therefore, if domestic films want to break out of the tight encirclement, the key lies in the film production institutions. Domestic film companies need to become bigger and stronger. In terms of technology, they need to catch up with the international mainstream. In terms of content, they need to fit the domestic market and invest more funds in development. The online variety show Weekly Movie Talk was one of the famous programs of EasyNet Video. It aired once a week, and each episode would invite a well-known figure in the film industry, such as a director, actor, producer, screenwriter, film critic, etc., to comment on the movie that was released that week and predict the new movie that would be released next week. The number of views on this program is very high. This issue of Weekly Movie Talk invited the well-known columnist and film critic, Xianxia. It was not Xianxia's first time on this program, and he was very familiar with the host. In addition, online programs had a lot more freedom than TV programs, so he was very open with his words and did not have too many scruples. This week, Showdown of Vulcan has already won 500 million in the box office. It is inevitable that it will exceed 1 billion. From this, we should see that the successful Hollywood film companies are basically giants. There are very few small and medium-sized film companies. In contrast, our domestic film production units are many but scattered. It seems that the scale is considerable, but in fact, the strength of the individual is not strong enough, so it is naturally difficult for them to defeat their opponents. The host nodded in agreement and said, "What you said is very reasonable, and next week, there will be 2 new domestic films that will be released. One is Our Youth Is Not Lonely, and the other is a Chinese ghost story." While the host was introducing, the trailers of the 2 movies appeared on the big screen behind him. "Teacher Wang, what do you think of these 2 new domestic films?" Wang Xiaoxiu turned his gaze away from the screen and said, "I have seen the trailers of these 2 new films. Needless to say, Our Youth Is Not Lonely is still a youth idol film. From the trailer, there are not many new tricks. There should be a box office. After all, this film market has always been there." As for the movie A Chinese Ghost Story, he shook his head. The host was sensitive. "You don't think it's good?" Wang Xiaoxiu smiled and said, "I don't think it's good. The reason is very simple. A Chinese Ghost Story is a fantasy ghost film adapted from the story of Strange Tales from a Chinese studio, and Painted Skin of the same genre has already been released on the 14th. The box office has only been around 40 million so far. Whether it's the cast or the investment, Painted Skin is bigger than A Chinese Ghost Story, and there are more special effects scenes. In the end, it can't even recover its cost, which means that the audience doesn't like this kind of film. Coupled with the high screening rate of Decisive Battle of Vulcan, a Chinese ghost story will not perform better than Painted Skin. The host had a different opinion. Teacher Wang, as far as I know, a Chinese ghost story has a box office of over 100 million in Hong Kong. Its reputation and box office are better than Painted Skin. Wang Xiaoxiu disagreed. The situation in Hong Kong is very different from that in China. The audience there prefers ghost films, and when a Chinese ghost story was released, there were no Hollywood blockbusters at the same time, and, after a pause, he said, and the box office of a Chinese ghost story is over 100 million. It is said that the peripheral products have been sold for tens of millions. To be honest, I don't believe this. Wang Xiaoxiu's doubts about the box office of a Chinese ghost story in Hong Kong, although he did not say it out loud, anyone could tell from the expression on his face. Probably feeling that this topic was too sensitive, the host quickly changed the topic. Teacher Wang, what do you think of the recent appearance of the film market? The morning after the weekly movie talk was broadcast online, Lu Chen only watched it once in his office. Originally, Lu Chen did not know about this show, but his fans and the show's guest, Wang Xiaoxiu, started fighting on the Waves blog, causing a lot of noise. Weekly Movie Talk was one of the famous programs of EasyNet Video. Every week, it would appear on the home page, so the number of views was quite high. The number of views on the same day was as many as tens of millions, and it had a fixed group of netizens. Therefore, when the episode of Weekly Movie Talk was broadcast on March 26, it was quickly forwarded to blogs and forums, causing Lu Chen's fans to explode. Recently, because of the Golden Phoenix Award nomination, Lu Chen's fan group, with Lu Jiajun as the core, was quite unhappy. Many people felt injustice for their idol, but they could not find an outlet to vent. Now, they saw Wang Xiaoxiu belittling a Chinese ghost story in the program, and even hinted that the Hong Kong box office of a Chinese ghost story was falsified. How could everyone tolerate this? The anger that they had been holding back immediately turned into cannon fire, blasting towards Wang Xiaoxiu. The main battlefield was naturally on the blog of Waves. Countless fans attacked Wang Xiaoxiu's remarks in the comment section. Just by looking at the trailer, you came to the conclusion that a Chinese ghost story is not good. Isn't it too easy to be a film critic? Don't speak without thinking if you don't understand. Why don't you believe that a Chinese ghost story has a box office of more than 100 million in Hong Kong? Please don't represent the audience. Do you think we don't like ghost movies just because we don't like them? Bullsh**T film critics, they only know how to talk nonsense. I'm sorry, I've seen a Chinese ghost story in Hong Kong. The box office is that good. Speak without evidence. Be careful that Lu Chen will sue you for slander. A Chinese ghost story is 10 streets ahead of Painted Skin. The domestic box office will definitely not be bad. Be careful that you get slapped in the face. The main focus of the fans' bombardment was Wang Xiaoxiu's doubts about the Hong Kong box office of a Chinese ghost story, especially the sales results of the peripheral products of a Chinese ghost story. He did not believe it at all, so he obviously showed a disdainful and mocking attitude in the program. To be honest, apart from the box office, it was not unreasonable for Wang Xiaoxiu to doubt the sales performance of the peripheral products of a Chinese ghost story, because this market was basically firmly controlled by Hollywood movies. In China, of course, including the practitioners in Hong Kong, it was not that they didn't know how rich the benefits of movie peripheral products were, but there were some things that they couldn't learn even if they wanted to. It was not that no one had tried to develop this market, but the result was often that they were badly injured. After suffering too many losses, the people in the industry lost confidence. Even if it was a movie with a box office of more than 1 billion yuan, they had no intention of investing in the peripherals. They would be satisfied with a share of the box office. At most, they would release some posters and albums. Based on Wang Xiaoxiu's understanding of the domestic and Hong Kong film market, he did not believe that Lu Chen would spend money on peripheral products in advance, unless he had the ability to predict the future and knew that his movie would be a hit. The production of many peripheral products needed to be prepared for a long time in advance. Many things involved design, mold opening, processing, packaging, and many other processes. Therefore, it was inconceivable to advertise that a Chinese ghost story had sold more than 40 million yuan of peripherals in Hong Kong, How much did they have to prepare in advance? Wang Xiaoxiu analyzed it according to common sense and concluded that the sales data were fake, but he did not know where Lu Chen's confidence came from. This columnist and film critic had always been known for his sharp writing and straightforward speech. In the face of the bombardment of thousands of Lu Chen fans, he would not close the comments like the Golden Luan Awards official blog and be a coward. Instead, he fought back, unwilling to be outdone. Wang Xiaoxiu updated his blog as soon as possible, using thousands of words to respond to the voices of doubt, and replying to and refuting the comments of many netizens. His words were quite fierce. In the new blog post, he listed a lot of data and examples to prove that a Chinese ghost story would not have much of a market in China. In the face of the attack of 2 Hollywood blockbusters, it would inevitably do nothing. At most, it would earn a few fans New Year's money, and the sales of peripheral products would be a joke, Wang Xiaoxiu said sarcastically. A Chinese ghost story was chosen to be released at this time. Other than proving that Lu Chen had been blinded by his previous success, he was basically digging his own grave. Reality would teach Lu Chen a harsh lesson. As for Lu Chen's fans, Wang Xiaoxiu was even more impolite. He directly denounced them as Internet Water Army and Internet Mob. Wang Xiaoxiu's tough attitude, coupled with his sarcastic response, made the battle that broke out on the blog even more intense. More and more Lu Chen fans joined in, and it even affected Lu Chen to a certain extent. One had to know that Wang Xiaoxiu was considered half a person in the industry. He had his own friends and connections in the entertainment and literary circles. In the face of so many people besieging him, there would definitely be people who would stand up for him. Many well-known bloggers had expressed their support for Wang Xiaoxiu in their own blogs, either vaguely or clearly. They believed that his judgment of a Chinese ghost story was not wrong, and even hinted that someone was using it to hype up the movie. This online war of words really made the keyword "a Chinese ghost story" appear on the homepage of Waves's blog. In such a situation, Lu Chen, who had been shot, could not remain indifferent. All along, Lu Chen had attached great importance to his fan group. A large part of the work of Lu Chen's studio was to manage his fans. Fans made a star, and an artist without fans was nothing. However, sometimes fans would also cause trouble for a star. For example, this blog battle. In the eyes of outsiders, it seemed that Lu Chen had something to do with it. Of course, Lu Chen could say nothing, or say a few words casually, but this would inevitably hurt the hearts of those fans who supported him enthusiastically. Many fans were very sensitive and fragile. Therefore, after careful consideration, and at the same time consulting the company's media and public relations department, Lu Chen posted a new blog post on his personal blog at 8 p.m. on the 28th. In this blog post, he first thanked his fans for their support and also thanked everyone for their love for A Chinese Ghost Story. At the same time, he hoped that everyone would treat those unfavorable comments rationally and not use profanity to scold people on the internet. This was because everyone had the freedom to express their thoughts, but this freedom should not be unlimited. Looking back at the past 6 months, Lu Chen was very proud because he had written, directed, and acted in his first personal movie and had won very good results and a good reputation in Hong Kong. Now that A Chinese Ghost Story was about to be released in China, it would meet a large number of fans. Although he was facing the strong pressure of 2 Hollywood blockbusters, he was confident that he could achieve the goal he had set for A Chinese Ghost Story. That was to break 500 million yuan in the domestic box office and sell more than 100 million yuan of peripheral products. The publicity work for A Chinese Ghost Story, which would be released on April 2nd, had already begun. The budget of 30 million was not too much, but it was enough to ensure that most of the audience in the country knew that the movie was going to be released. However, compared to the 2 Hollywood blockbusters, The Final Battle of Vulcan and Legend of the Holy Land, A Chinese Ghost Story was undoubtedly in a weak position. Xinfei Media also had no intention of provoking a huge publicity war and was more or less keeping a low profile. Therefore, when Lu Chen shouted on his blog that the domestic box office will exceed 500 million and the sales of peripheral products exceed 100 million, it inevitably caused a lot of repercussions in the industry. In the past decade, the box office of domestically produced films had also increased significantly with the popularity of the domestic film market. Among them, there were many popular films that had invested tens of millions of yuan and had a box office of hundreds of millions of yuan. However, these were basically youth idol films. Most of them were adapted from best-selling novels or online novels. The investment for A Chinese Ghost Story was only tens of millions of yuan. The target of 500 million yuan domestic box office did not seem high, but the actual situation was not like that at all. That was because there were fewer and fewer films with low cost and high box office. Even youth idol films were a little difficult to play, let alone ghost films. If A Chinese Ghost Story had invested hundreds of millions or even 200 to 300 million yuan, it might have been able to attract a lot of audience members with the influence of the original work. However, a mere 30 million yuan investment, even if it was all spent on special effects, how many minutes of content could it produce? Without exciting special effects, how could A Chinese Ghost Story attract domestic film audiences? The appreciation of domestic audiences was very different from that of Hong Kong audiences. Ghost films were definitely a niche film. Wang Xiaoxiu's analysis of A Chinese Ghost Story was very reasonable. What exactly made Lu Chen so confident? It was one thing to have a box office of 500 million yuan, but he actually shouted the slogan of more than 100 million yuan for the peripheral products. It was really shocking. Many people in the industry felt that Lu Chen was really a little too arrogant. Perhaps his development had been too smooth in the past 2 years, so he believed too much in his own influence. He had forgotten that movies were different from television and pop music. If Lu Chen were to make a youth idol film, he would not have to worry about the box office. This kind of fantasy film was not something that a newcomer could easily handle. However, there were also a few people in the industry who supported Lu Chen. They had seen the original version of A Chinese Ghost Story and had a positive and admiring attitude towards the movie. They said a few good things about Lu Chen on their blogs. However, such voices were very weak, and the general public was not optimistic about it. In Lu Chen's blog post, although Wang Xiaoxiu's name was not mentioned at all, the film critic still took it as a provocation to himself and quickly posted a new blog post. The content of the blog post was very simple. There were only 4 words: wait and see. Wang Xiaoxiu was a mature scholar. He had his own insistence and stubbornness. When he was serious, he was also very sharp. However, he would not play silly games with others, such as making a bet with Lu Chen that he would eat a keyboard or run around naked. The words wait and see were enough to show his attitude. Lu Chen's fans were naturally very supportive of Lu Chen's blog post. Don't say anything else. I will contribute at least 5 movie tickets. The peripheral products will depend on the situation. A box office of more than 500 million is too conservative. I think it can break 800 million. 1 billion. Support me, Chen. I will take my girlfriend to watch A Chinese Ghost Story. The box office and reputation in Xianxia are so good. I don't believe that it will fail in China. It will definitely work. Big Lu Chen, can you tell me what kind of peripheral products there are? I'm curious too. Needless to say, Lu Chen really responded to the questions raised by his fans about the peripheral products. He updated his blog again the next night and released dozens of photos. These photos were all related to the peripheral products of A Chinese Ghost Story, including the doll figurines that were the most popular in Xianxia. However, they were not artistic close-up photos, but finished stock photos. That's right. What Lu Chen posted on his blog were finished stock photos of various peripheral products. In addition to the various versions of the main characters in the film, there were also soundtracks, movie novels, commemorative albums, accessories, and so on. There was a dazzling lineup of everything. The key was that in a large warehouse, the stock was full. The stock of these peripheral products was ordered by the factory when Lu Chen was still in Xianxia. He mainly focused on the domestic market, and the quantity had more than doubled. At present, the goods had basically arrived and were shipped to the capital. The purchasing power of the audience in Xianxia was relatively strong, and the number of domestic audiences was large. Under the overall balance, Lu Chen set a sales target of 100 million for A Chinese Ghost Story. This goal should be said to be very ambitious, because many peripheral products of Hollywood blockbusters did not sell well in China, let alone domestic films. However, the success in Xianxia gave Lu Chen enough confidence. On the one hand, these stock photos were to prove his confidence, and on the other hand, it was also a powerful counterattack to Wang Xiaoxiu's questioning remarks. If he did not have the confidence to recover the cost, would he produce so many products? In fact, in his previous blog, Lu Chen had already posted a few photos of the peripheral products, but that kind of artistic photos obviously could not be compared with this kind of show-off stock photos, and it immediately caused a lot of shock among his fans. Wow! There are so many, can you give me one? The puppet figurines are so cute, I must buy a set when the time comes. Where are the local tycoons? Give a big exclusive sale to the group members. Buy. Finally, Lu Chen said in his blog that these peripheral products had begun to be shipped to the surrounding stores of the major cinemas. By April 2nd, they would definitely be on the counter, and he hoped that everyone would support them. Of course, the fans had to support him. Lu Chen's confidence also came from the group of loyal and cute fans he had. He could get millions of tips for a live broadcast, so how could he not sell the peripheral products for more than 100 million? In the face of Lu Chen's counterattack, Wang Xiaoxu was silent. Perhaps he was shocked by Lu Chen's generosity, or perhaps he was waiting and see. In short, he did not compete with Lu Chen's fans anymore. Everyone's attention was quickly diverted. The publicity for A Chinese Ghost Story was still in full swing. Lu Chen even broke the previous practice, ran a number of announcements, and appeared on several shows in a row to promote the film. Not only Lu Chen, but Chen Feier also spared no effort to use his own connections and influence to promote A Chinese Ghost Story. The entire Chen Fei media was in a state of fanatical work. Everything was just for the arrival of April 2nd. Brothers, I'll be leaving in half an hour, Chi Haoyun's fingers flew as he tapped on the keyboard and said in the QQ group, let's meet at the cinema. As soon as his message was sent, a large number of responses immediately emerged in the group. I'm already on the way. Haha, I'm also in a taxi, but Huainan Road is very congested now. The road is very difficult to walk on. Hehe, I'm taking my girlfriend to watch A Chinese Ghost Story tonight. Are you jealous? What's there to be jealous about? I'll take two. What the hell, you guys are beasts. I haven't even eaten yet, and you're all going out? I'm also ready to leave. I can finally see Brother Housey. Then you have to be prepared to vomit. Although he was ridiculed by the group members, Chihao was not angry at all. He laughed and said, get lost. Chihao is a member of Jinling Lu Chen's fan club. Because of his online name, his seniority, and easygoing temperament, everyone affectionately calls him Brother Housey. Chihao is one of Lu Chen's earliest fans. When Lu Chen opened the live broadcast of Starlight Show, he was one of the audience and rewarded Lu Chen with a lot of stars. Later, when Lu Chen fell out with Starlight Show, Chihao followed him to Whale TV. He likes Lu Chen's music very much and can be said to be a hardcore fan of Lu Chen. The most important thing is that Chihao once studied music and can be regarded as half a professional. He often comments on Lu Chen's songs in forums, Tieba, and QQ groups. His analysis is reasonable and interesting. Because he also has a lot of fans, he has a high prestige in the fan club. Although Chihao did not hold any position in Jinling Lu Chen's fan club, his appeal in the fan club of 5,000 people is very strong. Tonight's movie booking activity was initiated by him and received strong support from the group members. A few days ago, Chihao had made a suggestion in the group. Everyone should pool their funds and book a large theater to watch A Chinese Ghost Story on the day of its premiere as a form of support for Lu Chen. As soon as he made this suggestion, the group members responded like a tide, expressing that there were countless people who wanted to participate. Moreover, the fundraising was completed in a very short period of time. Then, Chihao contacted a large local cinema and booked a hall that could accommodate 700 people. But even so, there were still many group members who did not make it in time, or even if they made it in time, they could not get a place. Many of the group members had prepared 2 copies at that time, and they had brought their boyfriends or girlfriends to watch it together. Thus, the quota was occupied. With too many monks and not enough porridge, those who wanted to join in the fun were very dissatisfied and caused a ruckus in the group. In desperation, Chihao had to crowdfund again and booked the other 2 movie halls of the same cinema at the same time. However, it still couldn't satisfy everyone's needs. However, there was no other way. This was because the theater only had so many screenings for A Chinese Ghost Story. In order to meet the needs of the booking, the time was specially adjusted. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, the 3 movie halls would not play a new film with a low screening rate at the same time. The screening of A Chinese Ghost Story in the 3 major cinemas in the country had been announced on the official blog a few days ago. The average was 15.75%, which was already very good. As one of the films supported by the China-Hong Kong New Films, A Chinese Ghost Story enjoyed a 10% basic screening guarantee in the first week of the domestic cinemas, but they could not guarantee a specific time and a higher screening rate. The 5.75% was the result of Xianxia Media's efforts. In addition to the public relations of the cinemas, publicity was also indispensable. Lu Chen and Xianxia's connections in the circle also played a role, so the schedule was not too bad. It was also because of the strong performance of Decisive Battle of Vulcan that seriously squeezed the market space of A Chinese Ghost Story. If A Chinese Ghost Story did not perform well, then the screening rate would drop at any time. Cinemas were very realistic. The most important factor that affected their screening was the box office. Since Decisive Battle of Vulcan was released on March 20th, it had been nearly 2 weeks and the box office had exceeded 800 million yuan. In the absence of strong competitors, this Hollywood blockbuster's screening rate in cinemas remained high. It was said that the American Superstar Pictures intended to apply to the SARFT for an extension to further increase the box office results. Although there were very few Hollywood blockbusters that received the extension treatment, the chances of Decisive Battle of Vulcan succeeding were very small. This fully showed the current situation of this Hollywood blockbuster in the domestic film market. The more popular Decisive Battle of Vulcan was, the greater the pressure on A Chinese Ghost Story that was released today. Chi Hao, who had been paying attention to the blog, knew this very well. He had also participated in the war of words with the film critic, Wang Xiaoxiu. Although he had confidence in Lu Chen, he did not think that Wang Xiaoxiu's analysis was reasonable. However, this did not shake Chi Hao's support for Lu Chen. The fact that he had come forward to organize this screening was a manifestation of this support. Chi Hao, who lived alone, had his dinner at a small restaurant outside. After eating, he rushed to the cinema. The cinema that the fan support group had booked belonged to the Guangying cinema chain. It was located in a large shopping mall and was very close to Chi Hao's rented apartment. It was a 10-minute walk away. This Guangying cinema had been open for less than a year. The equipment and facilities were very new, and the service was quite good. The movie tickets for the cinema had already been sent to everyone's mobile phones via QQ. After showing the cinema staff the ID of the movie ticket and scanning it, Chi Hao received his own bucket of popcorn and a cup of Coke and strode into Hall 1. The spacious hall was brightly lit, and more than half of the 700 seats were already occupied. Although the screening schedule in the cinema was very tight, and even if they booked the whole place, they wouldn't leave too much room, such a situation still stunned Chi Hao. It should be known that there were still about 20 minutes before the first movie was broadcasted. Eh? Isn't this Brother Housey? Just as Chi Hao was looking around for his seat, a fan who came early found him and recognized Chi Hao. Chi Hao had previously posted a photo in the QQ group. He was relatively famous in the fan group. When the other party shouted, almost everyone turned their heads and looked over. Chi Hao instantly became the focus of attention. Most people had never seen Chi Hao in person, so most of their eyes were filled with strong curiosity. This made Chi Hao feel very embarrassed. He could only smile awkwardly and wave his hand. "Hi, good evening everyone." The next moment, the scene exploded. Most of the fans of the support group who came to participate in this movie event were strangers in real life. However, on the internet and in the QQ group, many people's IDs were familiar to the ear. Chi Hao was undoubtedly one of them. He was also one of the initiators and organizers of the event. Therefore, when Chi Hao appeared at the scene, many fans stood up and greeted him warmly, regardless of whether they knew him or not. "Damn, this is Brother Housey. And, at least 1/10 as handsome as me. That's pretty good. Brother Housey, come to me. I'm old donkey. Haha, I finally saw the real person. It was worth the ticket price. Wife, come and see Brother Housey." Everyone was so enthusiastic that Chi Hao, who had a bucket of popcorn in one hand and a can of Coke in the other, couldn't refuse. He had to greet them one by one. those who were not familiar with him first got familiar with him, and those who were familiar with him laughed and said a few words. After a while, time passed quickly, and more people came to the movie hall. Seeing that the movie was about to start, the lights in the movie hall gradually dimmed. Chi Hao, who was already sweating profusely, was finally able to get away and find his seat to sit down. As a result, when he pressed his butt against the seat, he accidentally dropped the bucket of popcorn in his hand. Ah! The scattered popcorn spilled on the neighboring seat, causing the other party to let out a crisp cry. It was a girl. Chi Hao stood with a dumbfounded face and apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Look, he, who rarely interacted with girls, wished he could find a hole to burrow into. It was too shameful. It doesn't matter, the girl next to him chuckled and said, fortunately, it's not a can of Coke. Sit down, the movie is about to start. Chi Hao breathed a big sigh of relief and quickly sat down. At this time, he clearly saw the other party's appearance. It was also at this moment that Chi Hao swore to the heavens, to the earth, and to thousands of gods and Buddhas that he saw an angel, or rather, the lover of his dreams. The girl was in her 20s, wearing a goose yellow down jacket, with a round face, shoulder-length hair, very white skin, big eyes with long eyelashes, and a dimple on her right cheek when she smiled. Her appearance was not very beautiful, but there was a different kind of charm that instantly hit Chi Hao's heart. Chi Hao was stunned. Seeing his silly expression, the girl giggled and asked, Brother Haozi, what's wrong? Chi Hao finally came to his senses and hurriedly said, No, nothing. You are? The girl introduced herself, I'm called Xianxia in the group. Xianxia, Chi Hao really did know that this was a rather active ID in Lu Chen's fan club. It was just that she liked Lu Chen's TV series, Autumn in My Heart and Full House of Romance, while Chi Hao liked Lu Chen's music works. He wasn't very interested in the two romantic dramas, so they basically didn't have much interaction. There was no need to mention how much Chi Hao regretted it. If he had known that Xianxia was such a lovely girl, he would have. I wonder if it's too late now. You came alone, Chi Hao asked tentatively, or with a friend? As soon as he finished speaking, a head popped out from behind Xianxia and giggled, Have you taken a fancy to our sister Xianxia? If you want to pursue her, Brother Haozi, you have to work harder and show your sincerity. Xianxia's face suddenly turned red, and she angrily slapped her friend who came with her. Chi Hao was so happy that he was about to explode. In that case, Xianxia didn't have a boyfriend and was still single. That was simply great. He had a strong feeling that the girl sitting next to him was the one he had been searching for all this time. Fate was so wonderful. If it weren't for Lu Chen's fan, if it weren't for the movie A Chinese Ghost Story, if it weren't for him proposing the activity on a whim, if his love wouldn't have come, the movie began. The movie hall, which was full of seats, quickly quieted down. All the sounds of discussion and laughter quietly disappeared. All the people present were Lu Chen's fans. They had gathered here today to enjoy Lu Chen's first movie, and also to support their idol. This kind of support actually exceeded their expectations for the movie itself. However, everyone was not disappointed. 90 minutes was not long, but it was not short either. But for the 700 people present, it was too short. When the movie ended, the lights in the hall lit up. No one knew who started it, but then there was a round of warm applause. It's really good. No wonder he can get over 100 million yuan in Hong Kong. My Chen is awesome. I don't feel like I've seen enough. The ending is a little sad. Lu Chen's scholar is a little silly, and the feeling is very different. Chen Feier's grandma Dryad is simply amazing. That Yan Qixia is very good. I quite like Nia Xiaoqian. She seems to be a newcomer, right? She's very beautiful. No matter how beautiful she is, she's not as domineering as my Feier. Although it was already time to leave, many people still sat reluctantly, excitedly talking about the plot and the characters in the movie. All of them wanted to say more. This kind of situation could not be seen in a venue for ordinary audiences. It was only at these kinds of fan gatherings that people would chat enthusiastically with unfamiliar people because they had a common favorite idol. Chi Hao summoned the courage that he had accumulated after watching a movie and said to Xianxia, who had just gotten up and was about to leave, Can I treat you to something? Ice cream? Xianxia said, Ah. She wanted to refuse. After all, they had only met for the first time. Although Chihao's character was very good on the internet, girls had their own reservations. How could she easily agree to his invitation? How could she not see that Chihao had a good impression of her? However, she had a good friend who heard it and immediately shouted, "Ice cream! Everyone, pay attention." Brother Hausi said he would treat everyone to ice cream. Her best friend was simply pushing Chihao into a fire pit. There were hundreds of people present. Even if each person bought an ice cream cone that cost 3 yuan, it would still cost more than 2,000 yuan. When the people who did not know the truth heard this, they immediately started to make a ruckus. Brother Hausi is treating. Chihao felt like vomiting blood. However, looking at the girl in front of him, how could he say no? It's just a week's salary. I'll go all out. It's my treat. 1 ice cream cone per person. Although it was just an ice cream cone, it still turned the movie hall into a sea of laughter. Chihao no longer felt that he was at a disadvantage. That night, he watched an extremely wonderful movie and met a girl who moved his heart. This movie is very good. Yes, the special effects are a little ordinary, but the storyline is very good. The soundtrack is even better. I like the theme song and interlude. It's worthy of being produced by Lu Chen. Logically speaking, the special effects are also not bad. The scene where Xianxia fights Granny Treant is very exciting. My chin is mighty. I want to watch it again. Just after 8:30 p.m., a large number of audiences poured out of the Light Shadow Cinema. They came to the lobby in 2s and 3s, chatting and laughing, making the originally spacious lobby quickly crowded. Some of the audiences who had just finished watching the movie took the elevator or directly took the stairs to leave, but most of them were not in a hurry to leave. Instead, they called their friends and chatted in the lobby. Today was Sunday, the last day of the weekend. It was also the prime time for watching movies, so the business of the newly opened Light Shadow Cinema was very good. There were many audiences who came to watch the movie. Some were waiting in the lobby, and some were buying tickets. Suddenly, so many people came out, and everyone was talking about the same movie. From the reviews, it seemed that the movie was very good. Such a scene was definitely rare. Therefore, someone asked curiously, "Hey, buddy, what movie are you watching?" The person who was asked smiled and said, "It's a Chinese ghost story that has just been released. I strongly recommend it. I'll give it a 5-star rating." "It's really good?" The person who asked suddenly hesitated. He could not help but turn his head and ask his girlfriend beside him, "Why don't we watch this too?" At present, the most popular movie in the cinema was, of course, Battle of Vulcan. However, he had already seen this Hollywood blockbuster, and his girlfriend did not like this kind of sci-fi theme. She had originally planned to watch Our Youth Is Not Lonely. Our Youth Is Not Lonely was a domestic youth inspirational film. It had just hit the major cinemas in the country yesterday, and the box office on its first day had exceeded 10 million. Its reputation on the internet was not bad. His girlfriend thought for a moment and said, "Then let's watch this." The person who asked nodded and turned to the ticket office to buy tickets. However, it was a pity that the tickets for the next few shows of A Chinese Ghost Story were all sold out. This was because there were a lot of online reservations today, and there were not many showtimes in the cinema. Damn. The man cursed gloomily and could only buy tickets for Our Youth Is Not Lonely. Because it was a public place, his cursing was not loud, but even so, Li Lu still heard him in the crowd. The corners of his lips twitched, revealing a meaningful smile. Li Lu was the general manager of Guangying Cinemas' marketing department. He was thin and unassuming, but he had been in the cinema industry for decades and had a wealth of experience. As the head of the marketing department, he paid a lot of attention to the domestic film market. Before any new film was officially released, he would try his best to understand the relevant information of the film. In the end, he would provide valuable reference for the cinema and even the cinema chain. Guangying Cinemas was a newly established cinema chain. Compared to the top 3 cinema chains in the country, it was still very weak. Because of this, Light Shadow had to have the best service and the sharpest sense of smell in order to establish a territory that belonged to them in this extremely competitive market. Li Li's responsibilities were heavy, and his sense of responsibility was also very strong. Whenever a new film was screened at Guanyin, even if it was a film that didn't seem to have much box office potential, he would still pay attention to it on the spot. Simply put, it was to pay attention to the audience's reaction. Today was the first day that Lu Chen's first film, A Chinese Ghost Story, was released in China. As Guanyin Cinemas had booked 3 cinemas in advance, Li Lu paid special attention to it. Regarding Lu Chen, Li Lu has a certain understanding. He still admires the young star who has risen rapidly like a comet in the entertainment industry and has both strength and idolatry. Of course, admiration was admiration. Li Lu would not say that he would increase the number of screenings of A Chinese Ghost Story in Guanyin cinemas. He conducted a serious investigation on the screening of A Chinese Ghost Story in Xianxia. The results of the investigation were beyond Li Lu's expectations. His friends in the same industry in Xianxia told him that the box office of A Chinese Ghost Story of more than 100 million was completely credible. There was basically no case of buying or fabricating the box office. In addition, the peripheral sales of A Chinese Ghost Story were also not fake. The 40 million plus sales miracle shocked the Xianxia industry. It was not that there were no doubts, but that there was no problem at all. Unless the big and small cinemas in Xianxia teamed up to fake it, that was even more impossible. At that time, Li Lu was silent for a long time. After smoking an entire pack of cigarettes, he submitted an investigation report and proposal to the higher-ups of the cinema chain. He suggested to increase the screening rate of A Chinese Ghost Story and to stock up on its peripheral products in advance to deal with the possible hot market. In this document, Li Lu could be said to have staked his reputation. If the cinema chain listened to his suggestion and the results were very different from his prediction, then his future in Guanyin would be worrying. Li Lu actually did not need to do this at all. Anyone who had been in the industry for decades should know how to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. They would not put themselves in a passive and disadvantageous situation. However, Li Lu was gambling. He was betting that the box office of A Chinese Ghost Story would explode. Once he was right, his position in the eyes of the higher-ups of the cinema chain would increase greatly. Li Lu was not a gambler. He was using his keen sense of the market to decisively seize the opportunity. Although the cinema chain did not completely accept his suggestion in the end, the screening rate of A Chinese Ghost Story still exceeded 25% in Guanyin, second only to the final Battle of Vulcan. At least 1/3 of the display cabinets in the surrounding shops were displaying the peripheral products of A Chinese Ghost Story. Today was the first day of the screening of A Chinese Ghost Story. The surging tide of moviegoers made Li Lu smell a hint of success. The discussions and evaluations of the film from all directions were all increasing his confidence bit by bit. Of course, he knew that many of these audiences were Lu Chen's fans. It was already common for fans to come to the cinema to support the stars. It was far easier for them to get good reviews than ordinary audiences. However, the object of these fans' discussion was not limited to the role played by Lu Chen. There were positive comments about the entire movie's storyline, characteristics, and even special effects. That was not simple. It was a pity that the screening for A Chinese Ghost Story was still a little less. Otherwise, today's box office results would be even better, Li Lu thought to himself as he looked at the surrounding shops not far away. He wondered how much the peripheral products of A Chinese Ghost Story could sell. In the cinema, Li Lu was observing and thinking. In Beijing, 1,000 kilometers away, in the office of Qinfei Media's headquarters in the New Era Art Center, Lu Chen was also waiting. He was waiting for the box office results of A Chinese Ghost Story on the first day. To be honest, although he had full confidence in his film, when A Chinese Ghost Story was really released, Lu Chen still felt a long-lost anxiety and a little uneasiness. In the face of a strong opponent, he had done his best in terms of film publicity. The quality of the film itself was not a problem to pass the test of the Hong Kong market, but this did not mean that A Chinese Ghost Story would definitely be able to achieve a high box office. There was a lot of uncertainty in the market. Audiences in different places had different tastes, and there were many factors that affected them to spend dozens of yuan to watch a movie in the cinema. Some films were advertised with great vigor, and the box office was predicted to be very high. The investment cast and special effects were all in place, but the audience did not approve of it after it was released. In the end, it ended up being a failure. There were also some films that were not optimistic about in advance. The publicity was not good enough, but they relied on word of mouth to win countless audiences. As a light and shadow magic film, if one wanted to take out the money from the pockets of the audience, strength and luck were indispensable. The cost of A Chinese Ghost Story had long been recovered, and it had made a good profit through the sales of peripheral products. However, for any filmmaker, the domestic market was the ultimate test of the work. The box office of the movies in Hong Kong was limited, but the potential of the mainland was endless. Lu Chen did not care how much money A Chinese Ghost Story could bring him in the end, but he also hoped that his first movie could be a success in China. That was why he was nervous. Ta-ta, there was a gentle knock on the door of the room. Lu Chen, who was sitting in front of the computer and browsing the web, did not look up. "Please come in." The door was pushed open, and a pretty lady walked in with a steaming hot cup of coffee. It was not until the coffee cup was placed on the table that Lu Chen woke up. "Fei, why aren't you resting yet?" It was not his assistant who brought him the coffee, but Chen Fei. Chen Fei smiled gently and said, "I'll accompany you to wait for the results." Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a trace of sweetness in his heart. He didn't pick up the cup to drink the coffee. Instead, he reached out and hugged Chen Fei, letting her sit on his lap. Chen Fei did not resist and naturally leaned into his embrace. Lu Chen rested his chin on her shoulder and breathed in his girlfriend's familiar body fragrance. The nervousness in his heart disappeared without a trace, and his whole body relaxed. "Are you nervous?" Chen Fei asked curiously. When she came in just now, she noticed Lu Chen's expression and could tell what he was feeling. Lu Chen smiled self-deprecatingly and frankly said, "Yeah, I don't know why, but I'm suddenly afraid of failure." Chen Fei couldn't help but reach out and caress his face. "It's okay if we fail. We can afford to lose." Her impression of Lu Chen was optimistic, strong, and calm. It was rare for him to show weakness and fear like this. But it was precisely this Lu Chen that made her feel incomparably real and flesh and blood. Lu Chen smiled and said, "I know. Maybe I care too much. After all, this is the first operation of our company. I don't want to let everyone down, but now, I'm not worried. I believe in myself." Chen Fei felt that the confident and invincible Lu Chen had returned. She didn't say much, but took the initiative to give a kiss, using her actions to express her support for Lu Chen. Good times always passed quickly. The coffee on the table turned from hot to cold, and it was already past midnight. At 1:27 p.m., the first-day box office results of A Chinese Ghost Story were released. Thanks to the great development of the internet and the IT industry, things that were originally impossible in the past had become very common now. The data of all cinemas across the country was summarized to the cinema chain, and then transmitted to Chinfei Media. It only took less than 2 hours to complete. 38.75 million. The first-day box office of A Chinese Ghost Story was nearly 40 million. There was immediately a burst of cheers in the office area outside. The employees who stayed up late with Lu Chen saw the box office results immediately and were all excited. Although this box office was much worse than the 120 million yuan Battle of Vulcan on the first day, one had to know that the average screening of A Chinese Ghost Story was less than 20%. As a Sino-Hong Kong co-production with a low investment, it was already very dazzling. With such an outstanding first-day box office, as long as there was no significant drop in the next few days, the screening of A Chinese Ghost Story would definitely increase. After all, its main opponent had already been in theaters for 2 weeks. Unlike the cheering employees, Lu Chen only felt a little happy about the box office results and was not too excited. This was because he knew very well that behind the box office of nearly 40 million yuan were the countless fans of himself and Chen Fei. According to what he knew, the fan groups of the two of them in various major cities had organized booking activities. Many fans had booked movie tickets in advance. It was normal for the box office to be high. If it was low, there would be a big problem, so he continued to wait. He waited for the sales data of the peripheral products to come out. Peripheral products were different from movie tickets. Although they were all scanned and recorded by the computer, it involved different situations in each cinema. The time it took for the statistics to be summarized was not that fast. The sales results of the peripheral products were undoubtedly more important to Luchan now because it could more truthfully reflect the reputation of A Chinese Ghost Story among the audience. Many fans were willing to spend 30 to 50 yuan to support their idol at the cinema. However, in the face of hundreds of peripheral products, it was not easy for them to pay for it except for a few real hardcore fans. Unless they really liked the movie, liked the story and characters in the movie, they would not be willing to pay for it. Unlike the United States, the domestic market for movie peripherals was not too big, especially for domestic movies. They had almost given up on this market. That was why Wang Xiaoshu thought that A Chinese Ghost Story was faking its peripheral sales. Whether they could prove their innocence or not, the sales on the first day were undoubtedly crucial. Lu Shi came as well. She and Chen Feier accompanied Lu Chen to wait for the results. It was not until 2:57 a.m. that the peripheral sales data from the cinema chain was finally sent over. 98 million. There were once again warm cheers and loud applause in the office area of Chinfei Media. It was done. The boulder in Lu Chen's heart finally fell to the ground. He could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. This result was even better than he had expected. 75 million in box office and 98 million in peripheral sales meant that A Chinese Ghost Story had created more than 60 million in sales on the first day. For a movie that had a screening rate of just over 15%, it was already very dazzling. Most importantly, the 98 million in peripheral sales was too beautiful. It did not lose to some popular Hollywood IP blockbusters at all, and the profits were more than the proportion of the box office. In the following movie release cycle, the peripherals of A Chinese Ghost Story could become a golden hen that laid eggs. Many of the employees who stayed at Chinfei Media that night were in the industry and deeply understood the meaning of this. Therefore, their cheers were from the bottom of their hearts. In addition to the box office and peripheral sales on the first day, the audience's comments on A Chinese Ghost Story on Waves blogs, film and television-related websites, and forums were also collected and summarized by the marketing staff of Chinfei Media. Guangying website rating 8.7, 1,785 ratings. Guangying website was a very famous community website in China. It mainly recommended and reviewed movies, television shows, and books. The Guangying ratings largely reflected the audience's evaluation of movies and TV series. This part of the audience was mainly artistic and petty bourgeois netizens, so their ratings had nothing to do with the movie's box office and TV series ratings. It only represented a kind of comment direction. It was worth mentioning that the shareholder of Guangying website was Guangying Cinemas. As a commercial film, it was undoubtedly rare for A Chinese Ghost Story to be able to obtain an 8.7 rating on Guangying website, which was more artistic and niche. That was because the members of Guangying website were quite picky. On Tomato website, 5,693 fresh tomatoes, 385 rotten tomatoes. The freshness is 23%. Tomato website was a more popular movie website. Whether it was influence or scale, it was not something that Guangying website could compare with. The evaluation of the film on this website was not reflected by the score. Instead, the audience who liked it would send a fresh tomato, virtual rating prop, and those who did not like it would send a rotten tomato. The number of fresh tomatoes minus the rotten tomatoes divided by the original number was the freshness. On the other hand, if the number of rotten tomatoes exceeded the fresh tomatoes, then the rotten tomatoes would be calculated, the sign of a rotten film. For a movie that had just been released, as long as the quality was not too bad or too ugly, usually, the freshness would be higher. However, there were only two situations where the freshness could exceed 90% on the first day. One was that the producers had cheated to increase the number of tomatoes, and the other was that the movie was indeed well received. Whether it was Luchan Studio in the past or Chinfei Media now, although they attached great importance to online publicity and marketing, they never used cheating methods to falsify. This was Lu Chen's pride, therefore, without any cheating, A Chinese Ghost Story got 93% freshness, which was undoubtedly a very exciting thing. Especially for the marketing department of Chinfei Media, it was equivalent to millions of publicity. Waves blog movie rating, 4.5 stars, 25,307 reviewers. A 5-star rating of 86. 75%. QQ movie rating 9. 1. There were many professional or unprofessional film rating websites in the country, but there were only 10 or so that had influence and reference value. When the data of these 10 or so websites were summed up, the overall rating of A+4, A Chinese Ghost Story, second only to the highest S grade. Any movie, even if it had an A rating on the first day, would already be considered a preliminary success in the market. An A+ rating meant a good reputation. This score, which was calculated by a special software, also represented a strong follow-up market potential. It could affect the number of cinemas and cinemas. Clap clap clap. When Lu Chen walked out of the office with Chen Fei-er and Lu Shi, the employees who had been working hard in front of the computer all stood up. They congratulated and paid tribute to the boss with neat and loud applause. "Thank you, everyone." Lu Chen raised his hands with a smile, motioned everyone to be quiet, and then said, "Thank you for your hard work. I believe everyone must be very hungry now, right? I'll treat everyone to a midnight snack." Although it was already 3 o'clock in the morning, in Beijing, it was not a problem to find a restaurant to eat at any time, especially in the business district and business district, where there were many businesses that were open all night. Tomorrow, no, it should be today's holiday. After eating and drinking, everyone should have a good sleep. All employees' bonuses this month will be doubled. When Lu Chen said the last sentence, the cheers in the office area almost broke the glass. This kind of atmosphere full of vigor and vitality basically didn't exist in those big companies and groups. It represented the power of prosperity and a strong cohesiveness. A Chinese Ghost Story's first day box office, 38.75 million, peripheral sales, 25.98 million inch, QQ, the rise of a new genre of domestic movies? A Chinese Ghost Story's box office yesterday was excellent, shocking word of mouth. EasyNet. A new record for domestic movie peripheral sales. A Chinese Ghost Story sells 25.98 million. Movie Express. Unafraid of the pressure of Hollywood blockbusters, A Chinese Ghost Story delivers a good result on the first day. Everyday entertainment. On April 3, the second day of the official release of A Chinese Ghost Story in China, many websites, media, and newspapers published review articles, and even appeared on the entertainment headlines of several major websites. In the current domestic film market, the box office of 38.75 million on the first day of A Chinese Ghost Story was actually not high. In recent years, there were many films with a box office of more than 100 million on the first day. A box office of 30 to 40 million did not have much reporting value at all, unless the film's public relations investment was in place. Then they could brag about it with their eyes open. However, the situation of A Chinese Ghost Story was different from other films. First of all, this film was quite a hot topic on the internet. A few days ago, the famous film critic Wang Xiaoxiu and Lu Chen's fans had a war of words on Wave's blog. At one point, it was even on the homepage of the hot search list. Secondly, the investment of this film was only 30 million yuan, and its opponent was the Hollywood special effects blockbuster Vulcan, which was currently in the limelight. There was also the failure of the similar film, The Painted Skin. With less than 20% of the screening, it was able to obtain a box office of nearly 40 million on the first day. It was really worth it. However, the box office of A Chinese Ghost Story was not the focus of the media's interest, but its peripheral sales, 25.98 million. This data was too dazzling, making people unable to look at it directly. They even had doubts. Many people, including many media reporters, wanted to ask, was this real? It was too explosive, because Vulcan, which crushed A Chinese Ghost Story in the box office, completely lost to this new film produced by China and Hong Kong in peripheral sales. Before A Chinese Ghost Story, peripherals were basically a minefield for domestically produced movies, including Hong Kong and Taiwanese movies. Movie peripherals were almost exclusive to Hollywood movies in the United States. The sales of peripherals in movies adapted from novels, comics, and games could even exceed the box office. The huge profits were really enviable. It was not that domestic filmmakers and film investors had not tried it before. They also wanted to eat some cake from it, but they were often beaten black and blue. In the end, they were all discouraged. The reason for this was rather complicated. The maturity of the market, the audience's acceptance, and even the peripherals themselves were all related. The popular IP of domestically produced movies also lacked the creativity and willingness to produce peripherals. They often relied on posters and the like to make up the numbers. In the past, domestically produced movie peripherals sold the best, claiming to have sold tens of millions of copies. However, the data was questionable and very exaggerated. A Chinese Ghost Story had sold 25.98 million yuan of peripherals on the first day. Although there was the fan effect of Lu Chen and Chen Fei, it was still very unbelievable in the eyes of the industry. Doubtful, the circle fell silent. However, the reaction of Lu Chen's fans was completely different. When the official Weibo of A Chinese Ghost Story released the first-day box office and peripheral sales results, countless fans ran to Wang Xiaxiu's blog to mock it. Didn't you say that the box office of A Chinese Ghost Story was not good? It was nearly 40 million on the first day. Didn't you say that the peripherals of A Chinese Ghost Story were fake? It was more than 25 million on the first day. Wang Xiaxiu, who had always refused to admit defeat, chose to remain silent for once. He did not retaliate tit for tat. That was because he was not sure if his previous judgment and prediction were accurate. The box office results of A Chinese Ghost Story on the first day could not be determined. The movie's early publicity and hype were good, and with the popularity of two popular celebrities, it was natural for the box office to be high. Some movies had a high box office on the first day, but after a few days, they would reveal their true colors. As the number of people watching the movie increased, their reputation would rapidly decline, resulting in a dismal ending. Could A Chinese Ghost Story be one of them? Wang Xiaxiu was not completely confident. Even though his previous prediction was based on his understanding of the market, the sales of A Chinese Ghost Story were too dazzling. It was really unbelievable. As a well-known film critic in the industry, Wang Xiaxiu had his own information channels and sources, so he more or less knew the inside story. The first-day box office and peripheral sales of A Chinese Ghost Story might very well be completely real. This made Wang Xiaxiu feel as if his common sense had been subverted. He shut himself at home for an entire day, stationed in front of the computer, browsing the web, and smoking 2 packs of cigarettes. In the end, Wang Xiaxiu decided to go to the cinema to watch A Chinese Ghost Story and understand the situation. Without investigation, he had no right to speak. He was prepared to seriously write a review of A Chinese Ghost Story. The movie tickets that Wang Xiaxiu had booked online were for the night of April 4th. He was also free the night before, but perhaps because it was too late, he didn't manage to book the tickets to the nearby cinemas. The tickets for the night show were all sold out. At 8 p.m. on April 4th, Wang Xiaxiu finished watching the movie that he had once questioned in Hall 3 of the Mother Earth Cinema in Beijing's 3rd Ring Road. It was exactly 9:30 when he finished watching the movie. Wang Xiaxiu was squeezed in the crowd and looked a little ugly. Then he went to the movie and souvenir shop on the right side of the hall. In a cinema where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, the area of the surrounding shops was, of course, not large. The large space was reserved for the ticket office, drinks, and food. The sales of popcorn could account for 20 to 30% of a cinema's revenue. When Wang Xiaxiu arrived, there were already more than 10 to 20 customers in the shop. They were all young people, and most of them were couples. The place was filled with large movie posters, and several display counters were filled with all kinds of movie peripherals. There were figurines, sets of accessories, props, costumes, daily necessities, and so on. It was a dazzling lineup under the spotlight. Wang Xiaxiu noticed that the goods on the display counter of the Mother Earth Cinema were almost divided into 2 parts. Half of them were peripherals of the showdown of Vulcan, such as spaceship models, cartoonish versions of the male and female protagonists, alien monsters, and so on. They were full of technology and were quite expensive. It was said that most of the peripherals of Hollywood movies were processed and manufactured in the United States, so these things were basically imported. It was normal for them to be expensive. The other half was filled with peripherals for A Chinese Ghost Story. There were figurines of different versions of the movie's characters, movie posters, soundtrack albums, and a commemorative set that included accessories. Wang Xiaxiu even saw a shining sword, the model of Xianxia's magic sword. The sword hanging on the wall was a real thing made of metal. Although it did not have a sharpened edge, it was very well made. The details were as gentle as in the movie. 8 dark red seal scripts faintly appeared on the surface of the sword. Heaven and earth infinite borrow the power of heaven and earth. Wang Xiaoxiu was very familiar with these 8 words. In the movie, Xianxia was crazy and infatuated. When he cast spells, he chanted the incantation, which made people's blood boil. In Wang Xiaoxiu's opinion, Xianxia was the most distinctive and dazzling character in the movie, and it had been a long time since such an impressive character had appeared in a domestic movie. He casually picked up a Xianxia doll that was placed on the glass cabinet. It was only the size of a palm, but it was made to look lifelike. Its form, spirit, and intent were all in place. It was not inferior to the dolls in Showdown with Vulcan at all. In fact, it even surpassed them in terms of characteristics. Wang Xiaoxiu knew very well that such a thing could not be produced in a day or two. The design, mold, and production all took time. The film had undoubtedly started planning very early on. And its price was only half that of its competitors. How bold, Wang Xiaoxiu secretly sighed in his heart. He put the Xianxia doll back, but after hesitating for a moment, he picked it up again and walked toward the cashier. 58 yuan was really not expensive, and he really liked it. There were already 2 couples lining up in front of the cashier, and they bought more than Wang Xiaoxiu. Wang Xiaoxiu waited patiently. After paying, he did not stop. When he returned home, he put the doll he had just bought on the desk and smoked 3 cigarettes. Wang Xiaoxiu was not a heavy smoker, but he had smoked very fiercely since yesterday. After he finished smoking, the smoke was still lingering in the study. Wang Xiaoxiu seemed to have made an important decision in his heart. He suddenly straightened up and began typing quickly on the keyboard with both hands. On the computer screen, a line of black title text was quickly forming, a solemn apology to a Chinese ghost story. Some people would try their best to deny, avoid, or simply pretend to be dead when they did something wrong or said the wrong thing. However, some people would apologize openly, even if it might affect their reputation. There were many big V's and small V's on Waves's blog. There were both types of people. The former undoubtedly outnumbered the latter. Some would even rather go to court and lose money than apologize because they were worried that they would lose fans. Wang Xiaoxiu was undoubtedly the latter. He was very good at writing and never easily admitted defeat when arguing with others in his column and blog. However, if he was really wrong, he would not insist on it for the sake of face. At 10:05 p.m. on April 4, the well-known writer and film critic solemnly apologized to a Chinese ghost story and Lu Chen on his personal blog, which had 1.75 million fans. The reason for the apology was naturally because he had questioned the box office and peripheral sales of A Chinese Ghost Story in Hong Kong on Weekly Movie Talk. It turned out that he was wrong. That was because tonight, Wang Xiaoxiu personally went to the cinema to watch the movie and bought a peripheral product. Without investigation, he had no right to speak. He admitted that he had made a subjective mistake and had a habitual bias against domestic movies. However, he did not expect A Chinese Ghost Story to be so outstanding. In this blog post, Wang Xiaoxiu praised A Chinese Ghost Story. He felt that the movie had reached a very high standard in terms of plot, characters, soundtrack, background props, and special effects. Especially in terms of soundtrack and character creation, it could be called a real masterpiece. The peripheral products of A Chinese Ghost Story were not only abundant in quantity, but also of excellent quality. The price was not very expensive. It was both unexpected and reasonable for it to be able to achieve such high sales. Whether it was the movie itself or the peripheral products, the producers had done it with the word heart. In the past decade or so, the domestic film market had continued to be popular. Coupled with the advent of the internet era, film reviews were no longer limited to a few professionals. Online blogs, Tieba forums, and netizens who discussed the film were everywhere. However, in this circle that was neither big nor small, Wang Xiaoxiu was undoubtedly an influential film critic. Not only did his film review articles appear on his personal blog, but they were also often published in newspapers and magazines. Therefore, when his movie review, written in the form of an apology, was published on his blog, it immediately caused quite a stir in the industry. Many people in the industry forwarded or commented on it. When the fans who had been mocking Wang Xiaoxiu saw this, they immediately changed their stance. They liked Wang Xiaoxiu's sincere apology and forwarded it in large numbers. The number of fans on Wang Xiaoxiu's blog quickly exceeded 2 million. Many ordinary netizens who saw Wang Xiaoxiu's blog post couldn't help but be curious about a Chinese ghost story. Everyone wanted to see if this highly praised film was genuine, so they all ordered tickets online. Although some people suspect that Wang Xiaoxiu has been paid to join hands with Lu Chen to hype up, such a voice is too weak to set off any storm. The reason was very simple. It was because the opponent that a Chinese ghost story was facing was an imported Hollywood blockbuster, and not a domestic film with a huge investment. Otherwise, the voices of doubt would be at least 10 times louder. Public opinion on the internet could affect reality, especially the reputation of a movie. A Chinese ghost story had a box office of 38.75 million on the first day of April 2nd, and it broke through 40 million the next day. On the 4th, it reached 43 million, breaking through 100 million in 3 days. What was even more shocking was that on April 5th, the box office of A Chinese Ghost Story soared to 65 million plus, and the screening rate had exceeded 30%, strongly beating Showdown with Vulcan. Showdown with Vulcan had been released for 2 weeks, so it was inevitable that the box office would decline. However, the problem was that ever since A Chinese Ghost Story was released, its box office had declined very much. Especially on the 5th, it had fallen to 37 million, losing to the 28 million box office of A Chinese Ghost Story. In the words of a certain person in the industry, it was a shock to the eyes of the entire world. Showdown with Vulcan was aiming for more than 1 billion yuan. Its real opponent was originally Lion Pictures' fantasy blockbuster, Legend of the Holy Land, which would be released on April 9th. It was also a Hollywood blockbuster with a huge investment. Unexpectedly, it lost to A Chinese Ghost Story before Legend of the Holy Land arrived. In terms of publicity, scale of investment, and special effects, Showdown with Vulcan could easily crush A Chinese Ghost Story. Such a result was really shocking. On April 6, 7, and 8, the box office of A Chinese Ghost Story continued to rise with the increase in the screening rate, pulling out an extremely dazzling line. On the 8th, the day before Legend of the Holy Land was released, the box office broke 100 million yuan in a single day. For a domestically produced movie, this was undoubtedly a miraculous existence. Although it was not unique, it was definitely the only one in recent years. From April 2nd to 8th, A Chinese Ghost Story was released for a week, and its box office reached 420 million yuan in the first week. The industry fell silent. Many people knew that the investment for A Chinese Ghost Story was only 30 million yuan. The domestic publicity and marketing were basically not much different from this amount. Even if the subsequent publicity investment was included, it would not exceed 100 million yuan at most. The 420 million yuan box office had already steadily earned back all the costs and achieved a considerable profit. Not only that, the peripheral sales of A Chinese Ghost Story had also reached more than 80 million yuan, creating an unprecedented record for domestically produced movies, including Hong Kong and Taiwanese movies. Furthermore, this sales result had Big Battle of Vulcan, a Hollywood blockbuster with an investment of more than 100 million US dollars, actually lost to a domestically produced movie in peripheral sales. This was something unimaginable in the past, but it had really happened now. This could not help but remind people of Lu Chen's bold words on his blog, saying that A Chinese Ghost Story would take in 500 million yuan at the box office and over 100 million yuan in peripheral sales. At that time, other than Lu Chen's hardcore fans, not many people believed him. Many people in the industry even secretly mocked his arrogance, thinking that he had lost his mind. What about now? It was not a problem for A Chinese Ghost Story to exceed 500 million yuan at the box office. It was not a dream to hit 1 billion yuan, but it had such real potential. Those who had mocked Lu Chen back then had their faces slapped swollen. The real surprise was yet to come. On April 9, due to the release of Legend of the Holy Land, A Chinese Ghost Story finally dropped as if relieved of a heavy burden. The box office on that day was 87 million yuan. However, with almost the same screening rate, the box office of Legend of the Holy Land only exceeded 80 million yuan. It actually lost to A Chinese Ghost Story, which had been released for 8 days, on its first day. The film industry was a highly profitable industry. Take the current domestic film market for example. With so many film companies in it, the three major cinema chains and small and medium-sized cinema chains were desperately building cinemas all over the country. Of course, they wanted to take a bite out of this extremely tempting cake. In the past decade, there was no lack of films with only an investment of 20 to 30 million yuan that became a huge success. In the end, they earned hundreds of millions or even more than $1 billion at the box office. The profits were so high that it was enough to shame the traditional industry. However, if one carefully analyzed these low-budget high-box office films, they would discover the secret behind them: they were either young idols or comedies. There were basically no exceptions. Other high box office films came from high investment. Investment of 1 to 200 million yuan was common. Domestic blockbusters were trying their best to approach Hollywood in terms of special effects, which also led to the continuous increase in production costs. As a domestically produced film, A Chinese Ghost Story had not surpassed everyone at the box office. There were many domestically produced films that had grossed more than 500 million yuan in the first week. There were 7 or 9 examples that could be casually mentioned. However, A Chinese Ghost Story was a fantasy ghost film with a small investment. The 420 million yuan in the first week made it an extremely special example. It also seemed to have opened a door for its peers in the industry. It turned out that this type of movie could be made like this. A Chinese Ghost Story did not involve much computer special effects, and the production was rather sophisticated. Many scenes used props and traditional filming methods, but after editing and synthesis, the effect was very outstanding, especially the battle scenes, which could be said to be ingenious. It was much better than those colorful and flashy special effects. And the reason for its success was not just that. The characters with distinct personalities, the poignant and moving love story, the main character's looks, and the impeccable ancient soundtrack formed a classic. That's right, it was a classic. After watching A Chinese Ghost Story, many people in the industry felt that this film was enough to lead the new trend of domestically produced fantasy/ghost films. It was fully qualified to become a classic. On the internet, A Chinese Ghost Story had a high reputation, and its overall rating had been maintained at A grade. Many film critics strongly recommended it on their own blogs, and the entertainment media reported on it. All these factors combined to create the high box office of A Chinese Ghost Story, which had also suppressed its new and biggest competitor, Legend of the Holy Land. Compared to A Chinese Ghost Story, Legend of the Holy Land, which had just been released, had a much worse reputation. This Hollywood blockbuster's box office in North America was lackluster. It had originally wanted to recoup its capital in China, but the audience did not really like it. On April 10, the box office of A Chinese Ghost Story dropped slightly to 81 million yuan, taking another big step towards the 1 billion mark. On the other hand, Legend of the Holy Land dropped to 47 million yuan. Although the box office had exceeded 100 million yuan in 2 days, such a high drop clearly indicated a bleak future. Interestingly, another domestically produced film, Our Youth Is Not Lonely, which was released at the same time as A Chinese Ghost Story, rose by 1 or 2 million yuan against the market, highlighting the weakness of Legend of the Holy Land. Nowadays, domestic movie audiences had already experienced the baptism of Hollywood blockbusters. It was obvious that pure special effects and visual stimulation could no longer satisfy everyone's needs. Therefore, Legend of the Holy Land, which focused on special effects and lacked in plot, was easily abandoned. From a certain point of view, the days when any Hollywood blockbuster could sweep the domestic market were long gone. However, many industry insiders believed that if there was no A Chinese Ghost Story, or if A Chinese Ghost Story was replaced by The Painted Skin, which had already been taken off the market, the box office of Legend of the Holy Land would not have fluctuated so much. On the evening of April 12, Xinfei Media held a celebration party for the box office of A Chinese Ghost Story to exceed 500 million yuan at the Makati Cultural and Arts Center in Beijing. The threshold for movies was getting higher and higher. In the past, a box office of more than 100 million yuan was worth celebrating. Now, holding a celebration party with less than 500 million yuan would be laughed at. However, for A Chinese Ghost Story, a box office of 200 to 300 million yuan was enough. The box office earnings of the movie so far had already made the industry raise their eyebrows. Therefore, on the day of the celebration, all the media invited by Qinfei Media were present. There were also many uninvited reporters gathered outside the arts center, wanting to try their luck. The celebration party for A Chinese Ghost Story was held in a grand manner. It had been organized a few days ago and all the original cast of Hong Kong had been invited, including Ye Mingzhu, who played the female lead, and Ma Rongjin, who played the role of Xianxia. The two of them also received a lot of attention from the media, especially Ye Mingzhu, who had already become popular in the mainland because of A Chinese Ghost Story. She became the focus of the scene and there were countless flashes on her. As usual, other than the media reporters and guests in the industry, there were also many lucky fans. They had all obtained the qualifications through a lucky draw on the blog. These fans and guests got a beautiful gift as soon as they entered the venue. All of them were satisfied. They also made the atmosphere of the scene extremely lively and explosive. Especially when Lu Chen, Qin Fei Ye Mingzhu and Ma Rongjin teamed up to open a huge bottle of champagne, the whole audience burst into thunderous cheers. After that, Lu Chen accepted interviews from many media outlets. There were nearly 20 microphones with logos in front of him, and even more reporters surrounded him. A reporter could not wait to ask, "Lu Chen, will you film the second installment of A Chinese Ghost Story?" Lu Chen shook his head without hesitation. "No, but I've already sold the copyright of A Chinese Ghost Story to my partners, so it's possible to make a second or even a third installment, but I won't participate in it again." If he wanted to make a movie, there were too many scripts to choose from. There was no need to rely on a sequel to rely on the original. This surprised the reporters a little. After all, it was completely reasonable for a movie to have a sequel. Lu Chen was actually willing to give up this huge profit. But then again, without him as the male lead, the sequel would lose a lot of its luster. "Then what do you want to shoot for your second movie?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "This is a secret for the time being. At present, I'm preparing to shoot my third TV series, You from the Star. It's expected to start filming at the end of this month." This was considered a piece of news that was neither big nor small. There would definitely be many TV fans of Lu Chen who would be interested in it. However, the reporters were not satisfied. Someone asked, "Excuse me, why did this movie choose a newcomer as the female lead and Qin Fei as the villain?" The reporter's eyes lit up, obviously hoping to dig out some big information from Lu Chen's mouth. In the face of the endless questions from the reporters, Lu Chen answered them with ease. Even if the other party's questions might be tricky or even a little malicious, he was always able to deal with them easily. There was no lack of humor, which made the experienced reporters secretly admire him. If Lu Chen was a big shot in the circle who had been famous for many years, it would be normal for him to have such an outstanding performance. However, he had only debuted for 2 years, so it was inevitable that people would click their tongues in wonder. It could only be said that he was talented. In other words, Lu Chen was born to make a living in this bowl of rice. Such an evaluation was definitely not an exaggeration. Looking back at Lu Chen's singing and acting career over the past 2 years, it could only be described as a miracle. His rise in the circle was very fast. Although he was not unparalleled, his pop music and film and TV series were in full bloom and had borne fruitful results. It was really a unique existence. The domestic entertainment industry in 2015 and 2016 had really become very different with Lu Chen. And in 2017, he had opened the curtain on his own new year with the box office hit A Chinese Ghost Story. It was believed that at this moment, the entire entertainment industry could feel his warmth. For a young man with a promising future, the reporters, who were used to seeing storms, were a lot more cautious. In addition, they had received a red packet, so the following questions seemed very normal. Interviews, celebrations, performances, lucky draws, a lively celebration party ended successfully. The reporters and fans who came to support left in satisfaction, while the original cast of A Chinese Ghost Story reunited again to reminisce about the past and talk about the future. Lu Shi had booked a table in a high-class restaurant near Makati Cultural and Arts Center. Lu Chen, Qin Fei Ye Mingzhu, Wan Xiaoquan, Chen Wenqiang, Ma Rongjin, and the others were all gathered together. The atmosphere was harmonious and joyous. After 3 rounds of wine, Lu Chen specially toasted Ma Rongjin and asked, "Uncle Ma, how have you been recently?" Ma Rongzhen drank the red wine in his glass in one gulp and said with a smile, "Thanks to young Master Lu, everything has gone smoothly." Today, he was wearing a brand-name suit. He looked energetic, and he looked at least 10 years younger. The celestial master celebrity from back then had returned. Everything was going well for Ma Rongzhen now. The success of A Chinese Ghost Story had turned him around. His net worth and salary were close to the peak of his heyday. He had endless film contracts and advertisements, and he had long gotten rid of his previous embarrassing situation. Chen Wenxiang teased, "Brother Ma is in the limelight now. The number of girls pursuing him can line up from Hong Kong and Kowloon to Central." Ma Rongzhen smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Chang, please be magnanimous and have mercy on me." He even made a gesture of begging for mercy, which made everyone laugh. Even Yan Mingzhu, who was whispering to Chen Feier, raised her head. Her bright eyes wandered as she pursed her lips into a smile. Putting aside Lu Chen and Chen Feier, A Chinese Ghost Story had made two people famous in Hong Kong. One was Ma Rongzhen, and the other was Yan Mingzhu, who played Nie Xiaoqian. However, unlike the proud Ma Rongzhen, Yan Mingzhu did not choose the path of a rising star after becoming famous. She appeared to be extremely low-key. She did not accept any announcements or advertisements, nor did she participate in shows. She even rarely appeared in public. Many media outlets wanted to interview her, but they were all turned away. She seemed very mysterious. However, this mystery did not damage Yan Mingzhu's popularity in Hong Kong. Her fans were increasing, and many people even named her the #1 beauty in Hong Kong. Therefore, it caused a lot of trouble in the circle. However, no matter how much the outside world was buzzing, Yan Mingzhu still did her own thing. She did not look like someone from the entertainment industry at all. However, this time, she happily agreed to come to the celebration of the 500 million box office of A Chinese Ghost Story. She even accepted many media interviews. She really gave face. Lu Chen knew through Chen Wenxiang that Yan Mingzhu's family background was not ordinary. Making movies was just her interest. Ma Rongzhen asked, "Young Master Lu, are you really not planning to make a second installment of A Chinese Ghost Story?" He knew that Lu Chen had transferred the follow-up movie rights of A Chinese Ghost Story to his partner, Jiayang Pictures, and that he had also received a high-priced contract from Jiayang Pictures. However, in the heart of this veteran actor, he still hoped that Lu Chen would be the lead actor in the sequel. The feeling of working with Lu Chen was really great. Ma Rongzhen knew very well that if there was no Lu Chen, the second installment of A Chinese Ghost Story might have a good box office, but it would be wishful thinking if it wanted to win the same success as the first one. Many people in the Hong Kong film industry said that Yan Qixia was the essence of A Chinese Ghost Story, but Ma Rongzhen knew very well that Lu Chen was the soul of this movie. Hearing Ma Rongzhen's question, everyone turned to look at Lu Chen, including Yan Mingzhu. Lu Chen did not hesitate. He smiled but shook his head firmly and said, "No more." Although they knew the answer, everyone could not help but be disappointed. Most of the people present hoped to work together again, because the sense of accomplishment brought about by shooting a classic was really incomparable. Chen Wenxiang sighed and said, "What a pity." While feeling sorry, he also sincerely admired Lu Chen. One had to know that even many famous directors, after the success of their first movie, would strike while the iron was hot to rush to make a second or even a third movie. They would maximize the value of the successful movie, and even make it to the point where the audience was tired of it. In the history of Hong Kong's film industry, there was no lack of sequels that were made. For Lu Chen to be able to resist such temptation, one could imagine how strong his will was. Once he made a decision, he would not easily change his mind. Often, such people could achieve the greatest success. However, even Chen Wenxiang did not expect that while Lu Chen was refusing, there was something else. He took out the gift bags that he had prepared and handed them to Wan Shaoquan, Ma Rongzhen, Yan Mingzhu, Chen Wenxiang, and the others. Everyone took them curiously. Yan Mingzhu asked, "What is it?" The square-shaped gift bag was quite heavy, and it was wrapped up nicely. Lu Chen smiled and said, "You will know when you open it." Yan Mingzhu did not stand on ceremony. She directly tore off the wrapping paper and was immediately stunned. "Eh? It's a book." This gift bag was a hardcover edition of a novel. It was placed on the cover of the first ancient book, and the words "the smiling, proud wanderer" were very eye-catching. The smiling, proud wanderer. None of the people present were fools. Holding the set of 5 books in their hands, they all came to a sudden realization. Was this the second movie that Lu Chen was going to shoot? Did that mean that they would have a chance to work together again and shoot another movie together, a martial arts movie? Wuxia movies were not a new genre. As early as the 70s and 80s, Xianxia's film companies had made many wuxia movies, which were quite popular at that time. But in the late 90s, due to the influence of Hollywood action blockbusters, Xianxia's local film industry was severely impacted. In order to cater to the appreciation of the new generation of young people, many types of movies, including zombie movies, ghost movies, and wuxia movies, gradually disappeared. If someone else wanted to make a wuxia movie, Ma Rongzhen, Chen Wenxiang, and others, who knew the ups and downs of Xianxia's film industry very well, would definitely advise them not to get involved. But Lu Chen was different. Lu Chen proved his strong talent in movies with A Chinese Ghost Story, and A Chinese Ghost Story itself has a certain martial arts element. For example, at the beginning of the movie, the scene where Ning Kaichen met a swordsman killing bandits on the road was really exciting. And this fighting scene was directed by Lu Chen, including the action design. In this aspect, he also had the ability to turn something rotten into something magical. Ma Rongzhen weighed the book in his hand and said eagerly, "I'll take it back," and read it carefully. "Master Lu, what role should I play in this new movie?" Although he knew that he was too eager to ask, he really couldn't help it. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Uncle Ma, you can read the original book first. I haven't written the script for the movie yet. I'll give it to you in a month or 2. After a pause, he said, "The smiling, the proud wanderer will be made into 3 parts, at least 200 million yuan. Different from A Chinese Ghost Story, which was adapted from a short story in Strange Tales from a Chinese studio, The Smiling, the Proud Wanderer was millions of words long, and there were more than 5 physical publications. It was basically impossible to condense so much content into a 90-minute movie. The usual way was either to cut a wonderful part of the movie, or to separate it into several parts. Lu Chen had already thought about it. The 3 parts of The Smiling, the Proud Wanderer would be filmed consecutively, so as to save money and maintain the quality of continuity. In addition, The Smiling, the Proud Wanderer would be the first film of the newly formed special effects team of Chen Media. Ma Rongzhen and Chen Wenxiang looked at each other. Both of them couldn't suppress the excitement on their faces. It was no wonder that Lu Chen wasn't willing to film a sequel to A Chinese Ghost Story. It turned out that his big move was at the back. He didn't want to live off his past achievements at all. His intention was to create the glory of martial arts movies. Ma Rongzhen was even more excited. Since Lu Chen had given him the original novel, it meant that he could choose the roles in it. Furthermore, it was a huge investment. Lu Chen said to Chen Wenxiang, "Uncle Chang, help me find more talents in special effects in Hong Kong. As long as they have real skills and are willing to work in the capital, I'll pay them well." Xianxia's film industry was known as the Oriental Hollywood. Although it had declined, it had cultivated a large number of professional talents over the past few decades. The overall strength of special effects production was still stronger than that of the domestic industry. In recent years, many Hong Kong filmmakers had come to the mainland to seek development opportunities, including many animation engineers/senior special effects artists, etc., which had injected vitality into domestic movies. However, talents were hard to come by. These senior talents would either set up their own studios or join big companies. It was very difficult to poach them. On the contrary, it was easier to hunt in Xianjiang. Chen Wenxiang patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, young Master Lu. I promise to find a few useful people for you." A Chinese Ghost Story won the box office champion in Xianjiang, and it also made Lu Chen's Xianjiang film studio famous. Chen Wenxiang naturally had the confidence to poach people by relying on this famous brand. In Lu Chen's vision, his Xianjiang film studio was not only the bridgehead for Chen Media to establish a foothold in Xianjiang but also a base for poaching and cultivating talents. With Chen Wenxiang there, he could rest assured. After the discussion, everyone drank to their heart's content until late at night. Chen Wenxiang and the others would not return to Xianjiang immediately. It was Ma Rongzhen's first time in the capital, so she naturally wanted to stay for a few more days. Nie Mingzhu and Chen Feier had an appointment to go shopping together. You two have such a good relationship now? Back at home in Purple Garden, Lu Chen smiled and said to Chen Feier, why don't we become sworn sisters? Chen Feier snorted and said, sworn sisters, do you want to sway left and right and enjoy the happiness of having two people? No. Lu Chen hurriedly complained, and his drunkenness turned into cold sweat. I have never thought of it that way. During the screening of A Chinese Ghost Story in Xianxia, some unscrupulous media had hyped up the scandal between him and Nie Mingzhu, but it did not cause any trouble. Chen Feier also knew about it. Chen Feier giggled and rolled her eyes at him coquettishly. I'm just joking with you. Look at how scared you are. In fact, if Mingzhu is willing, I'm very generous. Although Lu Chen drank a lot, his mind was still very clear. I only need you. Chen Feier didn't believe him. You make it sound nice. Although she said so, there was still an intoxicating smile on her face. Lu Chen's heart was swayed. He couldn't help hugging her waist and lowering his head to kiss her. You stink. Chen Feier reached out to stop him and said with disgust, go brush your teeth and take a shower first, or don't even think about getting on the bed. Lu Chen smiled and kissed her despite her resistance. Then he went to the bathroom to wash up with satisfaction. It was a charming night. The next morning, he was woken up by the phone on the bedside table. Lu Chen always carried two mobile phones with him. One was used for work, and he would turn it off when he was resting. The other was used for friends and family, and it was turned on 24 hours a day. Naturally, it was this one that rang. At this moment, Chen Feier was still curled up in his arms and sleeping soundly. Last night, the two of them had a lot of fun. Lu Chen quickly reached out to pick up the phone, for fear of waking up his girlfriend in his arms. Hello? Who was calling him early in the morning? A familiar voice came from the phone. Lu Chen, this is Gao He. When will you have time to come to Hangzhou? Boss? Lu Chen was still a little confused and hadn't woken up yet. What's the matter? Is it important? Gao He laughed on the phone and said, if it's not important, I won't call you. I'll tell you a piece of good news. The games we made have been completed and can be launched at any time. Lu Chen suddenly woke up and said, you mean Happy Farm? Yes. Gao He replied decisively, it's Happy Farm. Happy Farm is a social, mobile, web game based on planting. Users can play the role of a farm owner on a virtual farm, reclaiming land in their own farm, growing various vegetables, fruits, and so on. This idea was put forward by Lu Chen and provided the funds needed for game production and website operation. It was a new internet project in cooperation with Gao He. At the beginning, Lu Chen came up with this creative idea, first of all, to fulfill the ill-fated couple of Gao He and Wang Xiaoling, so that their love can blossom and bear fruit. Career is the basis of love. Thus, Lu Chen invested 5 million yuan, accounting for 80% of the shares. Gao He and Wang Xiaoling invested 500,000 yuan, accounting for 10%, and the other 10% was used as incentive equity to reward employees who have contributed. With the full support of Lu Chen and excellent creativity, Gao He chose to stay in Hangzhou and start his career with Wang Xiaoling. Wang Xiaoling. The young couple quickly set up a new company in Hangzhou and recruited people to invest in the production of Happy Farm. As an interactive game that takes into account both mobile and web terminals, Happy Farm is not complicated and can even be said to be quite simple. With sufficient funds and manpower, it can be completed in 2 or 3 months. Gao He took the 5 million yuan invested by both sides, the guarantee of follow-up capital investment from Lu Chen, and the complete creative idea. It can be said that it was clean and full. With a group of like-minded employees, it took less than 2 months to come up with the first version of Happy Farm. However, when he hurriedly handed over the game to Lu Chen for review, he was poured cold water by Lu Chen. Lu Chen pointed out the problems of the first version of Happy Farm, such as the number of vegetables and fruits that can be planted is too small, the props are not rich enough, the interaction is not strong enough, the art design does not meet the requirements of cute, and even the basic color is not attractive enough. Lu Chen understands that Gao He is eager to prove his ideas and the pressure of running the company, but since he has to do it, he must do it to the best. Only things that are seriously polished can have lasting vitality. After Lu Chen's criticism and reminder, Gao He's hot head finally calmed down. He humbly accepted the opinions and suggestions put forward by Lu Chen, settled down and continued to complete the game program, and hired experienced designers to redesign the game background, crops, props, etc. Happy Network was established in September last year, and it has been more than half a year now. Gao He finally came up with the final operating version and confidently reported the good news to Lu Chen. Although separated by the phone, Lu Chen can still clearly feel Gao He's joy and confidence at this moment. He also believes that his boss will not let him down. Then send me a copy of the game app. I'll try it out first. No problem. Gao He quickly sent an app installation file to Lu Chen through Feixin, and the file name showed that it was Happy Farm 1.0 internal beta. According to the plan, Happy Farm would focus on the mobile industry. It would focus on mobile phones and tablets, and would also take into account PC and web pages. The installation file was not large, and Lu Chen's mobile phone was a new model, so it only took 10 seconds to complete the installation. An icon containing the sun and farm elements appeared on the desktop of his mobile phone. He clicked on the icon, and the screen quickly turned pure white. A cartoon sun with sunglasses quietly appeared in the upper right corner. In an instant, it emitted thousands of golden rays of light. The words Happy Farm, which had been carefully designed in chibi font, appeared in the center. Below the theme were 4 options, such as login, registration, settings, and exit. Lu Chen clicked on the registration with interest, and the system switch interface prompted whether to use QQ bundled registration. QQ is the largest instant messaging software in China and even in the world. It has more than 1 billion registered users, and the highest number of online users has exceeded 300 million. It can be called a giant in the IT industry. Many domestic games, especially mobile and web games, support QQ login, which is very convenient for users, and Happy Farm is certainly no exception. Lu Chen quickly registered successfully and logged into the game. The system prompted him whether to join the list of friends who already have a farm. This function is to call those friends in QQ who have already registered Happy Farm. In the future, it can also be expanded to group friends to increase the range of choices. Lu Chen chose yes. The most attractive thing about Happy Farm is its strong interaction. The more friends who play with it, the more fun it is, which can make people fascinated and even addicted. This game was extremely creative. It was once popular in Lu Chen's dream world, but it did not bring too many benefits to the game producer. Because when it appeared, smartphones had just begun to develop, and the channel of profit from the web was much narrower. But now that Lu Chen has moved Happy Farm over, there is no problem at all. Nowadays, mobile games are very popular, and a large number of venture capital has poured into it, constantly creating a legend. He is very satisfied with the smoothness of the registration and the design of the transition animation. Although it is a small game, the carefully crafted things are completely different from the shoddy goods. What he needs is quality. The most important thing is that the closed beta version of Happy Farm is very close to the original version in his memory. The degree of finesse is more than that, and the game interface is more beautiful and attractive. The initial players only have 6 pieces of land and the system gave them the lowest level white radish seeds. Lu Chen opened the friends list and found that there were already 2 friends in it. Needless to say, these 2 friends are Gao He and Wang Xiaoling. Both of them have high levels. Lu Chen selected Wang Xiaoling and opened her farm. He found that the farmland she planted was ripe for harvesting. He quickly stretched out his thief hand to steal the vegetables. As a result, when his thief hand just put on the ripe pumpkin, he only heard 2 loud woof woof. A yellow-haired puppy rushed out from behind the house and accurately bit his thief hand. System prompt: you failed to steal, dropped 2 gold coins, reputation value -1, Wang Xiaoling actually raised a watchdog. Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. A closed beta version still has a dog. Really, what kind of game is this? At this time, Chen Fei-er's voice sounded in his ear. It looks interesting. Lu Chen couldn't help but turn his head and see that Chen Fei-er had woken up, staring at the mobile phone in his hand without blinking, looking like a curious baby. Lu Chen smiled and said, "This game is called Happy Farm." Happy Farm? Chen Fei-er's eyes lit up. Is that the game you used to play with your classmates? She knew that Lu Chen invested in a website to make mobile games, and she also knew the relationship between Lu Chen and Gao He, but Chen Fei didn't understand this aspect at all. She thought that Lu Chen was simply trying to help his classmates. She didn't expect that the game would actually be made now, and it was very fun. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Do you want to play? I'll install one for you too. You can grow vegetables when you are bored." He was very confident in Happy Farm. This interactive game has a strong attraction. Unless you are completely not interested in mobile games, you will inevitably fall into it once you start. Chen Fei certainly agreed, so Lu Chen installed the client on her mobile phone. The operation of Happy Farm was simple, including the functions inside. Not to mention an adult, even a few years old child can master it after playing a few times. So with the guidance of Lu Chen, Chen Fei quickly sowed white radish seeds on her farmland. Remember to water them regularly, get rid of insects and weeds. When the time comes, collect and sell them, then buy new seeds and plant them. The extra money can be used to buy new land, tools and advanced seeds. Remember, when they are ripe, you must collect them in time, I will steal them. Lu Chen smiled very treacherously. Because it was a beta version, although all the functions were complete, because it had not been officially launched, Chen Fei's farm friends were only Lu Chen. Chen Fei was so smart that she immediately found the loophole in it. "Then if I delete you from my friends, will you not be able to steal?" What she said was so reasonable that Lu Chen was speechless. Chen Fei laughed and proudly made a victory gesture at him. "This is shameless." Lu Chen shook his head helplessly and said, "I'm going to Hangzhou. Do you want to go with me?" Happy Network was about to go online, and Happy Farm was officially launched. Of course, he had to go to Hangzhou to take command. They also needed Lu Chen. Chen Fei put down his cell phone, hugged his waist and said, "I won't go. A Chinese ghost story is rushing to the 1 billion box office. One of us has to stay in Beijing." In fact, it didn't matter if Lu Chen went to Hangzhou City a few days later. He had been waiting for more than half a year, so it didn't matter if he waited for 8 or 10 more days. However, A Chinese Ghost Story had already accumulated a lot of energy at its current stage. It was like a rolling snowball, and as long as it maintained its momentum, it would be able to accumulate a higher box office. Whether he was in Beijing or not did not affect much. Chen Fei was more than enough. After thinking about it, Lu Chen said, "All right, the other side is also very anxious. I'll be back in a few days at most." N. Chen Fei nodded and kissed him on the cheek. They didn't know when it started, but there was a tacit understanding between the two of them. They could understand each other's mood and intentions with a look and a movement. On April 13th, when the domestic box office of A Chinese Ghost Story continued to rush to a new peak, Lu Chen quietly left Beijing with his assistant and flew to Hangzhou in the afternoon. Gao He personally drove to pick him up at the airport. "Third brother, you're really fast. Xiaoling said that you might not be able to come." When he saw Lu Chen, he was particularly happy and said, "She and I just watched your A Chinese Ghost Story 2 days ago. It was so good. I also bought a set of peripheral souvenirs in the cinema." Lu Chen said with a smile, "Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had said so earlier, I would have given you a gold limited edition set." Gao He laughed, "To increase the sales of your movie." Because of his relationship with Lu Chen, he often watches the entertainment news now. He knows that A Chinese Ghost Story has recently been a great success in China. The box office and the sales of peripheral products have become hot topics in the media. He knows what both mean to Lu Chen. The two haven't seen each other for a while, so they naturally had a good chat. They talked and laughed all the way to the company. The full name of the company established by Lu Chen and Gao He is Happy Digital Interactive Entertainment Company, Limited, or Happy Entertainment for short. It mainly operates projects and businesses related to online games and mobile games. Happy Entertainment is located in the new Binjiang IT Industrial Park in Hangzhou. It is known as the entrepreneurial incubator of Zhejiang New Youth. New internet-related companies settle in it and can enjoy multiple support policies from the government. The current Happy Entertainment is still a small company. The office is only less than 200 square meters in size, and there are about 30 employees. But although it is small, it has all the necessary departments, including technology, marketing, customer service, finance, and logistics. When Lu Chen arrived, it was not time to get off work yet. Most of the employees were there. Gao He gathered everyone and said loudly, "Everyone, welcome our chairman, Mr. Lu Chen." The employees immediately applauded hard, and everyone showed an excited look, especially the female white-collar workers in the marketing and customer service departments. Their eyes were shining. Everyone knows that the biggest shareholder of Happy Entertainment is the big star in the entertainment industry, Lu Chen. Many people chose to join Happy Entertainment because of this. It's just that this is the first time everyone has seen him in person, so they are naturally more excited. It's very encouraging, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Thank you. Everyone has worked hard during this time. Our Happy Network and Happy Farm are about to go online. Thank you for your efforts. I hope that I can work with all of you to turn Happy website into the best gaming website in the country and make Happy Entertainment the top gaming company in the industry. If it wasn't for your hard work and wisdom, we wouldn't have succeeded. You are the most valuable asset the company has." As soon as his voice fell, there was another warm applause in the office area. Gao He added, "Our chairman just said that this month's bonus will be doubled." Wow, this time, the morale of the employees directly reached the max. After meeting and talking with the employees, Lu Chen chatted with Gao He in the CEO office. "Where's Xiaoling? Where did she go?" Gao He said, "She went to 7795 headquarters to talk about the platform cooperation. She should be back soon." Lu Chen nodded. 7795 is a well-known web game and small game publishing platform in China. The daily traffic is very high. The company headquarters of this website is in Hangzhou, so it naturally became the first choice website for Happy Farm to promote. But as for how to promote Happy Network and Happy Farm, Lu Chen has his own ideas. The publicity resources he has now are far from what he used to have. Wang Xiaoling rushed back to the company before work. When she saw Lu Chen, she was naturally very surprised and complained that Lu Chen didn't bring his girlfriend. She is a fan of Chen Feier. Gao He asked about the cooperation with 7795 platform. Wang Xiaoling said that the contract has been signed. When the Happy Network is officially launched tomorrow, they can put advertising on the 7795 website. 7795 claims to have more than 50 million registered members, and more than 10 million daily IP visits. Although the data is definitely fake, the effect of advertising on its platform is quite good. Of course, the advertising fee is not cheap. This time, I brought my men and money with me. In the evening, Gao He and his wife invited Lu Chen to dinner. After a few drinks in the private room, Lu Chen said, "You should be able to get the money tomorrow. Don't just think about saving money. You have to spend what you should spend, and you have to invite the people you should invite." Gao He and Wang Xiaoling looked at each other. Gao He scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "Lao San, you have already increased your investment once, and this time," Wang Xiaoling quickly added, "now our company's money is enough. Happy Entertainment has been established for 7 or 8 months now. Every month, the office rent, salaries, and other expenses are at least 600,000 to 700,000 yuan. Coupled with the investment of various equipment, the original joint investment of 5 million yuan has long been burned out. It was Lu Chen who added a sum of money to maintain the situation." Gao He and Wang Xiaoling are both recent college graduates. They have no experience in running a company. When they came here, they paid a lot of tuition fees, and then they have been burning money without any income. Naturally, the two of them will not be calm. When Lu Chen increased his investment, he did not dilute their shares at all. It remained unchanged at 10%. Now that he wants to invest money again, the pressure on the two of them is very great. Lu Chen smiled and shook his head and said, "Enough? That's impossible." After a pause, he continued, "For this game, Happy Farm, we have to invest at least 10 million yuan in publicity, and we have to continue to increase it in the future, and then there is the development of new projects, 10 million yuan in publicity fees." Both Gao He and Wang Xiaoling are stunned because Happy Farm is just a small game. It belongs to the leisure virtual business category in online games. The production cost is very low. If it is not developed by itself but commissioned a mature and experienced company to produce it, the cost can be estimated to be saved by half. Lu Chen actually wanted to invest tens of millions of yuan in Happy Farm, which was really beyond their imagination. They couldn't help but ask, with such a high investment, can we earn back the cost? Both of them knew that Lu Chen was rich, very rich. A song could be sold for millions, but such a way of burning money made them feel heartache. Wang Xiaoling's original advertising budget for Happy Farm was no more than 1 million yuan. I'm confident in Happy Farm, and I believe that it can bring us 10 times or even dozens of times more returns. But we can't be satisfied with just 1 or 2 small games. We should have a bigger goal. Lu Chen patiently explained. The memory from the dream world gives Lu Chen a steady stream of inspiration and creativity. After Happy Farm, Happy Entertainment can continue to make Fruit Ninja, Plants vs. Zombies, Angry Birds, and other mobile games that have achieved great success in the dream world. But the development of these leisure mobile games is only laying the foundation for Happy Entertainment. Lu Chen's goal is more ambitious. Do you know the smiling, proud wanderer ? Gao He nodded without thinking and said, I know. I also bought a hardcover edition and put it at home. It's a wonderful martial arts novel. It's really well written. The Smiling, Proud Wanderer is currently a best-selling book in the domestic book market, and it has also set off a wave of new martial arts craze. There are many readers, and it has a large number of fans. Lu Chen said, I have bought all the copyrights of The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, and it is expected to start shooting the Smiling, Proud Wanderer movie trilogy in the second half of the year. Really? Gao He suddenly opened his eyes wide and showed a look of surprise. That's great, you must play Ling Hu Chong, right? Lu Chen smiled and said, we'll talk about this when the time comes. I won't hide it from you. The investment of these 3-inch The Smiling, Proud Wanderer reaches at least 200 million yuan. It will be the most important project I will operate this year. Gao He said sincerely, it will definitely succeed. Wang Xiaoling, who was sitting next to him, asked thoughtfully, Lu Chen, are you also going to adapt The Smiling, Proud Wanderer into a mobile game? Compared with Gao He, who likes to study technology more, Wang Xiaoling's mind is much more flexible, and after more than half a year of sharpening, she has shown a certain talent in business, so she is keenly aware of Lu Chen's intentions. Yes. Lu Chen clapped his hands and said, not only mobile games, but also real online games. If it was said that when Happy Entertainment was first established, Lu Chen mainly wanted to help the couple in front of him, but now his thinking about the development of Happy Entertainment has been broadened a lot. Happy Entertainment can be completely integrated into his big IP plan, sharing the 2 major parts of the IP adaptation of games and anime, especially the game is a very important part of the plan. A movie takes 1 billion yuan in the domestic box office, divided into 300 or 400 million yuan, after deducting the cost and taxes, it will only be about 100 or 200 million yuan. But a well-produced and strong online game can easily make more than 100 million yuan a month, as long as it doesn't mess around, it is simply a hen laying golden eggs. Of course, this industry is also extremely competitive. Lu Chen's plan is to start with a small game like Happy Farm, so that Happy Entertainment can continue to grow and move towards the highest goal. Happy Entertainment's current territory is too small, and we will definitely move to a new place in the future. We need to recruit more professional talents, animation design, game planning, development engineers, programmers, art designers, Lu Chen said with fervor and assurance, that's why I said that the money in the company's account is not enough, and Happy Farm needs a process from online operation to realization of profits. We can't waste time here. Gao He and Wang Xiaoling had nothing to say. According to Lu Chen's goal, spending tens of millions isn't a lot. There was a huge difference between Happy Farm and The Smiling, Proud Swordsman online game, including mobile games. The latter required a lot of manpower and resources to develop. Thinking that the two will still own 10% of the shares of Happy Entertainment in the future, it feels like a dream. Lu Chen raised his glass and smiled, don't think too much about it now, come, let's drink to success. Tomorrow is the day that Happy Farm is officially launched. At 6:30 in the morning, Gao He woke up from his sleep on time. When he was in college, he played games very late at night and often woke up at 8 or 9 o'clock during the day. His life was peaceful and comfortable. He had like-minded friends and a gentle and considerate girlfriend. He was really happy. It wasn't until graduation that he realized that life turned out to be so cruel. Fortunately, Gao He persisted. In order to have a better future with Wang Xiaoling, and in order to live up to Lu Chen's good intentions, he put all his efforts into happy entertainment. Every day, he would get up early and return late, rain or shine. He often stayed up all night in the company, just to come up with the best products. The Happy Farm, which has just been completed, carries his dream without regrets. And today is the day when Happy Farm officially operates. It's an important day. Memories emerged in his mind, and Gao He's mind became very clear. He bowed his head and kissed Wang Xiaoling, who was still sleeping, and quickly got up to put on his clothes. Today, he will be the first to arrive at the company. You're awake? At this time, Wang Xiaoling also woke up. She opened her sleepy eyes, raised her head, and asked in a daze, "What time is it?" Gao He smiled and said, "It's just 6:30, you should sleep a little longer." Wang Xiaoling rubbed her eyes, gave him a white look, and said, "How can I fall asleep?" She also got up. Last night's party with Lu Chen touched the two of them a lot. Originally, both Gao He and Wang Xiaoling just wanted to run happy entertainment well. They didn't want to be at the top of the industry. They just wanted to earn back the investment cost and be satisfied with a car and a house. After knowing Lu Chen's vision for the future of happy entertainment, the two found that their vision was too shallow and their goals were too small. Everyone has ambitions in their heart, but some are big and some are small, and some are buried very deep. Lu Chen's heroic words easily aroused the ambitions of Gao He and Wang Xiaoling. As the first step to realize their ambitions, the success of Happy Farm is crucial. At this moment, Gao He's mood was uneasy, and Wang Xiaoling was excited. The two washed up as quickly as possible, then casually ate breakfast, and went out to take the subway to the company. Just after 8 o'clock, all the employees of the company had arrived. The normal working time was 9 o'clock. Lu Chen arrived at Happy Entertainment at 9 to participate in the Happy website's launch ceremony. The people present were all employees of Happy Entertainment. The so-called ceremony was just a specially prepared computer that could be completed with a click of the mouse. Calling it a ceremony was too much of an exaggeration. Wang Xiaoling announced loudly, "Everyone, let's give a round of applause. Let's invite our chairman to unveil Happy Online." Pa pa pa, warm applause immediately rang out in the office area. Nearly 30 employees gathered together, and the young smiling faces contained excitement, anticipation, nervousness, and various other expressions. Happy Entertainment had been around for a long time. It was time for Happy Farm to be taken out for a spin. In contrast, Lu Chen was undoubtedly the calmest. He calmly sat down in front of the computer, manipulated the mouse, and gently clicked the confirm button. The image on the screen suddenly changed, and the homepage of HappyNet instantly appeared. At the same time, it was projected on the screen by a projector. The applause was even louder. The website of HappyNet was purchased by Lu Chen as early as last year, and it was not until today that its true face was revealed. The well-designed website was quite eye-catching. The overall style was simple and lively, and the main Happy Farm was placed in the most eye-catching position. Happy Farm 1.0, mobile version, tablet version, web version, and even TV version could be downloaded on the website. All versions were interconnected, and the advantage of QQ platform was used to expand customers. The game itself was completely free, but the game store provided paid props, and the profit was realized by selling props. Unlike mobile games and web-based games that ran away after making a profit, the paid props of Happy Farm did not seriously damage the game balance. For example, there were tools for automatic watering and weeding, but there were no automatic harvesting at a fixed time. Because automatic harvesting at a fixed time would destroy the balance, it would make the players who wanted to steal vegetables lose the fun. Another example would be a puppy that could guard the house. There was a probability that it would bite a thief. It wasn't like having a dog could sleep peacefully. At most, it would only reduce the probability of being stolen. The dog food was charged. A bag of dog food could be fed for 10 days for 1 yuan, and it was only 3 yuan a month. If you don't buy dog food, then the puppy will run away. It was believed that most of the dog users would be happy to pay a little money. The dog itself was designed to be very cute, and there were many breeds to choose from. Don't look at the low value of 3 yuan to feed dog food for a month, but if the number of users goes up, tens, hundreds, or even tens of millions of players online, it would be very considerable, not to mention there were other props. User service and anti-cheating must be done the best. After completing the small ceremony of Happy Net, Lu Chen said to Gao He, "Don't be afraid to spend money. For an interactive game like Happy Farm, if the user scale and influence were small, it would be no different from other small games, and no one would be willing to spend effort to create a plugin. But if the impact was large, and the number of users reached millions or even tens of millions, it would be completely different." Plugins were the destroyers of the game balance. Although the country has corresponding legal penalties, it is impossible to completely eliminate it. They can only rely on themselves to control the attack. If the plugin is allowed to run rampant, the paid props will not be sold at all. It is undoubtedly a fool's dream to want to recover the cost and realize profits. Many games are ruined by the plugin. Gao He patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, in terms of technology, I have invited a top master." In terms of technology, Lu Chen is very confident in Boss Gao. He said that it was a top master, so it must not be wrong. "That's good," Lu Chen smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about the game's publicity. I will take care of it." In today's era, it is no longer the era where good wine is not afraid of deep alleys. The real good wine needs to be put on the street and shouted hard to realize its value. Publicity and promotion are advertisements that throw money, but not all publicity needs to spend money. Reasonable use of their own resources, often with only a little money or even no money, can still achieve good results. In Lu Chen's mind, he already has a good idea. The domestic film market was very hot in April. There were 2 Hollywood blockbusters and many new domestic films. Among them, the American Superstar Pictures had invested $170 million to shoot the sci-fi blockbuster Battle of Vulcan. Its domestic box office had exceeded $1 billion, which was an impressive result. However, in April, Battle of Vulcan was definitely not the biggest winner. The Sino-Hong Kong co-production, A Chinese Ghost Story, which was released on April 2, opened low and opened with a 15% screening rate. By the 20th, the box office had also exceeded $1 billion, and it was only a matter of time before it surpassed Battle of Vulcan. At the same time, A Chinese Ghost Story had also set a record of $125 million in peripheral sales. This not only set the top record for peripheral sales for domestic films, but it also left most of the imported Hollywood blockbusters behind. At the same time that it won high box office and peripheral sales, A Chinese Ghost Story continued to receive good reviews on the internet. The rating on Guanyin website was always above 8, and the freshness rating on Tomato website was not lower than 85%. Discussions about this movie had become a trend on blogs and BBS forums. Domestic filmmakers suddenly realized that, in addition to burning money to shoot high-budget special effects blockbusters and youth idol films, films that combined fantasy, ghost, romance, and other elements could also be so successful. This brought about a few rather interesting phenomena. In the book market, the sales of Strange Tales from a Chinese studio soared, and they even ran out of stock, causing many publishing houses to rush to print it. There were also many famous screenwriters in the industry who had received invitations from film companies and entertainment media companies to adapt the stories in Strange Tales from a Chinese studio. There were close to 500 short stories in Strange Tales from a Chinese studio. The famous ones included Lianqing, Pa, Fragrant Jade, Little Xia, etc. The Painted Skin and Xiaoqian were 2 of them. These fantastical stories vividly expressed the longing and desire of young men and women for free love. The characters in the stories were vivid, the plots were bizarre, the structure was rigorous and ingenious, and the writing style was concise and exquisite. It could be said to be the pinnacle of classical short stories and was very suitable for film adaptation. With a successful example like A Chinese Ghost Story, those sharp-witted investors naturally had their eyes on this collection of novels from the Qing dynasty. It was estimated that there would be many film adaptations released this year and next. The author of Strange Tales from a Chinese studio, Pu Songling, was from the Qing dynasty. He would not have any copyright requirements, so the cost of the adaptation could be said to be very low. As long as they followed the same pattern as a Chinese ghost story, they would be able to follow the trend and make some money. At this time, everyone also habitually ignored the huge investment, but box office failure, Painted Skin. The brilliance created by A Chinese Ghost Story made the newly established Xianxia media a hit. Lu Qian and Xianxia also gained more popularity because of this. Their blog fans both exceeded 50 million, and their status in the circle rose again. Among the artists in the entertainment industry, movie stars had the highest status. The truly top-notch big shots basically all had movie accolades to their name. Some had achieved box office success, while others had won awards at the International Film Festival. The only thing that Lu Qian and Xianxia lacked was actually these movie awards and honors. If the two of them could be crowned Best Actor and Best Actress, then they could be considered to have reached the peak. Xianxia's subversive role as the villain boss of A Chinese Ghost Story had also become a topic on Waves's blog. Many fans praised her breakthrough in acting, but at the same time, they complained that she was not the real female lead. At 8:15 p.m. on April 20th, Xianxia suddenly updated her blog. In the blog post, she posted a picture of a blue sky and white clouds, and the sun shining brightly. In front of a cartoonish farm, there was a farmland filled with green plants, and there was an extremely cute puppy squatting beside it. If one only looked at this picture, which looked like an illustration from a children's book, everyone would definitely be confused and would not understand what it meant. At most, they could only judge that this was a screenshot of a webpage game. Below the picture, Xianxia added a line of text, warning someone, "If you steal my vegetables again, I'll let the dog bite you." Behind the exclamation mark, there was also a cute emoji representing anger. Xianxia's blog had more than 50 million fans. These fans were not zombie fans that had been created by marketing. Although there were definitely a large number of silent accounts, the number of active users was still very considerable. This can be seen from the number of reposts and likes of her usual blog posts. Ordinary sharing of feelings or selfies can easily get millions of likes and hundreds of thousands of comments. Therefore, when her blog post was published, it immediately attracted the curiosity of countless fans. Who provoked my Faye? Destroy him. What kind of game is this? It looks very interesting. 555, my Faye has also degenerated into a blog marketing promotion. Someone? Who is that someone? Could it be my Chen? Ha ha ha, my Faye is so cute. It must be Lu Chen. Hurry up and let the dog bite him. Sister Faye, what game are you playing? I want to play too. I feel like I'm going to be fed dog food again. In just over an hour, this blog post had been reposted more than 50,000 times, and the number of comments was as high as 100,000. The current popularity of Xianxia could be seen. Everyone knew that this blog post of Xianxia should be a game promotion, but she was different from those stars who advertised on the blog every day. Except for a few brands that she endorsed, she basically did not do online marketing. The rarer something is, the greater its value. This inevitably made people curious. What kind of game could make Xianxia make an exception? Moreover, this was obviously not a large-scale online game. It was just a small game. At 10 o'clock, Xianxia posted another blog post and took the initiative to solve the mystery. She said that she had recently been playing a small online farming game called Happy Farm. By registering with QQ, you can interact with your friends in the game. It was very interesting and fun. Finally, Xianxia added a QQ number. This is someone's number. Everyone can add him, and then steal all the vegetables he grows together. After the exclamation mark, there was a sinister expression. This time, the fans immediately exploded. Someone was obviously Lu Chen. Lu Chen's personal QQ number was actually published by Xianxia. Everyone didn't care whether it was game marketing or not. One after another, they added Lu Chen's QQ number. It was directly approved as soon as they added it. There was no need to apply for verification. There were even more fans who searched for Happy Farm on the search engine and found the Happy website at the first moment. You have to compensate me. In Beijing's Ziqing Yuan's home, Xianxia, who was sitting in front of the computer, said to Lu Chen, "Hurry up. Lu Chen smiled and said, "What compensation? I just stole a few of your pumpkins." Chen Feier glared at him angrily. "You still have the nerve to say that? You came up with such an idea to advertise your game. My reputation is completely ruined." Lu Chen laughed. "This is not an advertisement, right? Are you also fascinated?" Since playing the internal beta version of Happy Farm that day, Chen Feier suddenly became interested. When the Happy Farm was officially launched, she installed the app client on her mobile phone as soon as possible. Not only that, she also promoted it to her friends and pulled a group of people to join it. Chen Feier had been in the industry for more than 10 years. The people she usually came into contact with were basically people in the industry. Of course, most of her friends were also people in the industry. Everyone gave her face to download and install the app, but she basically did not have much time to play. However, Happy Farm was different from ordinary online games. It was a casual game. Some people played their mobile phones in their spare time at work. First, out of curiosity or something else, they logged into Happy Farm as a pastime. Then after playing, 8 or 9 out of 10 people played it. Of course, Chen Feier herself was no exception. As the first registered user of Happy Farm, she had been promoted to level 5. The number of farmland had doubled. When she had time, she would take out her mobile phone to sprinkle water to kill insects. Of course, there was also the fun of stealing vegetables. The 2 blog posts she had previously posted were the game marketing methods that Lu Chen came up with. With the help of their huge fan base, Happy Farm was quickly promoted. It was just that Chen Feier basically did not do online marketing in the past. This time, it was an exception for Lu Chen. The effect was absolutely good. Gao He, who was far away in Hangzhou, called Lu Chen. He was very excited, because since Chen Feier posted the second blog post, the number of visitors to HappyNet suddenly increased, at least hundreds of times more than before. This was the so-called fan effect. Popular celebrities like Lu Chen and Chen Feier had a high influence on the internet. If they wanted to recommend a product, they could often get a lot of attention in a short period of time. Gao He admired Lu Chen very much. Before that, Lu Chen asked him to increase the bandwidth of the website server and let the technical staff work overtime, so that HappyNet did not collapse under the impact of the sudden increase in IP visits. As for the number of downloads of Happy Farm, it had increased exponentially. The number of downloads in a minute was equivalent to the number of downloads in a day. It was unbelievable. Of course, this was only a temporary phenomenon brought about by the fan effect. Whether Happy Farm could succeed or not, the key still depended on the charm of the game itself, whether it could attract players, keep players, and make them willing to pay for props. In the lower right corner of the computer screen, 2 QQ numbers showed that they were in the login state. One of the icons was flashing wildly, showing that a large amount of information was being transmitted. This QQ number was the number published by Chen Feier on his blog. In order to promote Happy Farm, Lu Chen deliberately bought a pair of couple QQ numbers from QQ, mainly to face the public. There were no obstacles set, and anyone could add them as friends. Therefore, once the number was announced, it was normal to attract countless fans to add and greet them. Of course, Lu Chen did not have the time and energy to manage it himself. In the end, he had to throw it back to the company's public relations and marketing department. But tonight, he still took the time to reply to several fans in person. As for Chen Feier, he picked up the tablet and continued to browse the blog. The fans were enthusiastic. "Sister Feier, rest assured, we will definitely steal all of Lu Chen's dishes. I just downloaded and installed it. I'm still learning. What's your QQ number? Please add me as a friend. 10,000 ton copper ball. This game is very simple, very easy to learn, and the production is quite good. It's a bit interesting. I like to play small games the most. For casual games like Happy Farm, the learning index is the lowest. As long as one is not stupid, anyone can learn it within a few minutes, and there will be no obstacles. However, because of the lack of challenge and learning, players are easily tired and give up after a few rounds. It is very difficult to rely on the small game itself to make money. At most, they can make some advertising to achieve profit. Although, Happy Farm belonged to the category of casual games. Its level of exquisiteness and interactivity were incomparable to other games of the same kind, especially the latter, which had an addictive magic. After Chen Feier and Lu Chen's cooperation in marketing, Happy Farm became popular in a very short period of time. It first caused an impact in the two's fan circle, and then spread like a plague. Computers, tablets, mobile phones. More and more people installed the Happy Farm client, either through advertising in the media, seeing it on blog forums, or being recommended by relatives and friends. Happy Farm also relied on the powerful resources of QQ, making it easy for players to interact with others in the game, making stealing vegetables a craze. When A Chinese Ghost Story was taken off the shelves on May 1st, National Day, this casual game had already set off a craze for people to steal vegetables. The speed and influence of the game left everyone in the gaming world dumbfounded. There were also a lot of negative news, such as children secretly using mobile phones to steal vegetables during class, white-collar workers opening web pages to steal vegetables at work, and some people got up in the middle of the night to go online in order to steal and pick vegetables, which affected their rest. However, these negative news could not affect the spread of Happy Farm. The number of registered users soared to more than 50 million in more than half a month, of which more than half were active users. This figure was very scary, and the surge in users also brought rolling money to Happy Network and Happy Entertainment. Although the props sold in Happy Mall were very cheap, they couldn't support the huge number of users. Therefore, after experiencing the process of burning money for more than half a year, Happy Entertainment smoothly embarked on the principle of profitability, continued to recruit people to expand their strength, and moved towards a higher goal. Lu Chen gave the power to control and manage Happy Entertainment to Gao He and his wife, and led Chinfei Media to start preparing for the third TV series. In addition, there was also the recording of the reality show, The Voice of China. East Coast District, Huhai. It was already 3:00 in the morning when Anxin returned to her apartment. She opened the door carefully with the key. She didn't turn on the light after entering the apartment. She only used the light from her phone screen to light up the room. Then she tiptoed to her room. The 70-square-meter apartment was divided into 4 rooms. There were 7 people in total, including Anxin. She had been living with a friend for almost 2 years. Anxin was quite lucky. She came to Huhai alone 2 years ago and met this friend on the subway. She moved in the next day, which saved her a lot of money and a lot of trouble. Anxin, who was 23 years old, was a singer, a folk singer who took the lyrical route. She was currently singing in a bar in the old French concession of Shanghai. She could be considered as a member of the drifters. Those who lived in the capital were called drifters, and those who lived in Huhai were called drifters. Anxin couldn't survive in the capital, so she didn't have a good life in Huhai. Although many people appreciated her singing and voice, her ordinary appearance and body made it impossible for her to make a name for herself in this circle of talents. To put it bluntly, even if she wanted to sell herself, no one would pay for it. Therefore, other than a guaranteed salary, she usually didn't earn much in tips. In Shanghai, which was the most populated city in the world, she could barely survive. This was an era where appearance mattered a lot, and Anxin didn't belong to this era. "You're back," she had just put down her backpack when she heard a sleepy voice behind her. Anxin didn't turn around in surprise. She answered, "Yes, I woke you up. Go back to sleep." The other person nodded and didn't say anything else. Anxin moved more carefully. She took off her coat and shoes and crawled into bed. She had already washed up in the bar, so that she wouldn't disturb others in the apartment. There was only one bathroom in the apartment, and the living room was separated into 2 separate rooms. The soundproofing was very poor. Because of this, it was easy for neighbors to have conflicts. Anxin didn't like to argue with others, so she would rather trouble herself. She was very tired. The warm bed gave an Xian warmth. Usually, she would fall asleep quickly after closing her eyes, but for some reason, she was still awake tonight. It was the Labor Day holiday these few days. There were many tourists from other places, so the bar's business was particularly good. It was rare for her to go to a few more venues and earn an extra 1 or 2,000 yuan. However, he couldn't keep the money. His family had called him yesterday, so he definitely needed to send the money back today. She was the eldest in the family, and she had 2 younger brothers and sisters. The annual school fees were not a small expense. Her parents were not in good health, so they did not earn much and often had to take medicine. Anqing wondered if she should find another part-time job during the day. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. As she thought about it, she felt drowsy and fell asleep unknowingly. She slept until the sky turned dark. An Xian was woken up by a strange itch on the tip of her nose. Achoo! She sneezed fiercely and heard a giggle in her ears. Little lazy pig, get up quickly. And Xian ignored the man. She turned over and tried to go back to sleep, but a cold hand reached into her arms. Aya, do you want to die? This time Anqing couldn't go back to sleep anymore. She sat up in embarrassment and prepared to fight back. The man who was messing with her was, of course, her hometown. The 2 of them were best friends, and they had a very good relationship. Not a scaredy cat, it's already midnight. I brought you KFC. Are you touched? She waved the plastic bag in her hand at Anqing. The white bag had the words Kernel of KFC and KFC written in red on it. It was very eye-catching and very tempting. Anqing was shocked when she smelled the food. Why are you so generous to buy KFC? Her hometown friend worked as a salesperson in a shopping mall. His family situation was similar to hers. Usually, he was very thrifty like her. Under normal circumstances, he was reluctant to spend money at KFC. A hamburger that couldn't fill his stomach was more expensive than rice. Her hometown friend smiled and said, "It's someone else's treat, and I got you a share. Are you touched? Give yourself to me. As long as you like it." Anqing happily took the bag of food and winked at her friend. "I'm yours today." Her friend had goosebumps all over her body and said, "It's too numb. I don't have the luck to enjoy it." The 2 of them chatted and laughed, and even shared the chicken wings. Anqing sat on the bed until she was full and was satisfied. "You'll stay here with me? Don't you need to go to work in the afternoon?" Her hometown friend nodded and said, "I'll take the afternoon off. I'm so tired these few days." "Oh right," she took out her phone and fiddled with it for a while, then said, "I saw a singing talent show called The Voice of China online today. They said that they'll start auditions nationwide tomorrow. There's an audition venue in Shanghai. Do you want to go and try it out?" The Voice of China, even Anqing had never heard of this name. There were so many talent shows these days, and there were so many different kinds of talent shows. She shook her head subconsciously. Anqing once had the dream of becoming a star, and had participated in talent shows before. However, she did not even make it to the official competition. That was because her appearance was too ordinary and did not meet the requirements of others. In the current talent shows, apart from those with strong backgrounds, most of the contestants were handsome men and beautiful women. At the very least, they had to be talented and able to compose songs. For a singer like her who only had singing skills without any distinguishing features, unless she was extremely lucky, she would not stand a chance at all. After being rejected a few times, Anqing was disheartened and buried her dream deep in her heart. "You really don't want to go?" Her hometown friend said regretfully, "I've always thought that you're better than many other celebrities. It'll be a pity if you don't try it out. I saw on the internet that The Voice of China has invited Lu Chen and Chen Fei as judges and mentors. There are also 2 mysterious heavyweights. Don't you admire Lu Chen a lot?" "Lu Chen?" Anqing was shocked. "Are you serious?" Among all the singers in the country, Anqing's favorite and idol was Lu Chen. She could basically sing all the songs composed by Lu Chen. Some of the folk songs that she covered were quite popular in the bars. She had always thought that Lu Chen was the most outstanding singer and composer in the country. If Lu Chen was the judge, why did she not know about this talent show? Her friend extended her phone to Anqing. "Take a look for yourself." Anqing could not help but widen her eyes. Her attention was immediately focused on the small phone screen. No matter how ordinary a person is, they have their own dreams. Anqing's dream was to stand on a dazzling stage and sing for thousands of audiences. Ever since she embarked on the path of being a singer, this dream had always been in her heart. Sometimes it would surface, perhaps buried deep, but it had never really been extinguished. It was just that the ruthless reality had always been the crusher of dreams. Anqin was very ordinary. Her path as a singer staggered in the dark, unable to see any light ahead. Anqin liked and admired Lu Chen because Lu Chen used to be like her, a bar singer at the bottom of the society, but with his own efforts and talent, he stood out and eventually became a big star in the limelight. She hoped that one day she could be like Lu Chen, but she also knew very well that she did not have Lu Chen's talent. Nor did she have Lu Chen's looks. However, when she heard from her best friend that Lu Chen would be a judge for The Voice of China, the dream hidden deep in her heart suddenly surged, giving Anqin an indescribable desire. She should give it a try. What's the harm in giving it a try? Maybe this show would be different from others, maybe she could see Lu Chen in person. She bit her lip and carefully browsed the content of the webpage that had just been opened on her phone. It was the promotional advertisement for The Voice of China. The Voice of China was co-produced by Zhejiang Satellite TV and Star Factory Media. The national audition was held from May 4 to 12. The audition locations included Beijing, Huhai, Hangzhou, Shaoqing, and Shanghai. There was no division. The singers who passed the audition would participate in the official mentor audition in Hangzhou on May 15. Star Factory Media announced on its official website and Weibo that the 4 celebrity mentors of The Voice of China were confirmed to be Lu Chen and Chen Fei-er, while 2 other heavyweight mystery guests would be announced in the near future. Domestic variety show audiences were already used to this kind of method of whetting their appetite, but just the participation of Lu Chen and Chen Fei-er gave The Voice of China a very high starting point. At present, in the domestic pop music industry, this perfect couple was so popular that few big stars could compare with them. Last year, both of their new albums achieved great success, and Chen Fei-er's position as the queen of music was unshakable. Not only did they have a singing career, but they also expanded in the film and television industry. Their blog fans added up to more than 100 million, and they were in the limelight in the entertainment industry. Most importantly, Lu Chen had a good reputation in the industry as the golden touch. If he wanted to support someone, he could easily do so. There were already many examples to prove this. Just this mentor alone was enough to tempt countless singers. Anqin was no exception. What are you thinking about? Hurry up and sign up. Her best friend urged. It would be a pity to miss this opportunity. Anqin held her phone and nodded. She opened the registration bar with a trembling finger and filled in her registration information on the new page. Finally, she clicked confirm. China's Voice's preliminary audition supported both phone and online registration. Once the registration was successful, the officials would assign a contestant number and the time for the audition. So all an Xian had to do now was wait. You can definitely do it. Her best friend encouraged. I believe that Lu Chen is not the kind of person to judge a book by its cover. He will definitely like your singing. Anqin's eyes teared up, and she suddenly hugged her. Xiaowen, thank you. She did not have many friends in this unfamiliar big city, and Xiaowen was her best friend. When she was at her lowest point, Xiaowen took her in and gave her a place to stay. Although it was small, it was warm. Xiaowen was stunned for a moment, then hugged her back and said, What are you thanking me for? We're from the same hometown. I just hope that you can become famous, so I can bask in your glory. How about being your assistant? As she spoke, she began to laugh. What assistant? I'll at least be your manager. Anqin laughed as well. She wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and said, If I become famous, I'll pay for your brother's wedding and wife. Anqin and Xiaowen were from the same place, but an Xian lived in a county city, while Xiaowen lived in a village. Xiaowen was also the eldest in the family, and had started working at a young age. According to her, she came out to earn money for her brother's wedding. With the customs of her hometown, it was impossible to get a wife without several 100,000. Both of them were in the same boat, and so they became good friends. Xiaowen smiled and said, Then it's a deal. She made it sound as if an Xian was really going to become famous soon. In fact, both of them knew very well that without a good background and outstanding looks, the chances of an Xian becoming a celebrity were really too low. Unless a miracle happened. However, if a person did not have a dream, what difference was there between them and a salted fish? That was the dream of 2 ordinary girls. Beep beep. Right then, Xiaowen's phone suddenly rang. She looked at it and was surprised. There's a message. there really was a message. It was an official reply from China's Voice. Anqin had passed the registration and received her contestant number, as well as the time and venue for the audition. Although she knew that online registration was a simple matter, such a quick and efficient reply still surprised Xian. She could not help but look forward to China's Voice even more. Tomorrow at 2 p.m. at Victory Stadium. Xian could not help but hold Xiaowen's hand. Xiaowen understood what she meant and thought for a moment before saying, "I'll change shifts with my colleagues tomorrow and accompany you there." Xian was extremely grateful, "Thank you." Xian had participated in several talent shows in the past, and she had always gone alone. Logically speaking, there was no need to trouble others this time, but she did not know why, but she felt very nervous. Perhaps her fate would change because of this. Xiaowen rolled her eyes at her. "What are you thanking me for?" "I'm your manager." Both of them laughed, and Xian could not help but relax. The next afternoon, Xiaowen accompanied Xian on the subway to Shanghai's Victory Stadium. To their surprise, the registration area was already packed with people. There were countless singers participating in the audition, and it was a lively scene everywhere. Many of them were carrying guitars. Not far away, a huge poster of China's Voice was hung on the outer wall of the stadium. A large hand holding a microphone was raised high, giving off a strong visual impact. Xian stood in the bustling crowd, her dream was about to become a reality. At that moment, she had no idea what the future held. "Chief Liu, you are so unkind." Beijing New Era Art Park, Qinfei Media Headquarters Art Director Office, a middle-aged man said to Lu Chen in a strong tone of dissatisfaction, "Such a good thing, why don't you cooperate with our Beijing television?" Although Lu Chen is the legal representative of Qinfei Media and owns 45% of the shares, his position in the company is the art director. The chairman and general manager of the company are held by Qinfei and Lu Shi, respectively. Due to the purchase of the house originally rented by Yu Jizhong Studio, Qinfei Media, which now occupies the entire building, has an operating area of 1,800 square meters, so Lu Chen has also changed to a more spacious and comfortable workspace. Lu Chen brought a cup of coffee that had just been mixed to the other party and said with a smile, "That program was made by a friend. She chose to cooperate with Zhejiang Satellite TV, so I can't say no." When Lu Chen moved to the new workroom, Qinfei gave him a valuable coffee machine and drink combination, with coffee beans imported from the place of origin, so that he could make a cup of coffee to relax his mood after his busy work. Tian, of course, the person who can make Lu Chen mix coffee by himself will not be an ordinary person. The guest who complained to him was Chen Qi, the deputy director of Beijing Television. The two knew each other very early, and the relationship between them was also very good, so there was no problem in joking. Chen Qi picked up the coffee and took a sip, and his eyes suddenly lit up. "Authentic. I didn't expect Chief Lu to be so skilled in making coffee. I admire you." Lu Chen said with a wry smile, "Director Chen, you'd better call me Xiao Lu." The deputy director of Beijing Television came to his office today and was also an uninvited guest. The two of them were talking about China's Voice, which was currently making a big splash in the audition work. "I've seen that girl Tian. When she saw me, she had to call me uncle." Chen Qi put down the coffee cup and said, "You must have a share in the media company she runs, right? It's only right for you to help yourself, but you can't let Zhejiang Satellite TV station monopolize it." Currently, in the domestic television industry, China's The Voice was undoubtedly the most anticipated talent show. The reason was very simple. The judges and mentors for this newly launched singing talent show had already been selected to be Lu Chen, Qinfei and Liao Jia. There was still one more important person that had not been announced. But just these three alone were enough to cause a stir in the industry. Needless to say, Lu Chen and Qinfei were already very popular. One could just go to the Waves blog and see how popular they were. Their combined fans exceeded 100 million. As for Liao Jia, although this famous rock and roll veteran has not released a new album in recent years, his status in the circle has always been unshakable. Moreover, Liao Jia had never participated in such a talent show before. Not to mention the last heavyweight mentor who has not yet unveiled his mysterious veil, the combined weight of these three is enough to crush a large number of talent shows, and make the third season of Singing China, which will be produced and broadcast by Beijing's satellite TV station at the end of June, feel heavy pressure. Therefore, Xianxia came over to denounce and let Zhedong's satellite TV station monopolize it. Lu Chen was really amused by the rascal of the deputy director, Director Chen. Tian is from Zhedong's satellite TV station, and the company is in Hangzhou. Is there any other choice if she doesn't cooperate with Zhedong's satellite TV station? Besides, you can't cooperate with Beijing TV. You already have Singing China. Beijing Television's Singing China, launched in 2015, has been successfully held for 2 seasons. Both seasons have achieved high ratings, and influential contestants such as Lu Chen and the Little Tigers have emerged. It is absolutely impossible for Beijing Television to let go of this variety show. Of course, Xianxia knew very well that his real purpose was not to get involved in China Good Voice, then forget about this, but you from the Star can't just leave us behind, can you? The old fox's tale has finally been revealed. The news that Lu Chen is going to shoot the last part of the urban trilogy, You from the Star, has long been released on his blog, but because there are too many people seeking cooperation, and because he is very busy with his work, he has not finalized a partner so far. The last Full of Romance was distributed to Zhedong's satellite TV station and Beijing television station, making the 2 companies make a lot of money. This time, of course, Beijing Television will not miss it. Relying on their proximity, they are very close to it. However, without signing a contract for one day, things will change. There are so many satellite TV stations in China, but as long as they have a little strength and ambition, who doesn't want to get the premiere rights of You from the Star, unlike CCTV, which has a big business and doesn't have to worry about food and drink, the performance of local satellite TV stations has to rely on themselves. Lu Chen said with a smile, Director Chen, I have always been very happy to cooperate with your Beijing TV. I don't think this time will be an exception. Despite holding the memory wealth of a world, Lu Chen has never thought of monopolizing all the benefits, because he deeply understands that a person who is reluctant to share even a little benefit is doomed to failure. Therefore, he has been very attentively weaving his own network and generously giving up part of the benefits, which has allowed his career to expand very smoothly and reduced a lot of trouble. There are a lot of controversies in the circle, especially for popular stars. It is not known how many pairs of eyes are staring at them. If they don't have the strength to deter the small fry, then maybe there will be a scandal when they go out for a meal. Lu Chen is developing in Beijing, and the headquarters of Xinfei Media is here. Beijing Television is also the local snake, so it is necessary to build a good relationship. In fact, even if Xianxia did not come over, You from the Star would also premiere on Beijing TV. Of course, Beijing Television will definitely ask for more, but it can always be negotiated happily. That's good. With Lu Chen's promise, Xianxia was finally relieved. He picked up the coffee again and tasted it happily, and couldn't help but feel very emotional in his heart. When Xianxia first met Lu Chen was just a contestant in a talent show on Beijing Television. He was an existence that Lu Chen needed to look up to. But now, in less than 2 years, Lu Chen is fully qualified to be on an equal footing with him. Not to mention anything else, just Lu Chen's current net worth must be calculated in hundreds of millions. In the entire entertainment industry, who can rise and develop as fast as Lu Chen? Young people nowadays are really amazing. Lu Chen didn't know what the deputy director of Beijing Television was thinking. After seeing Xianxia off, he asked his assistant to book a ticket to Hangzhou for him. Chen Feier has been in Hangzhou for 2 days. The two will participate in the official recording of The Voice of China on the 15th. On the 12th of May, Lu Chen flew to Hangzhou. The 12th was also the last day of China's Voice's national auditions. All the singers who passed the auditions would participate in the blind auditions in Hangzhou in batches. In the end, 4 teams with a total of 56 contestants would be selected to enter the elimination round. Tian's Star Factory had been preparing for such a long time and had long held back their energy. Now that they had finally unleashed their accumulated power, the 9-day national auditions were spectacular and had a great impact. Star Factory Media was considered to have made a name for themselves and had truly stepped into the circle of variety shows. When Lu Chen saw Tian again, the helmsman of Star Factory Media was simply in high spirits. There was a strong self-confidence inside and outside, and she had the temperament and demeanor of a strong woman in the business world. When she saw Lu Chen, she complained, "You didn't contact me the last time you came to Hangzhou. Do you still treat me as a friend?" The last time Lu Chen came to Hangzhou was because of Happy's online incident. On one hand, he was too busy with work, and on the other hand, he did not look for Tian Tian to avoid trouble. He did not expect it to become a crime. Lu Chen could only admit his mistake. "Alright, I'll contact you first the next time I come to Hangzhou." "That's fine, right?" "That's more like it." Tian Tian hugged Chen Feier's arm and said, "I don't care about other places. Since you're in Hangzhou, I have the obligation to help Sister Feier look after you. There are so many beauties in Hangzhou. I'll make sure you don't make any mistakes." Chen Feier pursed her lips and smiled. "Then I'll leave this glorious task to you." After the joke, Tian Tian got down to business. "When will Shifang come over?" In a few days, China's Voice would officially start recording. 3 of the 4 mentors had already been revealed. Lu Chen and Chen Feier arrived in Hangzhou first. Liao Jia would rush over the next day, but Shifang's schedule was still undecided. The Heavenly Queen of Xianxia had a full schedule. Although she had already confirmed her participation in China's Voice and signed a contract with the company, Tian Tian could not rest easy without seeing her in person. Shifang could be considered the trump card of China's Voice that had yet to be revealed. This was the first time Tian Tian was involved in such a big project, so it was inevitable that she would be a little worried about the gains and losses. She was always worried that something might happen. This was one of the reasons why this trump card had not been revealed until now. Lu Chen understood. "Then I'll make a call and ask." He took out his phone and dialed Shifang's private number. The call was quickly connected. After Lu Chen chatted with the other side for a while, he said, "Sister Fang's flight is in the afternoon the day after tomorrow. She will arrive at the airport around 5 o'clock. "That's great." Tian Tian almost jumped up and said excitedly, "I'm going to pick him up." She could be considered a hardcore fan of Shifang. She had liked the Heavenly Queen of the music industry since she was in junior high school. She still had many of Shifang's albums at home. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Let's go together. Sister Fang is very easygoing." At night, Lu Chen and Chen Feier stayed at Tian Tian's house as usual. Tian Tian's house was very big, with 4 or 5 rooms. She was also single, so if Chen Feier came to Hangzhou, unless there were other arrangements, he would stay at her house instead of a hotel. However, Lu Chen still felt that it was a little inconvenient. He said to Chen Feier, "Why don't we buy a house here?" Chen Feier nodded and said, "Okay." Lu Chen suddenly became interested. "Then we'll go look at a house in 2 days." Chen Feier smiled and said, "There's no need to be so anxious, right?" Lu Chen hugged her, looked up at the ceiling and said, "You don't know this, but when I was studying in Hangzhou, I wanted to buy a house here. In the end, I've fulfilled my wish now." What he didn't say was that he wanted to buy a house in order to have a warm home with his girlfriend. After graduation, he wanted to stay in Hangzhou to develop his career. However, the accident at home changed everything. Chen Feier, who was in Lu Chen's arms, felt his mood at this time and said, "Then let's wait for 2 days." For ordinary people, buying a house in a big city like Hangzhou might not be enough even if they worked hard for a lifetime. But for her and Lu Chen, it was a very simple thing. As long as Lu Chen was happy. The next night, Lu Chen picked up Liao Jia, who had returned from Europe, at the Hangzhou International Airport. Liao Jia had been in Europe for some time. He couldn't bear the loneliness and liked to travel around. He often went to a city to live for a period of time, and then went to other places. It was precisely because of this unwillingness to be bound that he had yet to find his true home. This time, if he had not agreed to Lu Chen's invitation, he would not have been willing to come back from France. After settling down this rock star, on the evening of the 14th, Lu Chen, Chen Feier, and Tian Tian also welcomed Shifang at the Hangzhou International Airport. Shifang's visit was very low-key this time. There was no news from Xianxia at all. Only a few friends in the circle knew that she would come to China to participate in the Voice of China. She only had 2 assistants with her. Sister Fang. When they saw Shifang wearing a hat and sunglasses in the VIP passage of the airport, Lu Chen was the first to go up and greet her. Big smile immediately appeared on Shifang's face, and she took the initiative to open her arms and hug Lu Chen. The Xianxia Heavenly Queen said with a smile, "Chen Zai, long time no see." Her complexion looked very good. Chen Fei also came up to greet Sister Feng. "Hello, Fei Er." Shifang had met Chen Fei at the Xianjiang premiere of a Chinese ghost story, so she naturally remembered her. Following that, Lu Chen introduced Tian Tian to Shifang. Shifang was a little surprised. "Miss Tian Tian is so young." "That's really surprising." In Xianjiang, there had never been a beautiful girl in her 20s who could manage an entertainment media company. Shifang could not help but look up to Tian Tian. In front of this Xianjiang Heavenly Queen, Tian Tian was already a little fan, holding her hand excitedly. Shifang was surprised and a little amused. She then felt that Tian Tian was very cute. She had an easygoing personality and did not put on any airs of a heavenly queen, so she got along well with Tian Tian. That night, Tian Tian hosted a banquet at Hangzhou's Shangri-La Hotel to entertain Shifang, who came from afar. Liao Jia attended at the same time. With that, the four main judges of The Voice of China were all gathered together. How could they not take a photo at such an important moment? Tian Tian took a photo with her phone and immediately posted it on The Voice of China's official Weibo. The last mystery guest of The Voice of China was thus revealed. As expected, this special photo caused a huge reaction on Waves's blog. China's Voice's official Weibo account on Waves's blog had only been online for a short period of time, but the number of fans grew at a rapid pace. Especially after it was announced that Lu Chen and Chen Fei would be the judges and mentors of the reality talent show, the attention on the show increased exponentially. Countless fans of Lu Chen and Chen Fei were paying attention to China's Voice. That was because for everyone, the appearance of this singing couple at the mentors' table at the same time was undoubtedly something worth watching. Of course, the attention of China's Voice was not limited to just the two's fans. Liao Jia's participation also increased the show's popularity, especially for those who liked rock music. Following the start of China's Weibo national auditions, the show attracted a lot of attention. However, the officials seemed to think that it was not enough, as they deliberately left the last suspense until the end of the auditions. Every day, there would be people discussing and guessing in the comments section of China's official Weibo account and the official Tieba, guessing who the final mentor would be. The list ranged from domestic to Hong Kong and even overseas. Now, the mystery was finally revealed. Tian Tian's photography skills were very average, and her camera tool was a mobile phone. However, the photo she took tonight was not about technique or quality. The key was the main character in the photo. In the luxurious private room of Shangri-La Hotel, 4 superstar mentors sat around the table. The first one on the left was Liao Jia, the last king of the era of national rock. With long hair and a cowboy shirt, he always had an unruly look. Next to Liao Jia was Lu Chen. He was tall, handsome, and young. His casual attire made him look elegant, and the faint smile on his face made him look like a friendly boy next door. On the left of Lu Chen was Chen Fei. Her long dress with simple makeup did not change her beauty, and her smile was charming. As for the last person, who was sitting on the far right, it was a beautiful woman wearing a burgundy dress. Her hair was tied up in a bun, and her face was slightly thin, giving off a delicate feeling. Everyone who saw this photo, recognized her at a glance. Shifang, the heavenly queen of Xinjiang's music industry. Shifang, in the 1990s, Shifang was a real superstar in the music industry that swept across both sides of the Taiwan Strait. Her records repeatedly created sales records and had countless fans in the mainland. Her works deeply influenced a generation of young people. Someone once calculated that if Shifang's album included pirated copies, the total sales volume in the mainland would definitely exceed 100 million. After entering the new era, her influence did not decline much. Many of her films and TV works were broadcast in China, and she became the heavenly queen of film, TV, and song in the hearts of her fans. In 2003, she held a special concert at the Beijing Workers' Stadium. 70,000 tickets were sold out, and the price was even inflated by scalpers to several times the original price. However, 10 years ago, Shifang temporarily retired from the entertainment industry due to health reasons. After about 5 or 6 years of silence, she lost a lot of her popularity, but the real fans were still looking forward to her comeback. There were a lot of stars in the Xianxia entertainment circle, and there were many talented people. However, in terms of influence and popularity in the mainland, no man could compare to Chen Gangxing, and no woman could compare to Shifang. Therefore, when everyone saw Shifang appear in the country and chat happily with Lu Chen and the others, they were very surprised, especially those who liked Shifang. Oh my god, it's actually Shifang. Am I seeing things? I'm still in shock. When did Shifang make a comeback? I didn't even know about it. Shifang's fans were passing by. Their favorite song is Romantic Night. They will never forget it. Romantic Night +1. Rose Tulip is also very good. I always sing these two songs when I go to KTV. China's Voice is really amazing. They actually managed to invite Shifang. Seeing Sister Fang again, I feel like crying. Tell me, Lu Chen, Chen Fei-er, Liao Jia, and Shifang. What's the weight of these four combined? Super heavyweight. It was indeed a super heavyweight. There were many talent shows in the country, and there was no lack of high-end productions. However, when it came to singing reality shows, there were not many that could compare to China's Voice, which had just revealed its trump card. Lu Chen, Chen Fei-er, Liao Jia, and Shifang. Any one of them was enough to hold the fort. Even if it was Lu Chen, who had debuted the shortest and youngest, in terms of popularity and strength in the Chinese pop music industry, how many could compare to him? It would not be an exaggeration to say that such a lineup was extravagant. Tian's photo really made a killing. Within a short hour after it was posted, the number of forwards easily exceeded 100,000. Even the number of followers on the official Weibo account skyrocketed. That was because many of Shifang's fans had rushed over after hearing the news. As for the comments below, it was even more lively. The fans of the four mentors were arguing like a pot of porridge. Not only the fans, but many people in the industry also joined in the fun, to ride on the popularity. Not only did they repost the photo, but they also expressed their amazement, admiration, and other emotions. As a result, the keywords Shifang and China's Voice both made it to the top trending words on the homepage of Waves's blog. The happiest ones were undoubtedly the contestants who had passed the audition for China's Voice. The more famous and popular the program was, the more beneficial it was for them. Even if they could not win the final championship, it was worth it to be able to appear on stage in the program. In past talent shows, there was no lack of examples of losing contestants becoming more popular than the champions. Although it was expected, the popularity of the official Weibo account still made Tian, the initiator, dumbfounded. She did not let it get to her head, and quickly made a call to the company to announce the rules of China's Voice. This was called striking while the iron was hot. The four mentors had all been revealed, and the last trump card was revealed. There was no need to continue covering up the veil on China's Voice. The rules of the show were also one of the highlights of China's Voice. It was mainly divided into 4 stages, namely the blind selection of mentors, the selection of mentors, the battle of mentors, and the annual ceremony. Today's talent shows had long been overdone by the major television stations. There was a serious problem of homogeneity and audience fatigue. Apart from a few of the major stations' ace programs, the ratings were not optimistic. If a new talent show wanted to win the market, it had to take the path of differentiation. Otherwise, it would be difficult for it to survive. China's Voice, which brought out the lineup of superstar mentors, was obviously not satisfied with superficial attention. They were more concerned with pursuing the essence of the show. Other than the lineup of mentors and the rules of the show, China's Voice also revealed another trump card. That was the winner's reward for the contestants. All the major television stations were passionate about creating reality shows. They were competing for viewership ratings and earning advertising fees. For those who participated in reality shows, it was a competition of strength and luck, earning popularity and attention. Of course, there was also the reward for the winner. There could be more than one winner, but there was usually only one champion. As for the richness of the reward, different television stations had different rules. Some gave the contestants a chance to sign a contract and package a promise, while others gave cash and material rewards. Television stations like Shonan TV, Beijing Television, Huhai Satellite TV, and so on were rich and generous in their rewards. That was why they were able to attract many outstanding contestants. China's Voice was different from most similar talent shows. At the beginning of the promotion, they did not come up with the rules and reward method of the program. Instead, they focused on the mentors and relied on Lu Chen and Chen Feier to gain enough popularity. Now that they only revealed their trump card after the audition, it gave off a very different feeling to the audience. In these two aspects, the Voice of China had full confidence in their ability to do so. The rules of the show were novel enough, taking the route of differentiation. The rewards for the contestants were thoughtful and practical. All the contestants who passed the audition would receive a mysterious gift package provided by the sponsors, which would reimburse their travel and accommodation expenses to Hangzhou, as well as food and beverage expenses, so that those who came from afar wouldn't have to worry about the cost of living. Once they passed the blind selection by the mentors and became an official contestant, they would be able to collect their appearance fee. The appearance fee was calculated according to the latter. The more appearances they had, the higher the reward. Even if they did not become the final champion, they would still be able to earn quite a lot. The top 10 contestants would have their accumulated reward doubled, while the top 5 would have it quadrupled. That was to say, as long as they made it into the top 10, if their original appearance fee was 10,000 renminbi, they would have an additional 20,000 renminbi, for a total of 30,000 renminbi. The top 5 would receive 50,000 renminbi, and that did not include the subsequent appearance bonuses. The highest reward naturally belonged to the champion. The champion of the first season of China's Voice would receive 500,000 renminbi after tax and the right to sign a contract with Xianxia Media. The most tempting part was that as long as they signed a contract with Xianxia Media, Lu Chen would personally create an album for them. That was a reward exclusive to the champion. Of course, the champion could also choose not to sign with Xianxia Media. That would be equivalent to giving up the opportunity. There were many talent shows in the country, especially the singing category. Because the organizers had a cooperative relationship with the entertainment media or management companies, once a contestant obtained a high ranking, they had to sign a contract with the other party. Otherwise, they would be directly eliminated in the next round, or they might not even be qualified to appear again and be replaced by someone else. This was the unspoken rule of talent shows. Singers were often in a very passive and weak position during the process. They clearly knew that signing the contract was very unfair to them, but in order to continue appearing, they could only choose to compromise. It was precisely because of this unspoken rule that some artists who came out of talent shows fell out with the companies they signed with after they became famous and popular, causing an uproar. Signing a contract with a company wasn't completely unreasonable. Naturally, they had to earn back the manpower and resources invested in the show. If they didn't sign a good seedling early on and the contestant became famous, they would sign with another company. Wouldn't it be like drawing water with a sieve? Who would want to do that? Xianxia Media was willing to do it. Xianxia Media did not force a contract and was only willing to sign a contract with the champion. If the champion was not willing, they could still reject it. There was no rush to sign a contract before the recording, and the contestant was completely free. The reason why Xianxia Media could break the unspoken rule was that Xianxia Media did not participate in the recording and broadcasting of the show. It was only in name, and the real producer was Star Factory Media. Star Factory Media also relied on selling program content to television stations to achieve profits, so there was no need for them to sign artists. On the other hand, it was probably the contestants who requested to sign with Xianxia Media. That was because Xianxia Media was a company jointly founded by Lu Chen and Chen Feier. The price of an album tailored for the signed artist would definitely far exceed the cash reward of hundreds of thousands. It was an opportunity that new singers dreamed of. There was no need to say much about the outcome. Anyone who was not stupid would know how to choose. Furthermore, China's Voice's generosity in rewarding the contestants was truly admirable. At least for those singers who passed the audition, after seeing the reward rules of China's Voice, no one would say that they were dissatisfied. At most, they would only regret that the right to sign a contract was only limited to the champion. China's Voice's official Weibo account posted a series of posts, and the welcoming banquet had also ended. Tian Tian said to Shifeng, "Sister Feng, this is the hotel I booked for you. Do you want me to bring you up now?" Shangri-La Hotel was a world-renowned luxury 5-star branded hotel. It had branches in Beijing, Shanghai, Xianxia, Baodao, Hangzhou, and other major cities. It was one of the designated hotels for many celebrities. China's Voice's recording time was not short. The rooms that Shifeng and the others were staying in had been booked long ago. Tian thought that Shifeng must be tired after flying all the way from Xiangyang and needed to rest early. However, to her surprise, Shifeng replied with a smile, "There's no rush. I'm not tired yet. I've been to Hangzhou more than 10 years ago. Other than Westlake, I've pretty much forgotten everything else." Tian's eyes curved. "Then I can be your tour guide and accompany you to have a good time here." Liao Jia scratched his head and said, "It's still early. If everyone is free, I have a friend who owns a decent bar here. Let's go over and have a chat." Tian was surprised. "Brother Liao Jia, you have a friend who owns a bar? Where is he?" Liao Jia explained, "On Nanshan Road. He used to play rock and roll. His wife is from Hangzhou." Lu Chen and Shen Feier looked at each other. Lu Chen asked Shifeng, "Sister Feng, do you think it's a good idea?" Shifeng smiled and said, "Of course it's a good idea. I'm free tonight anyway. Let's go to Mr. Liao's friend's bar and see what's the difference between Hangzhou's and Shenzhou's bars." Liao Jia clapped his hands. "Great. I'll call Little Six now and book a place first." He immediately took out his cell phone and made a call. The person on the other end of the line was very excited when he received Liao Jia's call. His voice was so loud that everyone in the room could hear him clearly. When he found out that Liao Jia was going to bring a friend over, he was extremely welcoming and kept saying that he would treat them all. As for the place, it was definitely available. Even if it wasn't, it had to be available. Liao Jia ended the call in a few words, then waved his hand and said, "Let's go." Lu Min gripped his phone, his face full of excitement. His wife, who was checking the accounts behind the counter, asked, "Is brother Liao Jia coming over?" She had overheard the conversation when Lu Min was on the phone, but she couldn't hear it clearly. Lu Min nodded and said, "Yes, brother Liao Jia is bringing his friends over to have some fun. Immediately notify our regular customers in the QQ group and tell them to come and support us." His wife quickly picked up the phone on the table and quickly sent a message. Lu Min clenched his fist and yelled for the waiters to go around the bar, arrange the tables and chairs neatly, and get ready to welcome the guests at the door. It was still early and the real nightlife hadn't started yet, so there were only a few customers in the bar. They were all regulars, so when they saw Lu Min ordering the waiters around, they couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's going on?" Lu Min obviously wouldn't hide it. "Good news, brother Liao Jia is coming over to have some fun. F***ck. The customer was shocked. "Liao Jia? It's really Liao Jia?" Lu Min laughed, "Of course it's true, what good would I get from lying to you? It's really brother Liao Jia." Lu Min was from the northeast and had entered Beijing in the 90s. He used to be a Beijing drifter, and by chance, he joined Liao Jia's band as a bass player, and built a good relationship with the big shot in the rock and roll industry. After the band disbanded, Lu Min went to Huhai, met his current wife, and finally settled in Hangzhou. Because his wife was from Hangzhou. To make a living, Lu Min opened a bar on Nanshan Road. Relying on the connections he had accumulated in the industry, and his identity as a former member of a famous rock and roll band, he was able to keep his business going. Although the number and scale of bars in Hangzhou couldn't be compared with those in Beijing and Shanghai, the competition was still very fierce. Especially in recent years, a lot of new nightclubs had opened, which attracted a large number of customers. As a result, Lu Min's bar, which focused on nostalgia, was in a bad situation. The skyrocketing rent and salaries put a heavy burden on Ryu Min. His bar didn't cost much per person. Customers could sit for half a day after ordering a beer, but even so, there weren't many customers at night. Originally, Ryu Min was thinking of just selling the bar. He could still become a bass teacher and not worry about not having enough to eat. But after so many years of running the bar, he really had feelings for it. He really couldn't bear to part with it. Just now, Liao Jia suddenly called Lu Min and said that he would come to the bar to play. Lu Min was really excited. On one hand, he hadn't seen Liao Jia for several years. On the other hand, Liao Jia's presence was undoubtedly a great boost to his bar's business. When the customers heard that Liao Jia was really coming, they became excited. After confirming that Lu Min was not lying, they all called their friends. "Hey, old Hu, where are you? Come to the Black Six Bar on Nanshan Road." "What are you doing here?" "Liao Jia is coming." "Brother Chen, I'm at the Black Six Bar. The boss just said that your favorite idol, Liao Jia, is coming." "Faster, faster. There's still a position. I'll make a reservation for you first." Word spread quickly. In this day and age, it was very easy to spread information. Coupled with the fact that Ryu Min's wife had sent a message to the Black Six Bar's customer group, the bar was soon flooded with customers. The originally empty bar was filled with customers in just a few minutes. Most of the Black Six Bar's customers were in their 30s or 40s. Most of them were married and had their own careers. They didn't come to the bar to pursue romantic encounters, but to listen to folk, jazz, and light rock songs to relax. To them, rock star Liao Jia was undoubtedly a true idol. So, after hearing the news, anyone who could spare the time rushed to the bar as soon as possible, afraid that they would miss this opportunity. Black Six Bar had never been so crowded since its opening. The owner's wife was shocked. She pulled her husband and asked worriedly in a low voice, "Will Liao Jia really come?" If Liao Jia didn't come, then all the customers would be completely offended. No one liked to be fooled, right? In the end, the Black Six Bar would have to close its doors. Ryu Min said confidently, "Who do you think Liao Jia is? He's a man of his word. Why would he lie to me? Don't worry and wait. Hurry up and help greet the customers." Even though he said that, Ryu Min wasn't very confident. Seeing that the bar was almost full, he hurriedly ran to the door and waited with the waiter outside. Time ticked by. It was already past 9, but Ryu Min still didn't see the person he was hoping for. He couldn't help but feel anxious. Ryu Min squeezed his phone so hard that his palms were sweating. He hesitated to call Liao Jia. At that moment, 2 black Mercedes-Benzes drove in one after another and stopped on the sidewalk in front of the bar. The back door of the car in front opened and a rough-looking, long-haired, middle-aged man got out. Ryu Min's eyes were already fixed on the Mercedes-Benz. He was overjoyed when he saw the middle-aged man. Liao Jia. It was Liao Jia, the person he had been waiting for. Hearing the greeting, Liao Jia turned his head and smiled. Lil 6, it wasn't easy to find this place. It wasn't his first time in Hangzhou, but it was his first time at Black Six Bar. He had heard about Ryu Min from a friend some time ago, so he decided to drop by and support this friend of his. Liao Jia was a nostalgic person. He was very kind to his friends and had a good reputation in the circle. Ryu Min took 2 steps forward and hugged Liao Jia excitedly. Liao Jia, thinking of the past, the man's eyes became a little moist. Liao Jia patted Ryu Min on the shoulder and said, "Long time no see. Let's have a good chat tonight." "Oh, right." He turned around with Ryu Min in his arms. "I brought a few friends with me." Ryu Min immediately said, "Welcome, welcome." "Liao Jia, your friends are my friends." As for tonight's drinks, halfway through his sentence, he froze. At that moment, Ryu Min saw 2 people getting out of the Mercedes-Benzes. Lu Chen, Chen Fei and one of them looked like Shifeng. That's right, it was the queen of Xianxia, Shifeng. Ryu Min felt like a pie had fallen from the sky. He was dizzy. For Lu Min, the fact that Liao Jia could come to his bar tonight was already a great blessing. Even if Liao Jia only stayed for half an hour to have a drink, it would still be a great boost to the bar's business. At the very least, Black Six signboard would be made known, the so-called celebrity effect. However, he never expected that Liao Jia would bring such amazing friends with him. Lu Chen, the most outstanding composer in the country's pop music scene, the pioneer of campus folk songs. To put it bluntly, the number of people in his bar who liked Lu Chen was definitely more than the number of people who liked Liao Jia. Chen Fei and Shifeng, the 2 heavenly queens, such a lineup of friends was too powerful. Lu Min could imagine the commotion that night at Black Six. If he hung a photo of them on his wall, he would not have to worry about business for a long time. Liao Jia squeezed his shoulder hard and smiled, "What's wrong?" Lu Men seemed to wake up from a dream and stammered, Liao. Brother Liao. Why? Why are they? Liao Jia smiled, we're all friends. Have you heard of China's voice? We're the judges and happen to be together tonight, so we came over to have some fun. Are we welcome? Are we welcome? They're absolutely welcome. Lu Men was startled, Brother Liao, you're my real brother. Liao Jia laughed heartily, then introduced Lu Chen, Chen Fei and Shifang to Lu Men. Ryu Men hurriedly expressed his respect for him. If he was like that, the two waiters at the door were completely dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. Wasn't their boss a little too famous? When Liao Jia, Lu Chen, and the other two entered the bar, the customers' reactions were no better than the waiters. The entire place fell silent. Following that, it was unknown who started it, but warm applause rang out like a tidal wave. Everyone used this method to express their sincere welcome to the few heavenly queens who had come. Liao Jia, Lu Chen, Chen Fei Shifang. The names of the four people were called one after another. Many customers, who had just woken up from a dream, took out their phones to take photos and videos, and immediately uploaded them to their blogs or personal spaces. Lu Men wasn't stupid. He quickly pulled the waiter over and ordered, close the shop and don't let anyone in. If the door wasn't sealed, the people running in would probably crush Black Six. Under Ryu Men's guidance, the four of them sat down at their reserved seats. At this time, a singer was playing and singing on the stage in the middle of the bar. When he saw Lu Chen and the others, he was so excited that he sang off-key and his face turned red. Two waiters immediately served the drinks and snacks to them. After Shifang sat down, she elegantly looked around and smiled. The environment here is pretty good. Black Six decorations were unique, and the atmosphere was good. In fact, it was more romantic when there were fewer people, so it kept a group of old customers. Otherwise, it would have closed long ago. At night, there were too many people, and there were no empty seats. If Ryu Men hadn't arranged for a few waiters to work as security, and if Black Six customers weren't mature and rational, a group of people would have surrounded Lu Chen and the others to ask for autographs and photos. Even so, they were still the center of attention, and a lot of photos were posted online. After tonight, countless people would know the name of Black Six. At least Ryu Men's bar would be famous in Hangzhou, and they wouldn't have to worry about business anymore. Liao Jia opened a bottle of black beer and took a sip. He smiled. I'm not afraid of being laughed at, but it's my first time here too. Liao Jia used to be a member of my band. His name is Ryu Men. His bass skills are at least in the top 10 in the country. Ryu Men, who was sitting beside him, was extremely embarrassed. I can't do it anymore. I might not even be in the top 1,000. Ryu Men's bass skills were well known in the circle, otherwise he wouldn't have been qualified to be a member of Liao Jia's band. But after opening the bar, he had less and less time to practice. At most, he could only perform on stage by himself, so his level naturally dropped a lot. Liao Jia was loyal to his friends. When the band broke up, he didn't mistreat them. Later, when the band was reorganized, he invited Ryu Men again, but Ryu Men had chosen to stay in Hangzhou. Speaking of the past, Ryu Men naturally had a different feeling in his heart, but he didn't regret it. Liao Jia understood. It's all for a living. After finishing a bottle of black beer, Liao Jia seemed to have opened the source of his memories, and told the customers about his rock days. When it came to rock, Lu Chen could talk about it, because he had learned about this period of history. Chen Fei was no stranger, either. When she debuted, it was the last days of rock. Interestingly, Shifang was also quite familiar with rock, and she had a good relationship with several older rock singers in Xinjiang, such as Lin Guoqing and Zhang Jiadong. In 1992, I saw the concert of the Black Ravens at the Kowloon Stadium, and I still haven't forgotten it. The Black Ravens was a national rock band active in the late 1980s and early 1990s. They had a total of 3 albums, with a total sales of more than 20 million, and were regarded as the mainstay of the national rock. In September 1993, Gao Yi, the lead singer and soul of the Black Ravens, accidentally fell off the stage during a concert rehearsal, resulting in a serious skull injury, and eventually died in Chaoyang People's Hospital at the age of 32. Gao Yi's unexpected death was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the national rock. The Black Ravens, which had always been a leading role, never recovered and disbanded 2 years later, leaving endless sorrow to the fans of the national rock. In 1992, the Black Ravens' concert in Jiulong, Xianxia, was also their last concert, which caused a great sensation in Xianxia at that time. And Gaoi was Liao Jia's guide on the road of rock and roll, his eternal spiritual mentor. Liao Jia said with a wry smile, "If Brother Gao were still alive, he would definitely scold me. What the hell am I singing now?" The national rock declined at the end of the 1990s. Although it did not completely disappear, it was replaced by light rock and roll. Liao Jia was regarded as the last glory of the national rock, but he still couldn't resist the tide and changed his singing style. In fact, some people said that Gao Yi's death in 1993 was not a bad thing for him, because he didn't have to painfully see the decline of the national rock. This topic was very heavy. Lu Chen said, "I believe that rock and roll will never die, and the era of rock and roll will come." Liao Jia said with flagging interest, "Maybe." Lu Min quickly said, "Brother Liao, shall we go up together and cooperate again?" With several gods present, the resident singers of the Black Six did not dare to go on stage and make a fool of themselves. Liao Jia put the empty bottle on the table heavily and said, "Okay." He pointed to Lu Chen and said, "You, too." Were they going to play for real? Seeing Liao Jia, Lu Chen, and Lu Min on stage, the customers in the bar couldn't help but get excited. Everyone sat there eagerly. Other than being able to see their idols, they also wanted to hear the live performance. It would definitely be a memory that would last for a lifetime. It was just that Liao Jia, Lu Chen, and the others had been drinking and chatting all this time, and they hadn't seen any movement for a long time. It was inevitable that they would be disappointed and look forward to it. Now, they had finally waited until the clouds dispersed to see the moon. Someone took the lead to clap and whistle. Soon after, there was a round of applause, and some even shouted Liao Jia's name. "Thank you." Liao Jia had always been a forthright person. Since he was here to support his younger brother, he wouldn't be shy. He directly borrowed a guitar and said into the microphone, "I'm very happy to come to Black Six with my friends tonight. Thank you all very much for your enthusiasm, so I'll give a shout here." "Great!" Following the enthusiastic cheers, the atmosphere was like a powder keg that had been ignited, and instantly exploded. Liao Jia was already used to this kind of scene. He raised his hand to signal everyone to quiet down, then pointed behind him and said, "First, let me introduce my band member, the bass player, Lu Min." Everyone laughed, and the atmosphere was filled with joy. Then, there was a round of enthusiastic applause. Lu Min cupped his fists in thanks. "My humble self." Liao Jia then pointed to Lu Chen. "This is the guitarist. What's his name again?" Everyone laughed. "Lu Chen." Liao Jia slapped his head and said, "Oh right, his name is Lu Chen. He's a very good young man. If he doesn't play well, everyone should give him some face and encourage him." The laughter became even louder, and even Shen Feier and Shifeng couldn't help but laugh. In the domestic pop music scene, Lu Chen's guitar skills were recognized as outstanding. Of course, Liao Jia had every right to make fun of Lu Chen. He had long since mastered the guitar. Lu Chen also laughed. He moved closer to the microphone and said, "Thank you, everyone." Then, Liao Jia introduced the keyboardist and drummer. This time, he really didn't know who they were, but Lu Min reminded him. 5 people, a standard rock band. Liao Jia patted the guitar in his arms and said, "I haven't sung for a while. It's rare to have so many good friends here. I'll sing Old Guy first tonight." Old Guy was one of Liao Jia's rock classics. This song was very popular in the 1990s and was regarded as the most zeitgeist work of Liao Jia and his Black Memory Band. It was deep, heavy, and full of vicissitudes. The melody was soul-stirring, and the lyrics had a strong aura that only belonged to that era. Liao Jia's fans were all familiar with the song Old Guy. Of course, everyone clapped and cheered with all their might. Liao Jia turned his head and looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen gave him an okay look. He was also familiar with this song. Liao Jia was relieved. Coming here tonight, including singing on stage, was an impromptu idea. There was no prior rehearsal. If Lu Chen did not know how to play, it would be embarrassing. Moreover, Black Six Bar had the computer score for Old Guy, so there would be no problem. He took a deep breath and arched his body as if he was accumulating strength. Then, his right hand swept across the guitar strings. The sonorous and powerful prelude immediately sounded, shocking everyone's eardrums. Old guy. The next moment, Liao Jia's voice, full of vicissitudes, sounded along with the rhythm of the music. He had sung this song hundreds of times on different occasions. For the customers at the scene, they were already familiar with it and couldn't be more familiar with it. However, the feeling of listening to it in person was completely different. Although this impromptu band could not be compared to Black Memory, and the cooperation between them was very unfamiliar and lacked enough passion, Liao Jia's singing was enough to cover up all the flaws. His voice was hoarser than it was in the past, and it was no longer as passionate as it was in the past. Even his roar was not so powerful. However, the vicissitudes of time were like aged wine that became more and more fragrant, going straight into the soul and making people tremble involuntarily. The bartender standing behind the bar put down the shaker in his hand, and the waiters no longer walked around to serve drinks. Instead, they quietly hid in the corner. Several resident singers and band members of the bar looked at Liao Jia, who was roaring wantonly on the stage, with eyes full of admiration. The customers in Black Six Bar had different reactions. Some of them pursed their lips and looked very serious, some clenched their fists and shouted silently, and some had sparkling eyes. Everyone seemed to have returned to the glorious rock and roll years, especially the middle-aged people in their 40s. When Liao Jia led the band Black Memory to conquer the mainland, they were young and could not fully understand the meaning of this work. The ruthless years made them understand what they did not understand before. Now that they heard this song Old Guy again, the feeling was completely different. Even if their hearts were already as hard as iron, they could not help but be deeply moved. Because they had become, or were about to become, the old guy in the song. Lu Chen stood behind Liao Jia on the right side. It was the first time for him to play in a band as a non-lead singer, and he felt very fresh. In addition to this fresh feeling, the shock in Lu Chen's heart was no less than that of the fans at the scene. Because he saw a kind of strength in Liao Jia, a kind of persistent and tenacious strength for music and rock. He saw the most valuable quality of this rock and roll veteran who liked to smoke, drink, and scold people. Lu Chen couldn't help asking himself if he had reached such a level in music. The answer was obviously no. He wrote novels, wrote screenplays, made TV shows, made movies, invested in games, invested in media companies. His career was getting bigger and bigger, and he was making more and more money, but it seemed that he was getting farther and farther away from his original music dream. Lu Chen could not help but fall into deep thought. He did not doubt whether he was going the right way, but was he going too fast and in such a hurry that he missed the scenery along the way, until Liao Jia finished singing the last line of the lyrics, "Goodbye, you old guys forever." The audience was silent. After a moment, applause, cheers, and whistles filled the bar in an instant, like a summer storm, even breaking through the walls and windows and spreading to the streets outside. A large circle of people had gathered outside Black Six Bar. They were all fans who had rushed over after getting the news, but were blocked outside by the waiters. Although the bar had already put up a sign at the door, not many people were willing to leave. They heard the cheers and applause, and the crowd was in a commotion. After singing Old Guy, Liao Jia, the old guy, had beads of sweat on his forehead. Although he said it was for fun, he was still very focused and serious when it came to singing. Even if he was not at his peak in the past, it was enough to shock everyone present. The people in the Black Six Bar expressed their respect and love with neat and warm applause. Although there were not many fans present, the atmosphere and momentum they created was not worse than some concert scenes. Anyone who was in it would feel their blood boiling and excitement surging. For a singer, this feeling was unparalleled. "Thank you," Liao Jia said, "thank you for still liking the songs of an old guy like me." Someone immediately shouted, "Brother Liao, you'll never get old. You'll always be 28 years old." Always be 28 years old, this was what Liao Jia once said to his fans at a concert. Those who were familiar with Liao Jia knew this joke. Many people laughed and shouted, "Brother Liao will always be 28 years old." Liao Jia also laughed. He smiled and waved his hand, saying, "That was in the past. I'm really old now. The future belongs to the young people, 2, he turned around and pointed at Lu Chen, saying, "That's theirs. Let Lu Chen sing a song for you." Okay. Although Liao Jia only sang Old Guy and had no intention of continuing, everyone was still satisfied. Moreover, Lu Chen was also a singer they liked. Therefore, the applause continued to welcome Lu Chen. Lu Chen found it hard to refuse the enthusiasm. He said while holding his guitar, "Brother Liao is too modest. I also think he will never get old. At least in our hearts." Everyone laughed, and someone whistled loudly in great agreement. Lu Chen continued, "I'm also half a Hangzhou person. This time, I came with Brother Liao, Miss Chen Fei and Sister Shifeng to record the show China's Voice. I hope everyone will support us." The laughter in the bar became even louder. No one expected Lu Chen to advertise his show here. A few fans shouted, "We'll definitely support you." "Thank you," Lu Chen smiled and said, "Then I will sing a song for everyone. I wrote this song before, but I have never sung it. I hope everyone will like it." Lu Chen was going to sing a new song. Everyone suddenly became excited. Everyone felt that tonight was too perfect. They were really too lucky. Today was actually a very ordinary day, but they were lucky enough to meet their idol here. First, they heard Liao Jia sing Old Man live, and then they would be able to enjoy the new song composed by Lu Chen. People would die of envy if they said it out loud. Many people took out their mobile phones and showed off in blogs, Tieba, or QQ groups. He had never had such an opportunity before, and there might not be another one in the future. If he didn't show off now, when would he? Even Chen Fei pointed his phone camera at Lu Chen. However, she was not only recording, but she also opened the Whale TV app on her mobile phone, logged into the account of Lu Chen's Anchor Studio, and opened a live broadcast for him. Lu Chen signed a sky-high endorsement contract with Whale TV. Of course, he had the obligation to work after taking other people's money. There were also requirements for live broadcast time, so he couldn't be too casual. So usually, if Lu Chen had any important activities, the original studio would arrange for a live broadcast, which brought a lot of popularity and fan resources to Whale TV, and fulfilled his contract. This kind of formal live broadcast usually had advance notice, and sometimes, Lu Chen would suddenly open a live broadcast to give his fans a big surprise. All along, Lu Chen has been very sincere in managing his fans, so he has never abandoned the fans he first met in Whale TV, nor has he abandoned the Whale TV that gave him strong support. It's just that most of the time, Lu Chen couldn't do it himself. He had to borrow the hands of others. For example, the current Chen Fei. Chen Fei installed the Whale TV app on her mobile phone. She did not open a live broadcast in it, just to help Lu Chen complete the contracted time when it was inconvenient for him. Wasn't this an excellent opportunity? Of course, she also felt that it was quite interesting and fun. On the Whale TV side, Lu Chen's Anchor Studio logged into the live broadcast, and his online fans all received the system notification, so they ran over immediately. Wow! What day is it today? Big Lu Chen started a live broadcast? I just saw on the blog that my Fei Liao Jia, and Shifeng were eating together. What happened? Could it be that China's Voice? Throwing flowers to celebrate. I haven't seen my Chen on Whale TV for a long time. Damn, I just came up and I saw a bunch of aircraft carriers. It's going to explode again. Hey, which bar is this? I saw Lu Chen. I'm curious, who's taking pictures with their mobile phones? I'm curious too. All kinds of bullet screens and GIFs flew up, filling the interface of the Anchor Studio. The number of viewers in the room skyrocketed, worthy of Lu Chen's title as the #1 celebrity anchor of Whale TV. Chen Fei, who was holding the camera, saw the bullet screen messages on the screen. She pursed her lips and smiled, reached out to open the anchor window, and used the front camera to take a picture of herself at the same time, appearing in the Anchor Studio. The Anchor Studio suddenly exploded, and the fans were excited. It's actually my Fei. Chen Fei. Chen Fei. Chen Fei. Chen Fei. Chen Fei. As I expected, it's my Chen and my Fei. That's great. Don't say anything else, let's throw the fish balls. My Fei will always be so beautiful. If the most popular person in Lu Chen's Anchor Studio is Lu Chen, then the second is Xianxia. It's just that Xianxia doesn't have much time to appear on screen, not to mention that she personally acts as an anchor for Lu Chen. But as long as she doesn't say a word or interact with the fans, everyone is still extremely satisfied. Then at this time, Shifeng, who was sitting next to her, came over and curiously wanted to see the effect of Xianxia's selfie. As a result, she also appeared in the selfie. This time, the fans directly exploded. Shifeng. What the F*** CK, the two heavenly queens. The live broadcast tonight is going to set a record, so lucky. It's really Shifeng, I'm your fan. I feel like crying. In just a few minutes, the online fans in the live broadcast room have exceeded 200,000, but everyone's attention was completely attracted by the two heavenly queens, ignoring Lu Chen who was preparing to sing on the stage. The lights in the bar dimmed, and the light from a spotlight fell on Lu Chen. Lu Chen sat on a high stool. He put one foot on the stool and held the guitar casually. Gently plucking the strings, Lu Chen had a feeling of going back to the past, back to the time when he was a resident singer in Forget Grass Bar. But now he is not the original him. Time is too fast, and too many people and things have changed. Soon, the bar quieted down, and the emotions aroused by Liao Jia's song Old Guy gradually subsided, and the atmosphere became peaceful and relaxed. Lu Chen reached out and adjusted the position of the microphone, and then said, "The name of this song is The Story of Time." His eyes looked ahead, as if staring at the endless void, and there was a trace of memory in his calm eyes. The flowers in spring bloom, the wind in autumn, and the setting sun in winter melancholy. Youth, I used to think so ignorantly. The windmill turns every day in the song of the cycle of the four seasons. I grow up year after year in the poem of wind, flower, snow, and moon. The flowing water takes away the story of time and changes a person in that sentimental and waiting youth for the first time. Yellowed photographs, old letters, and faded Christmas cards. I'm afraid you've forgotten the songs I wrote for you when I was young. In the domestic pop music world, when it comes to Lu Chen, original folk songs are an inescapable topic. Lu Chen created his own world with his original campus folk songs. You Who Sat Next to Me, The Brother Who Slept on My Upper Bunk, Love in the Wind and other classic works are still sung by countless people, especially on campus. Many people like Lu Chen because they like his folk songs. But today's Lu Chen, in terms of creative style, has already moved from folk light rock to more popular love songs. These classic folk works can only exist in his past albums. For the more than 100 fans in Black 6 Bar at this moment, they were extremely lucky, because they heard another new folk song by Lu Chen, and it was a typical campus folk song. Most importantly, Lu Chen's reprise of the folk song, whether it was the melody or the lyrics, was still so touching. Old vows are like colorful bookmarks in a textbook. There were many beautiful poems, but in the end, it was just smoke. The story of flowing water carrying away time changed two people. In that sentimental and first tearful youth. The long journey, the dream of yesterday, and the faraway laughter. How many journeys did it take for us to meet again? No longer the old familiar me with the old feverish dreams, nor is it the familiar you of the past who still has the same smile. The water, which carries away the time, changes us. In those sentimental memories of youth. Who didn't have a past? Who doesn't have youth? Who doesn't have a past worth remembering, looking back on the past? Who doesn't have regrets in life? This song, The Story of Time, which was played and sung by Lu Chen, easily evoked the memories buried in people's hearts. Youth is fleeting, time is fleeting, the flowing water takes away the story of time, and also takes away the sentimental youth. The listeners in Black 6 Bar were basically in their 30s or 40s. Most of them had already got married and started a career. Many of them worked hard in the city and understood the ruthlessness of time and the vicissitudes of life. This song, The Story of Time, mercilessly touched the softest part of their hearts. The layers of camouflaged heart shields were so easily penetrated by Lu Chen's affectionate singing, and were unexpectedly exposed. One of the women, who was obviously an elite in the workplace, had a sparkling light in her eyes. She bit her lips tightly, and no one knew what she was recalling. Her expression changed, sometimes sweet and sometimes painful. Lu Chen's singing and the scene of the scene were also presented in the anchor room through Xianxia's mobile phone. The messy barrage quickly disappeared, and even the tips disappeared. It became unprecedentedly quiet. At this time, in Lu Chen's anchor room of Whale TV, the online audience has exceeded the 1 million mark. Although Chen Fei still held her mobile phone dutifully, her mind was not on it at all. She was also deeply moved by this song, The Story of Time. She stared at Lu Chen intently, and her eyes flashed with tenderness. Time is ruthless, and her youth is also passing away. But to be able to be with Lu Chen, what a blessing in life. In those sentimental memories of youth for the first time. When Lu Chen sang the last line of the lyrics and played the last note, the audience was silent. Everyone was still immersed in the atmosphere created by the song. No one applauded, cheered, or spoke. It was not until the crisp sound of a bottle falling that everyone seemed to wake up from a dream. Then the applause sounded fiercely. It was very neat, pure, and clean. Everyone could only express their love for The Story of Time in this way, as well as their admiration for Lu Chen. At the same time, they thanked him for creating a new folk song that could become a classic. Chen Fei temporarily turned off the live broadcast. She put her mobile phone on the table and applauded with everyone. But she suddenly felt something strange. She turned her head and saw that Shifeng, who was sitting next to her, had tears in her eyes. Chen Fei couldn't help but be shocked. She quickly held Shifeng's hand and said, "Sister Shifeng?" Shifeng embarrassedly raised her hand to wipe her tears. She said with a smile, "I'm sorry. I remembered something from the past." Lu Chen's song is so well written. Who doesn't have a past? Chen Fei nodded understandingly and said softly, "Then let's go back early." Because she could see that Shifeng's smile was very forced. Obviously, she was full of worries. Shifeng shook her head and said, "No, it's rare for everyone to come out and have fun." Chen Fei insisted, "I'm a little tired too. I have to record the show tomorrow. I'll rest early tonight." Ignoring Shifeng's objection, she called Lu Chen back and said that she wanted to go back. Lu Chen noticed Shifeng's expression. Of course, he had no objection, but he respected Liao Jia and said, "Brother Liao, let's go back first." "What about you?" Liao Jia smiled and said, "I've had a good time tonight. Let's go." He said he was going to leave, and he was very straightforward. Seeing that Lu Chen and the others were about to leave, the fans in the bar were very reluctant, but they also knew that they couldn't be too greedy. It was already a great fortune to be able to hear Liao Jia and Lu Chen's live performance at night. They couldn't ask Chen Fei and Shifeng to go on stage and sing, could they? They were there to have fun. They had no obligation at all, so, although it was a pity, Lu Min still led everyone to send off the big stars of the pop world with applause. Note, lyric/composer of Story of Time, Luo Dio. Lu Chen had just come out of the Black Six bar when he was shocked by the scene outside. He did not know when, but the bar was surrounded by countless people, blocking the entire street. Anxious car horns could be heard from afar, and many police officers were trying to maintain order. When they saw Lu Chen and the others, there was a commotion in the crowd, and many people started shouting. "Lu Chen! Chen Fei! Shifeng!" These people were all fans who had rushed over after receiving the news. They could not enter the bar, so they waited outside. Among them were many teenage girls, holding fluorescent placards in their hands. Now that they had finally seen their idol, the fans could not hold themselves back anymore, and they all rushed over. These passionate fans wanted to get close to their idol, to get an autograph, to take a picture, or even to shake hands. Everyone had the same thought, and the scene became even more chaotic. If it was not for the bar staff and auxiliary police forming a human wall in time to stop the crowd, Lu Chen and the others would have been drowned by the crowd. Seeing this situation, Lu Min, who was escorting them out, was so scared that he started sweating. If anything happened, he would be the one to blame. What was supposed to be a good thing was going to become a bad thing. "Go back, let's go back first." Whether it was Chen Fei or Shifeng, they were both people who had experienced great storms and waves. They had seen all kinds of fans, so they calmly retreated to the bar immediately, so as not to cause more trouble. Lu Chen followed them back. Lu Min wiped his cold sweat and said, "Let's go through the back door, there's a small path out." "Lu Chen." A girl's cry came from outside the door, and it was very loud. Lu Chen could not bear to hear it. If he was alone, he Would have no problem meeting his fans, signing autographs, taking pictures, and so on. However, he had Chen Fei and Shifang with him, so he could not act willfully. Ignoring her was the right choice. He silently apologized to the fan in his heart, then took out his phone to inform his assistant to drive to the nearest back door of the bar to pick her up. With Ryu Min's cover, they were able to return to the hotel without any mishaps. From that night onwards, Lu Chen and Chen Fei would no longer be staying at Tian's house, and officially moved to the Shangri-La Hotel. That was because the five-star hotel was the sponsor of The Voice of China. Not only did they sponsor the show, they also hosted the 4 superstar coaches for free. The 4 of them each had a luxury suite on the 58th floor. The hotel specially strengthened security and designated a special VIP area. Normal people could not enter, including paparazzi. Although Lu Chen and Chen each had their own rooms, they were definitely staying together. However, Chen Fei did not return to her room immediately, but went to Shifang. Lu Chen, on the other hand, turned on the computer in his study and logged into his blog. He posted a new post on his blog. He represented Chen Fei, Shifang, and Liao Jia to apologize to the fans waiting outside Black 6 Bar that night for not being able to sign autographs and take pictures with them. He sincerely asked for everyone's understanding, and also asked for everyone's support for the first season of China's Voice that would be broadcast on Friday, the 19th. Lu Chen's Waves blog followers had long exceeded 50 million. Furthermore, it was the weekend, so the moment his post was posted, it immediately attracted a large number of fans' attention and replies. The fans naturally expressed their understanding. Although there were many people outside the bar, to Lu Chen's fan base, it was not an exaggeration to say that they were just a drop in the ocean. Everyone said that they were looking forward to the broadcast of China's Voice. There were even fans who expressed their love for Lu Chen's new song, Story of Time, and hoped that Lu Chen would release a single. It was only then that Lu Chen found out that the video of him singing Story of Time at Black 6 Bar had already been posted online. It had already been forwarded and spread on various blogs, and the song had also made his fans very excited. This song is too good. It's a pity that it was recorded on a phone, so the quality isn't that good. I've listened to it more than 10 times, and I still can't get tired of it. It's true. I even cried listening to it. I still like the ballads that I wrote in the morning. It's very touching. It reminds me of my youth. Lu Chen happily browsed through the comments. For a singer, the sense of accomplishment that his work could be sincerely liked by his fans was not something that could be compared to how much money he earned. At that moment, Chen Fei returned. She came to Lu Chen's side and looked around curiously. What are you laughing at? Lu Chen carried her to sit on his lap and said with a smile, it's nothing. Is Sister Fang all right? Previously at Black 6 Bar, he had noticed that Shifang's mood was a little off after singing the song. Chen Fei shook her head and said, it's nothing. She was just thinking about the past and might be a little unhappy. I didn't ask much and just chatted with her for a while. It's nothing now. Lu Chen nodded. He had heard that Shifang had a rough life when he was in Xianxia. In fact, there were many celebrities who seemed to be very famous on the surface, but they all had some unbearable past. It was a very private matter, so it was right for Chen Fei not to get to the bottom of it. Chen Fei leaned into his arms and said softly, the song you sang tonight was very well written. I was very touched after listening to it. The blooming of flowers in spring, the wind in autumn, and the setting sun in winter, she softly hummed the story of time. Although she had only heard it once, there were not many mistakes in the melody and lyrics, showing that she had a good memory and sense of music. Chen Fei's singing style was different from Lu Chen's. It was not as heavy and sad, but more of a warm memory. It was like a spring breeze blowing through the fields, making people feel intoxicated. Lu Chen also liked it. Then I'll give you this song to sing. Chen Fei pursed her lips and smiled. I'll just sing a cover, but I think Sister Shifang will appreciate it. Lu Chen nodded. This time, Shifang agreed to come to Hangzhou to be a mentor for the Voice of China. Other than giving face to Lu Gangxing, she was also giving him big face. It should be known that this Xianxia heavenly queen rarely appeared on variety shows and did not even like to appear on TV. So, of course, Lu Chen had to repay her. If Shifang really liked this song and wanted to sing it, then he was very willing to let her do it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Lu Chen stood up with Chen Fei'er in his arms and said with a smile, let's go take a shower first and rest early tonight. Chen Fei'er's pretty face was instantly dyed with a layer of red, and her eyes were so charming that they were about to drip water. Lu Chen laughed and strode to the bathroom with her in his arms. Tonight was going to be another beautiful night. Hangzhou, Zhejiang Satellite TV Station Studio 1. This studio, which can accommodate 1,250 viewers, was just opened by Zhejiang Satellite TV Station at the beginning of this year, replacing the original main studio. It was also the recording place for the first episode of the first season of China's Voice Today. Although the size of this studio of Zhejiang Satellite TV Station was not the largest among its peers, it was newly built, so the facilities inside were very advanced. It was equipped with one of the few LED ultra-high-definition giant background screens in the country, as well as the top sound system and recording equipment. In the next month, Studio 1 would be used for the recording of China's Voice. As the producer of China's Voice, Star Factory Media was able to obtain the right to use Zhejiang Satellite TV Station Studio 1. In addition to Tian's own network resources, what was more important was that Zhejiang Satellite TV Station was very optimistic about the cooperation between the two parties. In order to ensure the broadcasting rights, they put out a very sincere bargaining chip. The reason was very simple. In addition to Tian, Star Factory Media had two other shareholders, that is, Lu Chen and Chen Fei'er. Was there any possibility of the program produced by the two of them failing? Thinking about Autumn in My Heart and Full House of Romance, as well as A Chinese Ghost Story, which had just earned more than 1 billion in the domestic box office, the answer was no doubt. The publicity for China's Voice had long been launched, and Zhejiang Satellite TV Station had also vigorously cooperated. If it was any other purchased program, it would not have such treatment. Now that everything was ready, all that was left was the east wind. The studio had long been redecorated, and the iconic logo of China's Voice hung high above the black dome, shining brightly under the spotlights. But the most eye-catching thing was the 4 big red chairs placed in front of the performance stage. There were still 2 hours before the official start of the recording, but the 4 mentors had already arrived at the studio in advance. Except for Lu Chen, the other 3 were all attracted by the 4 exaggerated and unique chairs. This is the mentor swivel chair? Chen Fei'er asked curiously, custom-made? It looks like it has a lot of functions. She had seen the planning plan of China's Voice a long time ago and knew that the mentor swivel chair needed to be specially made to highlight the uniqueness of the program and to enhance the difference between China's Voice and other reality talent shows. However, this was the first time she had seen a complete swivel chair. These 4 chairs were placed in front of him. First of all, their imposing manner was quite astonishing. There was an independent black turntable under each chair, and there were also light belts, sound systems, and other devices on the chairs. Lu Chen smiled and replied, yes, the structure of the instructor's swivel chair is a little complicated. This is because this is an intelligent, high-tech, and high-end product. The system precisely controls the audio, lighting, rotation, and other functions. There are also massage functions and so on. Everyone can sit on it and feel it now. After coming up with the idea and proposal for the Voice of China, he basically did not bother with it anymore, leaving it to Tianwei's Star Factory Media to handle. Only the 4 rotating coaches' chairs were supervised by him throughout the entire production process. The main body of the swivel chair was made with a bright red leather high back and cushion. It was necessary to ensure that the mentors did not wear headphones and had their backs facing the students, yet still had the best listening effect. This set a very high requirement on the structure of the chair, and at the same time, the distance between the chair and the main sound system was also very particular. The basic design was personally drawn by Lu Chen, and the functional requirements were also proposed by him. For example, the swivel chair had a core component, a motor installed under the chair that was responsible for precise rotation. It also had a shock absorption function, and a locking device was installed in the background to ensure that the chair would only rotate when a button was pressed. With all these factors, and the small number of production, the accumulated cost was very high. The 4 chairs, along with 1 spare part and some spare parts, all added up to more than 2 million. It had a very high level of technology, or else it would not be able to reflect the prestige of China's Voice. Of course, Lu Chen had registered a global patent for the swivel chair, and China's Voice had also registered the program's copyright to ensure that it would not be imitated by others without any integrity. In the future, they might even be able to sell it overseas. Qin Fei, Shifeng, and Liao Jia sat on the chair as instructed, and a staff member explained the functions to the three of them. Liao Jia shifted his butt, allowing himself to comfortably lean into the chair. The leather used for the mentor's swivel chair was imported calf leather. The texture was delicate and soft, and it felt great to the touch. Coupled with the design being in line with the principles of ergonomics, the wrappability and support were excellent, and the feeling of sitting on it was naturally extraordinary. He even tried out the massage function of the chair, and then gave a thumbs up to Lu Chen. Like it? Lu Chen could not help but laugh. It would be a problem if he did not like a chair that was worth 400,000 renminbi each. Qin Fei pressed a hidden button under the armrest, and a gentle breeze blew, causing her hair to flutter. Shifeng found it interesting, and also gave it a try. The two heavenly queens were like little girls, having a lot of fun. Lu Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry. After letting the two of them play for a while, he gestured to the staff member. The next moment, the 4 swivel chairs automatically rotated, with the back facing the stage, while Qin Fei and the other 2 were facing the audience. That was one of the biggest features of China's The Voice, and that was the blind selection of mentors. The mentors chose their students based solely on the singer's voice. It did not matter if the student was old or young, fat or thin, beautiful or ugly. The only way to impress the mentors was through their capabilities. That gave people a sense of fairness, because the phenomenon of judging people based on their appearance was always present, be it in the real world or in the entertainment industry. In fact, it was quite a serious problem. In the past, there were many talent shows where the first choice was for handsome men and beautiful women. It was useless for those who were not good-looking, sang well, or danced well. Even if they were lucky enough to get a good ranking, they would not get the chance to sign a contract. The model of China's The Voice could be considered as a small subversion. Qin Fei and the other 2 knew the rules of China's The Voice beforehand, so when the chairs rotated, they were not too surprised, but felt that it was something new. One of the swivel chairs was empty, as Lu Chen was standing on the stage. He got the staff member to bring him a guitar, and then stood in front of the microphone. For the rehearsal before the official recording, he would be the first student to go on stage, to be judged by the mentors. Lu Chen plucked the strings and played the prelude. The sound of the strings was transmitted backstage through the microphone, and after being adjusted by the high-tech equipment, it was transmitted into the speakers. It was like a torrent of water, spilling over the spacious studio. On May 16, the latest issue of New Economic Weekly magazine was released, and the cover character was Lu Chen. New Economic Weekly is the leading economic magazine in China. It was founded in 1991 and has a history of 26 years. It has been published every week without interruption and has a high influence in China, especially in the economic field. The cover characters of this economic weekly are usually well-known economists, business operators, and people who have influence on the current economic system. Lu Chen, as a star in the entertainment industry, was actually on the cover of New Economic Weekly, which gave people a feeling that it was a bit strange. When did New Economic Weekly also take the entertainment route? On the cover, Lu Chen was standing in front of the microphone with a guitar in his arms. The background was pure black. His eyes were looking straight ahead. His eyes were calm and deep, as if he could see through people's hearts. It was undeniable that this character photo was excellent. Readers naturally felt very surprised and curious. It was not until they read a long character interview article in the weekly that they finally understood that New Economic Weekly was not having a brain cramp. Because this article focused on Lu Chen's achievements in the business field. The reporters of New Economic Weekly were quite resourceful. They first dug out the inside story of Lu Chen's investment in setting up the crowdfunding website. Lu Chen not only created a new internet financing model, but also made a lot of profits in the investment process, showing an extraordinary business sense and creative inspiration. Nowadays, the crowdfunding model is one of the hot spots on the internet all over the world. First of all, the crowdfunding website has occupied a high market share, especially in China. Although with the expiration of commercial creative copyrights, similar platforms have sprung up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, no one has been able to shake the hegemony of the crowdfunding website. According to reliable sources, the crowdfunding website has been preparing to be listed on NASDAQ in the United States. The probability of passing the application is very high, and once it is successfully listed, the market value in the industry will be at least more than $1 billion. And Lu Chen holds 10% of the founder's shares that cannot be diluted, which means that he may have a net worth of hundreds of millions of US dollars in an instant after the crowdfunding website is listed on NASDAQ. How many young people in China who started from scratch are stronger than Lu Chen? In addition, Lu Chen's business achievements are more than that. He also invested in the establishment of Happy Digital Interactive Entertainment Company, Limited. Ordinary people may be a little unfamiliar with the name of this company, but when it comes to Happy Farm, I am afraid that everyone knows it. That was because this little game was currently the most popular casual mobile/web game. It had set off a nationwide trend of stealing vegetables. Countless people farmed, fertilized, killed pests, and picked vegetables in their virtual fields day and night. Of course, they also stole vegetables. It had even caused a huge discussion in the media. Happy Farm is the first game of Happy Digital Interactive Entertainment Company, Limited. It was reported that many video game giants were interested in Happy Farm and were interested in acquiring or investing in Happy Entertainment. This once again proved Lu Chen's extraordinary business ability. Putting aside the layer of star coat, it is not an exaggeration to say that Lu Chen is a business genius. It is normal for him to be on the cover of the New Economic Weekly. The New Economic Weekly's report, along with its cover, first caused quite a bit of a reaction among the magazine's readers. Then, it quickly spread to the internet, causing an even wider influence. Especially Lu Chen's fans, they were even more surprised. It turns out that Lu Chen is the boss of Happy Farm. I recharged more than 10 yuan. I should have recharged more. My Chen is so mighty, appearing on the cover of the New Economic Weekly. I don't think there are many celebrities in the entertainment industry that can appear on this cover, right? I remember there was only one in the past because I subscribed to the New Economic Weekly. Come on, big Lu Chen. No wonder Chen Feier posted on his blog about Happy Farm last time. It's all a trick. I, Chen, am a genius. There is no doubt about it. It wasn't just Lu Chen's fans who were surprised. His friends in the circle were also surprised. Everyone congratulated him and even joked that they wanted the billionaire to treat them. Of course, it was inevitable that some people would say some sour words and even question the authenticity of the New Economic Weekly report. Lu Chen's talent in music and film was enough to make people jealous. Now that he was suddenly said to have a very outstanding performance in business investment, some people felt that it was unacceptable. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have accepted their interview. In the room of the Shangri-La Hotel, Lu Chen threw the new issue of the New Economic Weekly that had just been sent by his assistant on the desk, and said to Chen Feier with a wry smile, "They want to roast me on the grill." Last week, Lu Chen was interviewed by the New Economic Weekly in Beijing. Because the New Economic Weekly had a great influence in China, and he was also very curious, there was this interview. He never thought that the reporter of the New Economic Weekly would be so well informed. Through this interview, he dug out a lot of details about him on the crowdfunding website and Happy Entertainment. When he founded the crowdfunding website, Lu Chen was not low-key. Later, after transferring the shares to the Li family, he basically withdrew from the business and settled down as a small shareholder. As for Happy Entertainment, Lu Chen was very low-key. He only worked with Chen Feier to promote Happy Farm. He never shouted that he was the actual shareholder of Happy Entertainment. Now that the New Economic Weekly's investigation and praise of him, it will undoubtedly push him to the forefront of public opinion. The main reason was that there was a certain degree of controversy in the game Happy Farm. What's there to be afraid of? Chen Feier said with a smile, "It's too late for others to be envious. Besides, you don't need to be afraid of any rumors now. Just concentrate on your own career. As long as you have a clear conscience, you don't need to worry about what others think." Lu Chen thought about it and agreed. In the entertainment industry, you must have the courage to bear all kinds of right and wrong. Many times, you can't keep a low profile even if you want to. Instead of hiding, it's better to face it in a big way. After figuring this out, Lu Chen quickly put this matter behind him. On the cover of the New Economic Weekly, in addition to making Lu Chen the focus of public opinion again, countless fans are also more concerned about the first season of The Voice of China that will be broadcast on the 19th. As a mentor, what kind of wonderful performance will Lu Chen perform? The cover report of New Economic Weekly has had a great impact on Lu Chen, giving him the title of business genius in addition to musical genius. Some people even think that he shouldn't be in the entertainment industry. If he enters the business world, then he is likely to be among the Forbes list of young billionaires in China, provided, of course, that the crowdfunding website is successfully listed on Nasdaq. For such remarks, Lu Chen just smiled. Although the crowdfunding website was his business idea, it was Li Mushi who really made the crowdfunding website bigger and stronger and went abroad. Without the power and background of the Li family, relying on his own strength alone, he would at most be able to get the name of the founder of the crowdfunding model. How could he become a billionaire, apart from anything else? Without the help of the Li family, the commercial creative copyright of the crowdfunding website could not have been approved. Therefore, not only did Lu Chen not have any regrets about transferring most of the shares of the crowdfunding website to the Li family, but he was very glad that he made a decisive choice at the beginning. Once the crowdfunding website is listed on Nasdaq, he will be able to enjoy the amazing benefits of 10% of the original shares. His net worth can at least be multiplied several times. What else is there to be dissatisfied with? On the internet and in the entertainment industry, the discussion about Lu Chen's wealth is also very heated. Everyone thinks that Lu Chen will definitely be on the Forbes list of rich stars in China this year. The Forbes list of rich stars in China is published every December and is divided into several lists. Last year, Chen Fei ranked second on the list of rich stars with an annual income of 57 million yuan, ranking first among all female stars. At that time, Lu Chen was not included in the list, but this year, his name will definitely be on it. Everyone is certain. The only thing that is uncertain is where he will rank. Most of the discussions about Lu Chen's net worth on the internet are positive, and there are very few comments about hatred of the rich. Even if there are, they are often sprayed with dog blood. Because since Lu Chen's debut, he has earned every penny fair and square. He has not sold dogskin plaster, he has not deceived fans, and even the most profitable advertisements are rarely accepted. He only cooperates with reputable big brands and pays taxes according to the regulations. There is no illegal behavior. Most importantly, while Lu Chen was making money, he was also doing charity seriously. The charity fund he and Chen Fei jointly established had an excellent reputation, and it really helped many leukemia patients. TN, Part 2, many stars engage in charity and donate hundreds of thousands of yuan, but they can't wait to send the news to all the media. Moreover, there have been repeated scandals of donation fraud, and even those so-called charity funds to deceive the public. Although Chen Fei Charity Fund is also a public fund, it has never solicited donations from ordinary people and fans. All the money comes from donations from the two and their friends in the circle, and the accounts are truly open and transparent. In the field of charity in the country, Chen Fei Charity Fund is very low-key, but it has a good reputation that others can't reach, which has also brought Lu Chen a very high reputation. Most people hate the rich, and they hate the heartless rich. Lu Chen's money came from a clear source, and he has never done anything superficial like flaunting his wealth, so he naturally won the sincere appreciation and love of his fans. Therefore, when the New Economic Weekly exposed Lu Chen's business deeds, there were some who were curious, some who were envious, and some who were in awe, but there was not much jealousy or hatred. On the contrary, before the first episode of China's Voice was officially broadcasted, a moderately controversial news broke out. On the 17th of May, a Waves blogger certified as a vagrant singer Roxanne, posted a blog post on her blog, saying that she had encountered unfair treatment during the audition for China's Voice. The singer named Roxanne did not have much fame, and according to her resume on her blog, she had just returned from overseas, and was currently an independent singer and freelance singer in Beijing. She had participated in the audition in Beijing. The so-called unfair treatment she encountered was that she sang a famous English song during the audition. Then, after singing a few lines, she was asked by the audition judge to sing a Chinese song again. Roxanne was very angry about this, as she had prepared for a long time for the song, and believed that her singing skills were not inferior to the original singer. In the end, she did not expect the audition judges to think that she did not meet the rules, and even had a sarcastic tone in their comments. Roxanne refused to change the song, and was mercilessly eliminated, which made her very angry. After participating in the audition, she was depressed for a few days, and only managed to recover a little today. She could not understand it. There had never been a talent show, especially a singing reality show, that rejected English songs. Could it be that the audition judges did not understand English, so they directly passed it? Singer Roxanne had very few fans on her blog, less than 100,000, and most of them were zombie fans, as the number of clicks and comments on her daily blog posts was pitifully low. However, this blog post received a lot of attention, and the number of forwards exceeded 5,000 on the same day, so it attracted the attention of many people. Although it had little to do with Lu Chen, many of Lu Chen's fans went to Roxanne's blog to mock her after seeing the forwarded blog post, thinking that she was trying to create hype. She was clearly not good enough, but she still wanted to gain popularity. She was simply shameless. There were all kinds of people on the internet, and some people's tone was sharp and even mean. As a result, Roxanne flew into a rage out of humiliation, arguing with the people who mocked her on her blog, and even scolded Lu Chen. This infuriated even more Lu Chen fans, so the blog comment section of Singer Roxanne was flooded with all kinds of sarcasm. Roxanne was not one to be trifled with. The more she was scolded, the more excited she became. She kept posting to accuse the so-called fake reviewers and mobs, thinking that she was being suppressed as a talented and capable newcomer. Because of this, the matter was blown out of proportion, and even Lu Chen found out about it. However, Lu Chen did not respond, but the official blog of China's Voice gave a clear explanation. The audition of China's Voice had many clear requirements for the contestants. One of them was that the singers could only sing Mandarin songs, including Cantonese and other dialects. It was not only for the audition, but also for the rest of the competition. As this was the voice of China, Chinese people naturally had to sing Chinese songs. Performing English songs that the majority of the audience could not understand or appreciate on stage was not in line with the program's principles. This rule was printed out in black and white for all the singers to see. It was normal for Roxanne to be eliminated for violating the rules, and there was no issue of unfair treatment. A statement on the official blog of China's Voice explained the rules of the program clearly. It directly slapped Luo Zhan in the face. In addition, singers who participated in the audition posted a text message on their blog, as well as the notice they received during the audition, which clearly stated the rules. The facts and evidence were there. This time, Lu Chen's fans found the basis and forcefully pressed Luo Zhan to the ground. Many people also made up jokes or photoshopped various pictures, turning the comment section of the latter's blog into a sea of joy. Luo Zhan was speechless after being refuted by China's Voice's official blog. She simply closed the blog comments and pretended to be deaf and mute. Continuing to argue would only humiliate herself. Luo Zhan must have the idea of using the momentum to hype up and also spent money to hire a promoter. However, she did not expect Lu Chen's influence to be so great, and the fighting power of his fans was so strong. If she continued to make a fuss, she would probably not be able to survive in this industry. During this process, Lu Chen did not participate at all and directly ignored the other party. When an artist becomes famous, all kinds of disputes will come. This kind of deliberately creating a topic to hype oneself up was a small trick. There were worse things everywhere. No celebrity has not encountered it before. For example, Chen Fei-er, who made a name for herself more than 10 years after her debut. In the past, she had a lot of scandals. Some were made up by paparazzi, some were hyped up by the other party, and some were even carefully planned by a media agency. In the entertainment industry, it was impossible to be completely clean and untainted by dust. However, as long as one held the bottom line and was not tempted by fame and fortune, it was difficult to maintain one's original heart, but it was not impossible. Therefore, in such a situation, ignoring was the best choice. Fighting back was the least desirable. If the other party went too far, then they would directly send a lawyer's letter to sue. Only in this way could they deter the rascals. In the midst of the commotion and noise, at 8:30 p.m. on May 19, the first episode of the first season of China's Voice was broadcast on Zhejiang satellite TV station. China's Voice was a reality show produced by Star Factory Media. Zhejiang Satellite TV Station bought the exclusive copyright in the form of ratings, so the TV station attached great importance to it. The program's publicity work was vigorous, and the posters of the four mentors were even posted on the streets of Hangzhou. And this brand new singing talent show has also attracted a lot of attention nationwide, especially the fans of Lu Chen, Chen Fei'er, Shifeng, and Liao Jia. They all turned on their TVs or computers to watch the premiere of Zhejiang Satellite TV Station. 8 o'clock that night, Jinling Xuanwu District, Changjiang South Street, Ezio Bar. Chi Hao squeezed through the crowd to the front of the bar and said to the busy bartender, "Give me 2 cups of 5 colors and a Haagen-Dazs ice cream." Ezio Bar was a popular bar on Changjiang South Street. Its main customers were university students and young people who had just entered society. The atmosphere was relaxed and free. There was nothing messy, and the prices were very affordable. The bar was equipped with a big screen TV. When it came to the World Cup or Champions League games, the place was often full of customers. Everyone gathered at the table to drink beer and watch the game, which was also a rare relaxation enjoyment. Usually, there were also singers here. If the guests liked it, they could also go up and sing by themselves. Sometimes, they could even see the scene of a marriage proposal on the spot. Chi Hao had been to Ezio Bar several times and liked the atmosphere here very much. So the second time he organized a group event for Lu Chen's Jinling support group fans, he set the venue at Ezio Bar. The last time he booked a place to watch a Chinese ghost story was very successful. Many fans who missed the opportunity complained in the group, so Chi Hao organized another one, but this time it was not to watch a movie, but to watch TV. To watch the premiere of China's Voice, speaking of which, it was really unheard of to organize a group of people to watch a variety show in a bar. However, Lu Chen's fans were very enthusiastic, so Chi Hao responded with a single call. There were hundreds of fans who came in the evening, booking the entire Ezio Bar. Actually, Chi Hao had his own selfish reasons for organizing this event. The bartender knew Chi Hao and knew that he was the organizer of the booking, so he gave him face. After mixing a glass of wine for others, he mixed it for him first, and even gave him a glass of Haagen-Dazs ice cream for free. Business was too good at night. There was almost no space in such a big place, and there were not enough waiters. Holding 2 cocktails and ice cream, Chi Hao squeezed his way back to his seat. There were already 2 girls sitting at the small table. One of them ordered a cocktail, while the other took a glass of Haagen-Dazs ice cream. And this ice cream girl was Chi Hao's selfish reason. The ice cream girl was also a fan of Lu Chen. Her ID in the support group was Azure Sea. The last time he booked the place to watch a Chinese ghost story, Chi Hao's seat was next to Azure Sea, so they got to know each other. At that time, he was already moved by Azure Sea. After finding out that she did not have a boyfriend, he carefully started to pursue her. Although they were still in the phase of pursuing, the two of them had gone from strangers to close friends. At least Azure Sea did not refuse his pursuit, so there was hope for success. The other girl who ordered the cocktail was Azure Sea's best friend. She was inseparable from Azure Sea. Last time, she cheated Chi Hao of a lot of ice cream, making him eat instant noodles for a whole week. "Thank you," Azure Sea smiled slightly to express his gratitude, and his charming smile made Chi Hao stare at her. "Come on." The best friend waved her hand in front of Chi Hao's eyes and asked, "Why hasn't the show started yet?" The big screen in the bar was playing an advertisement. Chi Hao woke up from his dream and couldn't help but blush. He quickly took out his phone and looked at the time. "It's about to start." He tried to please her again. "Do you want to eat some snacks or something?" "I'll go get it." Azure Sea shook his head and said, "No, I don't eat snacks at night. I've gained a lot of weight recently." "You're still fat?" The best friend couldn't help but roll her eyes and said, "Then I should jump off a building." Chi Hao smiled foolishly. He also felt that Azure Sea was not fat at all. In fact, he was a little thinner and very slender. Right at that moment, the large LED screen hanging on the wall switched. Soul-stirring music rang out in the bar, and a hand made from CG holding a microphone appeared on the screen. The logo of China's top voice was dazzling. It had begun, everyone's attention was drawn to it. 8:20 p.m., Whale TV, Luchen Live Broadcasting Room. Nearly 2 years have passed, and today's Luqian Live broadcasting room has become a famous signboard in Whale TV. It has the most fans, the highest number of online viewers, the highest number of tips, and other records on the platform. The cooperation between Luqian and Whale TV can also be called a model for star artists to cooperate with new online media. Luqian has gathered a large number of fans and popularity through this online platform, and Whale TV has also obtained countless benefits through Luqian. Last year alone, Whale TV signed more than 10 famous star anchors, which has brought a significant increase in registered users. It can be said to be a win-win situation. Although other platforms have offered Luqian a very high price, Luqian insisted on renewing his contract with Whale TV, and the cooperative relationship between the two sides is very good. In order to retain the big shot Luqian, Whale TV has made a lot of optimization and resources for his live broadcasting room, and even added an additional membership function for Luqian's fans. Tonight, the first episode of the first season of China's Voice will be broadcast live on Zhejiang Satellite TV station. Whale TV has obtained the authorization to broadcast it and started publicity a few days in advance. So at this moment, in the live broadcasting room, a large number of Luqian's fans and onlookers have gathered. To watch variety shows on TV, the effect is naturally the best with a big screen TV, and the clarity is also the highest. But today's young people's use of TV has greatly decreased. Even if everyone has a TV at home, many people are still willing to choose to watch through the internet. A live broadcasting platform like Whale TV is different from ordinary video websites. The live broadcasting room is more interactive. Everyone can send barrage comments and tip fish balls to express their support, which is more interesting and entertaining. Therefore, just after 8 o'clock, the number of online viewers in Luqian's exclusive live broadcasting room has exceeded the 2 million mark, and it is still increasing at a rapid rate. It is estimated that it will not be a problem to surpass the record of 3 million. And tonight's live broadcast host of China's Voice is Li Feiyu, who everyone is familiar with and loves. The show is about to start. Is everyone ready for their fish balls? In an instant, the barrage was like a tide, mixed with countless falling fish balls. This kind of scene was very common in Luqian's broadcasting room. Many rich fans didn't care about the 100 times fish ball at all. They all released the aircraft carriers one by one. Then, in the next moment, an extremely dazzling interstellar battleship appeared out of thin air, instantly crushing everyone present. With the accompaniment of thousands of fireworks and special effects, it simply blinded countless dog eyes. Super Starship. This was the exclusive reward prop in Luqian's anchor room, the Superstar Ocean Battleship, which cost 10,000 yuan each. Not only did it have the effect of a platform-wide broadcast announcement, but it could also instantly clear the screen, have dazzling special effects, and so on. After this exclusive prop was launched by Whale TV, the number of Super Starship launched in Luqian's anchor room has exceeded 100, which is equivalent to 1 million yuan being rewarded. It must be noted that the Superstar Ocean Battleship is the highest level of special reward prop in Whale TV. Neither the platform nor Luqian will share even a penny of the benefits. It will all be donated to the Xianxia Charity Fund for the treatment of poor leukemia patients. As soon as the Superstar Ocean Battleship appeared, the onlookers suddenly lost their calm. Tycoon, please support me. F***CK, a Star Ocean Battleship has appeared before it even started. I'm going to break the record again tonight. Well, I'm going to support the loving Tycoon and hug his thigh. Brother, how, do you still lack lackeys? Ha ha ha, amidst the noise, it was 8:30, and China's Voice began, everyone's attention was attracted to it. In the midst of the passionate opening song, the carefully decorated Zhejiang Satellite TV station Studio One was presented to the eyes of the national audience with a new look. Countless colored stripes fluttered down from the air, and the audience of 1,250 applauded warmly, bringing the atmosphere of the scene to a climax from the beginning. The camera swooped down from top to bottom and then rotated forward. The four mentors sitting on the red swivel chairs became the focus. Then everyone was surprised to find that the four mentors actually had their backs to the stage and were facing the audience. Each mentor enjoyed a 3-second close-up, and then the camera focused on the big stage. A host in a blue casual suit, holding a microphone and a digital teleprompter, strode into the spotlight. He was in his 30s, thin and tall, with fair skin, wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses, looking gentle, and a confident smile on his face. The host faced the audience and said loudly, "First of all, let's welcome the 4 mentors who decide the students tonight. They are, Mentor Chen-Fei, Mentor Liao Jia, Mentor Shifeng, Mentor Lu Chen." When the host called on a mentor, the mentor stood up and waved to the audience, winning bursts of applause. Tonight, the 4 music mentors are looking for the real voice. They are ready, they are ready. China's Car, China's Voice, the world premiere, starts now. When he said the last few words, his voice suddenly rose a notch, and it could be said that his voice shook the audience. The audience at the scene responded with warm applause and cheers. The brand title of the first season of China's Voice was won by China Automobile with a price tag of 27 million yuan. At that time, there were many competing brands, but including Coca-Cola, they were all defeated by China Automobile, who were determined to win. When the news came out at that time, it caused a sensation in the industry because China's Voice was a brand new talent show, and in the current situation where talent shows were about to be overdone, China Automobile threw out so much money to support it, which was really surprising. It should be known that Zhejiang Satellite TV station was not CCTV, and many of CCTV's variety shows did not have such a high title fee. But looking at the inside story through the surface, it was actually understandable. First of all, China Automobile, as the #1 brand of domestic cars, invests hundreds of millions of advertising fees every year, and 27 million was nothing to them. And China's Voice's creator, producer, major shareholder, and mentor, Lu Chen, was himself a star endorser of China Automobile, and the two sides had a good relationship of cooperation. In addition, the name of China's Voice was not bad, and it was not so incomprehensible that China Automobile would not hesitate to pay a high price to win it. Of course, whether this advertising title investment was worth the ticket price, the key still lay in the content of the program itself. China's Voice, with 4 big-shot mentors, was able to make a name for itself in the extremely competitive TV variety show, and tonight's premiere was undoubtedly crucial. My name is Anxin. I'm 23 years old this year. I come from Shueisho Village, Changshan County, Guai Province. At the beginning of the show, a video clip was played. What appeared on the screen was the first contestant in the first episode of the first season of China's Voice. Her name was Anxin, an ordinary-looking girl. I've liked music and singing since I was a child. After graduating from high school, I came to Beijing alone to study music and became a Beijing drifting singer. Later, I went to Shanghai to continue pursuing my music dream. After the first contestant's brief self-introduction, the camera switched back to the live stage. The host held up the microphone in high spirits and said, "China's Good Car, China's Voice, welcome to China's Good Car, China's Voice, sponsored by the leading domestic automobile brand Xianxia. Drink Pepsi Power mental health products and cheer for China's Voice." The 4 most proud students of this year's China's Voice will embark on the journey of China's automobile music dream. Send a text message to participate in the interaction and immediately get a 100 yuan coupon from QQ Shopping. Thank QQ Shopping for its strong support for this show. If our students are recognized by 3 or more mentors, they can get a 10,000 yuan music dream fund provided by QQ Shopping. At the same time, thank you to Hangzhou Shangri-La Hotel for providing hotel sponsorship to the mentors of China's Voice. He recited the lines of more than 200 words in one breath without stumbling, and his voice was high-pitched and his expression was impassioned, showing strong and unparalleled lung vitality. The crowd at the scene was shocked, the audience in front of the TV was shocked, and the fans in the live broadcast room were even more shocked. What the F***ck? Did you hear what he said just now? It's amazing. Where did this god come from? I, Wang Laowu, am convinced. If anyone can repeat it completely, I'll give him 10,000 fish balls. I'll also give 10,000. Great God, I admire you, please accept this little brother's worship. Worshipping, because it was not a live broadcast, the show was recorded a few days ago, so when it was broadcast by Zhejiang Satellite TV in the evening, Lu Chen and Chen-Fei watched it in the hotel room. At the same time, Lu Chen logged into his own anchor room with his laptop, but he used a sock puppet to dive in, and then watched the fans happy and noisy inside, feeling very good. He could not help but smile when he saw the praises and admiration directed at the host on the live screen. Chen Fei, who was sitting next to him, curiously poked his head over and saw the crazy number of bullet comments on the screen. He also smiled. This host, Tian, really made the right choice. The audience really likes her. The host of the first season of The Voice of China was called Xianxia. He was not from Zhejiang TV station, but an anchor of a music program at Hangzhou Traffic Radio Station. Back then, when Lu Chen came up with the proposal for China's Voice, he had a special requirement for the host, which was to have a good lung capacity. They must be able to quickly recite long lines with great proficiency. That request actually stemmed from his memories in the dream world. It was the source of inspiration for The Voice of China, which was also one of the highlights of the show. As such, he purposely made use of it. For this request, Tian interviewed more than a dozen professional hosts and broadcasters and picked out Xianxia. On the other hand, such a request was also based on considerations of profit, as The Voice of China had quite a number of advertising sponsors. That 200-word line included 4 major brands. Through the share of advertising revenue, Star Factory had basically earned back the initial investment. As for the realization of profits, it would still depend on the ratings of the show. Let us welcome our first contestant. The camera cut to the backstage. An Xian, wearing a long-sleeved shirt and jeans, walked up the stairs, followed by the camera to the stage, and took the microphone from the host, Xianxia. She pursed her lips, a hint of nervousness in her eyes. There was no reason for an Xian not to be nervous. She was encouraged by her best friend to participate in the audition for The Voice of China and was lucky enough to qualify for the official show. However, she never expected to be chosen as the first contestant. At that moment, her best friend was watching her from the backstage area, while the 4 judges were in front. An Xian knew very well that this was a performance that would determine her fate. If she failed and was eliminated, she would really have to consider giving up, find a long-term job, and then find someone to marry. That was not the ending that an Xian hoped for. She was very ordinary, so ordinary that no one would give her a second look if she walked in the crowd. However, who said that ordinary people could not have their own dreams? An Xian had a dream. Her dream was big and beautiful, the nervousness and confusion in her eyes turned into determination. She turned her head and gave a thumbs up to the sound engineer backstage, indicating that she was ready. The sound engineer nodded and pressed the play button for the accompaniment. The next moment, the prelude sounded, the camera cut to the audience. Many of the audience members had a knowing smile on their faces, as they were very familiar with the prelude melody, Woman Flower by Chen Fei. This song, written and composed by Lu Chen, could be said to be a classic in Chen Fei's career as a singer, a turning point. It allowed Chen Fei to successfully transform from a queen of sweet songs to a queen of love songs, establishing her unshakable position in the Chinese music industry. The album of the same name of Woman Flower had already sold more than 5 million copies, breaking the record of the Chinese pop music industry in the past 10 years. It had achieved very good results in Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan, and even spread to several countries in Southeast Asia. Woman Flower was very popular, and it was a must-listen for women in KTV. That was why an Xian had chosen Woman Flower as the song of the competition, which undoubtedly required a lot of courage and confidence. It was expected that she could sing well, but it was not easy for her to win the approval of the 4 judges. I have a flower, planted in my heart, waiting to bloom, faintly, Zhao Zhao and Mu Mu, I eagerly wait for those who are willing to come to my dream. Woman Flower, swaying in the world of mortals, Woman Flower, swaying gently with the wind. When an Xian's voice sounded, the camera turned from her to the 4 judges, who were standing with their backs to the stage. At this moment, even if there was no explanation in the program, the audience could understand that the judges could only listen to the sound, but not see the people. They made the decision based on the singing. This was very different from the previous talent shows of the same type, which made the audience feel very fresh and curious, wondering what would happen next. Or what was waiting for an Xian. When Anqin sang the first line of the lyrics, Lu Chen's expression changed. And this contestant's performance of Woman Flower also made him reveal a hint of surprise. Yes, it was a surprise. Anqin's singing skills were not particularly good, but her voice was quite unique, with a slightly hoarse magnetic lingering. She sang Woman Flower in a mellow and moving way, with a very different charm from the original singer, but it did not damage the charm of the work. It was also a rare enjoyment for the ears of the listeners. The most important thing was that Anqin blended her own emotions into the singing. The same song, sung by the same person, had exactly the same tone and melody, but it was easy for the audience to hear whether or not there was any emotion injected into it. As the saying goes, words are the voice of the heart, and songs are to sing. If singing without emotion, no matter how skilled and unique the voice is, it will give people a cold feeling. Many singers don't understand the mystery, or they don't care about it, and as a result, they can never improve themselves. Anqin didn't have any fame, but her songs had won the hearts of the four mentors. Liao Jia turned his head and said to Chen Feier with a smile, "I think she sings better than you." Chen Feier did not answer. She suddenly stretched out her right hand and pressed the red button in front of the swivel chair heavily, bang, with a shocking special effect sound. The swivel chair Chen Feier was sitting on rotated quickly. At the same time, four bright LED light belts lit up from under her mentor's chair to the stage. The audience suddenly burst into thunderous applause, and several of the audience even stood up with excitement. Lu Chen and Shifang looked at each other and smiled. Shifang raised her hand and hesitated to take a picture immediately. The camera was firmly aimed at her. "I have a flower, the fragrance of the flowers is all over the branches, who will sincerely look for the traces of the fragrance? The flower doesn't bloom for long, if it can be plucked, women are like flowers in a dream." When Anqin finished singing these two paragraphs, Shifang no longer hesitated and pressed the button hard. And almost at the same time, Lu Chen also pressed the button. The three mentors turned around. In the #1 studio of Zhidong satellite TV station, the audience of 1,250 applauded and cheered for Anqin's wonderful singing. At the same time, he applauded the instructors for turning around. At this time, those who were watching the show on their televisions, computers, or on their phones or tablets should have understood the first rule of the blind selection for the coaches of China's voice. That was to move people with songs and win with sound. Anqin's looks were average. She wasn't tall, nor was she slender. She didn't have the looks or the figure. Someone like her wouldn't be able to make it into the entertainment industry unless they had a strong background or power. She was just an ordinary person. But here, on the stage of China's voice, none of that mattered. That was because the four coaches could not even see the contestants from the start. Even if the contestants were beautiful or shockingly handsome, it did not mean anything to them. Here, it was all about strength. Whoever was stronger would be able to make the big shot teacher turn around. Therefore, for the majority of the viewers who were just ordinary people, the rules of the Voice of China made them feel the sincerity of the program. No matter how ordinary they were, they still had the chance to realize their dreams. Just like that, Anqin won the approval of the three mentors. No, there were four of them. Liao Jia also pressed the red button that represented her choice. The four mentors all turned around for her. At that moment, Anqin, who was standing on the stage, was undoubtedly the focus of the entire world. The corner of her eyes sparkled. She relied on her strong willpower to not let herself cry out on the spot and finished singing the last line of the song. "Women are like flowers, flowers are like dreams." Her voice lingered in the air. Anqin put down the microphone. Her eyes were filled with tears, and she had a look of disbelief. She had already memorized the rules of China's voice. She knew that if Lu Chen and the other three mentors all turned around, it would not only mean that she could choose any big shot as a mentor, it would also mean that she had received the highest level of approval. This was something she had never dreamed of before joining the show. Now that her dream had come true, it was even better. Chen Feier stood up. With a smile on her face, she clapped her hands hard. Under her lead, the live audience stood up and applauded in unison. Such a scene could really give anyone goosebumps, their blood rushing from their chests to their faces. "Thank you, thank you." Anqin was sobbing uncontrollably. Her legs were trembling slightly. When she sang in bars in the past, she had received praises and encouragement from the customers. However, that was nothing compared to this scene. She was at a loss. Chen Feier sat back down. Lu Chen raised his hand to signal for everyone to quiet down. He then asked gently, "Hello, can you introduce yourself?" Anqin hurriedly wiped away her tears, raised the microphone and answered, "My name is Anqin." After a simple self-introduction, the four mentors began to evaluate, or rather, compete with each other. Xianxia was the first to say, "You sang very well. This uncle here is a better rapper than me. I agree with him very much." She pointed to Liao Jia, who was sitting next to her. Liao Jia was embarrassed. "Uncle? Am I that old?" Many in the audience could not help but applaud Xianxia's magnanimity. Anqin could not help but burst into laughter. Xianxia asked, "Why did you choose this song?" Anqin answered, "Because I like this song very much. I'm also a loyal fan of yours." Xianxia smiled. "If that's the case, then you can join my team. I like your voice, and I hope your voice can stay on this stage forever." Before Anqin could answer, Liao Jia interrupted, "Then let me say something. In my opinion, when choosing a mentor, you should choose an experienced senior." "Look, I am a senior." The audience burst into laughter again. No one had expected Liao Jia to have such a humorous side. The audience in front of the TV was amused. They felt this show was much more interesting than they had imagined. It turned out that the mentors would compete with each other for the students. This was completely different from the previous shows. The former judges were in charge of judging and scoring. This made many people think of Anqin. If they were the ones standing on the stage, how would they choose? Xianxia, Liao Jia, Shifeng and Lu Chen, all of whom were big shots, were chosen by all four of them, but it was really too difficult and tangled to choose one. Choosing one meant giving up the other three. Who knew if they had made the right choice? Who knew if they could make it to the end? It was too difficult to choose. In Lu Chen's studio, Whale TV. Although The Voice of China had only been on air for about 10 minutes, more than 3 million viewers had already flooded into the studio, setting a new record for the number of viewers in the same studio. Fortunately, Whale TV had updated its server a long time ago and increased its bandwidth. So, despite the countless bullet screen comments, the stability of the platform system was not affected. Everyone was in a heated discussion. "She sang really well. She's a good singer." All four mentors have turned around. "Of course she sang well. She's no worse than Xianxia. I like songs very much, but she's not pretty. This program doesn't care about looks. Otherwise, the chairs would have been turned for nothing. I think it's fair. This is so interesting. I wonder which mentor Anqin will choose. I think it should be Xianxia. She said she's a fan of Xianxia." "Not necessarily." Finally, it was Lu Chen's turn. Lu Chen asked straightforwardly, "Anqin, do you know who wrote the song you just sang?" Was there a need to ask that question? Anqin was also stunned. Then she replied, "Yes, it was written by you, Mr. Lu Chen." Lu Chen smiled and said, "That's right. Do you want me to write a song for you too?" This time Anqin was really stunned. Because she had no idea whether Lu Chen was serious or just joking for the effect of the program. Originally, Anqin had decided to choose Xianxia as her mentor because she was a fan of Xianxia. Moreover, she was a woman and it was easy to get along with her. Their singing styles were also similar. Liao Jia was not in her consideration at all. But now, the offer offered by Lu Chen was too tempting. In the entire Chinese music industry, everyone knew that Lu Chen was the most talented singer. Some even thought that he was the most outstanding singer in the past decade. His works were rich and of high quality. Not only did he compose songs for himself, but he also wrote songs for others. Every song he wrote was a hit, so even though the asking price was as high as $1 million, there were still countless people scrambling for it. But now that Lu Chen had personally made a move, it was really not bad. He did not lack money at all. Although Anqin was a singer at the bottom of the industry, she had a good understanding of Lu Chen, who was also from the bottom of the industry. Therefore, she understood how important this promise was. But is this true? Anqin couldn't believe that such a great opportunity would fall into her lap, so she was stunned. After all, it was just a talent show. Lu Chen didn't sound very serious when he said it. Maybe he was just joking. At this moment, Xianxia's heart was in a dilemma that could not be described with words. Some of the audience applauded, some laughed, and some cheered. Xianxia turned around and said coquettishly, "You're cheating. Liao Jia agreed. No, we have to make a new rule. That is, Lu Chen cannot use his works to tempt students. Otherwise, he will be stripped of his qualifications as a teacher. Everyone laughed. They knew that Liao Jia was joking, but it was really interesting. Shifang grinned. I support Feier and brother Liao. Lu Chen spread out his hands helplessly. How is this cheating? This is fair competition. You should know that we had the right to choose just now, and now Anqin has the right to choose. In Lu Chen's studio on Whale TV, the audience was very happy. They were waiting for a good show. Ha ha ha, I suddenly find that Chen is so bad. Oh my god, Lu Chen wrote the song in person. Who can resist such a condition? Cheating. This is blatant cheating. If it were me, I would definitely choose Lu Chen. There's nothing to say. This is going to be a good show. I like it. The next moment, the camera pointed at Anqin again. The close-up of her hesitant expression was clearly displayed to all the audience. The host, Kai Jia, took a step forward, bowed his head and asked Anqin, so, what is your choice? It was time to make a choice, and she could no longer hesitate. Anqin gritted her teeth and seemed to have made an extremely difficult decision in her heart, and then said, I choose. The advertisement was inserted. What the F***ck? At this moment, countless viewers all over the country cursed at the same time. Isn't this advertisement inserted a bit too strong? Whale TV's studio was in an uproar. What the F***ck is this Shandong satellite TV? Can't I watch the show happily? I curse this company to close down tomorrow. Close down +1. You cut it off at the critical moment, it's really worrying. Change the channel, I'm not watching it anymore. First of all, the object of everyone's scolding was Shandong satellite TV, which was greedy for money and shameless, followed by the advertiser who inserted the broadcast. Meanwhile, the real culprit was beaming from ear to ear in the broadcasting room of the TV station. Tonight, Tian was squatting in the Shandong satellite TV building, paying attention to the ratings of The Voice of China in real time. She herself came from the TV station, and her family had connections, so entering and exiting the TV station was almost the same as her own home, which was very convenient. The premiere of The Voice of China in the evening was too important for Tian. For this show, she had put in countless effort, and also built up a lot of relationships. Although the creative copywriting of the show came from Lu Chen, and several mentors were also settled by Lu Chen, the organization, recording, post-production, and broadcasting of the show could not be operated without her. It would be fine if she succeeded, but if she failed, she would probably not be able to get up for a long time, and the Star Factory, which had been established for more than half a year, could also collapse. Therefore, in the first minute of the broadcast of The Voice of China, Tian stared at the real-time ratings data transmitted over. This was a privilege within the TV station. If ordinary people wanted to know the ratings of a program or TV series, they usually had to wait until the next day to find it on the public information on the internet. The Voice of China had a very good start, with the ratings reaching 1.7% at 8:30. The competition in the TV market was extremely fierce, with all kinds of variety shows emerging one after another. The audience had long been tired of all kinds of talent shows. It was really difficult for a new reality TV show to win high ratings. Breaking 1% at the beginning of the broadcast was already rare and a start worthy of celebration. However, Tian was indifferent to this data. The Voice of China had been preparing for such a long time, invested a lot in advertising and publicity, and the TV station was very supportive. Coupled with the popularity of the four mentors, without such data, it would be a failure, so it was not considered a success. But 10 minutes later, when the first commercial break appeared, her expression finally changed. At present, the ratings of domestic TV programs were independently completed by New Vision Company, a subsidiary of the State Administration of Radio, Film and Television, and belonged to a state-owned third-party authority. If ordinary media or audiences wanted to know the ratings of a TV series or variety show broadcast on the same day, they could log on to the official website of New Vision Company the next day to see it. New Vision Company's official website also had a very detailed ranking, and it was clear at a glance which was higher and lower. However, TV stations were not like this. All state-owned TV stations in China could obtain real-time ratings data from New Vision Company through specialized channels. Because New Vision Company relied on the powerful resources of the SARFT to collect data from digital TV terminal users and formal online live broadcasting platforms in real time for summary. Although there was an inevitable delay, its authority was unquestionable. Zhejiang Satellite TV Station certainly had a channel to connect to New Vision Company. The reason why Tian wanted to stay in the TV station was to be able to get this important data as soon as possible. China's Voice's opening was 1.7%. After 12 minutes of broadcasting, the ratings suddenly jumped to 1.78%, a surge of 0.71%. If the high opening of more than 1% was still within Tian's expectations, such a fierce increase made her heart almost jump out of her chest, and her face turned red. As a person in the industry, Tian knew very well what this meant. This was a precursor to the show's popularity. Today's TV audience was no longer comparable to the past in terms of number. In the past, when there was no internet, the most important way for people to pass time was to watch TV. Therefore, many excellent TV series or programs could often achieve extremely high ratings, often in the hundreds, and constantly emerging ratings myths. Now, with the advent of the technological era, entertainment methods have diversified and multipolar. Young people are more enthusiastic about online entertainment. There are fewer and fewer people who are willing to sit in front of the TV to watch TV, and the requirements are getting higher and higher. The competition of hundreds of TV stations has already turned the TV market into a Red Sea. Correspondingly, whether it was TV series or variety shows, the ratings could no longer create the previous data. Many variety shows could be regarded as branded programs with an average rating of 0.5%. The remote control was in the hands of the audience, and the audience was very impatient now. If a new program did not attract them at the beginning, they only needed to gently press the remote control in their hands, and then there would be hundreds of other choices. The opening was the most critical, just like a new novel. If the opening was not attractive, the readers would not buy it. Hence, when the viewership ratings of China's Voice drew a beautiful positive line across the screen, how could Tian not be excited? Of course, she knew that it would be too early to celebrate their victory. At the very least, they would have to wait until the end of the show and the dust had settled before they could truly see the results. Therefore, she forced herself not to lose her composure on the spot. However, her former colleagues in the broadcasting room did not have so many scruples and congratulated Tian one after another. Director Tian, congratulations. It's definitely going to be an explosive result. I reckon that the first episode of tonight's episode will break 2%. Breaking 2 won't be a problem for sure. Even breaking 3 is possible. Tian Jia, you must treat us. Everyone was also sincerely happy for Tian. Although the latter had long since left Zhejiang Satellite TV, she had always had a good relationship with people in the station. A few days ago, she hosted a banquet at the Shangri-La Hotel to entertain a group of colleagues. In addition, China's Voice's popularity was also of great benefit to Zhejiang Satellite TV Station and everyone. The TV station's annual advertising performance was related to everyone's year-end bonus. Although China's Voice had just started and it was indeed too early to congratulate them, it was definitely right to ask for a good compliment first. That's right, Tian is going to treat us. At this moment, the door of the broadcasting room was pushed open, and a middle-aged man strode in with his head held high. Director Gao. Seeing the person, everyone got up one after another, even Tian was no exception. This middle-aged man was Gao Guangji, the director of Zhejiang Satellite TV Station. He was a well-known young and vigorous figure in the SARFT system. He had been transferred to Zhejiang Satellite TV Station as the director for less than 2 years, but he had carried out a drastic reform of the TV station, and his prestige in the station was quite high. It was under Gao Guangji's leadership that Zhejiang Satellite TV Station attacked everywhere in terms of self-produced dramas and variety shows, gradually increasing the influence of Zhejiang Satellite TV in the industry and greatly increasing its advertising income. The cooperation between Zhejiang Satellite TV Station and Star Factory Media was also facilitated by Gao Guangji. Therefore, even Tian, who was as reserved and delicate as a princess, was very well behaved in front of Gao Guangji, and she was indeed the latter's junior. Gao Guangxi raised his hand with a smile and said, "Everyone sit down and continue working. Don't worry about me." Although that was what they said, how many of them could really sit still? Tian asked curiously, "Director, why are you here?" Gao Guangxi smiled and said, "Why can't I come? I'm here to see the ratings of this show." Tian said proudly, "I didn't let you down, did I?" Gao Guangxi said, "Don't be happy too early. The start is good, but the key is whether you can hold on." Tian nodded obediently, looking like an honest child. While the two were talking, the data on the screen was still increasing slightly. This was very rare. It should be known that it was a commercial break. Usually, there would be a temporary decline in the ratings during the commercial break, because there would always be impatient TV viewers who would change the channel at this time. Such a scene made Gao Guangxi a little surprised. At the beginning, he strongly advocated cooperation with Star Factory Media and introduced The Voice of China by purchasing the broadcasting and publishing rights, and rejected the self-produced reality talent show plan proposed by others. On the one hand, it was to deepen the reform process of the TV station, and on the other hand, it was because he was optimistic about this cooperation. In addition, there was also the relationship of Tian's family. However, Gao Guangxi did not expect that the ratings of The Voice of China would be so outstanding. It was completely a dark horse, which made him feel that he had made a mistake in the previous cooperation negotiations. It should be known that the contract between the two parties was based on the ratings. The higher the ratings, the more benefits Shandong's satellite TV station had to give up. But this idea only flashed in his mind and disappeared in an instant. The higher the ratings of the Voice of China, the greater the advertising income of Shandong satellite TV, and the influence brought by it could not be measured by direct benefits. This was a win-win cooperation. Just as Gao Guangxi was thinking about it, the advertisement on the big screen ended, and the picture returned to the show. "I choose." The scene in front of the advertisement was replayed again, and Anqin's eyes were fixed on Chen Fei'er. Mentor Chen Fei'er. Ah! The audience was in an uproar, because no one expected that Anqin would still insist on choosing Chen Fei'er when Lu Chen showed his killer move, giving up such an opportunity that most singers dream of. Chen Fei'er was also surprised, and then immediately showed a happy smile. She stood up and walked to the stage, giving Anqin a big hug and said, "Welcome to my team." Liao Jia laughed and pointed at Lu Chen, taking pleasure in his misfortune. "You deserve this day, kid." Shifang covered her mouth and laughed, probably feeling that it was very interesting. Lu Chen spread out his hands and made a helpless expression of a loser, but to say that he was angry or lost, there was nothing. On the contrary, he quite appreciated this contestant. Lu Chen was very clear about the power of his proposal. In the face of the temptation he offered, Anqin was able to keep her heart, which showed that her willpower was very strong, and she had her own beliefs and determination. This kind of person would usually be able to go further. Anqin's problem was that her own physical conditions were not good, and it was not easy to win the recognition of fans. But for singers, if the idol route was not possible, it was also possible to go the strength route. Of course, this did not mean that Lu Chen decided to cultivate Anqin well, because the first season of The Voice of China had just begun, and there might be more outstanding talents later. In the Lu Chen's broadcasting room of Whale TV, the online fans were overjoyed and sent barrage comments to complain. "This girl has character. Haha, this is very embarrassing. I didn't expect that she would choose Chen Fei'er. I don't cry in the morning, stand up and masturbate. This girl is really sick, give her a fishball tip. I feel that she is also better with Chen Fei'er. It's a pity that a piece of work was wasted. It's so interesting." On the other side, in the director's room of Shandong satellite TV, the atmosphere was equally warm. After Anqin made her choice, the ratings rose again and were about to reach the 2% mark, and this was just the beginning of the show. From 8:30 p.m. to 10:30 p.m., a total of 2 hours, including commercials. The first episode of the first season of The Voice of China premiered on Shandong satellite TV on May 19. In the first episode, a total of 5 contestants were recognized by the mentors and became official students. In the first episode, a total of 5 contestants were recognized by the mentors and became official students. That night, the average viewership rating was 2.26%, with the highest viewership rating exceeding 2. 50%. On the second day on New Channel's official website, China's Voice took the top spot in the variety show ratings, beating the second place by a whole percentage point. Most importantly, in blogs, forums, the Voice of China was full. In a world where the audience was already tired of watching reality TV shows, China's Voice's unique rules brought a sense of freshness to the audience, which was undoubtedly one of the reasons for its success. The blind selection of mentors made people feel that it was fair. Contestants relied on their abilities and nothing else to succeed. Even the most ordinary person, as long as he or she had talent in singing, would have the opportunity to become an official student and stand on the stage to choose a famous mentor. This was something that didn't exist in previous talent shows. In previous talent shows, it was the judges who chose the contestants. There had never been a situation where the contestants chose their mentors. Both sides stood on equal footing and respected each other. Everyone's feelings were naturally very different. A logo with a microphone raised high, for bright red swivel chairs, and an equally bright red button. Together with the four famous coaches, they formed the unique and distinct logo of China's top voice, imprinted in every viewer's memory. As the show became popular, the contestants who performed well in the first episode also gained fame, especially in Xianxia. Her song Woman Flower amazed the audience and made all four teachers turn around. She was very popular. Anxin's personal post bar was quickly established, and her blog fans soared from the original 100 plus to 100,000 plus. Even on QQ Music, her cover of Woman Flower appeared on the download list. QQ Music has obtained the authorization of China's Voice, and all the students' songs can be found on it. As a result, Anxin's life changed dramatically. Many agents came to her, and some companies even wanted to sign a contract with her. She had just become a student. At the same time, the host of China's Top Voice, Xianxia, also became popular. Xianxia was originally an anchor at a radio station in Hangzhou and only had a little fame in the local area. However, his appearance in China's Top Voice left a deep impression on the audience all over the country. Especially when he read out the opening advertising slogan of more than 200 words in one breath, it was made into a GIF and widely circulated on the internet, making many netizens exclaim that he was a god. Of course, the biggest beneficiary was still Zhejiang's satellite TV station. With an average rating of 2.26%, it became the biggest winner of all the talent shows this year, overshadowing Shonan TV, which claimed to be the strongest variety show. On May 26, China's Top Voice continued to broadcast its second episode. The ratings continued to rise, and the highest rating broke through the 3% mark without any suspense, with an average of 2.89%. It was no longer a dark horse, but a champion. After 2 episodes, the success of China's Top Voice was indisputable. Star Factory became a well-known media company in the circle in one fell swoop, and the people seeking cooperation broke through the threshold. On Wave's blog, the fans of China's Top Voice easily broke through 5 million. It also had a wonderful performance on QQ Video and QQ Music, and became popular in all aspects. On June 2, the third episode of China's Top Voice was broadcasted, with an average rating of more than 3%, reaching the standard of a phenomenal variety show, and its momentum was unparalleled. As the creative provider and production participant of this live-action singing talent show, Lu Chen was busy recording China's Top Voice, and at the same time, he made the final changes to the script of You from the Star. He had revised the script of this TV series many times, which took more than half a year. Compared to the original work in the dream world, there were great changes, and the characters and plot were much fuller. So now, it had finally reached the state of completion and could be officially filmed at any time. Similarly, in Beijing, Chenfei Media and the partners of You from the Star were also ready. Everything was ready, and they were just waiting for the return of the 2 male and female leads, Lu Chen and Chenfei. With the ratings of China's Good Voice soaring, the recording work was naturally in full swing, so Lu Chen and Chenfei could not return to Beijing for the time being to devote themselves to the shooting of You from the Star. However, there was one thing that made Lu Chen have to take time to deal with it. That was, QQ Company took a fancy to Happy Network and intended to invest in the acquisition. QQ was one of the few internet giants in China. This company, established in 1997, was one of the world's largest integrated internet service providers and one of the internet companies with the largest number of users. In 2005, QQ was listed in Hong Kong and became one of the constituent stocks of Hong Kong's Hang Seng Index. Its current market value exceeded $180 billion. Its business involves social and communication services QQ and Feixin, social network platform QQ Space, QQ Games QQ Game Platform, Portal QQ Network, QQ News Client and online video services QQ Video, music and so on. In 20 years, QQ has built itself into a real giant enterprise. The wide range of business involved can be said to have deeply affected the modern Chinese language area. Strictly speaking, it was not that QQ company took a fancy to Happy Network, but QQ Games, a subsidiary of QQ, took a fancy to the currently popular Happy Farm. For such a situation, Lu Chen had expected it. The number of registered members of Happy Farm has already exceeded 100 million, which has formed a huge user market, which contains great benefits. For the industry, Happy Farm was also a miracle. It was just a small web/mobile game. No matter how beautifully it was made, it did not require too much investment to complete. It was so small that any computer and mobile phone could play it very smoothly. However, the popularity that Happy Farm gathered in a short period of time was terrifying. It has become a craze for all people to steal vegetables. Usually, in the streets, in buses, on subways, in cafes, men and women, old and young, whether it was white-collar workers or teachers and students, they could all be seen playing with their mobile phones. Happy Farm could be said to be extremely popular, and its development and operation company was a small company that had just been established for less than half a year. It was unknown in the industry. How could it not attract the covetous eyes of others? However, Happy Network's copyright protection was extremely perfect. Not to mention in China, they had even registered copyrights overseas. In addition, in order to prevent others from imitating, they had also registered the copyrights of games with similar styles and the same content, such as Happy Fishing Ground, Happy Ranch, and so on. Most importantly, although the CEO of Happy Network was a university student who had just graduated and had no power or influence, its largest shareholder was not an ordinary person. Some outside tricks would not work so well. Therefore, after a period of observation, QQ Company took the lead in jumping out and directly issued a tentative acquisition intention to Happy Entertainment. For such a big event, how could Gao He dare to make his own decision, so he contacted Lu Chen for the first time. Fortunately, Lu Chen has been recording China's Voice in Hangzhou these days. It took less than half an hour to go from the Shangri-La Hotel to the new Binjiang IT Industrial Park where Happy Entertainment was located. When going to Happy Entertainment, Lu Chen also brought Chen Feier. Although Chen Feier did not have any investment shares in Happy Entertainment, with the current relationship between the two, there was no difference whether he had shares or not. When Lu Chen arrived, Gao He and Wang Xiaoling were already waiting for him at the entrance of the company. The two thought that they would only see Lu Chen himself. They didn't expect that Lu Chen would be accompanied by a beautiful woman. Although Chen Feier was wearing big sunglasses, they still recognized her at a glance. China's Voice was broadcast on Zhejiang satellite TV station and dominated the ratings list. At present, it has made several students and a host popular. At the same time, it also brought the popularity of the four mentors to a new level in China. Especially Liao Jia and Shi Fang, the two have been quite quiet in recent years and have not produced any new works. Their influence among young people has actually been declining. As soon as China's Voice was released, Liao Jia and Shi Fang definitely benefited a lot. The most direct manifestation was that many big brands took the initiative to seek advertising endorsement cooperation. As for Lu Chen and Chen Feier, there was no need to mention. The two were already very popular, and now they were like flowers in brocade, cooking oil on fire. Their popularity simply overshadowed the entertainment industry. Wang Xiaoling was originally a fan of Chen Feier. The last time Lu Chen came to Happy Entertainment, she complained that Lu Chen did not bring his girlfriend. This time, her wish was finally fulfilled. Speaking of which, Lu Chen has been in Hangzhou for some time, but because he was very busy with his own work, and Gao He was also very busy. The two only talked on the phone a few times and met in the same city until today. Lu Chen first introduced Chen Feier to Gao He and Wang Xiaoling. Qin Fei was very generous and directly called them big brother and sister-in-law, which made both of them very flattered. When they arrived at the company, it was another scene. Happy Entertainment's development momentum was too rapid. Recently, they have recruited a lot of professionals and purchased a lot of new equipment. The number of employees was close to 100. Although the office next door was rented, it still seemed very crowded. It was the first time for many of the new employees to see Lu Chen. In addition, with Qin Fei accompanying them, they surrounded the two like stars surrounding the moon to watch the fun. Everyone was extremely excited and all smiles were on their faces. Lu Chen did not put on any airs of a chairman. He encouraged the employees in the office area and took a lot of group photos. Big morale was boosted. After the excitement, everyone sat down to get down to business. Wang Xiaoling first took out a financial statement and gave it to Lu Chen. She smiled and said, "Please review it first, Chairman." Since the establishment of Happy Entertainment, the company's monthly financial expenditure has been sent to Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen never pointed fingers in this regard. He trusted the boss's character and delegated power without reservation. Therefore, Lu Chen put the thick report aside and smiled, "Just tell me how much money we made." It sounded like a joke, but it just showed Lu Chen's trust. Wang Xiaoling and Gao He looked at each other. The latter coughed and said, "This month, Happy Entertainment's revenue will definitely exceed 100 million. Although he tried to make his expression look calm and serious, he could not hide the joy and pride in his eyes. It was absolutely a myth for a small game that had been on the market for less than 2 months to have a revenue of more than 100 million. Moreover, Happy Entertainment's recharge income accounted for the majority of the total revenue. The profit distributed to the channel was not much. More than 100 million in revenue was very extraordinary. In fact, last month, that is, in May, the prop sales revenue of Happy Farm has exceeded 50 million. The net profit was not only enough to offset all the early investment of Happy Entertainment, but also achieved a large profit. This simple little game had a kind of magic that made people addicted to it. The user base was extremely high, and the user base was very wide. There were old men and women in their 70s and 80s, as well as children who were only a few years old playing. Although the props in the prop store in Happy Farm are very cheap, most of them are 1 or 2 yuan or even a few cents, and from time to time there will be a big gift for topping up, but there are too many users, and the benefits generated are very amazing. In the eyes of big crocodiles, it's normal. A few days ago, an investment manager of QQ Games flew over from the deep sea. Gao He said, "He made an offer to us." Lu Chen asked, "What conditions did they offer?" Gao He replied, "There are 2 plans for QQ Games. One is to acquire 90% of Happy Entertainment's shares for 200 million. And the other is to acquire Happy Farm for 180 million. Boss Gao's voice was a little erratic. When he and Wang Xiaoling gritted their teeth and mobilized their family to take out their savings to invest in the establishment of Happy Entertainment, they never thought that there would be such a day. It was really like a dream. The initial investment of Happy Entertainment was 5 million, and later, Lu Chen increased the investment, but it did not exceed 10 million. Even if the publicity investment of Happy Farm was added, it would not exceed 15 million at most. But now, Lu Chen's shares alone are worth 200 million, and selling them will be more than 10 times the investment. The speed of making money is faster than robbing a bank. His and Wang Xiaoling's shares are worth 20 million. How long has it been? It hasn't even been a year. QQ knows that Happy Entertainment has a major shareholder, Lu Chen, and can afford to burn money. It is unlikely that they need external investment to dilute their shares, so they simply proposed a large acquisition and wanted to directly knock out Lu Chen. Gao He really felt a little dizzy. Seeing Gao He's confused look, Wang Xiaoling pinched him and said, "Look at you, now our monthly income is more than 100 million yuan. You want to buy Happy Farm with 170 million yuan? Dream on. Happy Entertainment definitely wouldn't be sold." When Lu Chen first started the company, he said that he wanted to make Happy Entertainment a top-tier company in China to serve his big IP plan. But Happy Farm could be sold. For this project, Lu Chen's original plan was to make a quick buck and invest the money he earned back into the company. What he really wanted to do was to make online games, large-scale games. But now that Happy Farm's income was so high, Wang Xiaoling really couldn't bear to sell it. This was like a hen that laid golden eggs. If she sold it, wouldn't she be killing the goose that laid the golden eggs? Even if he were to sell it, it would not be 170 million, he was trying to get rid of a beggar. Lu Chen laughed, sister-in-law is right. They are dreaming if they want to buy Happy Farm for 170 million. Gao He scratched his head, how much do you want to sell it for? Lu Chen said lightly, at least 300 or 400 million yuan. He knew very well that although a game like Happy Farm could become popular in a short period of time, its vitality would not last too long. There was no way to compare with mainstream online games. After a while, it would naturally stop. Of course, it was impossible to buy it cheaply. This month's income was more than 100 million yuan. Even if it could only be popular for a few months, it would be enough. How much was the investment? To be honest, if it weren't for QQ Company, Lu Chen might not be willing to sell it. Since his debut, Lu Chen has always had a very good cooperative relationship with QQ. His digital album was released in QQ Music, the network premiere of 2 TV series were broadcast in QQ Video, and Happy Farm also relied on a large number of QQ members. Lu Chen was very willing to maintain this cooperative relationship, so it was completely acceptable to sell Happy Farm to QQ Games, as long as the price was reasonable. Chen Feier listened by the side, feeling very shocked in her heart. She knew that Happy Farm invested by Lu Chen was very popular, but she didn't expect it to be so popular that it could be sold for hundreds of millions of yuan. Of course, Chen Feier has seen money. In the circle, she is very famous for being good at investing, especially in real estate investment, which has made many people in the circle deeply admire her. But compared with Lu Chen, real estate investment is nothing at all. No matter how fast domestic housing prices rise, there is absolutely no reason to increase several times in a year. And Lu Chen's investment in the game has increased dozens of times in a year. Gao He asked, how do we talk to them? Lu Chen smiled and said, professional things, of course, need professional people to talk. We will set up a professional negotiation team to talk to QQ involving hundreds of millions of yuan of transactions. Lu Chen himself does not have the ability to negotiate directly with QQ Games. This is not the direct bargaining of buying vegetables in the market. There are too many things involved. Professional elites must be involved in order to ensure their own interests to the greatest extent. There is no such talent in Happy Entertainment, and there is no such talent in Chenfei Media, but Lu Chen can ask for foreign aid. He called Li Mushi. Li Mushi has recently been operating the crowdfunding website to be listed on NASDAQ. There must be talents in this area. When Li Mushi understood Lu Chen's intentions, her first reaction was unexpectedly, it turns out that this Happy Farm was made by you, causing many employees in our company to be addicted to it and affect their work. Tell me first, how are you going to pay for it? Lu Chen said with a smile, Sister Mushi, you can say how to pay for it. You can also compensate me as your little brother. Bah. Li Mushi spat and said, I don't want a stinky man. Give me your Chen Feier. Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Female hooligans are really not easy to provoke. After choking Lu Chen, Li Mushi was very proud. Are you mute? Now you have nothing to say, right? I knew you were reluctant. If you want me to help, that's fine. Next time there is such a good project, remember to leave one for me. Lu Chen immediately breathed a big sigh of relief. That's absolutely no problem. After ending the call with Li Mushi, Lu Chen shook the mobile phone in his hand and said with a smile, it's done. There will be a team from Beijing to help us negotiate with QQ. Gao He said with a smile, that's great. The acquisition of Happy Farm by QQ Games has made him entangled for several days. He suddenly remembered one thing and asked, Old 3, do you have any plans to buy a house in Hangzhou? Buying a house in Hangzhou? Lu Chen was stunned, and immediately asked with a smile, Boss, do you want to buy a house? Gao He, whose thoughts were revealed, scratched his head shyly and said, how do you know? I really want to buy a house. If you buy one too, then we can buy one in the same community. Wang Xiaoling poked her husband hard and said, you just started your career, and you want to show off? Although that was what she said, she was still very sweet in her heart. Gao He has long wanted to buy a house in Hangzhou. Because it is related to the future of him and Wang Xiaoling, although they are married, they don't even have a house. How can they take root in this city, And how can they satisfy the parents of the latter? So since the establishment of Happy Entertainment, Gao He has worked very hard, often working overtime for several weeks in a row, and with a group of like-minded brothers, he has made the most popular interactive game on the market. Although the creativity and most of the funds for Happy Farm came from Lu Chen, without Gao He's sweat, it would not be so successful today. And the source of motivation for him to work hard, buying a house in Hangzhou, is undoubtedly one of the most important factors. Lu Chen turned to look at Chen Feier and said, "It's good to buy a suite in Hangzhou. What do you think?" Chen Feier smiled and said, "Of course." When it comes to investing in real estate, Chen Feier is definitely an expert in the entertainment industry. Most of her current wealth is earned by speculating in real estate. To be honest, it is much easier than running advertisements, doing endorsements, and releasing albums. However, Chen Feier's investments are mainly concentrated in Beijing. There are no industries in the south. Otherwise, she wouldn't need to live in Tian Tian's house or a hotel in Hangzhou. Tian Tian would be very happy. But now that she is with Lu Chen, it is inconvenient to live in her house. Therefore, it is very suitable to buy a house in Hangzhou, and Hangzhou is only 2 hours away from Lu Chen's hometown. Lu Chen thought about it and said, "Let's go today and buy it directly." "Have you seen a good house?" he asked Gao He. Gao He didn't expect Lu Chen to be so happy. He was going to see the house now, and he couldn't help but scratch his head. Gao He just had the idea of buying a house, but he was so busy with his work that he didn't have time to go to see the house, so he didn't know what good real estate was in Hangzhou recently. On the contrary, it was Wang Xiaoling who answered, "Recently, the best real estate is Xizi Grand Garden. It's located at Longxiang Bridge." It was originally a top-notch mansion that was demolished from the old dormitory area of the local tax bureau. The average price is about 70,000 yuan. The small high-rise building area is at least 170 square meters. I heard that the green area is very large, and there are many century-old trees inside. Her eyes were shining as she spoke with confidence and composure. Inadvertently, she found that everyone was staring at her. Wang Xiaoling, who had always been shrewd, couldn't help but blush. "Why are you all looking at me?" Chen Feier chuckled. Wang Xiaoling also scolded Gao He and said that he was arrogant. In fact, she already had such a thought in her heart. Otherwise, how could she be so familiar with the real estate in Hangzhou? The average price is 70,000? Gao He couldn't help but be speechless. That's at least more than 10 million yuan. How can we afford it? Wang Xiaoling couldn't help but give him a white look. "Do you want Lu Chen to buy a house worth 10,000 or 20,000 yuan? In recent years, the price of houses in Hangzhou has also risen very sharply, and it has increased several times. The houses in the downtown area are generally about 40,000 yuan, and the good location is even more expensive. Xizi Grand Garden is a rare real estate near Westlake. It is normal for it to have a price of more than 10 million yuan. Only such a house is in line with the identity of Lu Chen and Chen Feier. But for Gao He, it's too expensive." Lu Chen smiled and patted him on the shoulder and said, "It's just more than 10 million yuan. Are you afraid that you can't afford it now? You have to buy a better and bigger house, with appreciation potential and a good school district. You and Xiaoling won't only have one child in the future, right? How can you not have enough rooms?" Before Lu Chen proposed to found Happy Entertainment, not to mention a house worth more than 10 million yuan, even a house worth more than 1 million yuan would require his family and Xiaoling's family to come up with all their savings for the down payment, and then carry a heavy loan to work hard in this city, and pay for decades of hard work to repay. Now Happy Entertainment has a monthly income of more than 100 million yuan. Even if he and Xiaoling only have 10% of the shares, they can get millions of yuan, not to mention that they will soon sell Happy Farm. Gao He just hasn't figured it out for a while. Wang Xiaoling blushed at Lu Chen's question. She didn't want to show weakness and retorted, "How many children are you and Feier going to have?" Lu Chen smiled, "I'll have as many as I can. A basketball team is not too few, and a football team is not too many." Chen Feier's face was redder than Wang Xiaoling's, and he couldn't help but pinch Lu Chen. "Do you think I'm a pig?" She hasn't thought about having children for the time being, but she will definitely have a few in the future, but this topic is a bit shameful. Everyone laughed, and the office was filled with a cheerful and joyful atmosphere. Lu Chen asked Wang Xiaoling, what is the current housing price in Binjiang, office buildings and commercial houses? Wang Xiaoling thought about it and said, in terms of commercial houses, the better ones are more than 20,000 yuan, and the farther ones are about 15,000 to 20,000 yuan. The office buildings are basically the same, and there are a lot of newly developed real estate. Lu Chen nodded and said, our company's current site is too small. I want to wait for Happy Farm to be sold, and simply buy an office building here. Of course, it's best to be in the park, and buy another 20 commercial houses, and sign a long-term contract as a reward for the core employees who have contributed. They will live for free first, and then transfer ownership after they meet the working years or contribution value. What a big deal, Gao He and Wang Xiaoling couldn't help but look at each other. The long-term contract reward property proposed by Lu Chen isn't something new. Many companies often use options or property rewards in order to retain important core employees. In today's housing market, a new house can definitely allow an elite employee to serve the company wholeheartedly without worries, and at the same time, it is also a spur and incentive for other employees. Lu Chen set up Happy Entertainment not for fun or to make a few dollars, but to make Happy Entertainment an important part of his big IP plan, and the investment will only get bigger and bigger. Compared to his ambitious plan, the funds needed to buy dozens of houses and an office building are nothing at all, and the possible effect is excellent. Happy Entertainment doesn't lack money, what it lacks is talents who can take the company to the peak, a lot of talents. He believes that both Gao He and Wang Xiaoling should understand his intentions very well. Gao He had no objection at all. When he first formed Happy Entertainment, he personally recruited a group of team partners to do the Happy Farm project. At that time, he also made a wish. Whether it is option rewards or real estate rewards, they are all ways to redeem promises. Gao He has never been the kind of person who eats meat by himself, but doesn't even let others drink a mouthful of soup. He is very supportive of Lu Chen's suggestion. I'll ask Xiaoling to go to a few more real estate companies to ask, there will definitely be a discount if we buy in a group. By the way, speaking of rewards, Gao He mentioned an employee in the company to Lu Chen by the way. This is a master invited by Gao He 2 months ago. The other party's name is Liang Yu. He graduated from the Department of Computer Science of Huhai University and is very talented in programming. Gao He also met Liang Yu by chance and was impressed by the other party's deep technical skills, so it took a lot of effort to poach him to Happy Entertainment, specializing in anti-cheating work. For game companies all over the world, cheating is always a lingering nightmare. In the past, many excellent games have been destroyed in the hands of cheating, especially online games, which have been deeply harmed by cheating. It is human nature to like to be opportunistic and reap without sowing. Hardcore players may disdain cheating, but most ordinary players are willing to exploit loopholes to get a sense of achievement in the game if they have the opportunity. It is precisely because of such a huge demand that cheating continues to be banned. Anti-cheating has also become an ability that online game companies must have. Otherwise, the life of an online game will be shortened by a lot. Happy Farm was a small game. It was not difficult to make, and the program was very simple. Furthermore, it was very interactive. If it was unknown, it would be fine. No one would waste time and effort to make a plugin. However, Lu Chen has long foreseen its popularity, so he attaches great importance to anti-cheating. Before the official operation, he repeatedly asked Gao He to prepare for this at any cost. The biggest feature of Happy Farm is stealing vegetables. If a plugin has the function of automatically stealing vegetables, then it will be difficult for users to resist the temptation to use it. Moreover, with the automatic stealing of vegetables, the fun of the game was greatly diminished. Liang Yu was poached under such a background. He originally worked in an IT company, and the treatment was not bad. Gao He directly offered twice the salary plus the promise of option dividends, and he got what he wanted. The price paid was worth it. Under Liang Yu's leadership, Happy Entertainment's anti-cheat team did a great job. There were cheats when Happy Farm started to become popular, but it didn't become a disaster until now. The team's contributions couldn't go unnoticed. Happy Entertainment had very strict rules against cheaters from the start. If they were caught once, they would be given a warning, and if they were caught a second time, they would be banned. It didn't matter what level the cheater was or how much they had invested into the game, they would all be killed, in the past 2 months, Happy Farm had banned more than 100,000 cheats, which had greatly intimidated those cheats users. The game environment had been well maintained, and the game's revenue had been steadily rising. Originally, Lu Chen was going to leave. When he heard Gao He's words, he immediately became interested and asked him to invite someone over. Liang Yu soon came to the general manager's office. The computer expert was thin and small, and the denim t-shirt he wore seemed to have not been washed for a long time, giving off a sloppy feeling. His hair was also messy, and his face was a little pale, but his pair of big eyes were bright and full of expression. He seemed a little dissatisfied with the CEO's summons. "Boss Gao, what's the matter?" "I'm busy." When this person came in, he only talked to Gao He and didn't notice Lu Chen and Chen Fei next to him. His temper was quite strange. Gao He was obviously used to it. He smiled and said, "I didn't see you come out just now. Let me introduce you. This is our company's chairman, Lu Chen. He is also my classmate." Oh, Liang Yu finally noticed the existence of Lu Chen. His expression was a little stiff. He probably didn't know what to say. Lu Chen took the initiative to reach out to him. "Hello, Director Liang. Liang Yu serves as the technical director of Happy Entertainment and is directly responsible to Gao He." Liang Yu shook hands with Lu Chen and said dryly, "Lu." "Hello, Chairman Lu." Unlike other employees in the company, he doesn't seem to be interested in Lu Chen. He doesn't have the feeling of ordinary people meeting a celebrity. He just socialized with Lu Chen out of courtesy. Gao He smiled and said, "Old Liang, the idea of Happy Farm was put forward by Lu Chen. The game plan was designed by him, including the new version we are working on." At this time, Liang Yu's expression became a lot more serious. He stared at Lu Chen and said, "Although Happy Farm is very simple, the creativity is really good." "You are very good." Lu Chen understood that Liang Yu should not know or care about his identity, a big star or chairman. What can make this person moved is at the technical and creative level. He smiled and said, "The success of this game is thanks to your efforts. Happy Farm is just the beginning. There will be more and better games in the future, all of which need your help." Gao He took the opportunity to tell Liang Yu that Lu Chen was going to buy an office building and a house for excellent employees. Liang Yu's reaction was not very enthusiastic. After chatting with Lu Chen and Gao He couldn't wait to say, "Chairman Lu, President Gao, I still have a program that I haven't finished writing." Gao He really had no temper with him. "Then you go and do your work, and by the way, tell everyone the good news." Liang Yu promised, turned his head and left, not even saying goodbye to Lu Chen. Poor Chen Fei, the heavenly queen of the music industry, the most popular female star in the entertainment industry, was directly ignored by him. Gao He was a little embarrassed. Liang Yu, this person, to put it bluntly, people like Liang Yu are typical of high IQ, low EQ, and do not understand the ways of the world. But if it weren't for this, Gao He might not have been able to poach him from that company. Lu Chen smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. I feel that he is very good and worthy of strong support." Lu Chen himself studied computer science. He knows that in the IT industry, there are many talented but unsociable people like Liang Yu. He is not asking him to do public relations and marketing. As long as he has the technology and ability, it is enough. He took Chen Fei's hand and said, let's go see the house." Gao He was surprised. Now. Lu Chen nodded. "If you see it, buy it directly." Very heroic, he also has such confidence. Lu Chen is definitely a man of action. If he says to buy a house, he says to buy a house. If he says to go now, he says to go now. His time is also very precious. Therefore, although Gao He and Wang Xiaoling had no mental preparation, they still went to the newly opened top real estate, Xianxia, under his instigation. 4 people shared a car. The 2 women were the most enthusiastic about buying a house. Wang Xiaoling used her mobile phone to find the real estate information of Xianxia and discussed it enthusiastically with Chen Fei in the car. Xianxia is located in Longxiang Bridge in the uptown of Hangzhou. It only takes a few minutes to walk to Westlake. It is also about the same distance to the nearest subway station. It belongs to the real gold scarce area. The surrounding business districts, hospitals, schools, and so on are very complete. Of course, the price is also extremely expensive, and the average price is almost catching up with the capital. According to the address found on the internet, the group first came to the sales office of Xianxia. The sales office was in the luxury clubhouse attached to the real estate. When the Mercedes-Benz stopped steadily at the door, a beautiful sales lady immediately greeted them, smiling and ready to welcome the guests. Lu Chen, who was sitting in the passenger seat, got out of the car first and happened to meet the sales lady. The sales lady suddenly froze. Her eyes widened in surprise, and her eyes were full of disbelief. She couldn't help but cover her mouth. Lu Chen smiled at her and asked, "Hello, this is the sales office of Xianxia, right?" The sales lady seemed to wake up from a dream, nodded again, and stammered, You are teacher Lu Chen? China's voice is popular on Zhejiang satellite TV. As one of the mentors, Lu Chen is also from Zhejiang. I am afraid that no one in Hangzhou doesn't know him, the pride of Zhejiang people. She really couldn't believe that Lu Chen would suddenly come here without any notice. Then, she saw Chen Feier, who had just got out of the car. Although Chen Feier was wearing big sunglasses, the sales lady still recognized her at a glance. She almost fainted and felt that her heart couldn't bear it. The two security guards next to them were dumbfounded. As for Gao He and Wang Xiaoling, they were ignored by everyone. Lu Chen nodded and then held Chen Feier's hand. He smiled at the sales lady and said, "We are here to look at the house. Let's talk inside." Lu Chen and Chen Feier had actually come to Shizi Luxury Garden to buy a house. The sales lady felt as if she had been hit by a big pie falling from the sky. She almost fainted. She quickly bowed and said, "Please." When the two of them appeared in the sales office of the Shizi Grand Garden, there was no surprise that it caused a sensation. The sales ladies, customer managers, and guests who came to see the house all gathered around. All of them took out their mobile phones and kept taking photos. Fortunately, the people in the sales office were smart. They quickly invited the two big stars to a separate VIP room and quickly informed the company's senior management. While Lu Chen and others were looking through the brochures, the big boss of the developer of the Shizi Grand Garden personally rushed over with his people. When he saw Lu Chen, the boss surnamed Lin was very enthusiastic and polite. He said to Lu Chen, "Teacher Lu, you are a noble person. You can choose any house here. No matter which one you choose, I will give you an 88% discount and give you a free parking space." In the current real estate market, 88% discount given by developers is a very high discount. Usually, it is 98% discount for loans and 95% discount for full payments. 88% discount is definitely a welfare internal price, which is used to send a big favor. As for parking spaces, not to mention, hundreds of thousands of yuan is the minimum, and millions of yuan is not uncommon. Therefore, the scope of his profits is really large and very sincere. Of course, there is no such thing as a businessman. For the top real estate of the Shizi Grand Garden, the two big stars, Lu Chen and Chen Feier, are undoubtedly excellent publicity. A little hype can easily raise the price of the house, and they can earn back 10 times or even dozens of times the price. How could Lu Chen not understand the other party's plan? He said with a smile, "Boss, you are welcome, but we want to buy 2 sets. One is for my friend." He pointed to Gao He and his wife next to him. Boss Lin said without thinking, "That's no problem. I will give them the same preferential treatment." Wang Xiaoling's eyes suddenly lit up. "Will you also give me an extra parking space?" Boss Lin did not hesitate. Yes. He now wants to do a full favor, so when the time comes, he will use Lu Chen's fame to advertise. He believes that Lu Chen will not have any opinion. Lu Chen said, "Then let's look at the house first." The Shizi Grand Garden is a fully decorated house for sale. Its green area is more than 50%, and the facilities in the community are complete, such as a clubhouse, fountain, swimming pool, tennis court, etc. The whole building is composed of 9 independent small high-rise buildings, and a 20-story large house with a duplex structure. The environment here is really excellent. The location is quiet in the middle of the bustling city, but there is no noise of cars and horses in the center of the bustling city. Towering trees can be seen everywhere in the community, many of which are not transplanted. Boss Lin personally accompanied Lu Chen and others to choose a house. He asked Lu Chen's requirements. First, he recommended a 7-story house with a total area of 470 square meters to Lu Qin. The lower floor of this house has a large suspended living room, an open kitchen, and 3 rooms. The upper floor also has 3 rooms including a master bedroom, a study, a children's room, a bar, a small hall, a cloakroom, a storage room, and so on. All the rooms are equipped with independent bathrooms, and the master bedroom is connected to the bathroom with a massage bathtub. The decoration is designed by a famous designer. The electrical appliances are all international first-class brands, and the combination of colors is very tasteful. Even Xianxia is quite satisfied with it. The most special thing is that there is an additional hanging garden and a small swimming pool outside the top floor. Standing on the open balcony, you can overlook the magnificent view of West Lake. The view is not blocked, and privacy is guaranteed. Of course, such a good house is also the most expensive. The price of this 470 square meter house is 88,000 yuan per square meter, and the total price is 36 million yuan. Even with an 88% discount, it is more than 36 million yuan. Wang Xiaoling is speechless. We can't afford it. A house worth more than 30 million yuan, with an area of more than 400 square meters, would cost more than 100,000 yuan a year. Lu Qin asked Xianxia, "What do you think?" Xianxia smiled sweetly and said, "I think it's good, so let's buy it." Lu Qin nodded and said to Boss Lin, "We'll buy this house. We'll sign the contract later." Boss Lin is happy. "No problem, I'll get someone to prepare the contract now." If this house is sold, Xizi Luxury Garden will be famous in Hangzhou and even the whole country. Although the discount is a few million yuan, it is completely worth it. After looking at the house for less than half an hour, he decided to buy a house worth more than 30 million yuan. Lu Chen's efficiency is amazing, giving people the feeling of going to a brand store to buy a set of clothes casually. In contrast, Gao He and his wife were much more cautious. They looked at 4 or 5 houses in Shizi Haoyuan and finally decided on a 200 square meter duplex. After the discount, it was almost 10 million yuan. It was also the example of Lu Chen. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to decide on such an expensive house without a period of consideration. In fact, for most people, buying a house is one of the most important events in their life. After choosing a house, Lu Qin called Lu Shi and asked his sister in Beijing to arrange for the transfer of money. Plus the taxes and fees needed to purchase the property, the total cost was nearly 50 million yuan. The money for Gao He's house was paid by Lu Qin in advance, and later deducted from the dividends of Happy Entertainment. In less than half a day, the two bought the house, and they could move in with their bags. At most, they bought some daily necessities such as toothpaste, toothbrushes, towels, and so on. All the appliances in the new house are complete. After signing the contract and completing the formalities, although it is impossible to get the property ownership certificate immediately, the access card and the key can be obtained in advance, and they can move in at any time. Wang Xiaoling couldn't even believe it. "We have a house?" She twisted Gao He so hard that the latter cried out in pain, "What are you twisting me for?" Wang Xiaoling grinned and said, "I suspect I'm dreaming." Gao He felt wronged. "Then you should twist yourself." Wang Xiaoling said righteously, "I'm afraid of pain, isn't the effect of twisting you the same?" Gao He was speechless. Lu Chen laughed, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Boss, we can often visit each other in the future." Gao He said with emotion, "To be honest, I also feel like I'm dreaming, old San." He looked back at Lu Chen and said sincerely, "Thank you." If it weren't for Lu Chen's help, he wouldn't have been able to buy a house worth tens of millions of yuan so easily. Most likely, he would have been working hard to make a living and working hard to buy a house. Lu Chen changed his life, as well as his and Wang Xiaoling's fate. But now, he had nothing to repay Lu Chen with, so he could only thank him and remember it in his heart. Lu Chen smiled and said, "What are you thanking me for? You earned this house yourself." Gao He scratched his head, feeling more and more grateful. After getting the key, Lu Chen declined Boss Lin's warm invitation to have dinner with everyone. He brought Xianxia back to his new house. This time, it was just the two of them. Standing on the open-air balcony on the top floor again, looking at the West Lake in the distance, Lu Chen held Xianxia in his arms and said, "You know what? When I first came to Hangzhou to study, I wanted to buy a house here and take root. But later, great changes happened to his family, and his idea could only become a bubble. How could he still have the luxury of buying a house? It was great luck to be able to pay off his family's debts. A dream changed his life, and it also made him meet and fall in love with the beauty in his arms. Just as Gao He was grateful to Lu Chen was extremely grateful to the god of fate, who may or may not exist. Chen Feier reached out and touched his face, then asked with a smile, "Now that your wish to buy a house has been realized, do you have any other wishes?" Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, "Yes." Chen Feier was curious, "What wish?" Lu Chen said with a smile, "It's not enough to have a house. There must be a hostess in the house, right? And children." He bowed his head and said, "Can you help me realize this wish?" Chen Feier's pretty face was stained with a faint blush, and she said, "In your dreams." Lu Chen smiled and kissed her fragrant lips. Ring ring. Just after kissing for 3 seconds, the mobile phone in Lu Chen's pocket rang, so that he had to stop being affectionate with Chen Feier and take out the mobile phone. This was his private phone. Few people knew the number. Usually, it was his relatives and friends who called. It turned out to be his sister. Lu Chen wondered, "Sister, what's wrong?" "What's wrong?" The two had just been talking on the phone. Lu Shi said, "Nothing. Lu Shui just called me and complained that you almost forgot her. It's going to be summer vacation. Why don't you send her home then?" Lu Chen sweated, "Then I'll give her a call and give her the key to the house." Lu Shui took the college entrance examination last year and was admitted to Zhejiang Normal University. She had always wanted to be a teacher, and it could be said that her wish had come true. Zhejiang Normal University was also in Hangzhou. This time, when Lu Chen returned to Hangzhou to produce The Voice of China, he met Lu Shui once. Because he was too busy with work, they did not see each other again during this period, and they did not make many phone calls. Now that he thought about it, he really neglected her a little. All along, Lu Chen and Lu Shui had the best relationship. Lu Chen's most cherished guitar was bought by Lu Shui with all her lucky money as a birthday gift. And Lu Chen's favorite was of course his sister. Lu Shi said sourly, "You spent tens of millions to buy a house in Hangzhou, and you can't live there for long. You're really extravagant." "I'm still living in a rented house." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Then I'll buy you one when we go back." Selling Happy Farm would bring back at least a few 100 million yuan. Although a large part of it would be reinvested in Happy Entertainment, it would not be a problem to take the rest back to Beijing to buy a house. Even if the housing prices in Beijing were much more expensive than in Hangzhou. Lu Shi was not tempted. "No, the house I live in now is very good. The housing prices in Beijing are so expensive. It's really better to rent a house than to buy a house. I can live very comfortably with the interest of tens of millions in the bank." Even if she had money now, Lu Shi was very meticulous when it came to spending money. She held the financial power of Chenfei Media, and she was very clear about every cent. In fact, this was also a habit developed when her family was in debt. But on the other hand, if Lu Chen needed money, her sister would give him as much as she could. She had transferred tens of millions to pay for the house. She simply asked and did not have any objection. If it came back to her, she would be reluctant to part with it. Lu Chen knew his sister's temper and didn't say much. He just remembered it in his heart. He called Gao He, who was also in the new house, and went back together. The next most important thing is probably to sell Happy Farm. The sale of Happy Farm was originally in Lu Chen's plan. This casual interactive game was a small pathfinder for his big IP plan. He never thought of holding it until he died, and quickly cashing it out was exactly what he needed. Because in Lu Chen's memory, there were many similar ideas, and he didn't have to worry about the problem after selling it. The most important thing was that with hundreds of millions of funds, Happy Entertainment could grow at the fastest speed, absorb talent, accumulate experience, and move towards a higher level. Of course, deals involving hundreds of millions of dollars were not so easy to reach. The two sides were bound to have a tug-of-war bargaining. To reach a win-win cooperation, they needed to persist and compromise at the same time. In this regard, Lu Chen had no experience, but he had always believed that professional things should be left to professionals, so he specially hired a foreign aid team to lead the transaction negotiations. Li Mushi gave him a lot of face. On the third day after Lu Chen called her, a capable team flew from Beijing to Hangzhou to negotiate with QQ Games on behalf of Happy Entertainment. The 5-person team first comprehensively assessed the value of Happy Network and Happy Farm, made a set of detailed commercial evaluation documents, and then contacted the representative of QQ Games on this basis. At the same time, they deliberately released the news that Happy Entertainment was interested in selling Happy Farm, which immediately attracted the attention of many capital tycoons, and also added a thick stack of chips to their own negotiations. Lu Chen didn't care about how the foreign aid team operated at all. He fully let go of the right to negotiate, and continued the recording of The Voice of China with Chen Fei-er. After the 4th episode, China's The Voice's viewership ratings had climbed to a point that left the industry dumbfounded. With a highest viewership rating of 5.2% and an average of 4.48%, it had swept the variety show market and created the highest viewership rating in the past decade. If compared with the reality talent show, only Supergirl launched by Xianxia Satellite TV can be compared. However, after Supergirl, Xianxia Satellite TV, known as the local satellite TV station Hegemon, has never launched a variety show that can be compared with it. China's Voice has become a phenomenal variety show, which undoubtedly made Zhejiang Satellite TV, which was not weak, have the momentum to challenge Shonan TV in an all-round way. Zhejiang Satellite TV premiered Full House of Romance last year and The Voice of China this year. It could be said that they were heavy-handed. The cooperation between them and Lu Chen was very good, and both their performance and reputation had been greatly improved. As a result, Shonan TV was under a lot of pressure. The domestic TV market was also an extremely competitive market. Dozens of satellite TV stations and hundreds of TV stations were fighting for resources and advertising shares. Above them was the behemoth Central TV. Although Shonan TV's current position was glorious, it was also facing a lot of challenges. Beijing Television, Shanghai Satellite TV, Zhejiang Satellite TV. Shonan TV has more than one opponent. With such a strong performance by Zhejiang Satellite TV, how could this satellite TV station, which started with entertainment, not be worried? At night, Shacheng, Xiangnan, Shonan TV building. As the night fell, the city with a population of millions of people was already full of lights. The Xiangnan Satellite TV building was also brightly lit, and the signal tower standing tall on the roof flashed with a fantastic and blurred light, becoming the most obvious landmark nearby. This 39-story building has an extraordinary influence in the domestic entertainment industry. Countless stars, including Hong Kong and Taiwan stars and artists, are very willing and even sharpened their heads to go in and record the show inside. For more than 10 years, Shonan TV has a unique style among local satellite TV stations with its flexible mechanism and bold and daring style. Many branded programs with high ratings have emerged. Whether it is influence or revenue, it is second only to Central TV. It's just that it's getting more and more difficult for Shonan TV to keep its position. In the small conference room on the top floor, all the lights were on. More than a dozen senior executives of Shonan TV were having a meeting. Everyone looked serious and their eyes were fixed on the data displayed on the projection screen. The data was like a sharp dagger hanging over their heads, making it hard for them to breathe. The person presiding over the meeting was LV Zhenhai, the newly appointed deputy director and program director of Shonan TV. LV Zhenhai, who was less than 40 years old, was the representative of the young generation of Shonan TV. He entered Shonan TV after graduating from Central Media University. He rushed up step by step from the grassroots. There was no doubt that he had great strength and skill. In the past 2 years, the predicament Shonan TV faced was precisely the most important reason why the superiors promoted this young generation vigorously, and LV Zhenhai also needed to come up with a brilliant result to convince people. He looked around, like an eagle patrolling its territory, with a frightening sharpness in his eyes. None of the directors, editors, and so on dared to look at LV Zhenhai. The atmosphere in the conference room was very depressing and dull. A newly appointed official had to take care of himself. No one wanted to provoke LV Zhenhai at this time and be regarded as a weak chicken. LV Zhenhai was a little disappointed. He reached out and knocked on the table, then said in a deep voice, "You have seen these data. This year, whether it is our TV series or variety shows, the ratings have all declined. Several ace shows are not optimistic either. It is estimated that the annual advertising revenue growth rate will not exceed 3%. How much was it last year? After a pause, Xianxia's eyes stared at a half-bald middle-aged man. The latter wiped the sweat on his forehead and replied in a low voice, "It was 5.7%. 5.7%, Xianxia's lips twitched, and a cynical smile appeared on his face. I remember in 2014 it was 11.8%, and in 2013 it reached 27%. How much has the increase decreased? No one answered his question. Advertising revenue was the lifeblood of a TV station, especially for satellite TV stations. Money was not everything, and it was absolutely impossible to have no money. The satellite TV stations in remote provinces were almost becoming advertising stations. Why? Wasn't it because of money? Nowadays, the state subsidies for satellite TV stations were decreasing year by year. For satellite TV stations, it was increasingly difficult to maintain a balance of payments and even make a profit. Shonan TV was a big business, and its expenses increased year by year. The advertising revenue growth rate had fallen to the current level, and it was already a deep crisis. Anyone with a bit of brain could see it. Although Xianxia, who just came to power, did not accept a mess, it was absolutely correct to say that it was a hot potato. The pressure on him was greater than that of everyone else present. The atmosphere in the conference room became more and more depressed. An editor-in-chief of the satellite TV station reached out and pulled his collar, as if this could make himself breathe more smoothly, otherwise he would suffocate to death. The person sitting next to him subconsciously took out a cigarette from his pocket. When he wanted to smoke one, he was shocked to realize that smoking was prohibited here, so he could only put it back awkwardly. Who doesn't want Shonan TV to maintain its hegemony forever? Everyone is willing to see advertising revenue rising steadily, but the market is ever-changing. The higher you hold it up, the harder you fall. Shonan TV's current situation is pretty good. No one answered Xianxia's question. Xianxia himself said the answer, "I've studied it carefully. Our Shonan TV's lack of growth in the past 2 years is inseparable from one person. I won't say the name of this person, but I believe you all know him. Lu Chen, all the people present are the top executives of Shonan TV station. They are the real backbone elites. None of them are fools. Of course, they know the person," Xianxia said very well. As a star artist who has soared in popularity in the domestic entertainment industry in the past 2 years, Lu Chen and Shonan TV seem to be incompatible with each other. There are frequent conflicts between them. Although it can't be said that they are like fire and water, they are almost the kind of people who don't get along with each other. If it's an ordinary star, even if he is very popular, Shonan TV can still regard him as an ant. There is no need to pay attention to him at all, and they can even use their position in the circle to suppress him. But Lu Chen is completely different. The feud between the two sides can be traced back to 15 years ago. Shonan TV had just launched the Super Singer talent show. After several battles, both overtly and covertly, Shonan TV lost, and lost very badly. Singing China, Autumn in My Heart, Full of Romance, and now The Voice of China, all of which are the pain of Shonan TV, like a sharp knife. Lu Chen stepped on Shonan TV and climbed to the top. Many people were unwilling to mention his name at all. Last time, Shonan TV had intended to use the Golden Luan Awards to repair their relationship with Lu Chen, but in the end, they were slapped in the face and almost became a joke in the industry. However, Xianxia ruthlessly opened the wound and said bluntly, "I've looked into it in detail. We originally had no grudges with Lu Chen, but someone played a very bad role in it, Jin Hongwei." A name immediately appeared in everyone's mind, and some of the smarter ones vaguely understood. The reason why Shonan TV and Lu Chen have a grudge can be traced back to Jin Hongwei. At that time, Super Singer forcibly eliminated Lu Chen, not only missing a real genius, but also causing an uproar in public opinion. It was also Jin Hongwei's relationship that was strong enough to suppress the matter and make Shonan TV lose face in vain. Xianxia brought up the old matter again. This is to raise a knife to chop people. Jin Hongwei can be regarded as an old relationship with Shonan TV. His Jiuxing Corporation has a lot of cooperation with Shonan TV, and he is one of the important figures who connect Shonan TV with Beijing's entertainment industry. This big shot in the domestic entertainment industry has inextricably linked relationships with Shonan TV. LV Zhenhai suddenly pointed his sword at Jin Hongwei, which really shocked everyone. Isn't he afraid of Jin Hongwei's backlash? Unless LV Zhenhai got instructions from the upper echelons, his head must have been kicked by a donkey to openly express his dissatisfaction with Jin Hongwei. Everyone looked at each other and didn't know what to say. LV Zhenhai's butcher's knife has been raised, and it is very likely that he is holding an imperial sword in his hand. In such a situation, does he really think that he doesn't dare to cut off his head? Therefore, smart people know to be wise and protect themselves. Even those who intend to speak up for Jin Hongwei wisely shut their mouths, not wanting to touch LV Zhenhai's bad luck. Tonight, LV Zhenhai is here to be the villain. I propose to review the cooperation with Jiuxing Corporation, settle the matter that should be settled, and then show our sincerity to contact Xinfei Media more. Jin Hongwei is the boss of Jiuxing Corporation, and LV Zhenhai undoubtedly wants to take drastic measures against Jin Hongwei. The so-called review is actually to suspend the cooperation and kick Jin Hongwei away. Jin Hongwei is known as the godfather of the entertainment management circle. Although this nickname was flattered by others, it is an indisputable fact that he has great power in the circle. However, Jin Hongwei's power is great, to a large extent, because of his long-term cooperation with Shonan TV. Once this lifeline is cut off, it is simply a pipe dream for him to want to call the wind and summon the rain in the circle. There is a trace of sadness in the hearts of several executives, but there are also a few who secretly gloat. Even within Shonan TV, there are many people who don't like Jin Hongwei and Jiuxing Corporation. A supervisor hesitated for a moment and asked, should we ask the leader of the company? Of course, he is talking about LV Zhenhai's superior. LV Zhenhai glanced at the person lightly and said, there is no need, this matter was decided by the top. The supervisor was suddenly speechless, and his heart completely shrank. He said this sentence, which is also worthy of Jin Hongwei. LV Zhenhai continued, now that China's voice is in the limelight, it is difficult for our third season of Super Singer to make a difference in the ratings. I have applied for a delay in production, and, as far as I know, after Lu Chen completes the production of China's Voice, he will most likely start shooting his new show, You from the Star. We have to strive to cooperate with him once, and it is naturally best to win the premiere rights. But, someone asked, didn't the talks break down last time? They have been slapped in the face once. Do they have to send their face to the door again? Where is the dignity of Shonan TV? LV Zhenhai said, last time was last time, this time is this time. As long as we show sincerity, there is no grudge that can't be resolved. Why can't we talk about it again? Everyone understood that tormenting Jin Hongwei was LV Zhenhai's gift to Lu Chen. Some people were indignant. Director Lu, are we looking down on him by doing this? LV Zhenhai was not angry. He picked up his teacup and took a sip, and said lightly, look at Beijing television, and then look at Zhejiang satellite TV. What do you think? Lu Chen is not an ordinary person. He is a star artist with the potential to dominate. Most importantly, he is very young now, he still has a long future, and his contacts in the circle have accumulated very deep, and his future is limitless. Tell me, what are the benefits of fighting him? This time everyone was silent. Beijing, Jiuxing Corporation's general manager's office. The luxuriously decorated room was filled with smoke, and the air was filled with a choking smell. Jin Hongwei sat on the spacious office table, his bloodshot eyes staring at the phone on the table, as if something would jump out at any moment. The ashtray next to the phone was filled with cigarette butts, and 2 crushed cigarette packs were thrown aside. It was a pitiful sight to behold. As the boss of Jiuxing Corporation, a famous management company in Beijing's entertainment industry, Jin Hongwei had always been confident and proud. He had promoted countless celebrities through his hands, and many of them were big shots. Although these big shots eventually flew away, they gave Jin Hongwei the title of Godfather of Entertainment. Although he couldn't be said to be omnipotent in the domestic entertainment industry, there were few who didn't give him face. Many newcomers and small-time celebrities racked their brains to sign with Jiuxing Corporation, because relying on Jiuxing Corporation's connections and resources, quickly becoming famous was not a dream. Therefore, in this industry, whatever Jin Hongwei wanted, he could easily get. However, in the past few days, he ran into trouble, big trouble. First of all, a big project that he had been negotiating with Shonan TV had been put on hold. This was a television series with an investment of more than 100 million. Jin Hongwei had spent a lot of money to buy the rights, signed actors, and was ready to play big with Shonan TV. He was confident that this IP adaptation could make a group of newcomers famous, wash away the poor operating conditions of Juxing Corporation in the past 2 years, and re-establish his position in the industry. However, what Jin Hongwei didn't expect was that Shonan TV had promised him very well, and the internal PR was already done. They were only one step away from signing the contract, but in the end, they were hit in the head. This directly stunned Jin Hongwei. He had been preparing to shoot this TV series for at least a year. When he was looking for investors, he patted his chest and promised the investors that the partner would be Shonan TV, and that it would only premiere on Shonan TV. Originally, this was a very logical thing to do. Although Jin Hongwei's roots were in Beijing, he had a long history of cooperation with Shonan TV. His connections were deep-rooted, and there was no one in the upper echelons of the satellite TV station who did not know him. Moreover, this cooperation was also a good thing for Shonan TV. Then why would there be a sudden change? Of course, Jin Hongwei didn't want to give up. He immediately flew to Xianxia to find some connections, but his friends from the satellite TV station avoided him. They didn't pick up his calls, didn't see him, and didn't even dare to enter the TV station. It was as if he had become an evil creature that everyone hated overnight. Jin Hongwei would definitely not let it go after being rejected repeatedly. Even if he was going to die, he should at least die knowing the reason, right? But before he could figure it out, bad news came from Beijing. Many contracted artists under conglomerate filed a joint lawsuit in the court, asking to terminate the contract between the two parties. As for the reason for the lawsuit, it was mainly that conglomerate's contract was too harsh and seriously violated the artists' personal freedom. They even forced the artists to drink and eat with them. This was big news. His nest was on fire. Jin Hongwei couldn't care less about Shonan TV. He quickly flew back to Beijing from Xianxia to put out the fire. He was exhausted from all the tossing and turning. While dealing with the lawsuit, Jin Hongwei asked people around to inquire about the news, wanting to know who was dealing with him. Shonan TV broke the contract and its artists betrayed them. It couldn't be a coincidence that these two major events happened together. Jin Hongwei had been in this circle for decades. He was very domineering and arrogant. He had offended many people. In the past 2 days, Jin Hongwei couldn't eat well, sleep well, and had nightmares. Ring ring, the phone on the desk suddenly rang, and the ringtone sounded particularly ear-piercing. But Jin Hongwei seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw and grabbed the phone with lightning speed. Hello? After talking with the person on the other side of the phone for a few minutes, his face turned from green to red, then white, and finally black. Through the relationship of a scoundrel friend, Jin Hongwei finally learned the reason why Shonan TV broke the contract. It turned out that the newly appointed deputy director and program director of Shonan TV, Xianxia, was very disgusted with him and decided not to cooperate with conglomerate. When he first heard the news, Jin Hongwei felt it was incredible. Because when Xianxia took office, he personally went to Xianxia to pay his respects. Xianxia's attitude towards him was very intimate. How could he suddenly turn hostile? Then the other party mentioned a person's name, and that was Lu Chen. If Jin Hongwei was asked which star in the entertainment circle had the deepest impression, then Lu Chen would definitely be one of them. This young man, who rose rapidly in the entertainment circle, was simply a sore point for Jin Hongwei. He regarded him as an enemy. The grudge between the two began when Lu Chen rejected him. Jin Hongwei also tried to suppress Lu Chen, but the result was that he was slapped in the face again and again. Later, Lu Chen soared to the sky. Not only did he make a lot of contacts in the circle, but he also climbed up the relationship with the Li family. Jin Hongwei wanted to use some tricks, but he couldn't do anything. He could only watch the other party become the most popular star among the newcomers. And Shonan TV chose to terminate the cooperation with him because of Lu Chen. Jin Hongwei felt like vomiting blood, but there was nothing he could do. He knew that Shonan TV must be unwilling to accept the current predicament of the current decline in the ratings of TV series and variety shows. They wanted to repair their relationship with the popularity king, Lu Chen, and then gave him as a meeting gift. In the entertainment circle, who didn't know that Jin Hongwei and Lu Chen had a grudge, Shonan TV turning hostile should be the first domino to topple. The betrayal of many artists under the Assembly of Stars was probably related to this matter, but he got the news too late. And if he left the golden signboard of Shonan TV, what would he be left with? Jin Hongwei suddenly felt a wave of fear. At this moment, the room door was suddenly pushed open, and the secretary walked in, trembling with fear. "Director Jin, someone is looking for you." Jin Hongwei suddenly became furious. "What are you doing? Didn't I tell you not to disturb me? I don't want to see anyone." The secretary was about to cry. She cowered to the side, and then two uniformed men behind her came forward. One of them said in a deep voice, "You are the general manager of Jiuxing Corporation, Jin Hongwei? I am the deputy captain of the economic investigation team in Beijing. You are suspected of contract fraud. It's over." Looking at the two policemen who had just shown their identification, Jin Hongwei's mind was blank. He knew that he was screwed this time, completely screwed. Jin Hongwei had fallen. When Lu Chen received the news, he had just finished recording the latest episode of The Voice of China. The call came from Beijing, and the informant was Lu Shi. His sister was obviously very happy. Even Lu Chen, who was thousands of miles away, could feel her gloating mood. Jin Hongwei's fall was actually a little unjust. The cause of the incident was that Shonan TV suddenly cut off its cooperation with Jiuxing Corporation and killed a big project that Jin Hongwei was working on. As a result, it led to a series of repercussions, which eventually led to the downfall of this big shot in the entertainment industry. Originally, Jin Hongwei was fine. Shonan TV cutting off their cooperation would at most deal a heavy blow to his career. However, he had made too many enemies in the industry, and had been too arrogant and domineering in the past. In the end, he was reported for contract fraud and was invited to the police station for tea. Then, when the police searched Jiuxing Corporation, they found a lot of illegal evidence. The worst thing was that they found a large amount of drugs in Jin Hongwei's house. This time, Jin Hongwei's life was really at stake. The domestic attitude towards drug crimes had always been extremely strict. No matter how powerful Jin Hongwei was, he would still be sentenced to death if he touched this red line. The drugs he hid in the villa were not for his own use, but to control several of his artists. Such shameful methods were nothing new in the entertainment industry. Being caught in the act was a big deal. Lu Shi said, just based on the drugs he hid, he should be sentenced to life imprisonment at the very least. Jin Hongwei had connections in the upper echelons, but not only could his connections not help him at this time, they even became his death talisman. More dirty deeds were exposed, but they were controlled by public opinion, so ordinary people did not know about it. In short, this time, Jin Hongwei was 100% done for. He would basically spend the rest of his life in prison. The famous Jiuxing Corporation in the industry had already fallen, becoming a fat piece of meat that people in the industry fought over. To be honest, if it weren't for his sister's call, Lu Chen would have almost forgotten about Jin Hongwei. However, Lu Chen did not feel the slightest bit of sympathy for his misfortune. Instead, he felt delighted. Jin Hongwei had done so many filthy things, it was too late for him to receive his retribution. What he didn't expect was that what Lu Shi said was actually related to him. That was, the reason why Shonan TV interrupted its cooperation with Jiuxing Corporation, causing Jin Hongwei to be pushed down by everyone, was because Shonan TV intended to repair its relationship with him. LV Zhenhai, the deputy director and program director of Shonan TV, expressed his appreciation for Lu Chen in public. Lu Shi said disdainfully, even they have such a day. If they knew this day would come, they wouldn't have done it in the first place. Her sister had always been brooding over Shonan TV's suppression of Lu Chen in the past 2 years. Today, she finally had her revenge. It's too late. Lu Chen smiled and sighed in his heart. The world was really unpredictable. After ending the call with Lu Shi, Chen Feier asked curiously, what happened? When her sister called, she was next to Lu Chen. She vaguely heard something, but she didn't hear it clearly. So, Lu Chen told her the whole story. Chen Feier also felt delighted after hearing it. This person should have been dealt with long ago. He's too disgusting. Back then, she had signed with Juxing Corporation, so she had a good understanding of Jin Hongwei's character. If it weren't for Tan Hong's help, it wouldn't have been easy to get out of this big hole. Fortunately, she escaped in time. After successfully leaving Juxing Corporation, Chen Feier opened her own studio and had a new career development. Even Chen Feier, who had always been kind and had a good reputation in the circle, was gloating over Jin Hongwei's misfortune. Needless to say, Jin Hongwei's enemies were even more so. Now that he was in prison, there were naturally some people who secretly pushed him. At least, it could make Jin Hongwei's backer shrink back. The downfall of Jin Hongwei actually didn't affect Lu Chen much. Instead, it was Shonan TV's intention to repair their relationship with him, which wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Although the ratings had been declining in recent years, Shonan TV was still the #1 local satellite TV station. It had a huge influence in the industry and was very strong. Although Lu Chen wasn't afraid of Shonan TV at all, if Shonan TV was willing to put down their status, he wouldn't slap them in the face and offend them to death. Because there was no deep hatred between the two sides, it was nothing more than a dispute of interests. Jin Hongwei was finished, and the original grievances could almost be resolved. If Shonan TV came up with enough sincere conditions to cooperate with him, Lu Chen could fully consider it. His cooperation with Beijing Television and Zhejiang Satellite TV was very pleasant, but it was impossible for Qinfei Media to put all the eggs in one or two baskets. Of course, Lu Chen wouldn't think about these things now, and he also left Jin Hongwei behind. While China's Voice was stepping up the recording, the negotiations between Happy Entertainment and QQ Games, after more than a week of tug-of-war, finally had a result. QQ Games fully acquired Happy Network and Happy Farm at a price of 575 million yuan, which was several times higher than their initial offer, which could be described as full of sincerity. What Happy Entertainment paid was not only the phenomenal casual game Happy Farm, but also the subsequent development version of Happy Farm, as well as the copyrights of derivative games such as Happy Fishery and Happy Ranch. This acquisition could be described as a win-win situation. Happy Entertainment got a sum of cash that was urgently needed for expansion, and QQ Games also got a heavyweight product, which not only completely made up for the previous weaknesses, but also relied on the powerful resources of QQ to recover the cost and realize profits. On June 24, the two sides signed a formal transfer contract in Hangzhou. The negotiation team from Beijing played an important role in it. Without the help of several foreign aid, it was really impossible for Happy Entertainment to bite off a piece of meat from QQ Games alone. And this deal also caused a great sensation in the industry. Everyone didn't expect that the newly emerged Happy Entertainment would actually sell the hen that laid the golden eggs. In many people's view, Happy Entertainment was killing the goose that laid the golden eggs, and even looked down on Lu Chen, the actual controller of Happy Entertainment, a little bit, thinking that he didn't have a long-term vision and only cared about the small profits in front of him. Lu Chen just smiled at such remarks. Others only knew that he sold a golden hen, but they didn't know that he had a flock of golden hens. He sold one in order to build a bigger and better chicken coop in a short time. The start of Happy Entertainment has just begun, and Happy Farm will by no means be the last glory. 575 million, QQ Games bought Happy Network, and Happy Farm changed owners. This news spread all over the country at the speed of light, and unsurprisingly became the focus of heated discussion on the internet. As a small company that has just been established for less than half a year, Happy Entertainment, with a registered capital of only 5 million, has undoubtedly created a legend in the industry. More inside stories were dug out, and the most talked about was the owner of Happy Entertainment, Lu Chen. Many people felt that their common sense had been subverted. Lu Chen made his debut as a singer. His musical talent has long been recognized. After he became famous, he wrote and acted in 2 popular TV series, and then launched a movie with a box office of more than 1 billion. His ability to make money simply made people envious and jealous. But who would have thought that Lu Chen's investment in the game industry also had such a brilliant vision, and insiders revealed that the idea of Happy Farm came from Lu Chen himself. Tall, handsome, talented, and strong ability to invest and make money, the young and unmarried Lu Chen has become the most dazzling diamond bachelor in the entertainment industry. Chen Fei jokingly said to him that if he moved to Xianxia or Baodao and had the will, it was estimated that many women inside and outside the circle would be willing to fight for the position of the second wife or third wife. For such a statement, Lu Chen wisely chose to pretend to be deaf and mute. Chen Fei's jealousy was also quite strong. But some things can't be pretended to be deaf and mute. Right now, he was in the limelight too much, and the quick money was a bit hot. After careful consideration, Lu Chen discussed with his sister and others, and the funds from the sale of Happy Farm were distributed after taxes were deducted. First, they bought a 2-story office building in the newly completed Xianxia Digital Building in the Binjiang IT Industrial Park, with a total area of 2,200 square meters, as the new headquarters of Happy Entertainment, and then recruited staff. The Xianxia Digital Building was one of the landmarks of the industrial park, and the price was naturally not cheap. Happy Entertainment paid 70 million for it. Lu Chen took out another 150 million yuan as a dividend. He personally received 120 million yuan, and another 15 million yuan was given to Gao He and his wife. The other 15 million yuan was rewarded to all the employees of the company according to the proportion of contribution. The least amount was tens of thousands. It could be said that everyone was happy. Of course, because Lu Chen paid for the house last time, most of the dividends of the Taka couple returned to Lu Chen's hands. The remaining 270 million would be used for the expansion of the company's operating funds, which would be invested in the purchase of equipment, the increase of professional staff, and new projects. Finally, Lu Chen announced on his personal blog that he would donate 100 million yuan to the Chen Fei Charity Fund to expand the scope of the charity fund's assistance. It would no longer be limited to assistance for poor leukemia patients, but it would also increase the number of assistance programs for poor children and adolescents. Such a large donation immediately caused a sensation in the country. It's not new for stars to do charity. There are also many artists in the circle who are good at donating, but it's really the first time for Lu Chen to donate hundreds of millions of yuan at one time. Most importantly, after more than a year of operation, the Chen Fei Charity Fund had established a very good reputation among the public. Information was open, and the accounts were clear. It had actually helped many poor leukemia patients. Compared with the show-style donations of many stars, and those charity organizations that are heavily shady, the Chen Fei Charity Fund co-founded by Lu Chen, Chen Fei and them was undoubtedly a real clean stream. On the second day after Lu Chen announced the donation, the official V of the Chen Fei Charity Fund posted a 100 million yuan check on his blog to prove that Lu Chen wasn't just talking, but actually took out real money. In this way, the after-tax proceeds from the sale of Happy Farm were basically spent by Lu Chen. On June 28, China Youth Daily published the news of Lu Chen's donation of 100 million yuan on its front page. While introducing Lu Chen in detail, it praised him as a model of young artists in the new era. China Youth Daily was a major newspaper at the central level. To be able to get positive reports and honorary praise from China Youth Daily was equivalent to putting on a thick layer of protective armor for Lu Chen. If the ordinary media wanted to discredit him, they would have to weigh the consequences. After the article in China Youth Daily was published, Li Murong, who was far away in Beijing, took the initiative to call Lu Chen for the first time, and praised him a lot in his words. The eldest son of the Li family is extremely low-key in the circle and lives an almost semi-secluded life. Lu Chen met Li Mubai, and then met his eldest brother, but he only met him a few times. Usually, the contact between the Li family and Lu Chen is completed through Li Mushi and Li Mubai. Li Murong basically doesn't ask about his younger brother and sister's affairs. So, it's really not easy for him to take the initiative to call Lu Chen. Li Murong revealed on the phone that the reason why Lu Chen was able to get the focus of China Youth Daily and even be held up as a model was not only because Lu Chen donated 100 million yuan, but also because as an artist, his image has always been very good. There were no scandals, and even few scandals. Nowadays, the domestic entertainment market is getting bigger and bigger, and the entertainment industry has become a considerable part of the national economy. But when the plate is big, some chaos is inevitable. Especially nowadays, star artists often take drugs, go whoring, have an affair, and drive drunk. In order to get ahead, they will do anything. There is no bottom line in all kinds of hype. The image of the entertainment industry in the public is getting worse and worse. Of course, the relevant state management departments can't ignore this. It is imperative to stir up turbidity and clear up turbidity. Lu Chen also happened to enter the line of sight of the senior management. With this honor in hand, as long as he doesn't make a mistake, there will be no big obstacles to his future development in the upper levels, and he can even get a lot of help. Don't look at him throwing out 100 million yuan now. What he can get in the future is far more than that. Li Morong and Lu Chen talked on the phone for more than half an hour. After that, Lu Chen thought quietly for a long time alone, and had new ideas about his future path. Until Chen Fei-er, who was dressed up, came in and said, "Are you ready? We can almost go." Lu Chen came to his senses, got up and said, "Okay, let's go." Chen Fei-er asked curiously, "What were you thinking about just now? You look like you're lost in thought." Lu Chen shook his head and said, "Nothing. Let's go quickly, lest little Shui gets anxious." Chen Fei-er didn't ask much. She carefully tidied up Lu Chen's shirt, and then reached out to take his arm. The two looked at each other and smiled, and everything was said without words. Zhejiang Normal University, Room 405, Building 5, Girls' Dormitory Building. 2 sets of bunk beds and a double desk filled up the small room, leaving only a space for walking in the middle. However, both the walls and the floor were clean and tidy. There were many adorable decorations in the room, and there was a faint smell in the air. It was the unique smell of young girls. Lu Shui sat cross-legged on the bed, holding her mobile phone and lost in thought. She had been studying at this university for a year, and in a few days, she would go home for the summer vacation. Last year's college entrance examination, Lu Shui did very well. With her grades, it was no problem for her to enter a better university, but she still chose Zhejiang Normal University because she had always wanted to be a teacher. How good it was to be a teacher! Not only did she have weekends, but she also had summer and winter vacations. She could reprimand the naughty children. Moreover, Lu Shui was studying art. It would be even easier to be an art teacher in the future. She liked drawing, and she had a talent in this area, which was the most suitable. Lu Shui was also very happy during this year of university life. She had established a good relationship with the other 3 girls in the dormitory. She had her own bosom friends, and her life had entered a new stage. Most importantly, she had a brother that everyone envied. It was just that since entering Zhejiang Normal University, Lu Shui had never mentioned her brother to others. The main reason was that she didn't want to be the object of others' criticism. But today's situation was different. Squeak, the door of the room was pushed open, and 3 girls came in, talking and laughing, which also interrupted Lu Shui's thoughts. "Xianxia, didn't you say that someone wanted to invite us to dinner? It's almost 5 o'clock now." The one who spoke was the eldest of the 4 girls, Wang Yan, a Xian girl with a shrewd and straightforward personality. "Did someone stand you up? Then let's go out and eat by ourselves. We'll split the bill." The girl in the red dress behind Wang Yan pursed her lips and smiled. "Whoever dares to stand up our little sister Xiaoxue will be banned." The girl in the red dress was Lin Yuyan, a native of Hangzhou. She was the most beautiful of the 4 girls. She was the flower of the Chinese department, so she usually had many suitors, but she had high standards and was still single. Lin Yuyan and Lu Shui hit it off the best, and their relationship was extremely good. The last girl in a white dress was called by Fong Fong. She was from Shanghai. She was beautiful and smart. She asked curiously, "Xiao Shui, can you tell us who's treating us? Could it be a secret lover that you have hidden outside?" Lu Shui blushed and reached out to pat by Fong Fong. "What secret lover? That sounds awful." "That's my brother." "Your brother?" Bai Fongfong nimbly dodged to the side and said in surprise, "Your brother? Since when did you have a brother? I've never heard you mention him before. Is he a lover?" Wang Yan and Lin Yuyan laughed so hard that they were trembling. Lu Shui was completely speechless. She could only make a disdainful gesture at Bai Fongfong and did not want to explain any more. They would be in for a treat later. The brightest star in the night sky at that moment, her phone suddenly rang. The ringtone was Lu Chen's, "The brightest star in the night sky." Lu Shui's eyes suddenly lit up. She could not care less about Bai Fongfong and picked up the phone as fast as she could. "Brother? Yes, I know. I'll be right there." Wait for me. Bai Fangfang and Wang Yan looked at each other. Was it really Lu Shue's brother who invited them to dinner? Lu Shue hung up the phone and waved it at them proudly. My brother is outside the school. Let's go together. Lin Yuyan was surprised. Xiao Shui, is that really your brother? Lu Shui could not help but roll her eyes. She said with certainty, yes, he is my brother. Seeing her so serious, everyone finally believed her. Ah. Wang Yan quickly said, then I need to comb my hair first. It'll be done in a few minutes. Me too. Then I'll touch up my makeup. Although it was said to be a few minutes, when the girls started to dress up, the time really did not count. If it were not for Lu Shue's frequent urging, it was estimated that they would not be able to leave the dormitory for at least half an hour. Even so, when they arrived at the dormitory, it was already past 5 o'clock. Xiao Shui, a tall boy, came over with a bouquet of flowers and stared eagerly at Lu Shui. Outside the entrance of the female dormitory, there were often many boys waiting. Most of these boys were not from the school. They were either there to woo a girl or to take her out on a date. It was a sight to behold in the university. Usually, all kinds of confession, courtship, and even marriage proposals were frequently seen. Everyone was already used to it. This boy was nearly 1.8 meters tall, fair and clean, at least much better than the ugly boys next to him. But in Lu Shue's eyes, he was no different from a fly. She stopped, frowned, and said, Wu Hao, I'm not that familiar with you, so don't call me Xiao Shui. What do you want? The tall boy showed a trace of frustration and immediately smiled. Xiao. Lu Shui, I want to invite you to dinner and then watch a movie tonight. How about it? I've already bought the tickets. Lu Shui lightly said, thank you, but I already have an appointment. Goodbye. She didn't even pay attention to the flowers that the other party offered her and pulled Lin Yuyan away. This Wu Hao was her senior, but he was just a student in the Chinese department. Relying on his talent and family background, he kept pestering her, which annoyed her. She never gave him a good face, let alone today. Wang Yan and Bai Fangfang quickly followed. Wang Yan and Wu Hao knew each other. When she passed by him, she said, Xiao Shui really has an appointment. Someone invited us to dinner tonight, so you should go back. She said it with good intentions, but when Wu Hao heard it, he felt like he was struck by lightning. Looking at Lu Shue's back as she left, he gritted his teeth and followed her all the way. He wanted to see what kind of person could invite Lu Shui out. Lu Shui did not notice that there was someone following her. She was afraid that the person would be anxious, so she pulled Lin Yuyan and quickened her pace. Soon, they arrived at the gate of Beijing Normal University. Near the evening, there were always a lot of cars parked on the road outside the gate of Beijing Normal University. Today was no exception, but Lu Shui quickly found her target. A dozen meters away, there was a black Mercedes-Benz parked. A tall young man wearing sunglasses leaned on the door and looked around. Brother! Lu Shui hurriedly called out, smiling like a flower as she waved at the other party. The three girls with Lu Shui noticed the young man, and their hearts were full of curiosity. This is Lu Shue's brother? He looks very cool. Lu Shui quickened her pace and trotted. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on her body, as if she was covered with a light golden coat. Her long hair and skirt were flying, and the joyful smile on her face was like a blooming summer flower, with an indescribable youthful beauty, which made people standing on the roadside stare at her. However, like a bird flying to the woods, she threw herself into the arms of the tall young man standing beside the Mercedes-Benz. Alas, people who saw this scene all sighed in their hearts, with indescribable complex feelings. Wu Hao, who had just appeared at the school gate, also happened to see this scene. He suddenly felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He never dreamed that the goddess he admired would be so intimate with another man in public. A stream of hot blood rushed into his brain, and Wu Hao immediately lost his mind, suddenly speeding up his pace and rushing forward. But when he was a few steps away from the young man, he suddenly felt guilty and timid, because the young man wearing sunglasses was taller than him, and although he couldn't see his face completely, he was definitely more handsome than him. Moreover, he was rich. This Mercedes-Benz exuded a luxurious atmosphere, and it couldn't be bought without 1 or 2 million yuan. This was a real tall, rich, and handsome man. Wu Hao's family was not bad, but compared with this man, there was no comparison at all. Little Lu Shui, who is he? Wu Hao was extremely unwilling to run over, and after struggling in his heart for a few times, he still opened his mouth to ask. Lu Shui turned her head and saw Wu Hao. She couldn't help but be stunned, and immediately showed a look of disgust. Wu Hao, I have nothing to say to you, please don't harass me in the future, thank you. The tall man holding Lu Shui frowned, and his breath suddenly became cold. Wu Hao suddenly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, not only because of Lu Shui's disgust, but also because of the invisible pressure exerted by this man. His lips moved a few times, and he wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything. In the end, he turned around and left with no face. If he continued to stay, he would be humiliated. In addition to becoming a joke, what else could he do? Lu Shui grumbled discontentedly. The tall man shook his head and let her go. At this time, Wang Yan, Bai Fangfang, and Lin Yuyan all rushed over. Wang Yan glanced at Wu Hao with disgust as he brushed past her. She never had a good impression of this sticky candy. Her girlfriends looked at the tall man curiously. This is Lu Shui's brother? How cool, Lu Shui quickly introduced. Brother, they are all my roommates. Let's get in the car first. It was too eye-catching here. The small accident just now had attracted a lot of attention. She did not want to expose her brother's true colors immediately. The tall man nodded and said, okay, let's talk in the car. He opened the car door for the girls in a gentlemanly manner. Lu Shui naturally sat in the front passenger seat, while Wang Yan and the other two sat in the back seat. After getting in the car and closing the door, cutting off the sight from the outside, Lu Shui finally let out a sigh of relief and officially introduced him to her friends. This is my brother, Lu Chen. Lu Chen took off his sunglasses and turned to the three girls with a smile. Hello. Wang Yan, Bai Fangfang, and Lin Yuyan were stunned. They would never have dreamed that Lu Shui's brother was Lu Chen, the Lu Chen who sang You Who Sat Next to Me, the Lu Chen who starred in Autumn in My Heart and Full House of Romance, and the Lu Chen who filmed A Chinese Ghost Story. He was also one of the 4 mentors of China's Voice. Lu Chen. No one could believe their eyes, but the truth was right in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it. Wang Yan mumbled, oh my god, I'm not dreaming, am I? Lin Yuyan looked at Lu Chen without saying a word, her pretty face blushing shyly. She was a fan of Lu Chen and often mentioned Lu Chen in front of Lu Shui. Who would have thought that Lu Shui was Lu Chen's biological sister? Bai Fangfang snapped out of her daze and grabbed Lu Shui's arm, gritting her teeth and saying, well done, Lu Shui, you actually hid your brother so deeply. How many feelings have you cheated on us? Lu Shui giggled and begged for mercy. Haven't I introduced him to you now? She then added, besides, there's no point in telling you. My brother already has a girlfriend. Lu Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry. Wang Yan, Bai Fangfang, and Lin Yuyan all blushed. Who didn't know that Lu Chen's girlfriend was Chen Fei, the queen of the music industry? They were the best couple in the entertainment industry. Damn Xianxia, what nonsense are you talking about? Lu Shui proudly introduced her 3 roommates to Lu Chen, and the atmosphere in the car finally returned to normal. Lu Chen said, thank you for taking care of Xianxia. She's very naughty. She must have troubled you a lot, right? The 3 girls immediately turned into good ladies and said that it was no trouble at all. Xianxia was very good. In the midst of laughter, Lu Chen drove the 4 girls to a private club that had a reservation. Private clubs first appeared in Beijing, and later spread to the big cities in the south. Of course, Hangzhou also had high-end private clubs. Usually, only members could enter this special circle to spend money. This club was very famous in Hangzhou. Lu Chen relied on Tian's recommendation to get a membership. Of course, with his current identity and fame, except for a few top circles, there were few people who were not willing to accept him. In the reserved private room, Chen Fei and Tian were already there. Sister-in-law. Seeing Chen Fei, Lu Shui's mouth seemed to be smeared with honey. You've become a lot more beautiful. She directly blamed Chen Fei. Chen Fei really doted on Lu Shui. It was not just the kind of love that extended to her, but the kind of love that came from the heart. She hugged Lu Shui and chatted intimately. She also took out a gift that she had already prepared for Lu Shui. A Cartier diamond bracelet. Lu Shui happily smiled and introduced her three friends to Chen Fei. Seeing Chen Fei, Wang Yan, Bai Fangfang, and Lin Yuyan were a lot more reserved. Because even Lin Yuyan, the most beautiful of the three, was crushed by the heavenly queen of the music industry in all aspects. The only advantage she had was probably her youth. In terms of appearance, they couldn't even compare to Tian Tian. Chen Fei didn't put on the airs of a big star. She was very easygoing and polite to Lu Shui's three friends. She smiled and talked freely, and soon the atmosphere in the private room became harmonious. Lu Chen was really happy. The room was full of pleasant fragrance. Lu Shui's three roommates at least had the appearance of an average person. It was not an exaggeration to say that all of them were young and beautiful. Although he had no other desire besides Chen Fei, he still felt a kind of intoxicated feeling. The first season of The Voice of China premiered on Zhejiang Satellite TV station on May 19. By the time colleges and universities across the country began their summer break, it had already aired 7 episodes in a row. This new form of reality singing talent show attracted a lot of attention from the beginning. The lineup of 4 big-name mentors was eye-catching, and the premiere episode's ratings did not disappoint either. The average rating was 2.26%, with the highest rating exceeding 2.50%, reaching the top of the domestic TV variety rankings in one fell swoop. However, what really shocked people was yet to come. In the following few episodes, The Voice of China simply swept the market. The ratings continued to rise, easily breaking through the phenomenal threshold and becoming the most eye-catching variety show in recent years. By the 7th episode on June 30, the average viewership rating had reached an outrageous 6.35%, directly crushing the second-ranked talent show into dregs, while the industry colleagues were shocked. They also conducted in-depth research on The Voice of China. The Voice of China was undoubtedly very unique. In terms of format, it had many innovations compared to the previous programs of the same genre that quickly became routine. The most obvious was undoubtedly the 4 rotating chairs for mentors. The concept of the blind selection by the mentors was really amazing. First of all, it ensured the fairness of the selection. It did not look at the person or face, only listening to the voice. It was completely in line with the theme of the show. After The Voice of China became popular, there were many parody shows on the internet. Many netizens used their own or office chairs as props to imitate the blind selection of the mentors. The funny short videos were quite popular and had a high number of views. Then, the two-way selection of the mentors and contestants was another highlight. In previous shows, the judges chose the contestants, but the contestants of The Voice of China could choose their mentors. As long as more than one mentor turned their back during the blind selection, they would have the right to choose. When multiple mentors turned their backs, the mentors would even fight for the contestant. Big increased the interest of the show, adding more suspense to the selection, so the audience felt that it was particularly attractive. Later on, when the mentors' teams competed against each other, it would undoubtedly capture the audience's hearts. Other than these highlights, China's Voice also had quite a few minor details. For example, in the show, the singers were only allowed to sing Chinese songs. Foreign songs were not allowed to appear on stage. Although some singers who excelled in English songs expressed their dissatisfaction with this, they were unable to sway the producer's decision. Don't think that it was just a small rule, but it gave the audience a very good impression and recognition of China's Voice. That was because in past singing talent shows, there were many singers who liked to sing in English. However, many of the judges were especially fond of it, and the vast majority of the audience could not understand it. Thus, there was an invisible distance between them and big. With a novel concept coupled with down-to-earth rules, outstanding contestants, and a strong team of mentors, The Voice of China's success was by no means a fluke. The extremely high viewership ratings of China's top voice had also brought great benefits to the show's producers and broadcasters. First of all, Star Factory Media was an unknown newcomer in the circle. Apart from the small circle in Hangzhou, no one knew about it. But now, the name and logo of Star Factory Media were transmitted to thousands of TV screens along with China's top voice. The limelight was so strong that it embarrassed its peers, and the people seeking cooperation were almost breaking the threshold. China's top voice, produced by Star Factory Media, signed a VAM agreement with Zhejiang Satellite TV. The money was calculated according to the ratings. The higher the ratings, the more money it could get, so the rising ratings brought Star Factory a rolling source of money. However, Zhejiang Satellite TV was very happy to pay the money, because the ratings of the program were directly linked to advertising income. Although the price of the title sponsorship, insertion, and other advertising contracts in the early stage were not very high, but if a new brand wanted to squeeze in, it would have to pay a lot of money. In addition, Zhejiang Satellite TV also had the advertisement for the voice concert in their hands. Now the price tag had been raised to a staggering level, and there were many big brands seeking advertising cooperation for the next season. Therefore, no matter how much money was given to Star Factory Media, it was nothing compared to these advertising fees. In such a good situation, Zhejiang Satellite TV is planning to hold an open tender for the advertising of the second season of China's Top Voice next year, according to the model of CCTV. Zhejiang Satellite TV will definitely make a lot of money, but making money is one thing. On the other hand, Zhejiang Satellite TV has made a great turnaround in variety shows, and has greatly expanded its own influence. China's Top Voice is so popular that Shonan TV's Super Singer and Beijing Television's Singing China, which were originally scheduled to start in June, have been delayed, and the auditions are expected to start at the end of July. Although the explanation given by the two satellite TV stations is organizational reasons, everyone knows that this is just an excuse. The real reason is that neither of them has any confidence to fight head-on with China's Top Voice, and in order to ensure the ratings, they have to avoid the sharp edge. Beijing Television is one thing, but Shonan TV, as the #1 overlord of the local satellite TV stations, has also chosen to avoid the battle. Even if it is a wise move, it still makes people feel very different. In addition to Star Factory Media and Zhejiang Satellite TV, the four mentors have also gained a lot of popularity and attention through this program. Lu Chen and Chen Feier were already very popular. Shifeng and Liao Jia have truly returned to the public's attention, and on the basis of their original deep foundation, they have reached a new height. As for the students, the singers who performed the best in the first 7 episodes have become popular. Their personal tieba has been quickly established, the number of followers has skyrocketed, and they have their own market value. The most typical example is Anxin, the originally unknown bar singer, who was offered a price of more than 100,000 yuan for a performance. Although it was only a temporary offer, it was enough to prove her popularity. This is the cluster effect brought about by a phenomenal program. Everyone is a winner, and the brand effect formed by China's Top Voice in a short period of time will only bring more and more benefits. This well-known brand belongs to Star Factory Media, and Lu Chen and Chen Feier jointly hold a large amount of shares in Star Factory Media. Compared to Lu Chen's previous investment in Happy Entertainment, the return is not inferior at all. This undoubtedly once again put a new halo on Lu Chen. On July 2, Lu Chen drove from Hangzhou to his hometown in Binhai with Chen Feier and Lu Shui, who had just finished her summer vacation, plus a special guest. The first season of China's Voice had a total of 14 episodes, with a grand concert to be held in Hangzhou at the end, making it 15 episodes in total. By the time Lu Chen left Hangzhou to return to his hometown, all 14 episodes of the show had already been recorded. This was also the usual practice for domestic talent shows. What the audience saw on television was not a live broadcast, but content that had been meticulously edited to achieve the best effect. In addition, there were also the judges and mentors. It was impossible for them to stay in the same place for 2 to 3 months, or to travel back and forth once a week for the recording. After recording 14 episodes, Liao Jia returned to Beijing. He would film 2 commercials in Beijing and make a cameo appearance in a movie before flying to Australia for a vacation. He would return to Hangzhou in late August to participate in the Voice of China's concert. Lu Chen and Chen Feier stayed in Hangzhou for 2 more days. After Lu Shui's summer break ended, the 3 of them went to Binhai together. However, they brought another guest with them. That was Shifeng. After spending more than a month together, Shifeng and Chen Feier became very good friends, and did not treat Lu Chen as an outsider. Although in terms of status in the circle, Shifeng's seniority is higher than Lu Chen and Chen Feier, but she interacts with the 2 of them on the same generation and calls them sisters and brother. Originally, after recording China's Voice, Shifeng was going back to Xianxia. However, when she heard that Lu Chen was going back to his hometown, she was interested to see the scenery of Binhai and pay a visit to Lu Chen's mother. How could Lu Chen not welcome her? The three of them became four, and a Mercedes-Benz was just right. Lu Shui was overjoyed. She was Shifang's fan, so she took the opportunity to get intimate with her idol. She took more than 10 photos with her phone. Hangzhou was not far from Binhai, and it only took 2 hours on the highway. The group set off at 2 p.m. and arrived at Binhai City around 4 p.m. Shifang curiously looked at the street view of Huhai through the window and said in surprise, "Your hometown is very prosperous." Although Binhai was a county-level city, because it was located on the southeast coast, and there were many businessmen and factories in Binhai, the local economy was very prosperous, and the urban construction was changing with each passing day. Although it could not be compared with a provincial capital city like Hangzhou, there were also tall buildings on both sides of the main road, which was very imposing. Lu Chen smiled and said, "It's not bad. It's been developing quite fast in the past few years. A lot of tall buildings have been built." Shifang sighed and said, "When I was in Xianxia, I often heard people say that except for Beijing, Shanghai, and Shenhua, the other places in the mainland are very backward. Only after coming to the mainland this time did I know what is called seeing is believing." Shifang was a native of Xianjiang. Her ancestors could be traced back to the immigrants who moved to Xianjiang from Hunan and Hubei at the end of the Qing dynasty. The number of times she came to the mainland could be counted on one hand. In the past, she had only been to the capital and Huaqing. She had never been to the small cities below. For a long time, Xianjiang's economy was more developed than the mainland. Many people in Xianjiang, including the Xianjiang media, always had a sense of superiority and regarded the mainland as a poor and backward area. Even if the mainland's economy was developing rapidly in recent years, the media rarely reported it. Therefore, many people in Xianjiang who had never been to the mainland read some biased newspaper news and thought that the mainland was only developed in places like Beijing and Shanghai, and other places were still poor. Even Shifang was misled. The Mercedes-Benz drove through the main road, turned into another road, and soon arrived at Jingsheng district. In the Lu family's villa, Fang Yun had been waiting for a long time. Yesterday, Lu Chen had talked to her mother on the phone. Fang Yun already knew that Chen Feier and Shifang would come together. When she saw her son, daughter, and future daughter-in-law getting out of the car, she couldn't help but show a happy smile on her face. "Mom." Lu Shui ran up like a happy little rabbit, opened her arms and hugged Fang Yun. "We're back." "You child," Fang Yun patted her affectionately, "you're a college student, but you still don't know how to behave. There were guests here." Lu Shui stuck out her tongue and quickly let go of Fang Yun. Lu Chen and Chen Feier went forward together. Chen Feier was already very familiar with Fang Yun. "Auntie," then she solemnly introduced Shifang as a guest. Shifang said very politely, "Mrs. Lu, I'm Shifang. Sorry to bother you." Fang Yan held her hand with a smile and said, "Welcome, Miss Shir is really a distinguished guest. I can't wait to welcome you. You can treat this as your own home. Don't be polite." Shifang said with a smile, "Thank you." Lu Chen and others would stay in Binhai for 3 days. During these 3 days, Shifang lived in the Lu family's villa and left her assistant in Hangzhou. She came here as a friend. After a pause, she sincerely praised, "Mrs. Lu, you are young and beautiful. I have to ask you for the secret of skin care." Fang Yun was a famous beauty when she was young. Otherwise, she would not have given birth to such a good breed like the 3 siblings of the Lu family. She was born with good skin and did not look old in her 40s. However, in the few years after Lu Qingxing's death, in order to pay off the debts of the family, Fang Yun lived very hard and became a lot haggard day and night. But in the past 2 years, her complexion not only recovered to its original appearance, but also became even better. When she stood together with Chen Feier, people would believe that she was a sister. No wonder Shifang was surprised. Fang Yun smiled, "Miss Shir is really young and beautiful. Let's go inside and talk." In the evening, Fang Yun cooked in person and used all her strength to make a table of delicious food for the guests who came from afar, which made Shifang eat full of praise. People like her, who usually paid great attention to diet, ate until they were 80 or 90% full. The dinner was joyous and harmonious. After dinner, Chen Feier and Lu Shui scrambled to wash the dishes. In the end, Lu Shui won. Chen Feier had to take Shifeng to have tea and chat with her. Lu Chen also had something to say to his mother. Mom, I bought a big house in Hangzhou. Now Lu Shui is also studying in Hangzhou. Why don't you also move to Hangzhou, so that you won't be lonely here? Fang Yin shook her head with a smile and said, I haven't retired yet. Why should I go to Hangzhou? Besides, although you are not here, I am not lonely. I have no relatives or friends in Hangzhou. Don't worry about me. I am very good now. If you really care about your mother, then marry Feier as soon as possible and have a child for me to take care of, so that I won't be lonely. What his mother said was so reasonable that Lu Chen was speechless. In fact, no matter how successful he was outside and how much money he made, the most nostalgic thing in his heart was still the days when his family was together and lived happily together. Originally, Lu Chen planned to stay in Binhai for 3 days and take Shifeng to enjoy the local scenery of Binhai. Although Binhai was only a small county-level city, due to its proximity to the sea and mountains, the scenery was quite good. There was a foray tourist attraction with famous landscapes such as Foshan Fog, Millennium Grotto, Dawn of the East Sea, etc. There were also fishing villages, ancient towns, small rivers, and other cultural attractions. It was not a problem to play for 3 days. However, plans could not keep up with changes. On the second day in Binhai, Lu Chen took Chen Feier and Shifeng to Foshan's ancient Buddha temple to play. In the end, they were recognized by worshippers and were surrounded, almost unable to escape. Now that everyone had a mobile phone, all of them had access to the 4G network. The photos taken on the spot could be instantly sent to the network, so everyone soon knew that 3 big stars had come to Binhai City. Since the broadcast of Autumn in My Heart the year before last, Lu Chen had become a well-known star in Binhai City. Many citizens could not say the mayor's name, but they all knew that Lu Chen was a true Binhai citizen. Although Binhai City's history could be traced back to the Song and Yuan dynasties, there were not many local cultural celebrities. A star like Lu Chen was definitely the first, so it was natural that he received a lot of attention. Even in the government, Lu Chen has been recommended as a local cultural business card. Therefore, even if it was just Lu Chen being photographed at the ancient Buddha temple, it would definitely be enough to blow up the local Feishin's WeChat moments. Now with the addition of the 2 big stars, Chen Feier and Shifeng, the sensational effect was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 + 1 = 3. Especially now that China's Voice was extremely popular, the 4 mentors were in the limelight, and 3 of them appeared in Binhai at the same time. The impact was imaginable, therefore, the expected situation happened. The local media swarmed over, and the city's TV stations sent people over for interviews, so much so that the municipal government was alerted. As a result, the next day, the mayor of Binhai City personally invited Lu Chen, Chen Feier, and Shifeng to a banquet at the Binhai International Hotel, accompanied by many government officials and local celebrities in the art circle. Of course, the mayor was not just looking for an excuse to treat them to dinner or to meet the big stars. Binhai City was preparing to increase its investment in culture in the next few years and build its own cultural brand. It was planning to launch its first cultural festival. As the biggest star from Binhai, Lu Chen was certainly listed at the top of the list of invited guests. This time, Lu Chen brought Chen Feier and Shifeng to Binhai, which was an unexpected surprise for Binhai City. If the 3 of them could be invited, it would be hard for the cultural festival to fail. As for Lu Chen, it was impossible for him not to give face to the mayor. It was reasonable for him to support the local cultural festival, so he naturally agreed. Of course, he could only represent himself. Chen Feier and Shifeng still had to discuss with the cultural festival's organizing committee and their managers, as it involved the appearance fee and schedule. However, with Lu Chen's relationship, Chen Feier and Shifeng expressed that they would seriously consider it, so the host and guests were happy. However, after the banquet, Lu Chen had to run away with the 2 heavenly queens, as many fans had rushed over from other places, and his home in Jingsheng district had been exposed online. If he continued to stay there, it would probably be difficult to go out, let alone have fun. Just the security issue alone would be very troublesome, and he would not have a good time. Chen Feier and Shifeng understood that as a famous public figure, it was difficult to enjoy the life of an ordinary person. Therefore, on the afternoon of July 4, the group returned to Hangzhou. Shifeng met up with her assistant in Hangzhou and flew back to Xianxia that night, returning to the concert at the end of August. As for Lu Chen and Chen Feier, they flew back to Beijing on the 5th. Except for the last concert, the recording of the first season of China's Voice was completed. Lu Chen put the focus of his work on the upcoming filming of You from the Star. You from the Star was undoubtedly the first self-produced drama project after the official establishment of Qianfei Media, and this new drama had attracted the attention of all walks of life from the beginning, which was also what fans and audiences had been looking forward to for a long time. The two TV series Autumn in My Heart and Full House of Romance had achieved great success, making the couple idol duo of Lu Chen and Chen Feier a diamond on the TV screen. No one doubted the success of You from the Star. Precisely because of this, there were simply too many people who wanted to participate in the shooting of the new drama and get a piece of the pie. Many film and television entertainment agencies in Beijing, as well as artists in the circle, racked their brains to borrow favors and relationships to come to Qianfei Media, which made Qianfei Media suffer a lot of harassment. Lu Shi's phone calls never stopped all day long. At present, the confirmed partners include Beijing Television, Zhidong Satellite TV, South Korea's KGS TV, SPG, Crown Pictures. The TV series has not yet started shooting, and there are many big companies who have taken the initiative to come to talk about brand cooperation, such as Zhonghua Automobile, Huaxia Electronics, Pepsi, China Bank, and other Fortune 500 companies, which are willing to pay for product placement. Even if Lu Chen requests to control product placement, the agreements or signed contracts that have been reached can bring hundreds of millions of income to Qianfei Media, which is enough to offset the cost of shooting and production, but Lu Chen did not get carried away by this. For the TV series You from the Star, Lu Chen spent far more time polishing the script than Autumn in My Heart and Full of Romance. The original script has been revised many times. This time was squeezed out bit by bit from his daily life. He deliberated every word and sentence by himself, and did not ask others to do it. Although the main plot, character settings, and story outline of the script came from the memory of the dream world, Lu Chen did not adopt a direct method to save time and effort, but carefully carved on the basis of the original work. The original work was indeed very popular in the dream world, but in terms of setting and plot, there were also a lot of places that were criticized by people. For example, bugs were flying everywhere, and the later plot was seriously dragged, which all relied on the sweet abuse of the lead actor to drag, and the repeated toss made people feel dull. There was a reason for this situation. The original work was filmed and broadcasted at the same time, so it was inevitable that there would be bugs. The producers obviously did not expect this drama to be so popular. The scriptwriter scratched his head but could not think of a better plot, so he could only repeatedly struggle with the plot of a romantic relationship. These problems were not what Lu Chen wanted to see. The You from the Star he wanted to make should surpass the original work in all aspects, including character settings, story plots, and special effects. Capital City, New Era Art Park, Qianfei Media Headquarters. The renovated building looked like it had just been built against the backdrop of the surrounding green trees and small lake, exuding a modern vibe. A large custom-made logo made of high-grade aluminum alloy and the words Qianfei Media were inlaid on the greenish-gray wall, shining brightly under the sun. Qianfei Media's logo was designed by a famous designer in Capital City. It was a clever combination of the initials C and F, making it look smart and elegant. With the release of A Chinese Ghost Story across the country, and the popularity of China's Voice, this logo was becoming more and more familiar to the audience. The lower level of Qianfei Media's headquarters, which used to be the exhibition hall of Yuzhizhong Studio, had now been transformed into a large indoor studio and special effects studio. Qianfei Media's special effects studio was undoubtedly a very special existence. This special effects studio was named DreamWorks. Although it had only been established for a short period of time, it was big in terms of staff and investment, surpassing the other departments in the company. Excluding the expensive high-tech studio, DreamWorks' high-end professional computer equipment alone cost $15 million, and that did not include other special effects production equipment. The budget Lu Chen prepared for DreamWorks' investment was $100 million, but for a special effects studio that was like a gold-swallowing monster, it would not take long. The production of special effects for movies and TV series had always been a project that required a lot of investment and output. Ordinary film companies could not afford it. In China, even large film companies would outsource the production of special effects to professional companies, including famous studios in Japan, Korea, and even Americas. Hollywood. It was rare for a company like Xianxia Media to have its own special effects team, and many people in the industry did not think much of it. Special effects production was too expensive, and building a studio was even more expensive. Not to mention the investment of equipment, the allocation and training of personnel were a big problem. The real top talents were basically concentrated in developed countries, and the second and third-rate special effects engineers in China, including Xianxia, were useless. Those who graduated from college lacked experience. All these factors added up would definitely become a big burden for the company. Many people did not understand why Lu Chen would set up his own special effects studio. From a business point of view, it was too risky, and they thought that Lu Chen was overconfident and arrogant. However, there was a reason why Lu Chen founded the Dream Workshop. First of all, this special effects team was to serve his big IP plan. In the future, the deep development of the big IP of wuxia would involve a lot of special effects production, whether it was a movie or a TV series. It was not the best choice to outsource this very important part to other companies. First of all, wuxia was a very localized thing. The special effects teams in Europe, America, Japan, and South Korea would create the corresponding content. They lacked the foundation of understanding on a cultural level. It would definitely take a lot of time and energy to get used to it, and the cost would definitely be high. On the other hand, although the local special effects studios and special effects production companies were developing rapidly, they were far behind the foreign countries in terms of technical accumulation and experience. They could only use the strategy of low prices to maintain their survival. In turn, the local film and television companies tried to lower their prices. You get what you pay for, and the vicious cycle of competition between low prices and low quality led to a large number of so-called 50-cent special effects on the screen, which were ridiculed and criticized by the audience. Therefore, those domestic blockbusters that easily invested hundreds of millions would definitely choose American Hollywood teams to produce the special effects. However, the final product would always be a step or two lower than the real American blockbusters. Other than the lack of investment, the other reason was that the other party had the right to speak. The reason why Lu Chen established the Dream Workshop was because he did not want others to take advantage of his weakness. It might be a difficult path to tread. The initial investment was huge, but there was not much of a return. However, he was willing to lead the team and work hard to carve out a place of their own. Because only Lu Chen himself knew what kind of special effects he wanted, in the room next to the recording studio, the air conditioner was full. Dozens of computer equipment were running, and the entire wall was occupied by big and small LCD screens. In front of it was a long work console. The main 75-inch screen showed the image of a vast starry sky. A very sci-fi spaceship was slowly moving through the vacuum, its tail spewing blue flames. Although it was silent, it still gave people a very shocking feeling. And the destination of the spaceship was the azure blue Earth. Very good, Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction and said to the middle-aged man standing beside him, "Thank you for your hard work." This middle-aged man was the special effects engineer that Lu Chen poached from Xianxia. His name was Richard. He graduated from the University of Southern California, USC, in the United States in his early years, and his major was post-production special effects. USC was located in downtown Los Angeles, California. It was founded by the Board of Supervisors in 1880. It was the oldest private university in California and the west coast of the United States. It was also one of the world's leading private comprehensive academic research schools. Its film program had the best reputation in the industry. It was really easy for USC film graduates to find a job in Hollywood, and Richard was no exception. He had worked in many special effects studios. 5 years ago, due to personal reasons, he returned to his hometown, Xianxia, and became the chief special effects engineer in a special effects company in Xianxia. Richard had also participated in the special effects production of many domestic and foreign blockbusters, and his experience could be said to be incomparably rich. The reason that Lu Chen was able to poach this powerful person in addition to offering him the highest level of salary in the industry, was that he happened to have a serious disagreement with the company's senior management at that time. It was also thanks to Chen Wenqiang, the director of Xianxia Studio, who was well informed enough to contact Richard as soon as he found out the inside story, that they were able to poach him successfully. Richard's personality was more stubborn, and he had the temperament of an artist. He was willing to come to Beijing to manage the DreamWorks team, in addition to the various conditions promised by Chenfei Media, and also because he admired Lu Chen himself. The details are not good enough. In response to Lu Chen's praise, Richard shook his head with a serious expression and said, "There are also some problems with the rendering and color scheme. They still have too little experience, so there are more problems." Richard had strict requirements for the projects he handled. This habit was brought over from Hollywood, but it was not suitable in Xinjiang. This was because the higher the requirements, the higher the cost. This was also the reason why he had a disagreement with the company's senior management. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Take it slow, this is just the beginning." Lu Chen had enough patience and was willing to pay the price because he believed that it was definitely worth it. End of chapter 641. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.